C2837 returning to the Morning Star Chaos Realm Kiao Universe, mysterious brilliant continent. Tianlin Prefecture was once again renamed to Blue Cloud Palace. Once upon a time, in the ruins of Blue Cloud City, an even larger and majestic Blue Cloud City rose from the ground. With the help of all the major powers, the Blue Cloud City was completed in just a few days' time. Furthermore, there were no shortcuts. Many guardian formations were still there. The defense was terrifying. It was even more powerful than the defense of Emperor City and other Emperor City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 city in mysterious brilliant continent. Once the guardian formation was activated, even a middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to easily shake the defensive power of Blue Cloud City. Unless it was the high-ranked universe god who personally acted, it would be very difficult for the Blue Cloud City to be in real danger. In order to ease the relationship between the Black Dragon Empire and Yun family, the Dragonman clan, the Azure God clan, and other quasi-overlords of the Black Dragon Empire and the Qingming Empire had used all their skills and treasures to please the Yun family. Just like the Guardian formation of the Blue Cloud City, it was the two quasi-overlords who had used up a large amount of resources to hire the Myriad Forms and the #1 Divine Formation Master of the Chaos Domain, Myriad Evolution's Universe God, who had personally set it up. The bloody lesson was at the forefront. They did not want to follow the footsteps of the Ink Light's divine race, destroying the inheritance of millions of eras. Not only that, the Black Dragon bloodline and the Azure Ray bloodline that Black Dragon Emperor and Great Emperor Qingming were born with were all crippled of their cultivation and expelled from their race. They didn't dare to leave behind any hidden dangers. A mere servant had easily killed one of the 10 overlords of the Ink Light, the God race. This power had far exceeded the limits of their imagination. Even if it wasn't the Supreme Chaos God, it wouldn't be much different. In the legendary Gukang Chaos Domain, that lord was probably one of the most powerful people. He was definitely not someone a small family like them could afford to offend. Blue Cloud City, Yun family. For a moment, the streets were crowded with people. From time to time, beams of divine light would tear open the space and descend from the sky. The emperors of the various empires, as well as the quasi-high-level and even high-level universe gods behind them, all prepared gifts and paid them a visit. No one dared to show any disrespect, even if the patriarch of the Yun family was just a lowly low-level universe lord. The ancestors of the various families were all of the same generation. There was even a hint of ingratiating oneself with him. With that master as their backer, they had to treat him like a dog and worship him as their ancestor. Many ancestors and universe gods had brought their respective young prodigies over. Most of them were peerless beauties, and the meaning behind them was obvious. For a moment, the juniors of the Yun family had become extremely popular. The goddesses that they had to look up to in the past, and even the concubines with no status, had to marry them. If they could make use of this opportunity to marry that lord, they would be able to earn a fortune. Perhaps, these old fellows would also have a chance to peek into the secrets of the universe god in the future. In the end, even the #1 expert in Wanshang Chaos Domain, Myriad Form's old ancestor, was alarmed and personally paid a visit to the Yun family. Even their Myriad Form's clan's #1 princess, the #1 beauty. In Wanshang Chaos Domain, Princess Wan Xin, and married the young master of Yun family, Yun Mo. In order to get on Yang Fann's good side, Myriad Forms had also invested a lot. Not only was Princess Wan Xin the #1 beauty of the Myriad Forms clan, she was also the #1 princess. At the same time, she was also a genius of the younger generation, and had the potential to become a high-level universe god. On the other hand, Yun Mo was merely an intermediate acquired life. No matter how many resources he had, if he couldn't break through the Hautian shackles, the quasi-middle-level universe god was his limit. Compared to a peerless genius like Princess Wan Xin, it was completely a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Of course, all of this was just a matter of the future. It did not have much to do with Yang Fann anymore. In the past, Yang Fann had avenged the Yun family for the sake of their relationship. This was the end of the relationship between Yang Fann and the Yun family. Yang Fann was not their nanny. He could help them once or twice, but he could not protect them for the rest of their lives. The future development of the Yun family would depend on their own luck. After destroying the divine race of the Ink Light, he brought the people of the Yun family back to mysterious brilliant continent. Not long after that, Yang Fann once again embarked on his return journey. Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe. Wang. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Thinking back to the past, it was at this place where he understood the karma between him and universe god Puyao. It was also at this place that he had offended the great enemy of the Wei family, and the curtains to the annihilation of one of the 12 guardian families of the Gukang Chaos Domain, the Wei family. Furthermore, the human race had suffered a great loss because of this. Several guardian families had fallen because of this, and in the end, the war between the overlords had erupted. Thinking about it now, it still made one sigh with emotion. One day later, Xianxia Chaos Domain, Puyao Universe. With a thought, everything in Puyao Universe appeared clearly in his sea of consciousness. Nearly 600,000 eras had passed, and he had left behind his legacy. In the Puyao God clan, it was getting stronger and stronger. A high-level universe god had been born. There were 3 quasi-high-level universe god warriors who were at the next level, and there were more than 20 middle-level universe god warriors at each level. In the current Xianxia Chaos Domain, he was one of the 10 overlords. Seeing this, Yang Fann didn't show himself and just met with them. He had helped the Puyao god clan enough, and had even taken revenge for universe god Puyao. He had already returned the inheritance of universe god Puyao. Speaking of which, it was the Puyao god clan who owed him, not Yang Fann. Now, everything in the Puyao god clan was good enough. There was no need to disturb them anymore. They were destined to be people from 2 different worlds, and they would never have any interactions in the future. Another day passed. Gold Rock Chaos Domain, Simon Universe, West Yuan City. In front of the headquarters building of West Element Chamber of Commerce, Yang Fann stopped for a while. That year, he participated in the Era auction and laid a solid foundation for his great cosmic eternal divine body. He had never thought that today would be the day of the West Element Chamber of Commerce's Era auction. What a coincidence could it be that I really have an affinity with the West Element Chamber of Commerce's Era auction. Compared to the past, the current grade of the Era auction was much higher. Middle-level Chaos Treasure alone had 5 of them. Thinking back to the past, apart from the many treasures he had taken out, middle-level Chaos Treasure only had one of the most valuable treasures. Actually, all of this was thanks to Yang Fann. It was because of the auction back then that the reputation of West Element Chamber of Commerce had surpassed all the other top Chamber of Commerce in Simon Universe. Up until now, it had faintly become the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Gold Rock Chaos Domain. After stopping for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Fann gently shook his head and did not continue watching. Those middle-level Chaos Treasure, compared to these universe gods, were supreme treasures that could make them go crazy, but in Yang Fann's eyes, they were no different from trash. Even if they were to be thrown on the ground, Yang Fann wouldn't even bother bending down to pick them up. If he had the time, he might as well refine one more unit of origin elemental crystal. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and disappeared from where he stood. The people around him didn't react at all, as if there was no such person at all. Simon Universe, Red Leaf City. The small city had disappeared and was replaced by a majestic city. The size of the city had expanded by more than 100 times, more than 1,000 times. Even its name had been changed to Tianfeng City. The Yi family, once the ruler of Red Leaf City, had long been destroyed in the long river of history. For Universe Lord, nearly 600,000 eras was an extremely long period of time. Many Universe Lord might not even be able to live that long in his lifetime. Not to mention the Yi family that only had a few Universe Sovereign. However, this time, Yang Fann didn't spend too much effort to find any descendants of the Yi family, nor did he have the intention of avenging the Yi family. That Yi Chen of the Yi family wasn't Yun Lei of the Yun family, he was Yang Fann's true friend. That Yi Chen was just a lucky guy that Yang Fann casually gave a few pointers to when he was bored. The difference between the two in Yang Fann's heart was more than 10 times, 100 times. It's almost time to return to Morning Star Chaos Domain. I wonder how the Morning Star Alliance and Spiritual Martial Universe have changed after so many eras have passed. C-2838 His Highness had returned to the City Gold Rock Chaos Domain, Simon Universe. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a divine light, as if he could see through the endless chaos and see the Morning Star Chaos Domain that was hundreds of millions of light-years away from Gold Rock Chaos Domain. The next moment, Yang Fann's gaze became incomparably complicated. There was anticipation, memories, and reminiscence. There was also a little uneasiness and uneasiness. The so-called homesickness was no different from this. This was not something that could be easily changed by a change in strength. Although Yang Fann's soul was able to contact the soul duplicate that was left in the spiritual martial universe after entering the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, he was able to understand the changes in the spiritual martial universe and even the entire Morning Star Alliance through that soul. However, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed this impulse, because he was close to his hometown. Forget it, what he had to face it eventually. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and shook off the distracting thoughts in his heart. The next second, Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and tore open the spatial zone. He didn't want to stay outside for too long. In less than a breath's time, he had already arrived in front of a chaotic crystal wall in the Chaos Domain. Pure Algae Chaos Domain was the small-sized chaos region in the outermost region of the chaotic zone where the Morning Star Chaos Domain was located. In the past, CC had even established a sect in the Pure Algae Chaos Domain, the Goddess Sect. One of the two overlords of the Pure Algae Chaos Domain, the Sumo God Clan, was also destroyed because of the Goddess Sect. In the end, it benefited the Heavenly Algae God race. Otherwise, even if the Sky Algae God race gave them another million or even 10 million eras, they would never dream of dominating the Chaos Domain by themselves. Of course, Yang Fann was just silently cursing in his heart, but he didn't have any thoughts about the Pure Algae Divine race. It was just a small chaos circle, small-sized chaos region. All the resources were combined. If Yang Fann was willing to, he might not be able to cultivate a middle-level universe god. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique with all his might. The vegetable algae chaos domain wouldn't be able to last more than a breath's time. It would be completely devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Such a small amount of resources with such a large amount of dust. How could Yang Fann be interested in such a small amount of resources? It would be troublesome even if he gave it to Yang Fann for free. Morning Star Chaos Domain, Morning Star Universe. With the help of Yang Fann's illustrious reputation and the huge amount of resources he left behind before he left, the Morning Star Alliance's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and it had now become a chaotic zone. It was the undisputed #1 overlord, the overlord of 13 small-sized chaos regions. Even the 4 overlords with middle-level universe god cultivation bases were slightly inferior to the Morning Star Alliance. The 2 quasi-middle-level universe god warriors, Xianxia and Xingwei, had taken the most crucial step to break through to the middle-level universe god. Not only that, but they had also broken through to the middle-level universe god. There was also a universe god who caught up with them and broke through to the middle-level universe god, becoming the 4th ancestor of the Morning Star Alliance. As for the other ancestor, he was naturally prepared for Yang Fann. No matter how long Yang Fann had left Morning Star Alliance, he had always been the old ancestor of Morning Star Alliance, the master of Morning Star Alliance. There was no Yang Fann. Putting aside the fact that they had reached this stage, they might not have been able to pass that stage even before 600,000 eras ago. They would have been eliminated by their longtime enemy, the Merrick Star Alliance, and the other major powers. Apart from the 3 middle-level universe god warriors, there were even more quasi-middle-level universe god warriors. Up until now, there were more than 13 of them. The number of universe gods in the other stages had exceeded 3 digits, reaching a terrifying 112 people. Just the Morning Star Alliance alone was enough to fight against the 4 overlords. At most, they would be slightly weaker than the 4 overlords. Morning Star Universe, Spiritual Martial Arts Continent. This was the Morning Star Alliance, the holy land of countless experts. In the hearts of countless Morning Star Alliances in the Morning Star Alliance, its status was even higher than the Alliance headquarters, the Morning Star Continent. Without His Royal Highness Yang Fann, there would be no glory of the Morning Star Alliance today. Furthermore, with His Royal Highness Yang Fann's monstrous talent, after nearly 600,000 eras, what realm would he have grown to? Back then, His Royal Highness Yang Fann's strength had already far exceeded the middle-level universe god. Now, even the weakest was a high-level universe god. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the top-level universe god. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the soul duplicate in spiritual martial universe had made countless living beings believe in it. According to the legends, the soul duplicate's strength had already surpassed universe god Chen Shi and the others. Even with the combined strength of 3 middle-level universe god warriors, they were still no match for the soul duplicate. The further away Yang Fann's true body was, the lesser the feedback he gave to the spiritual martial universe. Especially after Yang Fann left the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, the feedback was almost cut off. But even so, when Yang Fann left the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, his terrifying power was comparable to a high-grade Chaos God. Even if it was only 1/1000th of his power, it was enough to make the soul duplicate surpass most of the top-level Chaos God. With King of the Universe's identity, he could even fight a quasi-Chaos God in the spiritual martial universe. The soul duplicate was transforming, and so was the spiritual martial universe. Its energy level had long surpassed the Morning Star universe, becoming the #1 universe in Morning Star Chaos Domain, and even the Chaos Domain. A few mere middle-level universe God. That's not easy. It was because of this soul duplicate that Yang Fann's position in the Morning Star Alliance was as stable as Mount Tai. No one would dare to claim the first place, not even the two universe gods, Dawn and Star Wei, and the newly advanced middle-level universe god True Word Universe God. It was also because of this that the Morning Star Alliance had expanded rapidly during these eras. After digesting the 7 great Chaos Domain in the Tianquan, the Chaos Domain, and the other 7, it had expanded further and swallowed 4 small-sized Chaos region. The 4 overlords and the other top powers didn't dare to stop them openly. At most, they would cause some small problems in the dark. They even tried their best to hide their traces, afraid that the Morning Star Alliance would catch them. The soul duplicate's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and it had advanced by leaps and bounds. The universe it controlled at that time wasn't a very high-grade universe, it was just an ordinary intermediate universe. There was only one possibility. That was, the true body's cultivation base was improving rapidly, and it was being fed back to him. They didn't want Yang Fann to find them and settle the score with them after he returned. At that time, including the 4 overlords, none of the major powers would be able to bear the consequences. Every year, a large number of experts would head to the spiritual martial arts continent to pay a visit to the Lingwu Divine City. In the vast Morning Star universe, above the spiritual martial arts continent, it could be said that close to the 3rd level of the Morning Star universe's high-end combat strength was gathered all year round. It was much more terrifying than the Morning Star universe, especially the core of the spiritual martial arts continent, the Spiritual Force Divine City. That was a true high-level universe lord that was not as good as a dog. When top-level universe lord walked all over the place and casually grabbed a handful of them, it could be said that there were quite a few top-level universe lord. Dong, 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 dong. Suddenly, the sound of a long divine bell rang out from the center of the Lingwu Divine City. It quickly headed towards the spiritual martial arts continent and even the entire Morning Star universe. Ah, that's the city protecting Divine Bell. A universe god has come to the Divine City. 19293999. It was actually 99. What on earth is going on? Soon, all the Divine Cities in the Lingwu Divine City. It was not the first or second time that the universe god had come to the Lingwu Divine City. Since the universe god had a different identity and strength, the number of times the city guarding Divine Bell rang was also different. However, even if universe god Chen Shi and the other 2 middle-level universe god had come, it was only 8 to 92 times, and 81 times. That was unprecedented. 981 bell chimes. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Oh right, I remember now. It was His Highness who returned to the city. When His Highness returned to the city, he would ring the 81 divine clock. What? His Highness returns to the city. The master of the Lingwu Divine City is His Royal Highness Yang Fann. What you mean is, His Highness is he. C2839 Transformation Morning Star Universe, Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, Lingwu Divine City. What is going on? Many universe lord were slightly stunned. The 81 chimes of the Divine Bell was something that had never happened before. It was the arrival of Xing Wei, the universe god, and the other 2 universe gods in Lingwu Divine City. It was only the 8 to 72 chimes of the bell. However, a lot of universe lord reacted very quickly. The Divine Bell rang 81 times. Since the establishment of the Lingwu Divine City, only one person had such an honor. That was the #1 expert of the Morning Star Alliance, the true pillar of the Morning Star Alliance, and the #1 person, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Gurgle gurgle, could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann had returned to the divine path? This isn't a dream, right? His Royal Highness Yang Fann really came back. No, now was not the time to be in a daze. He had to inform the family master of this news immediately. What? His Royal Highness Yang Fann had returned to the Lingwu Divine City. Did I hear it wrong? The city-suppressing divine bell rang 81 times. Only His Royal Highness Yang Fann has the qualifications to do so. It seems like I can't be wrong. Quick, I have to rush over and pay a visit to His Royal Highness Yang Fann immediately. After so many eras had passed, I wonder what realm His Royal Highness Yang Fann's cultivation base has advanced to. Rumble, rumble, the entire Morning Star Alliance was shaken. A terrifying aura that even the top-level Universe Lord and the gods of Quasi-Universe were terrified of rose up from the secret realm. The ancient existences, the Universe gods, broke out of their seclusion and rushed towards the spiritual martial arts continent in the Lingwu Divine City. This was a great opportunity for them. When His Royal Highness Yang Fann left, his cultivation base had already reached the level of a high-level Universe god. Now that so many eras had passed, no one knew what level his cultivation base had reached. It was not impossible for him to reach the legendary top-level Universe god. If anything were to leak out from his nails, it would be enough for them to benefit for the rest of their lives. Taking a step back, even if they could not get any benefits this time, it would still be great if they could get acquainted with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Lingwu Divine City, Spiritual Martial Palace. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne that represented the highest authority. Below him were the 8 senior elders and 76 top-level Universe Lord from the Merrick Star Alliance that he had selected to protect the humans of Spiritual Martial Universe. However, at this moment, the strength of these 84 people, all of them had improved by leaps and bounds. None of the 8 senior elders of Quasi-Universe were weaker than him. All of them had taken that crucial step and advanced to the Universe God realm. The strongest one had even reached the quasi-middle level Universe God. He was one of the overlords of the Morning Star Alliance, second only to the 3 middle-level Universe God, and the 76 top-level Universe Lord from the Merrick Star Alliance. There were also 6 of them who had advanced to the Universe God realm. The remaining 70 warriors were all great perfection quasi-Universe God warriors. They were only one step away from becoming Universe Gods. Furthermore, many of them had broken through within these tens of thousands of eras. This power could be considered influential in the entire Morning Star Alliance. It wasn't much weaker than the Morning Star Alliance that Yang Fann had joined before. It had to be said that these top-level Universe Lord from the Merrick Star Alliance had become Yang Fann's prisoners. This was the greatest fortune of their lives. Otherwise, with their limited talent and potential, not to mention the Universe God, it was still unknown whether they could advance to the quasi-universe. Apart from that, the spiritual martial universe was no longer the same as before. The top-level Universe Lord, the quasi-universe gods, and even the Universe gods were born. Even excluding Yang Fann, the spiritual martial force could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Morning Star Alliance. With the feedback from Yang Fann, this heaven-defying cheat, the energy level of the spiritual martial universe was rising rapidly. Not to mention the small-sized chaos region in the Morning Star Chaos Domain. Even in the Gukang Chaos Domain, it could be considered a top-tier universe. The resources in it were so abundant that it was difficult to nurture a top-level Universe God, but it was only a matter of time before a few high-grade Universe Gods were born. If it wasn't for the fact that spiritual martial universe's resources were too shallow, not to mention Universe Gods, quasi-Universe Gods, or even middle-level Universe Lord Gods, they wouldn't have only produced a few low-level Universe God after so many eras had passed. Regarding this, the various families of Morning Star Alliance were jealous. If they were allowed to enter spiritual martial universe, with the help of the vast resources, the Morning Star Alliance's strength would increase by several folds. Middle-level Universe God, low-level Universe God's number definitely wouldn't be limited to this. Unfortunately, Universe Lord of the spiritual martial universe was Yang Fann. He had 14 Universe Gods and 70 great perfection quasi-Universe God to protect him. He also had Yang Fann's soul duplicate to suppress the spiritual martial universe. The entire Morning Star Alliance, including the Kingdom of Dawn, no one, including Xing Hui's Universe God, dared to jump out and stab him no matter how hot their eyes were. They couldn't wait to take spiritual martial universe as their own. If Yang Fann didn't want to let go, they could only endure it. At most, they could only curse Yang Fann behind his back. In the end, they still had to follow Yang Fann's rules. For the sake of every era and the quota of potential cultivators in the spiritual martial universe, all the major powers in the Morning Star Alliance were fighting with each other for it. They had almost racked their brains for it. Countless powers and experts hated themselves for not being able to seize the opportunity to migrate and become a member of the spiritual martial universe. Now, they could only compete with countless experts for the quota of that era in millions of spots. As for the countless proud daughters of heaven and princesses, their biggest wish was to marry into the spiritual martial universe, become a member of the spiritual martial universe, and have the permanent residence rights of the spiritual martial universe. Even if it wasn't the core of the spiritual martial universe, the eternal continent. It wasn't that they couldn't accept the existence of the 3,000 worlds, even the middle and small thousand realms. This move of a clone, it really is. Yang Fann gently shook his head. He didn't expect the soul duplicate to do such a thing after he left. Before he left, there weren't many restrictions. As long as he paid a small price, he would be able to obtain permanent residence in spiritual martial universe. However, he didn't say much. Although it was unfair to the other major powers of Morning Star Alliance, so what? When had there ever been true fairness in this world? Spiritual martial universe was his hometown. The reason why he joined the Morning Star Alliance was because of his goal. It was for the sake of a better development for the spiritual martial universe. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, other than Lord of Void Cloud and a few other friends, the status of the other major powers in Yang Fann's heart was extremely limited. Speaking of favoritism, who in the Morning Star Alliance wouldn't be biased? Who didn't have selfish motives? Even the founder of the Alliance, Dawn and Star Wei, the two universe gods, were not the same. In their hearts, the most important had always been Dawn and Star Wei. Other races and forces also had various restrictions to enter the Dawn and Star Wei universes. If one wanted to settle in the two cosmoses, they would need to take out a large amount of resources and Alliance contribution points. It was the same since ancient times. In every era, they could even take out 1,000,000 quotas to allow the various major powers experts to enter the spiritual martial universe to cultivate for 100 billion years. This could be considered to be worthy of them. Dong, 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 dong. The city protecting divine bell kept ringing. From time to time, universe gods would come to the Lingwu divine city. However, most of them were shut out. Apart from Lord of Void Cloud and his friends, Yang Fann was too lazy to bother with these universe gods. Among them was the newly advanced middle-level universe god. At first, this truth universe god was a little dissatisfied. No matter what, he was the number 4 of Morning Star Alliance, one of the only 3 middle-level universe god in Morning Star Alliance. Even if you, Yang Fann, are the number 1 genius of the Morning Star Alliance, you shouldn't look down on him like this. However, following the godlike Sha Rui, he revealed a slight trace of his chi. The universal truth god immediately became as obedient as a quail. Only now did he realize how ridiculous his past pride was. Even the pressure of one of his servants couldn't withstand it, yet he still wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Fann. Spiritual Martial Palace. Yang Fann looked at the familiar figures below and sighed. Each and every one of them had a qualitative leap in their cultivation base. None of them were below the universe god level. However, they were also lacking quite a number of people. Back then, they had gone to the Divine Abyss battlefield with him. Pu Shi, Qing Peng, and Bai Xuan, the 3 universe gods who were searching for universe god Pu Yao's inheritance, were now only left with universe god Pu Shi. Qing Peng, the universe god, had been worshipping the universe god for many years. There were also Human Sovereign, Dragon Sovereign, Phoenix Ancestor, and the others. Now, only Human Sovereign and Dragon Sovereign were left. Phoenix Ancestor and the Tao Master had fallen one after another. The Morning Star Alliance was the sole ruler of the chaotic region, but it wasn't as if they didn't have any opponents. The surviving members of the Merrick Star Alliance that had been annexed by the Morning Star Alliance had never given up. They had become enemies with the Morning Star Alliance. Furthermore, in the chaos, there were some forbidden lands, danger zones, and even universe gods that were in danger of perishing. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Wang, wang, hum. Suddenly, the spiritual martial universe, which was even larger than the Morning Star universe, started to shake violently. Ah, what happened? Broken, the cosmic crystal wall shattered. This is the expansion of spiritual martial universe. C2840 Upgrade Morning Star Chaos Domain, Spiritual Martial Universe. Poochie Poochie, Poochie. The cosmic crystal wall shattered like glass. The chaos in the surroundings was completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. The spiritual martial universe, which was even larger than the morning star universe, expanded in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 light year, 100 light years, 10,000 light years, 1,000,000 light years, 100 million light years. Expanding. Spiritual martial universe is expanding. What is going on? Why did spiritual martial universe suddenly expand without any reason? The spiritual martial universe was filled with countless universe sovereigns. Universe Lord was extremely shocked. Although the spiritual martial universe was constantly expanding towards the 4 directions of the chaos, the degree of expansion was almost negligible. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense that the spiritual martial universe might not be able to expand by a light year in a single era. But at this moment, the speed at which the spiritual martial universe was expanding could be considered terrifying. In just a few breaths of time, it had expanded by hundreds of millions of light years. From 586,378 eras ago, this was the last time spiritual martial universe had expanded by such a large margin. There had never been such an obvious expansion in spiritual martial universe. That was the time when Yang Fann and the ancient blue chaos god left the Jiu Kang chaos circle together. Without the feedback from Yang Fann, it would be extremely difficult to advance just by relying on the spiritual martial universe itself. Especially its energy level, it had almost reached the peak of the universe. The next step would be to transform from an ordinary universe into an origin universe. The difficulty of this process was much greater than advancing from quasi-chaos god to chaos god. Without the help of external forces, it would probably take hundreds of millions of years or even billions of eras to take this final step. It could be said that there was almost no hope at all. One should know that the Jiu Kang chaos circle was only a small chaos circle, and the lowest level was only a small chaos circle in the large-sized chaos domain. Its normal age was 1 billion to 1 billion eras, and it definitely wouldn't exceed 2 billion eras. As for the morning star chaos domain, as the small-sized chaos region within, its limit was even shorter. It was impossible to have even 1 billion eras, and it was unknown whether it could even have 500 million eras. Before the spiritual martial universe could undergo its final transformation, the morning star chaos domain might have already entered the great nirvana stage. Heaven and earth spiritual energy. It's increasing by a large margin. Jin. Advancement. Spiritual martial universe was advancing. I remember now, Your Highness. His Royal Highness Yang Fann has returned. By the way, this must be His Royal Highness Yang Fann assisting spiritual martial universe in breaking through. Very quickly, some well-informed universe lord reacted. Under the heavens, the only one who had the ability to assist the advancement of the spiritual martial universe was His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Furthermore, His Royal Highness Yang Fann was the master of the spiritual martial universe. These were the thoughts of Universe Lord. It was precisely Yang Fann's strength that had helped the spiritual martial universe advance to the origin universe. Not only the spiritual martial universe, but also Yang Fann's advancement with the help of the spiritual martial universe, causing the entire morning star chaos domain to undergo a transformation, making it the second large-sized chaos domain in the Gukang chaos domain. The age of the chaotic ring was closely related to the number of chaos domain. There was only one Jiu Kang chaos circle like the large-sized chaos domain, and the limit was 2 billion eras. With every additional large-sized chaos circle, the limit would increase by 1 billion eras. If one could have 10 large-sized chaos domain and break through to the medium-sized chaos circle, the limit would be increased by 10 times, nearly a billion eras. Of course, this was still too far away from the Jiu Kang chaos circle. So far, it was enough to transform the morning star chaos domain into the large-sized chaos domain. At that time, even if he stayed in the source of chaos for a billion eras, the morning star chaos domain would not collapse because it had reached its limit. The large-sized chaos domain was different from the small-sized chaos region. Its age was almost the same as the chaos circle. Fortunately, the ancient blue chaos god and the others didn't know Yang Fann's plan, or else they would have pissed their pants. With the universe as the catalyst for the advancement of a chaos domain, it was better to let him advance to the large-sized chaos domain in one step. This divine ability, this method was far from what they could understand and imagine. His spiritual martial universe is already a peak-grade universe. With his advancement, what kind of universe would he be in? The Morning Star Alliance had limited resources and limited knowledge. Here, middle-level universe god was the strongest, and high-grade universe gods were just legends. If it wasn't for Yang Fann giving up some of universe god Pu Yao's inheritance before he left, they wouldn't even know about the existence of top-level universe god. Not to mention a quasi-chaos god and a true chaos god. What origin universe? That was something they had never heard of before. Woo. Why am I not born in spiritual martial universe? Many outer universe experts started wailing. The cultivation environment in spiritual martial universe was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the Morning Star universe. Now that it had undergone such a transformation, it was not bad. One day of cultivation here was equivalent to 100 years or 1,000 years of cultivation in the Morning Star universe. However, they only had the qualifications to stay in the spiritual martial universe for the time being. Other than 1,000,000 slots in an era, which allowed them to cultivate in the spiritual martial universe for 100 billion years, there was another qualification to stay for a short period of time. However, compared to the 1,000,000 quotas for cultivation in an era, the time was much shorter, the highest grade of temporary residence. In other words, one could stay in the spiritual martial universe for 100 million years, the lowest level of temporary accommodation. Furthermore, one could only stay in spiritual martial universe for tens of thousands of years. Each temporary residence requirement not only required a huge amount of resources, but also a huge amount of resources. He also needed to have connections. Thinking about it, again, those native creatures of spiritual martial universe could live in spiritual martial universe for a long time without paying any price. How lucky was that? Psi comparisons really make one angry. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 30 years, 100 years later, the entire spiritual martial universe had expanded by more than 100 times. The area was vast, even the Morning Star universe was nothing compared to it. What was even more terrifying was that the spirit of heaven and earth had directly transformed into a higher level energy. Under the baptism of that energy, the innate potential of the living beings in spiritual martial universe began to slowly rise. Many of Universe Lord, who originally had no hope of becoming a universe god, now had a slight crack, giving them a glimmer of hope. This higher level energy was none other than the strength of origin unique to the origin universe. 100 years had passed, and the spiritual martial universe had finally broken through the Shantian shackles and advanced to the origin universe. Central of the spiritual martial universe, spiritual martial palace. Yang Fann let out a long breath. He had finally transformed the spiritual martial universe into the origin universe. It was truly not an easy task. In this short period of 100 years, Yang Fann felt that compared to the expert of the same level, a tough battle was much more tiring. The gap between the two of them was too huge. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, there was no need to talk about a top-tier universe like the spiritual martial universe. Even a peak-grade origin universe. This was the strength of origin that was given back to the spiritual martial universe. Yang Fann didn't dare to be careless. He couldn't allow himself to exceed the limit of the spiritual martial universe. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the same as allowing the spiritual martial universe to break through. It would be the destruction of the spiritual martial universe. Sometimes, being too strong was also a kind of trouble. 100 years had passed, and the news of the spiritual martial universe's advancement had already spread throughout the Morning Star Alliance. Outside the spiritual martial universe, numerous top-level universe lord and god of the quasi-universe were looking at the spiritual martial universe not far away. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They wished they could directly enter the spiritual martial universe and receive the baptism of the high-grade energy. Helplessness, everything was just wishful thinking. The spiritual martial universe had long been sealed. Apart from the native creatures of the spiritual martial universe, only Lord of Void Cloud and Yang Fann's friends were qualified to enter the spiritual martial universe without any hindrance. If not, even the universe gods of the Alliance would not be able to enter the spiritual martial universe, let alone these quasi-universe gods, Universe Lord. Woo. His Highness is unfair, His Highness is unfair. They are both members of the Alliance. Why do we have to treat him differently? C-2841 Devour Morning Star Chaos Domain, Spiritual Martial Universe. The top-level Universe Lord and quasi-universe gods looked at the expanding spiritual martial universe, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Why didn't I just miss this great opportunity in the spiritual martial universe? In just 100 years, under the baptism of the mysterious energy, the innate potential of the living beings in the spiritual martial universe had risen to a whole new level. This was obviously just the beginning, and it was far from the end. When the spiritual martial universe completed the final advancement, what kind of level would the innate potential of the living beings in the spiritual martial universe reach? His Highness is unfair. His Highness is unfair as a member of the Morning Star Alliance. Why was His Highness so biased? In the center of spiritual martial universe, spiritual martial palace, Yang Fann continued to control his strength, allowing the newly advanced spiritual martial universe to continue advancing towards the intermediate origin universe. He didn't pay any attention to those top-level universe lord warriors outside the universe. The wails and discontentment of the quasi-universe's gods could be heard. A group of petty aphids. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only endure it obediently. Besides, so what if I'm biased? Spiritual martial universe is my true hometown. It is already my greatest mercy that you are able to follow me and provide me with some good fortune. 100 years, 300 years, 1,000 years, 3,000 years, Su. From time to time, streams of Tao light would tear through space and teleport them out of the spiritual martial universe. Ah, no, I'm about to become a god of the quasi-universe. 10 years, at most 10 years. No, I'm not willing. No, Your Highness, please let me stay. After this, no matter how many resources there are, I'm willing to make up for them. Woo. Why did you buy a low-class temporary residence slot back then? Woo. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought an intermediate temporary residence permit even if I had to sell my pot and iron. Some of the universe lord who had only bought a temporary residence permit let out miserable cries. All of them were filled with regret. The great opportunity was right in front of them. The gods of quasi-universe and even the universe gods were within reach, but they just slipped away right under their noses. Was there anything more frustrating than this in this world? At this moment, as long as they could stay in spiritual martial universe, even if it meant exhausting all their belongings, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. In just a few thousand years, the mysterious energy of spiritual martial universe had increased by more than 100 times. Under the baptism of the mysterious energy, they could clearly feel that their divine bodies were undergoing some kind of transformation. Their innate potential were increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In another few thousand years, they would definitely have the potential to break through to the universe god realm. This was definitely the greatest opportunity in their lives. Unfortunately, the cosmic will of spiritual martial universe did not care about face. Once the deadline was up, no matter who you were, no matter how much you cried, begged, you would not be able to escape the fate of being teleported out of the spiritual martial universe. 10,000 years later, Wang, the spiritual martial universe, which had expanded to over 1,000 times larger than the Morning Star universe, suddenly expanded several times faster. Not only that, the strength of origin within it also increased exponentially. After 10,000 years of nourishment, the spiritual martial universe successfully crossed the threshold of the low-grade origin universe and advanced to the intermediate origin universe. Right at this moment, bang, the chaotic crystal wall of the Morning Star Chaos Domain exploded, expanding at a terrifying speed. After the spiritual martial universe broke through to the intermediate origin universe, it finally led the Morning Star Chaos Domain towards the middle-sized Chaos Domain. Buzz. Almost at the same time, a large amount of the innate universe within the Morning Star Chaos Domain, the cosmic crystal wall shattered, and advanced to a higher level. One universe after another was being nurtured, and they were forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost every year, there would be a new universe being nurtured, and the lowest energy level would be an intermediate universe. What exactly is going on? Is our universe expanding? No, that's not right. It's not just our universe, it's all the other universes, all of them are expanding, evolving. Countless experts were shocked. The advancement of the universe was nothing. Many experts had witnessed it with their own eyes, but the expansion of the universe at the same time was unheard of, let alone seeing it. I remember now. Jin advancement. This is the advancement of my Morning Star Chaos Domain. That's right. According to the legends, the Chaos Domain can also advance. Once it advances, all the innate universes in the Chaos Domain will receive the gift of the origin of chaos, allowing them to advance rapidly. Soon, some of the seniors reacted. In the inheritance knowledge of Universe God Puyao, there was an introduction to the advancement of the Chaos Domain. However, there were some details that were unclear. Every time the chaos domain advanced, it would take tens of millions of years, or perhaps even hundreds of millions of eras. Universe God Pu Yao had lived for more than 10 million eras, but he had never encountered one. Gulp gulp, could it be? Could it be that this was also His Royal Highness Yang Fann's handiwork? Hiss. No, it can't be. With his strength alone, he was able to push the entire chaos domain to the next level. Even the legendary top-level Universe God didn't have such a heaven-defying technique. In Universe God Pu Yao's inheritance, they had never heard of any expert that could directly promote the advancement of the chaos domain. Every advancement in the chaos domain depended on the accumulation of a long period of time. However, apart from this explanation, they really couldn't find a second reason. Among the numerous Morning Star Chaos domains in the Morning Star Chaos domain, they could only be considered ordinary. Even the birth of a middle-level Universe God was extremely difficult. There were still a few levels of difference between them in the middle-sized Chaos domain. If they wanted to rely on him to transform and advance, they didn't know how many eras they would need, and it would be impossible for them to do so for the rest of their lives. If the Chaos domain wanted to advance, the accumulation of resources was important, but the era was even more important. If they accumulated enough energy, they would be able to advance successfully. The middle-sized chaos domain wouldn't be so scarce. If they accumulated 10,000 energy small-sized chaos regions, one or two of them would be able to complete the final transformation. That was the limit. What is this? His Royal Highness Yang Fann's cultivation base? Top-level Universe God. Looking at it now, it was simply a joke. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had probably broken through to the top-level Universe God a long time ago. But soon, the group of old fogies couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. The advancement to the Chaos domain was the best time for them to cultivate. Even those top-level Universe Lord and quasi-Universe Gods who were wandering around the vicinity of the spiritual martial universe all returned to their own universe. Although the local universe was far from being comparable to the spiritual martial universe, it was much better than cultivating in the chaos. Especially those king of the universe, who had merged his soul into the universe source and witnessed the transformation of the universe. The benefits he obtained were definitely not much worse than what he had gained in spiritual martial universe. 10,000 years, 30,000 years, 100,000 years, 300,000 years. Very quickly, 800,000 years passed. Tianxuan's chaos domain. If someone were to look from outside the chaos, they would be able to see a big and a small sphere colliding with each other. After 800,000 years of expansion, Morning Star Chaos domain finally encountered the first chaos domain, which was the closest to it, the Tianxuan's chaos domain. The next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. The Tianxuan's chaos domain, which was 100 times smaller than before, exploded like an egg hitting a rock. The Morning Star Chaos domain was a terrifying devouring black hole, crazily devouring the origin of chaos of the Skijade Chaos domain. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The Tianxuan's chaos domain was swiftly dismembered and destroyed. Within it, there were hundreds of millions of universes. Large it was going to be destroyed, and it was going to be the final countdown. Ah, no, how could this be? How could the universe be like this? How could this be? No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. C2842 Large Chaos Realm Tianxuan's Chaos Domain. Poochie poochie, poochie. Countless universes were shattered and destroyed. Ah, no, woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Doomsday, this is Doomsday, save me. Someone save me woo 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 woo. How could this be? How could this be? Scoundrel, just what sort of sin have we committed that actually wants you doing this to us? The trillions of living beings howled in despair. Countless experts were in a frenzied state. They could not believe all of this. There had been no abnormalities before this. How could it be that the end of the universe had arrived in the blink of an eye? They couldn't accept it, they really couldn't accept it. Collapse. Countless experts' minds completely collapsed. The advancement of the Morning Star Chaos Domain was the greatest fortune in their lives compared to the billions of universes in the Morning Star Chaos Domain. Under the baptism of the strength of origin, their talent and potential had increased by at least one level. The living beings in the spiritual martial universe, which was located at the center of the advancement, had increased by several levels. They would be able to become universe gods in the future. However, to a neighboring chaos domain like the Tianxuan, it was undoubtedly a world-destroying disaster. The primal chaos was huge, but it was also small. If the Morning Star Chaos Domain expanded crazily in all directions, it would definitely touch the other nearby Chaos Domain. At that time, there was only one possibility waiting for them, and that was to be devoured and integrated by the Morning Star Chaos Domain. There was absolutely no second possibility. With Yang Fann in charge of the Morning Star Chaos Domain, not to mention a small-sized chaos region like the Xianxia's Chaos Domain, even the middle-sized Chaos Domain would not be able to devour the Morning Star Chaos Domain. And forcefully devouring and merging like this would inevitably lead to the collapse of a large number of universes, causing the people to be plunged into misery and suffering. Morning Star Chaos Domain, Spiritual Martial Universe, Spiritual Martial Palace. Yang Fann had witnessed the miserable situation of Xianxia's Chaos Domain, but he didn't show any intention of saving them. He didn't even raise his eyelids. Yang Fann had already anticipated this scene since the advancement of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. The Xianxia's Chaos Domain was only the beginning. Once the Morning Star Chaos Domain's advancement and transformation were complete, the number of Chaos Domain that would be devoured by it would be thousands, or even tens of thousands. This was also because the Morning Star Chaos Domain was located in a remote area. There were almost not many Chaos Domain. If it was located in the center of the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, the number of Chaos Domain would increase by tenfold, 100 times, or even more. One should know that the Morning Star Chaos Domain didn't just want to advance to the middle-sized Chaos Domain, it also wanted to advance to the large-sized Chaos Domain in one go. Like the Gukang Chaos Domain, it had occupied nearly a whole level of the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. This was a huge test for the living beings of the Chaos Domain. If they wanted the living beings of the small-sized Chaos region to become the living beings of the large-sized Chaos Domain, they would have to jump through the Dragon Gate like a carp. In the future, Universe Lord, and even the Universe God, how could they not have a price to pay? In any case, the Morning Star Alliance had Universe Gods in the Xianxian, Chaos Domain, and other sub-leagues. It wouldn't be difficult for them to protect the sub-league. As for the other living beings, to be honest, no matter how many of them died, Yang Fann wouldn't frown. It wasn't that Yang Fann was cold and heartless, but because he had seen too many things, he naturally didn't care about them. It was like in the beginning, he would pity those living beings in the little world. He would only devour the expert inside, while the other acquired life would move into his inner world. But now, the quasi-paragon that he had devoured was as vast as the primal chaos in his inner world. It wasn't any weaker than some of the large-sized Chaos Circle. There were millions of living beings inside, which was more than 10 million times greater than the number of living beings in the Xianxia's Chaos Domain. However, Yang Fann didn't just devour them as he wished, he didn't hesitate at all. This was the inevitable process of growth. It was impossible for humans to be affected by the loss of some ants. In Yang Fann's mind, apart from his friends and family, or other experts of the same level, the rest of the people were just lowly ants. Weakness was the original sin. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. If they had enough strength, they wouldn't need to fight Yang Fann. As long as they were top-level Universe Lord, they would be able to protect a part of the universe. In this chaotic great calamity, not only would it not be a disaster, they would also be able to obtain great fortune and become a Universe God in the future. Even if he was only an intermediate, or even a low-level Universe Lord, he wouldn't be able to protect the entire universe. However, he would be able to protect a big world and his friends and family. At that time, not only would the great chaotic destruction not be a dangerous place, it would also be the greatest opportunity in their lives. The Chaos Domain of Xianxian. Theseus's Chaos Domain. Black Demon Chaos Domain. Radiance Chaos Domain. Radiance Chaos Domain. Green Spirit Chaos Domain. Fengyuan Chaos Domain. Vegetation Chaos Domain. In less than 10,000 years, the 63 small-sized chaos region in the chaotic region where the Morning Star Chaos Domain was located were all forcefully devoured by the Morning Star Chaos Domain, becoming a part of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. At this point, the Morning Star Chaos Domain had successfully transformed into a middle-sized Chaos Domain. However, the expansion of the Morning Star Chaos Domain did not stop there. However, under Yang Fann's intentional control, the Morning Star Chaos Domain did not expand towards the direction of the Gukang Chaos Domain. Instead, it expanded in the opposite direction. It was not a good thing for the two large-sized Chaos Domain to be too close to each other. If they were not in a good position to clash with the Gukang Chaos Domain, it would be a huge disaster for the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. When two tigers fought, one would be injured. With Yang Fann's protection, nothing would happen to the Morning Star Chaos Domain. In the end, the Morning Star Chaos Domain would definitely devour the Gukang Chaos Domain by force. As the naturally nurtured large-sized Chaos Domain of Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, it could be said that the Gukang Chaos Domain was the foundation of Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. Once it was forcefully devoured by the Morning Star Chaos Domain, not only would it not increase the limit of its longevity, it would instead increase its speed and step into destruction. This was not something Yang Fann wanted to see. He did not lack that bit of origin of chaos. Just a little bit of energy would be enough to complete the transformation of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. 1,000,000 years, 3,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, 30,000,000 years, 100,000,000 years, 150,000,000 years later, the Morning Star Chaos Domain had finally reached the critical point of the large-sized Chaos Domain. The spatial zone was so vast that it was almost 1/10 of the size of the Gukang Chaos Domain. In the vast Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, apart from the Gukang Chaos Domain, there was no other Chaos Domain that could be compared to it. At this moment, the spiritual martial universe had also touched the threshold of the top-grade origin universe. The strength of origin in it was far from what those overlords of the Gukang Chaos Domain could compare with. It was completely the same as the heavens. The other was on the ground, not to mention the intermediate. A low-level Chaos God was only a matter of time. There was even a chance of giving birth to a top-level Chaos God. Rumble, rumble, numerous extremely pure power of Chaos Gods, like true dragons of the 9 heavens, surged out from Yang Fann's body. Through the soul duplicate, they merged into the spiritual martial universe's origin space, causing the spiritual martial universe to launch its final charge towards the top tier of the origin universe. Soon, in 1,000,000 years, in at most 1,000,000 years, the spiritual martial universe will advance to the top tier of the origin universe. At that time, the Morning Star Chaos Domain will also complete its final transformation and advance to the large-sized Chaos Domain. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, very quickly, 860,000 years quietly passed. Om, om, om. Suddenly, the entire Jiu Kang Chaos Circle started shaking. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The chaotic crystal wall cracked and shattered. The Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, which had not grown for hundreds of millions of eras, was like an inflated balloon, expanding once again. Gukang Chaos Domain. Boom boom boom. The terrifying pressure of great perfection quasi-Chaos God and even the Chaos God. They rose from the universe in the ancestral land, like peerless ferocious gods awakening from their deep slumber. Ah, am I seeing things? The Chaos Circle is actually expanding. Hiss. This speed, it can't be wrong. This is the birth of a new large-sized Chaos Domain. Right, there must be a new Chaos Domain that has been upgraded to the large-sized Chaos Domain. Ha ha ha, opportunities. This is my chance. Whether I can take that step and ascend to the Chaos God realm will depend on this. Someone come spread the message to the Oracle, mobilize the entire clan to search for chaos and find that large-sized Chaos Domain. Boys, the chance for my clan to rise has come. No matter what, you have to find that large-sized Chaos Domain for me. C2843 Heavenflow Gukang Chaos Domain. Boom boom boom. Terrifying auras that caused top-level universe god warriors to feel despair rose from all the secret realms and ancestral lands, sweeping across all directions. Poochie 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 poochie. Large patches of voids were directly crushed into slag. It was as if the heavenly Duke was furious, and the gods were roaring. Countless living beings bent their knees, knelt on the ground, and prayed devoutly. The ancient existences that had been closed for countless eras slowly opened their eyes and broke out of their seclusion. Their eyes burned with passion, flickering with indescribable greed. This was especially true of great perfection quasi-Chaos God, who was even more excited than before. There was only one possibility for the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle to suddenly expand, and that was that a certain middle-sized Chaos Domain had successfully broken through its shackles and advanced into the large-sized Chaos Domain, causing the origin of chaos in the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle to greatly increase. However, a newly advanced large-sized Chaos Domain was different from the Gukang Chaos Domain. The resources in it were all divided up. If one wanted to advance to the Chaotic God realm, there was only a slight possibility of advancing to the Chaotic God realm, and there was almost no hope for anyone other than those hegemonic powers. It was a completely unexplored land of women. The resources in it could at least allow dozens of great perfection quasi-chaos god to take the last step and advance to the chaos god realm. As for the local powers in large-sized chaos domain, they had long since forgotten about them. What kind of expert could a newly advanced large-sized chaos domain have? At most, it could only have a few top-level universe god warriors. Even if they used the help of the chaos domain to break through, they would still be baptized by the origin of chaos and their cultivation base would improve tremendously. It would be their limit to give birth to a few quasi-chaos god warriors. As for those quasi-chaos god warriors who had yet to master the quasi-chaos god skill and had no foundation, how could they put them in their eyes? As long as they found the large-sized chaos domain, the natives within it would be at their mercy. Fast they had to be fast. Whoever found the large-sized chaos domain first would be the first to take the initiative and obtain the greatest benefits. The chance to become a chaos god would increase by at least 5 levels. It could not be said to be a certainty, but it was not much different either. Su. Countless streams of light rose up from the various top-class universes, quickly tearing through space and disappearing into the boundless primal chaos. At this moment, the entire Gukang chaos domain seemed to be operating crazily. A large number of high-grade top-level universe god were sent out. All the major powers with quasi-chaos god and even the chaos god were doing their best to find the whereabouts of the large-sized chaos domain. Even the high and mighty chaos god was mobilized. A newly advanced large-sized chaos domain was the last hope for great perfection quasi-chaos god and the chaos god. It was also the key to their advancement. Just by relying on the Gukang chaos domain alone, even if they cultivated for millions of years, it would still be hard for them to make any breakthroughs. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many chaos gods who would leave the Gukang chaos circle and travel around the other chaotic circles. Very quickly, 1,000,000 years passed. However, to the disappointment of the major powers, the large-sized chaos domain seemed to not exist at all, and there was no news of it. The distance between the Morning Star Chaos Domain and the Gukang Chaos Domain was just too far, and there wasn't a single connection between them and the Gukang Chaos Domain. Back then, Yang Fann had dominated the Gukang Chaos Domain, but he hadn't revealed his true identity. He didn't want those evil remnants to take revenge on him. Although he had killed most of the enemies from the Wei family, he still managed to leave some of them alive. Not all of these major powers had left their experts in their old nest. Many of them were traveling in other universes and other places in the Chaos Domain. They had accumulated a lot of resources, hoping that their cultivation base could advance a step further. With the weak strength of the Morning Star Alliance, even if they had the geographical advantage, there were no void quasi-chaos god warriors in the Morning Star Alliance, and all of them were top-level universe god warriors. Any high-level universe god could easily defeat them. As for his soul duplicate, it was restricted by the spiritual martial universe, so it was difficult for him to leave the spiritual martial universe. At most, he could protect the spiritual martial universe for hundreds of millions of light-years. Of course, there were no major powers that had thought about the direction of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. That was the border of the Gukang Chaos Circle. The primal strength of origin was extremely thin, so it was almost impossible for it to give birth to the middle-sized Chaos Domain. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the middle-sized Chaos Domain, it would still be the lowest grade of the middle-sized Chaos Domain. There was no possibility of him breaking through to the large-sized Chaos Domain. In order to break through to the large-sized Chaos Domain, only the middle-sized Chaos Domain located in the center of the Gukang Chaos Circle, like the Gukang Chaos Domain, would have a glimmer of hope. However, what disappointed them was that even after they searched the entire middle-sized Chaos Domain, they still didn't find any signs of advancement in the Chaos Domain. No matter how hard they racked their brains, none of them would have thought of this. A mere small chaos circle like theirs would give birth to a monster expert like Yang Fann, and it was only by itself that they were able to push a small-sized chaos region forward. In less than 200 million years, he had completed his transformation and advanced to the large-sized Chaos Domain. Not to mention the Chaos God, even the legendary Chaos God King might not be able to possess such a terrifying power. Another 1,000,000 years passed. Many powers started to doubt if the old ancestor and the others had made a mistake. Was there really a middle-sized Chaos Domain that had broken through to the large-sized Chaos Domain? In the past 2,000,000 years, they had searched the entire center of the Gukang Chaos Circle. They had found all the middle-sized Chaos Domain, including those that had just broken through not long ago. In the end, they still found nothing. Not to mention the large-sized chaos domain, they hadn't even seen his shadow. No, could it be that the newly advanced large-sized chaos domain isn't even in the center of the Jiyu Kang chaos circle? Astonishingly, a thought emerged in the mind of many quasi-chaos god experts. But was this possible? After leaving the center of the chaotic circle, breaking through to the middle-sized chaos domain was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone the large-sized chaos domain. With that thin origin of chaos, even if it was accumulated to the great nirvana of the chaos circle, it would still be impossible to accumulate enough origin of chaos to advance to the next realm. However, the expansion of the chaos circle was an indisputable fact. The Jiyu Kang chaos circle had been born for nearly 300 million eras. It had already transcended the growth period and entered the maturity period. Unless a new large-sized chaos domain was born and the chaos circle was upgraded, it might not even be able to expand by 10 million light years. But now, in a short period of 2 million years, the entire Jiyu Kang chaos circle had swelled up and extended to more than 1 trillion light years. With doubts in their hearts, the group of old ancestors and chaos gods began to advance towards the border of the Jiyu Kang chaos circle. 3. They were not afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid of 10,000. What if a miracle really happened? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they couldn't let it go. 300,000 years later. Spiritual Martial Universe, Spiritual Martial Palace. Buzz. A flash of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. I can't believe we found this place so quickly. The advancement of the Morning Star Chaos Domain to the large-sized Chaos Domain had caused the energy level of the Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle to rise. That movement could be hidden from the higher grade and top-level Universe God, but it definitely could not be hidden from those Chaos Gods. The Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle was only so big. Those Chaos Gods and Quasi-Chaos God in the Gukang Chaos Domain had come looking for them. That was only a matter of time. However, he didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. In just 2,300,000 years, an expert had already discovered the Morning Star Chaos Domain. One should know that even a middle-level Chaos God like the ancient Blue Chaos God would need at least 10,000 years to arrive at the Morning Star Chaos Domain after knowing the coordinates of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. Besides, those low-level Chaos God warriors didn't have accurate coordinates. It was almost impossible for them to reach the Morning Star Chaos Domain in a short period of 2 million and 3 million years. Morning Star Chaos Domain, 10,000 light years away. A man stood in the midst of the chaos. It was difficult for the chaotic airflow around him to enter a place that was 1,000 feet away from him. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking everything. This was a young man who wore a Taoist robe and a star crown. The aura around him was profound and mysterious. Sometimes, he was strong, sometimes weak. Sometimes, he was weak like a mortal who didn't know any cultivation path. At the same time, he terrified great perfection quasi-chaos God and made him unable to figure it out. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky of the universe. It was as if there was an infinite great Tao flashing and disappearing within them. With just one look, it seemed to be explaining the ultimate truth of the universe, the chaos great Tao. Dallard Selesky, the number 1 rogue cultivator in Gukang Chaos Domain, extreme chaos god. He possessed the divination art of heaven's birth and was unrivaled under the heavens. Such a good large-sized chaos domain. Good, I didn't hesitate to use my strength of origin to forcefully calculate it. C2844 Intruder's Dead Morning Star Chaos Domain, 10,000 light years away. Dallard Selesky's expression was excited, and his eyes were filled with burning desire and greed. This large-sized chaos domain had far exceeded his imagination. It was even bigger than the Gukang Chaos Domain, and it hadn't even reached his limit yet. It was still expanding at a terrifying speed. If it wasn't for the expansion of the Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle 2 million and 300,000 years ago, he wouldn't have dared to believe that this was a newly advanced large-sized chaos domain. Normally speaking, it was the limit for a newly advanced large-sized chaos domain to be half the size of the Gukang Chaos Domain. After hundreds of millions of eras of growth, it would be possible to compare with the Gukang Chaos Domain. This large-sized chaos domain was a huge miracle. He had no idea how vast it would be if he could complete his advancement. How rich would the resources in it be? I didn't waste a million eras of cultivation to forcefully calculate the whereabouts of this large-sized chaos domain. Even if I had to pay several times, or even a dozen times, it would still be worth it at this moment. Lord Selesky seemed to have seen middle-level Chaos God waving at him. As the first Chaos God to discover this large-sized Chaos domain, it was not impossible for him to seize the greatest benefits of this large-sized Chaos domain, or even surpass the ancient Blue Chaos God, the number one person in the Gukang Chaos domain. Nearly 600,000 eras ago, Yang Fann had killed 2 overlords in a row. Dozens of Chaos Gods had shaken the entire Gukang Chaos domain. In the eyes of most expert, Yang Fann had successfully replaced the ancient Blue Chaos God. He had become the new number one person in the Gukang Chaos domain, but there were still many experts who had some doubts about this. After all, Yang Fann hadn't really fought the ancient Blue Chaos God, and Yang Fann had left Gukang Chaos domain very quickly. There had never been any great achievements in hundreds of thousands of eras. In their hearts, the Chaos God of Ancient Blue was still the number one person in the Gukang Chaos domain. And Lord Selesky was one of them. The Ancient Blue Chaos God knew very well that he was far from being a match for that monster, Yang Fann. The two of them were like heaven and earth. If Yang Fann wanted to suppress him, he would have to do it with a wave of his hand. This was even hundreds of thousands of eras ago. As for how far that monster had grown, it was not something that he could recklessly estimate. It could not be said that he could crush him with just a finger. However, the ancient Blue Chaos God did not have any self-abuse tendencies. This sort of self-destruction of his reputation, how could it be spread everywhere? It was fine as long as he was clear about some things. As for the others, he might as well forget about them. Unwittingly, Lord Selesky began to fantasize endlessly. If he really became the third middle-level Chaos God in Gukang Chaos Circle, would he also establish a force? Or would he create a god race to play with? Right at this moment, the space in front of Lord Selesky distorted, and a man appeared out of thin air. This was a young man in his early 20s. He wore a light blue robe, and his eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his eyes were like stars. He had an extraordinary bearing, and his spine was straight. It seemed as if there was a divine spear hidden within his body that could pierce through the sky and support the heaven and earth. The newcomer was none other than one of Yang Fann's servants, Xianxia. The advancement of the Morning Star Chaos domain to the large-sized Chaos domain would surely attract the attention of those quasi-Chaos God warriors from the Gukang Chaos domain, the Chaos Gods. However, Yang Fann didn't take this matter too seriously. He just handed it over to Xianxia and the other servants. They were just a bunch of ants with the highest middle-level Chaos God cultivation base. Xianxia and the others were more than enough to get rid of them. Who are you? Lord Selesky's heart skipped a beat. His gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. The sudden appearance of this blue-robed youth gave him a vague feeling that he was facing the ancient Blue Chaos God. Moreover, the fact that this young man could appear in front of him without making a sound indicated that this young man's strength was absolutely above extreme Chaos Gods. Even if he wasn't a true middle-level Chaos God, he wouldn't be much weaker. When did our Gukang Chaos Circle produce such an ultimate expert? One should know that he had lived for hundreds of millions of eras. He basically knew all the Chaos Gods in the Gukang Chaos Circle. There wasn't such a figure amongst them. You don't have the right to know who I am. Xianxia looked down at Lord Selesky from above. His voice was high and mighty, totally not putting Lord Selesky, the number one rogue cultivator in Gukang Chaos domain, in his eyes. In the mortal world, there was a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister, let alone Yang Fann's servants. Not to mention his cultivation base, it was far above Lord Selesky's. Even if he was not as good as Lord Selesky, he wouldn't put such a small chaos ring in his heart. In the inner chaos, they had seen many high-grade and top-level Chaos God warriors, but they had seen them. Each and every one of them had to lower their heads, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Nearly 600,000 eras had passed. As Yang Fann's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, he had broken through to the great perfection quasi-God King, and the shackles of the Hautian realm had greatly increased. The high-grade and top-level Chaos God warriors had long since filled the ground. Those monster geniuses with God King's potential had basically all broken through to the top-level Chaos God, and many of them had even broken through to the extreme top-level Chaos God. Once Yang Fann, a creation god, broke through to the Chaos God King realm, they would be able to break through to the quasi-Chaos God King realm. Currently, in the chaos of Yang Fann's inner world, other than the Yang family, Luo family, Qin family and the Eastern family, most of the major powers were led by acquired life. The Shantian living beings that Yang Fann brought from great world of spiritual martial arts had gradually retreated behind the scenes, and were gradually unable to keep up with the footsteps of those acquired life. Although the inner chaos had been constantly expanding and expanding, it had given birth to countless natural treasures. However, there were still very few natural treasures with God King's potential. In the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, God King's potential elixir was the lowest grade. He needed 500 million Dao Palace God Kings, and it wasn't difficult to tell how precious God King's potential elixirs were. In addition, most of God King's potential elixirs would be plundered by Yang Fann's will in advance. It was used to increase the potential of his family and friends, causing God King's potential elixirs to be left outside. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could be counted on one's fingers. Without sufficient potential elixir, the potential of those innate spiritual talents would be limited. Currently, only 1 in 100 million could break through to the Universe God stage, let alone top-level Chaos God. The number of acquired lives that could break through to the Chaos God realm was less than 100% of acquired lives. It was only a matter of time before the innate spiritual beings fell and left the stage. Once Yang Fann broke through to the intermediate or even the high-level Chaos God King, it would be time for those innate spirits to fall behind the scenes. Unless Yang Fann was willing to waste his source energy to nurture God King's potential elixir and increase the potential of those innate creatures. However, this was obviously impossible. Even for the relatives of the Yang family, Luo family, and the others, Yang Fann's care was limited. He only plundered some natural God Kings to nurture God King's potential elixir for them to use. Basically, they were all low-level God King potential elixirs that were useless to their parents. Not to mention these outsiders. There was no such thing as Yang Fann. The great world of spiritual martial arts, which wasn't even in the little world, had existed for trillions of years. Unlike now, each and every one of them had become a universe god, or even a chaos god. What? Lord Selesky's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe his ears. He was one of the top 20 expert in the Gukang Chaos domain, and Extreme Chaos God was the ancient blue chaotic god. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't dare to offend him. As for the other Extreme Chaos God, he was also tied up by the other major powers. As for Lord Selesky, he was just a rogue cultivator. Apart from some children and maids, he had nothing to worry about. If he really offended Lord Selesky, it would be extremely dangerous. Compared to some quasi-middle-level Chaos God, he was even more dangerous. For to put it bluntly, all the major powers would rather offend a quasi-middle-level Chaos God than offend Lord Selesky. Since when had they been looked down upon like this? He wasn't qualified to know his name. Who did he think he was? The legendary high-level Chaos God. The next second, an unknown flame started burning in Lord Selesky's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of this man's powerful strength, he would definitely let this man know what it meant to bring disaster upon himself. Sir, there is no one in the Gu Kang Chaos Circle that I don't have the right to know. A frog at the bottom of a well, what a joke! A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Sha Rui's mouth. Sir, you have gone too far. Although I am not a match for you, I'm not someone who can be easily bullied. A hint of anger flashed across Lord Selesky's eyes. Extreme Chaos God's terrifying chi rose with him as the center. Did he really think that Lord Selesky didn't have a temper when he mocked him again and again? So what if this mysterious man was a middle-level Chaos God? Lord Selesky wasn't afraid of him. He couldn't defeat him. However, he was determined to leave, so there was no problem for him. Don't know what you're talking about, Sha Rui sneered. A trace of impatience flashed across his eyes as he warned, intruders from the Morning Star Chaos domain. DC 2845 Heaven and Earth were Saturn Morning Star Chaos domain, 10,000 light-years away. The cold shine in Sha Rui's eyes flashed. He was too lazy to waste any more time talking to Lord Selesky, and directly told him the bottom line that his master, Yang Fann, had given him. This was also the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. These quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods were considered half of his hometown. Yang Fann would only give them a chance. Otherwise, if the other expert in the Chaos Circle dared to plot against the Morning Star Chaos domain, they wouldn't have given any warning. They would have just ordered Sha Rui and the others to kill the intruders. A group of ants dared to covet his hometown. They really didn't know what death was. However, When these words fell into Dallard Selesky's ears, it had another meaning. Dallard Selesky's eyes widened. He was so angry that one Buddha was born, and two Buddhas were born. This chaotic god that came out of nowhere was a little too overbearing. Anyone who stepped into the realm of 10,000 years would die. Who did he think he was? He might not even be a middle-level chaos god. Even if he was really a middle-level chaos god, he still wasn't qualified to take Dallard Selesky's life. Sir, if you want to eat all by yourself, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Dallard Selesky smiled coldly. This large-sized chaos domain was the key for him to break through to the quasi-middle-level chaos god, or even the middle-level chaos god. No matter what, he would never give up just like this. Once he missed it, he would have to wait for countless large-sized chaos domains if he wanted to meet another newly advanced large-sized chaos domain. In fact, the possibility of that happening was still unknown. The Gu Kang Chaos Circle was just the lowest grade, the small chaos circle. Its resources were limited. It was unknown what kind of dog luck it had to give birth to the second large-sized chaos domain. The third large-sized chaos domain, to be honest, Dallard Selesky really didn't think so highly of it. Besides, even if the third large-sized chaos domain was really born in the Gukang chaos domain, how could it be compared to the current large-sized chaos domain? Before the advancement was completed, the scale had already surpassed the Gukang chaos domain. This energy grade was not considered low among the many small chaos circles in the large-sized chaos domain. Once the transformation was completed and it entered the mature stage, it was very likely that it would become a high-energy grade large-sized chaos domain. While they were talking, Dallard Selesky took a step forward and entered the Morning Star chaos domain, which was 10,000 light-years away. Furthermore, he didn't stop walking. He continued walking towards the Morning Star chaos domain, as if he was about to step into the Morning Star chaos domain. Not only do I have to enter the place that is 10,000 light-years away from me, I also want to enter the large-sized chaos domain. I want to see what kind of abilities you have to be able to kill me. With his divine ability, even if the middle-rank middle-level chaos god wanted to keep him, it would be extremely difficult for him to leave. Unless it was the expert above high-rank middle-level chaos gods, could the person in front of him be the expert above high-rank middle-level chaos gods? But was this possible? The aura given by the person in front of him was much weaker than that of the ancient blue chaotic god. At most, it was just a low-rank middle-level chaos god. At most, he would be defeated. It was absolutely impossible to truly threaten his life. Stubborn then die for me. Sha Rui's eyes flashed with killing intent. It was like the high and mighty great Tao had decreed Dallard Selesky's fate. As an old man who was born in great world of spiritual martial arts, Morning Star Chaos Domain was not only the hometown of Yang Fann, but also Sha Rui's hometown. If he didn't listen to his advice and still dared to plot against the Morning Star Chaos Domain, he would only die. If it wasn't for his master's order, he wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with this aphid worm. He would have attacked long ago and sent this ant on his way. If you want me to die, don't be afraid that the wind will blow your tongue. A hint of disdain flashed across Dallard Selesky's eyes. He didn't take Sha Rui's words seriously at all. If Dallard Selesky's life was so easy to take, he would have died countless times already. Aphids, I hope you can still be so stubborn later. The next second, boom! Sha Rui no longer suppressed his aura. He was like a peerless ferocious god that had awoken from its deep slumber. A terrifying and invincible pressure was crushing down on Dallard Selesky. Dallard Selesky was right. Sha Rui only had low-rank middle-level chaos god's cultivation base. In terms of cultivation base, he was much weaker than the ancient Azure chaotic god who had stepped into the middle-rank middle-level chaos god. However, cultivation base did not represent combat strength. As Yang Fann's personal guard and a disciple who was cultivating in the Heavenly Pillar Divine Mountain, which was comparable to the 7th grade Divine Mountain of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, how could Sha Rui's foundation be compared to the ancient blue chaotic god? A rogue cultivator like the ancient blue chaotic god could be compared to him. A middle-level chaos god with a low-grade and small-scale chaos circle like the ancient blue chaotic god was definitely the weakest among all chaos gods of the same level. Whether it was their foundation or potential, they were far from being able to compare with those middle-level chaos god from the large-sized chaos circle. To put it bluntly, even in a low-grade large-sized chaos circle like the Star Dragon Chaos Circle, the quasi-middle rank middle-level Chaos God of the ancient blue Chaos God might not be able to defeat a newly advanced quasi-middle level Chaos God. As for Sha Rui, even if he was in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, with the same cultivation base, most of the intermediate disciples might not be a match for him. Only a small number of intermediate disciples could be a match for him. Anyone who could become an intermediate disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was the Heaven's Pride evildoer of the large-sized Chaos domain. Challenging someone with a higher cultivation base than him was just a piece of cake. Ah, not good. This pressure. Dallard Selesky's expression changed. An extremely ominous universe swept across his heart. This pressure was thousands of times more terrifying than the ancient blue Chaos God. Bitchit, how could this be? A wave of regret surged into his mind. This time, I'm afraid I'm really wrong. This madman, he's not lying, he really has the power to kill me. Lowly aphids, die for me divine ability. Yin-Yang sword kill. Sha Rui did not show any mercy in this strike. He used the middle-level Chaos God skill he had practiced, Yin-Yang sword kill. He had already warned this aphid insect before, but it was still reckless to barge in. Who could be blamed for that? Hong Long. Two brilliant sword lights burst out from Sha Rui's body. One was black and the other was white. The other was yin, and the other was yang. Each sword light was no weaker than the full power of a peak middle-level Chaos God. The two swords combined into one, and the power was 10 times, 100 times stronger. Even an extreme middle-level Chaos God would suffer a great loss if he wasn't protected by the middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact. Ah, no, how could this be? This power. Dallard Selesky's pupils shrunk. Apart from fear, his eyes were filled with fear. Under the yin and yang sword light, he could truly feel the danger of death. Vaguely, there seemed to be a voice that kept ringing in his ears. He would die if this sword strike landed on him. He would really die. There was absolutely no second possibility. No, spare my life, please spare my life, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Scared Dallard Selesky was completely scared. After cultivating bitterly for hundreds of millions of eras and experiencing countless dangers, he had finally attained the Chaos God realm. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. It's too late to beg for mercy now. With a cold smile, Sha Rui remained unmoved. The yin-yang divine sword was killing everything in its path. No. Ah. Poof. Heaven amplification plate. Block it for me. Buzz. A chaotic divine light rose from Dallard Selesky's body and turned into a huge disc that looked like a huge round shield, protecting Dallard Selesky's body. The heaven amplification plate was a low-grade low-level Chaos God weapon. Dallard Selesky's lifeblood divine artifact was also the only low-level Chaos God weapon in Dallard Selesky's hand. Adding Dallard Selesky's origin divine blood, its power was comparable to an intermediate low-level Chaos God weapon, and it was enough to defend against the attack of a quasi-middle rank middle-level Chaos God like the ancient blue chaotic god. Unfortunately, the one he encountered was Sha Rui, who was strong enough to fight an extreme middle-level Chaos God warrior. In less than a breath's time, Poochie. The heaven amplification plate was directly minced into pieces by the yin-yang sword light. Ah, no, I'm not willing, I shouldn't have come. Endless regret engulfed Dallard Selesky's soul. He really shouldn't have coveted this large-sized chaos domain. Compared to his own life, any amount of resources was useless. Ard flower life, I will use the soul as a sacrifice to curse you. I will curse you to die a horrible death. Gukang Chaos Domain. Rumble. Suddenly, the weather changed. More than half of the Chaos Domain was covered in blood clouds, causing one's hair to stand on end. Tap, 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 tap. Soon, a rain of blood poured down. It was as if the heavens and earth were weeping in grief. An inexplicable sorrow surged into the hearts of tens of thousands of spirits. Ah, what exactly is going on? The heavens and earth share the same sorrow, perishing. He died. This is the fall of a chaos god. Heavens. Dallard Selesky, it's Dallard Selesky. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? C-2847 gods descended Gukang Chaos Domain, within a glorious divine palace. Ancient Blue's words caused the hearts of the chaos gods to sink. That's right, even if they didn't take the initiative to attack, would the chaos god in large-sized chaos domain let them go? One mountain couldn't hold two tigers. Under the two large-sized chaos domain, the higher heavens were already at odds with each other. The energy level of the large-sized chaos domain is far above our Gukang Chaos Domain. Now that it is undergoing a transformation, we still have a chance. Once he finishes his final transformation and allows those chaos gods to digest the resources within, at that time, we will have a chance. Ancient blue chaotic world. The primal chaos god didn't continue, but the meaning behind his words was obvious. Now that the chaos god was in the middle of his transformation, they still had hope of winning if they gathered all their strength. However, if they waited until the chaos gods digested what they had gained from their advancement, the outcome of the battle would be reversed, and the outcome would be several times greater. It was even possible to imagine how many chaos gods could be piled up with resources that were more than 10 times greater than the resources in Gukang Chaos Domain. Furthermore, there was low-rank middle-level chaos god in the chaos domain now. He would definitely be able to produce even more middle-level chaos god, intermediate, and high-rank middle-level chaos god. At that time, even if they relied on the terrain, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for them. They hoped that low-rank middle-level chaos god didn't have any ill intentions, and that he would be willing to live in peace with them, and that he wouldn't have any designs on their Gukang Chaos Domain. They were not like hair-raising boy, who had just come out to mingle with others. How could they have such naive thoughts? The Gu Kang Chaos Circle was huge, and compared to those universe gods, it was vast and boundless. However, to these chaos gods, it was just a slightly bigger lake. If there was a large-sized chaos domain that was far weaker than their Gukang Chaos Domain, they would never let go of this piece of meat that was right in front of their mouths. Just like before, they had just realized that the Chaos Circle was expanding. With the advancement of the middle-sized Chaos Domain into the large-sized Chaos Domain, what they wanted to do was to suppress the local powers and plunder a huge amount of resources from it, making it their food for the advancement of their race. Peace and harmony. The first condition was that both parties had equal strength. Even if there was a gap, it was definitely not that obvious. Otherwise, the weak could only be swallowed up by the expert. This was the eternal truth. Alright, Lord Ancient Blue, our Divine Horn clan agrees to this battle. Lord Ancient Blue, our Netherdevil clan is willing to participate. Lord Ancient Blue, our Four-Eyed Sky clan is willing to participate. Lord Ancient Blue, our Six-Armed God race is willing to participate. After pondering for a while, the Chaos Gods all agreed. This war was inevitable. It was not something that they could avoid just because they were unwilling. However, how should we allocate the resources inside? Soon, the voice of a Chaos God attracted everyone's attention. Yes, the allocation of resources was a huge problem. They couldn't just let them work for nothing, could they? If that was the case, they might as well not fight. Even if the Chaos God of large-sized Chaos Domain wanted to launch a counterattack on their Gukang Chaos Domain, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Furthermore, if they really wanted to deal with the Gukang Chaos Domain, the 10 overlords would be the ones to bear the brunt of it. Everyone can rest assured about this. We will never let you suffer any losses, and we will also gain a lot of benefits. It is up to you to decide how much effort you have put in. A low-level Chaos God might be able to obtain a certain amount of resources. Middle-ranked Chaos God, double the amount. High-ranked Chaos God would double again, and so on. 32 Quasi-middle-level Chaos God. Middle-level Chaos God, 64. What do you all think? The ancient blue chaotic god spoke slowly. They had long considered this point. What kind of opponent would counterattack? It was all fake. There was a huge amount of resources in the large-sized Chaos Domain. This was the biggest temptation. Ancient Blue Chaos God added, furthermore, even if someone dies, we can still sign a Great Tao Divine contract. His resources will definitely be handed over to the descendants of his clan in perfect condition. This had completely removed the worries of the Chaos Gods. Their strength was not weak, and they were able to produce middle-level Chaos God warriors. There must be quite a number of low-level Chaos God warriors. If they were able to win, they would have to pay a hefty price, and casualties were unavoidable. No one could guarantee that they would be able to survive until the end. If he died, he would become someone else's possession. No one would dare to fight with all their heart. Most likely, they would try their best to protect themselves, so as to not let others benefit in vain. Alright, Lord Ancient Blue, if that's the case, I have no objections. It's fair. Whichever clan contributes more, they will obtain even more resources. Alright, there's no time to lose. I'll give everyone a month to prepare. We'll set off in a month's time. As soon as the Great Tao Divine contract was signed, the ancient blue Chaos God immediately urged them. The large-sized chaos domain was still in the process of transformation. The cultivation base of the chaos god in the large-sized chaos domain could be said to be increasing at every moment. The longer they dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Moreover, if they took down the large-sized chaos domain as soon as possible, they would be able to catch the last train of the metamorphosis. The middle-sized chaos domain was transforming the large-sized chaos domain. The Great Tao was manifesting, and it was the easiest time for them to gain enlightenment. The other chaos gods also understood this point, and no one raised any objections. 1 month later, Su, the most powerful flying divine artifact in the ancient blue chaos god's hand, the primitive warship, transformed into a stream of light that tore through the skies. Within it, there were many top combat forces in the 9th level of the Gukang Chaos domain. Not only did the ancient blue chaos god and the other 177 chaos gods gathered, there were also 214 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. None of these invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god was a match for a low-level chaos god. However, the combined strength of these two was more than enough to fight a low-grade chaos god. In the end, the decision was made. Every invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. Both of them represented half of the resources allocated to them. In order to take down the large-sized chaos domain in one fell swoop, the ancient blue chaos god and the others had mobilized all the high-end combat strength they could. As for the ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god, or any other quasi-chaos god, none of the major powers had brought anyone with them. The war between the chaos gods was not something these aphids could participate in. Even the ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god could not withstand the attack of a low-level chaos god. Bringing them along was of no use other than dragging them down. Good ancient blue chaos god and the others have already set off, Hua Sheng. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Lord Selesky's external incarnation's eyes were red, filled with madness and enmities. He didn't follow the ancient blue chaos god and the others to Morning Star Chaos domain. When the time came, if the ancient blue chaos god and the others knew who their opponent was. It was a high and even top-grade middle-level chaos god, the ancient blue chaos god and the others. The first person they wanted to kill was probably him, Lord Selesky. With such a powerful expert, even if all of them combined their strength, the outcome would still be a draw. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they would still suffer heavy losses. It was very likely that they would lose in less than a tenth of the battle. If there were any other chaos gods, this Lord Selesky was simply setting them up to die. The primitive warship's speed was 100 times faster than before. Lord Selesky did not stop there. He also had the precise coordinates provided by Lord Selesky. Less than 12,000 years had passed. A huge chaos domain appeared 10 billion light-years away from the primitive warship. Ah, what a huge large-sized chaos domain. Lord Selesky really didn't lie to us. This energy level is far beyond what our Gukang chaos domain can compare with. Hiss. It's still in the process of evolving. If it's completed its final transformation, I'm afraid this large-sized chaos domain's energy level won't be any worse than the last few of the 13 large-sized chaos domain in the Taishao Chaos Circle. Good, I have hope of breaking through Humph no matter what, no matter how great the price is. I have to defeat that group of natives and seize this large-sized chaos domain. C2848. So it's a paper tiger Morning Star Chaos domain, 10 billion light-years away, primitive warship master control room. Including the ancient blue chaos god, the eyes of all the major powers in the Gukang chaos domain lit up, burning with passion. He secretly made up his mind. No matter what, no matter how great the price was, he had to take down the new large-sized chaos domain. Initially, he thought that he had overestimated the large-sized chaos domain. Never did he expect that he would still look down on him. This energy level was far from what the small-scale chaos circle could compare with. If he really completed the transformation, he wouldn't be much weaker than the other few large-sized chaos domain in the great vast chaos ring. In fact, he might even surpass them. One should know that the 13 large-sized chaos domain in the great vast primal chaos, even the last one, had more than 100 times more resources than the Gukang chaos domain. It was qualified to give birth to a top-grade or even extreme middle-level chaos god. As long as they could take down this large-sized chaos domain, not only would their cultivation base improve by leaps and bounds, they could even break through 1 or 2 grades. Even their clan's strength would increase by several times, or even more than a dozen times. On the other hand, it would be the same if they allowed the natives to grow. They would not have anything better to do with the major god clans in the Gukang Chaos domain. There was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. The best outcome for them in the future was to bring their own race and escape from Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they had to take him down and take down the large-sized Chaos domain. So what if he was a middle-level Chaos god? If a god was in his way, he would kill the god. If a devil was in his way, he would kill the devil. In the time it takes to breathe, the primitive warship had crossed 10 billion light-years of chaos and appeared 10,000 light-years away from Gukang Chaos domain. Right at this moment, the space in front of the primitive warship distorted. A person blocked the path of the primitive warship. Ah, it's him, it's the Chaos God who killed Dallard Selesky. Very quickly, the eyes of Ancient Blue and the other Chaos Gods flashed. They recognized Sha Rui. The information given by Dallard Selesky was related to Sha Rui. Strange. Didn't they say that this middle-level Chaos God ambushed and killed Dallard Selesky? Many Chaos Gods were puzzled. This middle-level Chaos God shouldn't have appeared in front of them openly. Or, did he know that his whereabouts were exposed and that he wouldn't be able to ambush us? Luckily, he wasn't hiding his tracks anymore. It wasn't impossible. There were so many Chaos Gods present, but unlike Dallard Selesky, the difficulty of a sneak attack had increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Furthermore, the reason why Dallard Selesky was so easily ambushed was because it was just a newly advanced large-sized chaos domain. They didn't think that a chaos god could be born in there, but they were prepared for it. They were different. They knew how terrifying the chaos domain was. Although they were chatting happily, they had never let their guard down. If that man dared to sneak attack them, he would certainly give them a huge surprise. Stop right there. Otherwise, die. These cold and emotionless words directly passed through the layers of primitive warships and barriers, ringing in the ears of the ancient blue chaos god and the others. It caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. What? The hearts of the ancient blue chaos god and the others trembled. They could not believe what they had just heard. This fellow was a bit too arrogant. Could it be that he was blind and couldn't see the situation clearly? He actually dared to speak so arrogantly to them. No matter how one looked at it, they were the ones who had the upper hand. Without the geographical advantage, just the ancient blue chaos god alone would probably be able to eat him to death. Or could it be that this fellow was hiding something? There were other experts hiding nearby. His thoughts turned. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of detection abilities were quickly unleashed by the ancient blue chaos god and the others, frantically searching for chaos in all directions. No, he was the only one. How was this possible? It was impossible for him to fight all of them by himself, not to mention all of them. It was just a low-rank middle-level chaos god. Even the middle-rank middle-level chaos god was no match for them. If they were to exclude the geographical advantage, they were confident that they could defeat high-rank middle-level chaos god. However, they had already used all kinds of divine abilities to investigate the surrounding chaos. Under this kind of carpet search, even high-rank middle-level chaos god would be able to find some clues, unless there was a top middle-level chaos god or higher expert hiding their tracks. But was this possible? Top-grade middle-level chaos god, even in the Great How Primal Chaos, were considered top-grade experts. They were qualified to dominate the entire large-sized chaos domain. Although this large-sized chaos domain had the potential to nurture a peak middle-level chaos god, it was still a place where it could grow. Once it fully matured, it would become mature. It would take at least tens of millions of eras. Currently, it had just broken through to the large-sized chaos domain, and had yet to complete its advancement. Whether or not it could give birth to middle-rank middle-level chaos god would be a huge problem. Or, it could be said that this group of natives knew that they would face a great tribulation after advancing to the large-sized chaos domain. Therefore, they had put all their resources on one person, allowing the strongest of them to advance to the middle-level chaos god first, so as to protect the safety of the entire chaos domain. The rest of them were merely wandering around under the chaos god. With this thought, they immediately planted their roots in their hearts, and started to grow stronger. That's right, that must be it, otherwise, at this critical moment, how could there not be other chaos gods appearing? Furthermore, it was against common sense for a newly advanced large-sized chaos domain to have a middle-level chaos god. One should know that it was almost impossible for a quasi-chaos god to be born in the middle-sized chaos domain, let alone a middle-level chaos god. They must have used some kind of special technique. In an instant, the morale of the chaos gods was boosted. They thought that it would be a life-and-death battle, and they had no idea how many of them would die here. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a paper tiger. A mere low-rank middle-level chaos god had gathered the strength of all of them. That would be a piece of cake. The ancient blue chaos god and the other 10 overlords were filled with regret. If they had known that there was only one low-rank middle-level chaos god guarding the large-sized chaos domain, they wouldn't have summoned the other top divine races. 1 or 2 top divine races wasn't a big deal. At most, they would be given 1 or 2% of the resources, but with dozens of top divine races together, it would be incredible. According to their previous agreement, they would be given at least 3 levels, and 5 resources for each of the 3 levels. This time, they had really suffered a huge loss. It was as if they were going to cut off their flesh. They should have sent someone to explore the depths of the chaos domain to find out the truth. It didn't matter even if they alerted the enemy because of this. It was just a low-rank middle-level chaos god. With the strength of the 10 overlords, even if he hid in chaos domain and had the geographical advantage, they would still be able to force him to retreat. Nearly 3.5 levels of resources, how many people would be able to break through to the chaos god realm? Now, with the deed of the Great Path, even if they wanted to go back on their word, there was nothing they could do. Under the witness of the great Tao of chaos, even if they were all chaos gods, they could not defy it. Forget it now that things had come to this point, even if they didn't want to admit it, they still had to admit it. Ancient Blue's chaos god sighed in his heart. The price he had to pay was a bit too high. However, with nearly 100 more chaos gods, he would be able to take down this middle-level chaos god even more easily. At least, he wouldn't need to die. Otherwise, if they wanted to kill this low-rank middle-level chaos god with just the 10 overlords alone, they would have to suffer some casualties. A middle-level chaos god was willing to pay any price to fight to the death. Even a quasi-middle-rank middle-level chaos god like him wouldn't dare to underestimate this middle-level chaos god. After comforting himself for a while, the ancient blue chaos god's face turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare to take down this person. We must not let him escape today." C 2849 One sword outside the Morning Star Chaos Domain, in the primitive Warship Master control room. The eyes of the chaos gods lit up, and the invisible pressure in their hearts disappeared without a trace. Initially, they thought that this was the difficulty of hell. The moment the large-sized chaos domain advanced, it would give birth to a low-rank middle-level chaos god, and there would at least be dozens of low-level chaos god warriors. Of their 177 chaos gods, 214 of them were invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. There would surely be a lot of casualties in this battle, but who would have thought that it would actually be? This was a normal difficulty. A mere low-rank middle-level chaos god wouldn't have any difficulty fighting against so many of them, including great perfection quasi-chaos god. Many chaos gods had begun to fantasize about the wonderful scene of occupying the large-sized chaos domain. At that time, not only would their cultivation base improve greatly, but their race would also give birth to a few chaos gods. At this moment, the ancient blue chaos god's voice echoed in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to freeze as they recovered from the endless fantasies. What the ancient blue chaos god said was right. In today's battle, they must suppress this low-rank middle-level chaos god. Otherwise, once he escaped, there would be endless troubles in the future. A low-rank middle-level chaos god was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Just the thought of it made their scalps numb and their hearts tremble. Apart from the ancient blue chaos god, divine void chaos god and the other 8 quasi-middle-level chaos god experts, there was probably not a single one of them who could guarantee that they would be able to escape safely under the sneak attack of a low-rank middle-level chaos god. Even extreme chaos god was in danger of dying. Dallard Selesky's example was right in front of them. Not only was that Dallard Selesky extreme chaos god, he was also famous for his divination. He had a strong way to save his life. Among all the extreme chaos god in Gukang chaos domain, he was ranked in the top 5, or even the top 3. However, the result was that he was ambushed by that low-rank middle-level chaos god, and only a few of his incarnations were still alive. He didn't know if there was still a possibility of revival. They didn't want to be like Lord Selesky one day, and only a few of their incarnations remained in this world. Besides, they only had 1,000 days to be a thief, so how could they defend against 1,000 days? Just the terrifying psychological pressure alone was enough to make many experts' minds collapse. Die this low-rank middle-level chaos god must die today. He wouldn't hesitate to pay a price for this boom boom boom. The terrifying killing intent was like a surging tide, flooding everyone's heart. See. Kai, 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 Kai. The four-direction space couldn't withstand the terrifying killing intent and started to crack. Kill the ancient blue chaos god's eyes flashed with killing intent. The primitive warship continued forward, ignoring Sha Rui's warning and crossed the 10,000 light-year forbidden zone. Stubborn fool die. The cold shine in Sha Rui's eyes flickered, and his killing intent rose exponentially. Buzz. A brilliant sword beam ripped through the air. An ancient sword appeared in his hand. One side carved the sun while the other drew the moon. The light of the sun and moon shone from afar. Sun Moon Divine Sword, Supreme Grade Middle-Level Chaos Divine Artifact, Sha Rui and the other servants. Not only did he possess many divine abilities and techniques, he was no weaker than those intermediate disciples of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Even their equipment was not bad. In fact, it was even better than Yang Fann suppressing so many quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. In order to avoid arousing the suspicion of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, until now, he had never exchanged these quasi-supreme beings' houses for origin elemental crystals, and only a small portion of them were trash. It was enough for Yang Fann to equip his 1 million personal guards to the teeth. For middle-level Chaos God warriors like Sha Rui, they usually had 1 attack and 1 defense, 2 supreme-grade middle-level Chaos Divine Artifacts. The outstanding ones among them, even if they were equipped with high-level Chaos Divine Artifacts, were not rare at all. That Divine Sword seems to be the legendary middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact. Ancient Blue's Chaos God's heart tightened, and a hint of unease arose in his heart. The middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact was within the vast Heaven Primal Chaos Ring. Those high-grade and even peak middle-level Chaos God might not be able to possess it, and it was even more of a legend to him. It had the benefits of middle-level Chaos Divine Artifacts. A low-rank middle-level Chaos God would be able to unleash the full power of the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God, or perhaps even stronger combat strength. This battle would not be as simple as it seemed. Dai Yin Yang Sword Kill Boom, 1 black and 1 white. The 2 rays of sword light tore through the air like 2 peerless dragons, killing everything in their path. The same divine ability, whether or not it had the support of a supreme-grade middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact, were 2 completely different concepts. One had to know that a supreme-grade middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact was a rare item in the large-sized Chaos Circle compared to most middle-level Chaos God. Even some low-grade God King's heirs might not have a high-grade middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact in their hands. The power of this sword had increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times, and it was no less than the full power strike of a quasi-high-level Chaos God. Ah, no, how could this be? The ancient blue Chaos God's pupils contracted, and an indescribable panic appeared in his eyes. The terror of this sword strike gave him the feeling that he was facing those quasi-high-level Chaos God warriors back in the Great Vast Chaos Domain, when Yang Fann challenged the 10 overlords of the Great Vast Chaos Domain alone. This was the strength of a quasi-high-level Chaos God. Bitchit, that divine sword was not an ordinary low-grade middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact. No, even an intermediate middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact did not have such power. Bitchit, old man Tian Yan, you tricked us at this moment, if he still didn't know that he had been tricked by Lord Selesky. Then he's lived for nothing. What sneak attack, he had only been taken advantage of by Lord Selesky with the help of the terrain. It was pure nonsense. How could a mere extreme Chaos God be able to block a quasi-high-level Chaos God's sword strike? Not to mention a quasi-high-level Chaos God, even a peak middle-level Chaos God could easily kill Lord Selesky. Roar, if I don't die today, Sky Spill, old man, I swear that I will destroy all of your clones and break all of your hopes of resurrection. The other Chaos Gods were even worse off. In their eyes, other than despair, there was also despair. Even Divine Void, Chaos God and the other 8 quasi-middle-level Chaos God experts could feel the aura of death. They would die for this sword strike, they would die for real. At that moment Pucci, the primitive warship, the defensive barrier that could withstand low-rank middle-level Chaos God's attack, was like a piece of paper. It didn't even last for a fraction of a second before it was shredded into pieces by the yin-yang twin dragons. Ah, no, everyone, it's time to put your lives on the line. Don't harbor any hopes of getting lucky. Roar if we can't block this sword, all of us will die. Burning origin, divine blood, divine ability, infinite worlds protection. Ah. Pua, Pua rogue shield, block for me. Forbidden divine ability, wrath of the nether lotus. Spread out blue lotus of the pure world. Come out heavenly river of myriad treasures. At this moment, no one dared to hold back. They didn't hesitate to use the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase their cultivation base. Under this deadly strike that was comparable to a quasi-high-level chaos god, if they still had any thoughts of holding back, there would only be one outcome: death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Numerous divine abilities and barriers appeared. Defensive divine artifact after defensive divine artifact bloomed around their bodies. They were densely packed, like countless layers of lotus petals, covering a light-year area. Poochie poochie, poochie. The yin-yang sword light was like a hot knife cutting through butter, destroying everything in its path. In just an instant, more than half of the divine ability barrier and defensive divine artifact had been shattered into pieces. Ah, poof, poo, poo. The chaos god suffered a backlash and spat out mouthfuls of blood. As for those weak and invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, they couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the yin and yang sword light. Their divine bodies exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. After that was the low-grade chaos god, middle-ranked chaos god, high-ranked chaos god. 1 breath later, the yin-yang sword light had completely dissipated. There were 177 chaos gods and 214 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. Only the ancient blue chaos god and 8 quasi-middle level chaos god were left. Of the 13 extreme chaos god, there were only 22 of them. Each of them had a pale face, and there wasn't a trace of blood on their faces. However, there was an indescribable excitement in their eyes. Ah, we survived, we survived. To think that they weren't completely wiped out. I have somewhat underestimated you bunch of aphids. A hint of surprise flashed across Sha Rui's eyes. Under his ultimate sword strike, there were actually so many people who were still alive. This was out of his expectations. However, this was nothing. If one strike was not enough, he would just add another strike. With the current state of these aphids, they would definitely not be able to block his second sword strike. Ah, not good. Ancient Blue, Chaos God, and the other 22 Chaos Gods all felt their souls being sucked out of their bodies, and they quickly reacted. It was still too early for them to be happy, as they had not truly escaped danger. Flee, flee immediately. Roar. Blood origin heavenly escape technique. Run. The great Tao is boundless. Without any hesitation, the ancient blue Chaos God and the other 22 Chaos Gods reported the danger of their divine bodies collapsing. Once again, they used the forbidden divine ability and fled in all directions. Trying to escape, naive. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Sha Rui's mouth. Even at their peak, they still had no chance of escaping, let alone now that they were seriously injured. Clear Spirit Divine Pearl, suppress C-2850. Leaving Morning Star Chaos Domain, outside the Primal Chaos. Buzz. A green divine light rose with Sha Rui as the center, turning into a bright green divine pearl that shone brightly, illuminating the entire Primal Chaos. Hong Long. Boom. Waves of terrifying power of space appeared, with the power of space as the center. It radiated out in a majestic manner, sealing off the surrounding space and time. Spirit Clarity Pearl, intermediate spatial chaotic divine tool. Under the seal of the Spirit Cleansing Pearl, the strongest spatial divine tool in Sha Rui's hand was a few high-ranked middle-level chaos gods. Without the middle-level chaos divine artifact in his hand, it would be extremely difficult to break the seal. Not to mention the ancient blue chaos god and the others who didn't even have a single supreme grade low-level chaos god weapon. Ah, spatial chaotic divine weapon, and it's not even a low-level spatial chaotic divine tool. No, how could this be? Who on earth is he? Woo woo woo, it's over, we're finished, spare us sir, spare us. The ancient blue chaos god and the other 22 chaos gods collapsed completely. Not only did the Chaos God have a high-grade middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact, it even had a supreme-grade middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact Divine Sword. It even had an intermediate spatial chaotic divine artifact with it. Could it be even more terrifying? It was a middle-level Chaos Divine Artifact, not some random cabbage on the roadside. Even many top middle-level Chaos God warriors might not have a single middle-level Chaos God middle-level Chaos Divine artifact. As for him, he was just a low-rank middle-level Chaos God. Regret. Each and every one of them was really regretful to the point that their intestines turned green. Woo, I shouldn't have come, I shouldn't have come. Even if the other party had designs on the Gukang Chaos domain, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a short period of time. If that day really came, the worst thing that could happen would be to bring his race and leave the Gukang Chaos domain. With the presence of these Chaos Gods, he would be able to gain a firm foothold even in the other chaotic circles. All of this was Old Man Tian Yan's fault. It was Old Man Tian Yan's fault. At this moment, the ancient blue Chaos God and the others really wished they could eat Dollard Selesky's flesh and drink his blood. If it wasn't for the Old Undying providing them with false information and instigating them, they would have been eliminated today. Thinking about those fallen Chaos Gods and invincible great perfection quasi-Chaos God, their hearts were bleeding. The loss was too great. The best ancient blue divine race only had 4 people left. The most miserable Chaos Heavenly Snake Clan and the Azure Back Divine Elephant Clan were completely wiped out. Not to mention their position as the Overlord, even the top divine clans could not protect them. Roar, if I don't die today, Old Sky Spill, I will make you regret coming to this world. Aphids, obediently go on your way. A ferocious expression flashed across Sha Rui's face. The Sun Moon Divine Sword in his hand moved, and he was about to slash the ancient blue Chaos God and the others to death with his sword. Suddenly, Sha Rui's hand stopped moving. Buzz. The Spirit Clarity Pearl turned into a stream of light and entered Sha Rui's body. The power of space that imprisoned the ancient blue Chaos God and the others disappeared without a trace. My lord is merciful. Consider yourselves lucky. Just now, Yang Fann's voice rang in Sha Rui's ears, ordering him to release the ancient blue Chaos God and the others. No matter what, the ancient blue Chaos God had known him for a long time. There was a trace of affection between them, as well as the divine void Chaos God and the others. For the sake of the same human race, he would spare them this time. Once the divine void Chaos God and the others all died here, the human race of Gukang Chaos domain, their days would surely be miserable. If they were not careful, perhaps there would be a genocide. As for the other quasi-middle-level Chaos God warriors, Extreme Chaos God could be considered their lucky day. Thanks to the ancient blue Chaos God, Divine Void Chaos God and the others, they were lucky enough to survive. Disappeared. The power of space disappeared. The ancient blue Chaos God and the other 2 Chaos Gods were shocked. They didn't understand why the power of space that was suppressing their bodies had suddenly disappeared. However, even though they were confused, their movements weren't slow. Each of them increased their speed to the maximum. In less than a 10,000th of a second, they had already appeared billions of light-years away. 15 minutes later, the ancient blue Chaos God finally appeared billions of light-years away from the Morning Star Chaos domain. I survived. Ancient Blue's Chaos God panted heavily, his face filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. He had lived for so many great eras, but he had never been so close to death like today. Just a bit more, and then he really died. Fortunately, in the end, he still survived. After a long while, the ancient blue Chaos God finally calmed down the lingering fear in his heart. In the next second, boom, boundless killing intent surged within his heart. Both of his eyes spurted out blood. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. Roar. Old Man Sky Spill. You're a virgin, just you wait, I'm not done with you. Hate this time, their ancient blue celestial race truly suffered heavy losses. 25 Chaos Gods and 21 invincible great perfection quasi-Chaos God had only managed to survive 4 of them. Furthermore, the 4 of them had been injured by the forbidden divine ability. Even the origin root was shaken. Without 1,000,000, 10 million eras, or even longer time to recover, it was impossible for them to recover. Even if their injuries were healed, it would be 10 times, 100 times more difficult for them to advance in the future. All of this was caused by Old Man Tian Yan. This grudge, this hatred, they were irreconcilable enemies. Roar. Sky Spill, old dog, I will not rest until you die. Not only did the ancient blue Chaos God hate Dollard Selesky, but the other divine void Chaos Gods also hated him to the point of gnashing their teeth in anger. The outcome of Dollard Selesky's clones was already foreseeable. They would definitely be unable to live or die after this. This time, Da'alard Selesky had cheated all the top powers in the Gukang Chaos domain. He didn't even need to think about reviving his true self. Morning Star Chaos domain, spiritual martial universe, spiritual martial palace. Be soft-hearted. Once, he asked Sha Rui to let the ancient blue chaos god and the others live. Yang Fann didn't pay too much attention to them and continued controlling the power of Chaos God, allowing the Morning Star Chaos domain to continue its transformation. If the Chaos God and the others still didn't give up and wanted to continue attacking the Morning Star Chaos domain, it would be their path of seeking death. At that time, Yang Fann wouldn't show them any mercy. There were some things that couldn't be done again. 1 year, 100 years, 10,000 years, 1 million years, 100 million years. Soon, another 3 billion years passed. Yang Fann exhaled a mouthful of foul air and cut off his connection with spiritual martial universe. Too much was worse than nothing. Spiritual martial universe was just an ordinary universe before, and it was far from even a low-grade origin universe. Its foundation was really too weak. Even with Yang Fann's efforts to protect it, raising it to a medium-grade peak-grade origin universe was its limit. It would continue to feed on it. It was not a good thing for the spiritual martial universe. It would be a huge disaster instead. There was only one result, and that was to blow up the entire spiritual martial universe. However, even if it was only a medium-grade top-grade origin universe, it was still a small chaos zone. It was a huge miracle. One should know that most of the medium-sized chaos circle didn't have a top-grade origin universe. With the current potential of the spiritual martial universe, there was not much hope for Chaos God King to be born, but a top-level Chaos God was only a matter of time. There was also the Morning Star Chaos domain. Under the influence of the spiritual martial universe, the energy level was much higher than the low-grade large-sized chaos domain of the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. It was not inferior to the high-grade large-sized chaos domain of the large-sized chaos domain, which had 70 to 80 lock. It had the potential to nurture a high-grade chaos god. Furthermore, there were more than 1 or 2 of them. It's about time to return to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and head for the source of chaos. C-2851 Return to the Chaos Origin Dao Palace. Star Dragon Chaos Circle, outside of the chaotic crystal wall. Pucci. The space distorted, and Yang Fann took a step out from it. After the complete transformation in Morning Star Chaos Domain and the advancement to the large-sized Chaos Domain, Yang Fann didn't stay in Morning Star Chaos Domain for long. 3 billion years had passed, and everything that needed to be done had been completed. It was time to leave and head for the source of chaos. During these past 3 billion years, the strength of Morning Star Alliance. It was like a snowball that was crazily soaring. There were as many gods as dogs in the quasi-universe. Low-level Universe God was walking on the ground. Universe God Chen Shi and the others were under Yang Fann's special care. Their cultivation base and strength. Now, at the very least, they had advanced Universe Gods, and they were the cream of the crop. Like Universe God Chen Shi and Xingwei Universe God, they had directly broken through to the top-level Universe God. If he didn't sleep, he would be a low-order top universe, even in the Gukang Chaos Domain. They were all considered first-class Universe God Chen Zais. Along with the continuous advancement and transformation of the spiritual martial universe, under the constant baptism of the origin of chaos, their innate potential and potential were rising steadily. Now, all of them had the potential of a chaos god, and it wasn't the potential of a low-level chaos god, but the potential of an intermediate, or even a high-grade chaos god. There was also the potential of the spiritual martial universe, Morning Star Chaos Domain, and even the potential of a high-level chaos god. With the help of the vast resources, it was only a matter of time before they advanced to intermediate and advanced chaos gods. It wasn't impossible for them to break through to the top-level chaos god. With his soul duplicate, the safety of the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain wouldn't be a problem. Even if the ancient blue chaos god and the others came here again, they wouldn't be able to gain anything from it. The spiritual martial universe had advanced to the top-grade origin universe. Yang Fann's soul duplicate had also become stronger and stronger. His strength could be said to be unmatched under Chaos God King. If he was in the spiritual martial universe, not even the low-level Chaos God King would be a match for him. Furthermore, because the spiritual martial universe had helped the Morning Star Chaos Domain advance, the spiritual martial universe had become the core of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. Yang Fann's soul duplicate was not only the master of the spiritual martial universe, but also the master of the spiritual martial universe. To a certain extent, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the master of the Morning Star Chaos domain. His range of activity was no longer limited to the surroundings of the spiritual martial universe, but the entire Morning Star Chaos domain. At most, the further away he was from the spiritual martial universe, the smaller the increase in his strength would be. If he was at the border of the Morning Star Chaos domain, the increase in strength would be negligible. However, even so, an invincible great perfection quasi-god king was more than enough to dominate any medium-sized chaos circle. Even if the ancient blue chaos god and the others didn't want to take things too seriously, and invited the intermediate and high-grade chaos gods of the Tai Shao chaos circle, Yang Fann was confident that he could break up with his soul, and make them return with no return. As long as they didn't run into Chaos God King, it was basically impossible for them to cause any harm to the Morning Star Chaos domain. However, why would the high and mighty Chaos God King appear in such a low-grade and small chaos circle? It was unrealistic to even think about it apart from the major large-sized chaos circle. Even those top-grade medium-sized chaos circle with more than 90 large-sized chaos domain wouldn't be able to attract Chaos God King's attention. During this period of time, Yang Fann stopped at the Qiao universe for a moment. Nearly 3.2 billion years had passed. A huge change had occurred in the Yun family. Its power had increased by countless times, and it could be said to be the overlord of the mysterious brilliant continent. It had almost occupied the territory of the first level of the mysterious brilliant continent. All the holy lands and empires were willing to give the Yun family some face currently, within the Yun clan, not to mention the top-level universe lord, even the deities of the quasi-universe were involved. There were many of them, and there was even a low-level universe god. Unfortunately, these gods of quasi-universe and low-level universe god were all worshippers of other races. The current Yun family was like an empty pavilion. Once Yang Fann's influence disappeared, it would be the day of Yun family's destruction. However, Yang Fann didn't interfere in this matter. Everything was their choice. After avenging them, the relationship between him and the Yun family would come to an end. What would happen after that would depend on their own luck. When he passed by the Gukang Chaos domain, it was just a change in the Gukang Chaos domain. Yang Fann couldn't believe his eyes. Out of the 10 overlords, 3 of them had been removed from the list. Of the top divine races, 12 had completely disappeared from the Gukang Chaos domain. The remaining top divine races had also suffered a decline in their power and were struggling to survive. It had to be said that the impact of that battle 3 billion years ago was too great. Currently, the entire Gukang Chaos domain was in chaos. There were killings everywhere, and at every moment, there were races that were destroyed. The divine race that was high and mighty in the past had become the fat meat in the eyes of countless powers. One should know that in order to take down the Morning Star Chaos domain in one fell swoop and divide up more resources, all the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god had been taken away. Currently, the strongest among these top divine races was merely an ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god. On the contrary, it was the quasi-top-level god clan. Because the 10 overlords were not interested in them, their invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god was able to escape their fate. This allowed the strength of the quasi-top-level god clan to surpass the other top-grade divine races. However, who could be blamed for this? Who asked them to overestimate their own abilities and have designs on the Morning Star Chaos domain? If it wasn't for their greed, they wouldn't have faced such a disaster. Given Universe God Chen Shi and the others' condition, if they really wanted to advance to the Chaos God realm, they would have the strength to threaten the ancient blue Chaos God. That would be at least 1,000,000 eras later. Furthermore, when the time came, the Morning Star Alliance might not be able to take a fancy to the Gukang Chaos domain. Even in the large-sized chaos domain of the many high-grade medium-sized chaos circle, the Morning Star Chaos domain could be considered one of the top. The abundance of resources in it was more than 100,000 million times more abundant than in the Gukang Chaos domain. This didn't include the top-grade spiritual martial universe in the Origin universe. One should know that, in the entire Morning Star Chaos domain, the spiritual martial universe was the true core. Big head, compared to the sum of the other universes. It was more than a few times bigger. Just like how a billionaire would take a fancy to a steel coin that fell from the ground. To a certain extent, the ancient blue chaos god and the others' worries were completely unnecessary. Fortunately, Yang Fann let Sha Rui hold back in the end. He didn't kill the ancient blue chaos god and the others. Otherwise, the chaos in Gukang chaos domain would have increased by several times, or even more than 10 times. At least, the humans in Gukang chaos domain wouldn't be so peaceful. No major power would dare to have any ideas about them. Not only that, they had also seized the opportunity to seize the territories of many top divine races and restore some vital energies. The divine void chaos god and the two extreme chaos god weren't just for show, even if they were severely injured. Hong Long, Puchi Puchi, Puchi. After a few teleportations, Yang Fann once again appeared in the receiving divine hall. However, this time, guide god, King Mu Yuan no longer dared to address Yang Fann as young man Yang. His eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Yang Fann, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Guide, Mu Yuan greets your highness. It seems like Mu Yuan has already found someone to understand me. A flash of understanding appeared in Yang Fann's heart. Otherwise, God King Mu Yuan wouldn't have changed so much in just a few billion years. The next second, Yang Fann gently waved his hand and said, Elder Mu, there is no need to be so polite. I wonder how you have considered it. Should I continue staying in Star Dragon Chaos Circle, or should I follow you back to the Dao Palace? Your Highness, I am willing to return. God King Mu Yuan said hastily, as if he was afraid that Yang Fann would go back on his words and understand Yang Fann's powerful background. A mere elder Guang Chong was nothing. How could he be willing to stay in such a desolate place? Guide, that's good Elder Mu, do you have anything you want to pack? If you don't have anything, we'll set off immediately. Your Highness, I have nothing to pack. He didn't want to stay in this broken Star Dragon Chaos Circle for even a second. 1 Hunyuan Universe, Yuchang Divine Mountain. This was a godly mountain of the 5th grade. It was the dojo of the Supreme Elder, High Lord Guangchang. Although the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was eligible to enjoy a 6th grade divine mountain as a training ground as long as they advanced to the quasi-supreme realm, the truth was that it wasn't the case. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace had been passed down for hundreds of billions of eras, and Lord of Primordius had replaced thousands of generations. During this period of time, he had accumulated a lot of quasi-supreme elders. Lord of Primordius was afraid that not even he knew how many 6th grade divine mountains there were in the Hunyuan universe. It was true that there were too many monks and too little food. As a matter of fact, most of the time, low-level quasi-sovereign could only use the godly mountain of the 5th grade as his training ground. Of course, the training ground of these supreme elders in the godly mountain of the 5th grade was much better than the godly mountain of the 5th grade where those elders lived. It could be considered as one of the top in the godly mountain of the 5th grade, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a quasi-6th grade divine mountain. What? That Mu Yuan brat has returned and was personally brought back by His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Damn it, this day has come. C-2852 The entrance Hunyuan Universe, Yuchang Divine Mountain. High Lord Guangchang's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with indescribable sorrow. He didn't expect that Mu Yuan kid would really have a chance to turn the tables. Back then, when he knew that God King Mu Yuan was Yang Fann, guide, he was worried that Yang Fann would stand up for God King Mu Yuan. However, after hundreds of thousands of eras had passed, there was no connection between the two. He finally let go of that tiny bit of worry in his heart. Who would have thought that His Royal Highness Yang Fann would suddenly bring that Mu Yuan kid back to Hunyuan universe? If His Royal Highness Yang Fann stood up for that Mu Yuan kid. Hiss. High Lord Guangchang sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to continue thinking. The consequences were not something he could bear. Although he was the Supreme Elder of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the higher-ups of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, he was still the hope of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the number 1 Dao child, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. There was a huge gap between them, not to mention low-level quasi-sovereign. Even the majority of quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were far inferior to him. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann wanted to deal with him, it would be an extremely simple matter. There was no need for him to do it himself. As long as he showed a little bit of his intention, it would make it difficult for him to move forward in the Dao Palace. Currently, there were many Supreme Elders who wanted to befriend Yang Fann, hoping that they would be able to board Yang Fann's ship, including many quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts. At this moment, Lord Guangchang regretted secretly in his heart. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace had brought the divine hall to the thousands of large-sized Chaos Circle. Why did they send that Mu Yuan kid to the Star Dragon Chaos Circle? It wasn't like there wasn't a low-level large-sized Chaos Circle with the same shortage of resources as the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. Taking a step back, hundreds of thousands of eras ago, after knowing that this Mu Yuan kid was His Royal Highness Yang Fann's guide, he should have thought of a way to remedy the situation, and not just let it be. Even if he was transferred to another large-sized Chaos Circle, Guide would not face today's disaster. Sigh, a blunder, a blunder. No, he had to immediately think of a way to restore his relationship with that Mu Yuan brat. Otherwise, if that Mu Yuan brat really invited His Royal Highness Yang Fann to help, it would all be too late. If something went wrong, not only would he be in trouble, even their Guangchong bloodline might be completely removed from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It seems like I have to pay a huge price this time. That kiddo Uehara had nearly 300 million eras, causing his cultivation base to regress instead of advancing. It seemed like he was going to fall behind quasi-top-level God King. If he didn't pay a huge price, how could he quell the anger in that kiddo Uehara's heart? Nioi Bo Studio Editor. Nioi Bo Studio Elder Yuan Shu, a half-step quasi-supreme expert of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, was also the person behind God King Mu Yuan. Back then, it was Elder Yuan Shu who helped him deal with the situation. God King Mu Yuan was only sent to Star Dragon Chaos Circle to be a guide. Hunyuan Universe, Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. After leaving the Divine Palace of Transportation, Yang Fann parted ways with God King Mu Yuan and returned to his own training hall. The fact that he didn't know about his actions had given High Lord Guangchong an infinite imagination. He didn't even hesitate to use his blood to curry favor with God King Mu Yuan. If he knew, it could only be said that this High Lord Guangchong was thinking too much. Sometimes, thinking too much wasn't a good thing. Bringing God King Mu Yuan back, that bit of relationship between him and God King Mu Yuan could basically be considered complete. As long as High Lord Guangchong did not seek death himself and continued to suppress God King Mu Yuan, making Yang Fann lose face, Yang Fann would not interfere too much in the grudges between them. Very quickly, the entire Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain boiled up. It's Your Highness, His Highness is back. I respectfully welcome His Highness back to the mountain. Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, the Divine Palace. Tang Wei and the other stewards of the Divine Mountain were called over by Yang Fann to inquire about the development of the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain in the following eras. Nearly 10,000 eras had passed, but there weren't any major changes in Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. There were no blind people who dared to bully his god attendants. At most, it was the great chief Tang Wei and the others who had made significant progress in their cultivation. Currently, out of the 100,000 god attendants in the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, the weakest was at the top-level Chaos God, and they were all at the extreme top-level Chaos God. Most of them were at least at the Quasi-God King, while Chaos God King had more than 3,000 of them. Among them, there was a total of 292 middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors, 9 high-level Chaos God King warriors, and the strongest was the great chief Tang Wei, who had already stepped into the top-level Chaos God King realm. Furthermore, there were many divine abilities that were as strong as quasi-top-level God Kings. Their true combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than those quasi-top-level God King from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Sure enough, having a good master was much stronger than anything else. For example, Tang Wei, who had been cultivating bitterly for hundreds of millions of eras, had only barely stepped into the high-level Chaos God King. How many eras had it been since then? Not even a fraction of his cultivation had advanced to the high-level Chaos God King. He had already broken through 2 major realms and dozens of major realms, and had advanced to the quasi-top-level God King realm. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, Tang Wei wouldn't have been able to advance to quasi-top-level God King in just a few 100,000 eras, let alone in such a short period of time. It was still unknown whether he would be able to advance to quasi-top-level God King in this lifetime. One should know that even among the high-level disciples of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, only 1 out of 100 could advance to quasi-top-level God King. A steward servant like Tang Wei, a high-level Chaos God King, was his limit. 100 years later, Yang Fann strode into the Divine Hall. After learning that Yang Fann was interested in gathering information about the various source of chaos, Ming Yang Daozun and the others had some guesses in their minds. It was likely that their highness was interested in entering the source of chaos. Because of this, Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others persuaded Yang Fann a lot. Under normal circumstances, as long as one was not too unlucky and was protected by the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they would not be in danger of dying if they encountered those great Tao sovereign. In the past, the number of strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection that had fallen in the source of chaos was still extremely small. However, Yang Fann was different. He had long been regarded as a major threat by the heavenly devil god Palace. Even the other 8 overlords weren't willing to see Yang Fann grow. If he really entered the source of chaos, let alone the number of powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection that had fallen in the source of chaos, he wouldn't even be willing to see Yang Fann grow. Hong Long. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wouldn't give them this chance. He was determined to enter the source of chaos. After that, Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others also wanted to follow Yang Fann and protect his safety. However, they were still mercilessly rejected by Yang Fann. The source of chaos was different from other places. The soul duplicate alone might not be able to suppress everything. When it came to great Tao sovereign or those local supreme beings, it was rare for the true body to personally take action. It was better not to expose his true combat strength too early. Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that the primeval Chaos Tao Palace wouldn't harbor any evil thoughts towards him at that time. The most unpredictable thing in the world was the human heart. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Very quickly, 800,000 years passed. In front of a huge black hole with a diameter of more than 10,000 years. The void distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Phew, finally, we have arrived at the source of chaos's entrance. Looking at the huge black hole in front of him, Yang Fann let out a long breath. The entrance of the source of chaos did not remain the same. Instead, it randomly appeared in the chaos. However, the entrance this time was too far away from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. During these 800,000 years, Yang Fann had not rested at all. He had been rushing at full speed. Even if his speed was not as fast as great Tao sovereigns, he was afraid that it would not be much different. 1 million, 10 million times more than those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Even so, it still took him 800,000 years. If it were those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, without a few trillion years, it would be impossible for them to get here from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. As for those ordinary quasi-supreme beings, they would need a great era to reach this place. Just thinking about it was terrifying. What do they want to do? Don't tell me they're planning to do something to me. Suddenly, Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a mocking expression flashed across his face. Right at this moment, boom 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 boom, 7 terrifying pressures descended from the sky, crushing towards Yang Fann. The weakest pressure was not any weaker than limited quasi-sovereigns, and the strongest pressure was no weaker than an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In an instant, the 7 pressure had completely sealed off Yang Fann's surroundings, completely surrounding him. C-2853 Instant kill of the 7 tyrants of Qinghuang Boundless Chaos, the entrance to the source of chaos. Looks like you really think of me as a pushover. The corners of Yang Fann's mouth split open, and a wisp of playfulness flashed past. The source of chaos possessed the fortune of the great Tao. It was the last step of the group of quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. The key to great Tao sovereign's advancement was the great Tao sovereign in the chaos. There were at least 7 levels where he had obtained a great fortune from the source of chaos, which was why he had advanced to great Tao sovereign. However, the danger within it was frightening to hear. There were more than 1 or 2 people who had died within the source of chaos. The possibility of an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection's body and soul being destroyed. Beyond the 3rd level, there was no need to talk about the quasi-exalts of the various levels. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would have a slim chance of survival if he rashly entered. Not all quasi-paragons had the courage to enter the source of chaos and fight for the great Tao's natural luck. However, not having the courage to enter the source of chaos did not mean that they were indifferent to the source of chaos. Many quasi-exalts entrenched themselves at the entrance of the source of chaos, making the quasi-exalts that came as their targets. As long as their strength was lacking, they would be the best targets for them to plunder. Many quasi-exalts relied on this to wait for their prey, and their strength advanced by leaps and bounds. They could even advance to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection in one go and squeeze into the ranks of peak expert below supreme beings. There were very few who had the confidence to go to the source of chaos, and low-level quasi-sovereign was one of them. Each and every one of them had a high net worth, and there was no need for much. As long as they could plunder a few of them, it would be enough for their net worth to skyrocket, and their strength would skyrocket. It was obvious that Yang Fann was alone, and he didn't have the imposing manner of an expert. The 7 quasi-supreme beings immediately regarded Yang Fann as a fat sheep that had delivered itself to their doorstep. Sigh, it wasn't easy to meet a fat sheep. What a pity I let the 7 tyrants of Azure Desolates snatch it first. Being targeted by the 7 tyrants of Azure Desolation, this person is finished. Bitch it, why am I one step too late? The other quasi-supreme beings looked at Yang Fann with pity. The fat meat that was about to reach their mouths was snatched away by the 7 overlords of Qinghuang. Although they couldn't see through Yang Fann's cultivation base, there was one thing that they were certain of. He was a bit too young. His true bone age probably wouldn't exceed 100 million eras. At such a young age, how strong could his cultivation be? No matter what kind of monster it was, high-order quasi-sovereign was his limit. As for the 7 overlords of the Azure Desolate, the weakest 7th overlord, the Azure Wang overlord, they were all limited quasi-sovereign. The strongest overlord of the Azure Desolate overlord. He was also a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Among all of them, he was able to enter the top 5, or even the top 3. With the combined strength of the 7 overlords of Qinghuang, most top perfection quasi-paragons warriors were no match for them. Their combat strength was comparable to a powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even if the strongest of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the 7 overlords. Top perfection quasi-paragons warriors, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, their chances of dying wouldn't exceed 1 level. Basically, they wouldn't stay at the entrance of the source of chaos. In this place, the strongest top perfection quasi-paragons warriors were the most powerful. Moreover, the number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection here was still very limited. As for Yang Fann's true cultivation, no one believed him. The source of chaos was something that even quasi-supreme beings like them wouldn't dare to step foot on. Not even Chaos God King was an ant, yet he wanted to get involved in it. What kind of joke was this? Courting death wasn't the same as seeking death. That was a situation where there was no chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, boom boom boom. 7 streams of light descended from the sky, from which 7 peerless ferocious gods walked out. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a blue dragon robe. He was around 40 years old, and his gaze was sinister. He looked like a poisonous snake, and he looked extremely fierce. He was brutal, murderous. All kinds of negative auras. The constant radiation from his pores and cells is like the source of the negative emotions. An ordinary low-level quasi-sovereign only needed to take a glance at him. The soul collapsed. This person was the leader of the 7 overlords of the Azure Desolate, the overlord of the Azure Desolate. Junior, open the chaotic crystal wall and hand over all the treasures. I might be able to spare your life. The overlord of the Azure Desolate province looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was high and mighty. An ant dares to bark in front of me. Who gave you the audacity to do so? The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he spoke in a cold tone. What? I don't have it. Did you hear it wrong? Hiss. How dare he speak to the old monster Qinghuang in such a manner? The surrounding quasi-supreme beings were shocked. The overlord of the Green Desolate was a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and with the help of the other 6 overlords, even the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection would have to be wary of him. How could a mere aphid that wasn't even a high-order quasi-sovereign dare speak to the 7 overlords of the Green Desolate? Or does he still have something he can rely on? To be able to become a quasi-supreme being, not many of them were ignorant fools who did not understand the situation. It was basically impossible for such a person to grow up and die in the time-long river. If one didn't have the confidence to deal with the 7 tyrants, one would never dare to speak to them in such a manner. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch this time. It's not like a ferocious dragon can't beat a river. Maybe the 7 tyrants of the Azure Desolate realm will really fall. Many quasi-exalts revealed gloating expressions. The 7 tyrants of Azure Desolation relied on the powerful strength of the 7 brothers. Nearly half of the fat sheep from before had fallen into the hands of the 7 brothers. Regarding this, the group of quasi-exalts had long been extremely displeased. They had so many quasi-exalts. Their final harvest wasn't much greater than the green desolate 7 tyrants. Just thinking about it made one feel sullen. Helplessly, the green desolation 7 tyrants' strength was tyrannical. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. What a reckless junior. Very soon, you will know what is called after. The eyes of the overlord of the Azure Desolate Province were filled with endless killing intent. A mere junior who might not even be a high-order quasi-sovereign dared to speak to him in such a manner. He truly didn't know what the word, death, meant. However, before the Azure Desolate Overlord could say the word, regret, a cold voice interrupted his words. How dare you disrespect His Highness Dai Rumble? The chaos shook violently. A horrendous hand that was countless of light years long suddenly appeared above the 7 overlords of the Azure Desolate Realm, crushing towards them. Ah, not good. In an instant, the expressions of the 7 tyrants changed, especially the 5th overlord who only had limited quasi-sovereign's cultivation base. The 6th and 7th overlords felt their minds crumbling. Under the influence of the heaven-sheltering big hand, not a single resistance thought could be ignited. That power was more than 1,000,000,000 times stronger than limited quasi-sovereigns. An utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection, no, not even an utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection could be this terrifying. 5 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, this was the power of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Woo, how could this be? It's over, we're finished. Despair. The 7 overlords of the Azure Desolate were in complete despair. Even though the 7 of them were no match for an quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape with all their heart. However, if they were to face an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it would be an extravagant hope for them to escape. Ah, no. Qinghuang Divine Pagoda, block for me. Boom. A desolate and majestic aura rose from the body of the Azure Desolate Overlord and transformed into a massive green tower that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The Azure Desolate Divine Pagoda, exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifact, the #1 divine weapon of the Azure Desolate Primal Chaos, the lifeblood divine artifact of the Azure Desolate Overlord. Roar. Brothers, give your strength to eldest brother. Power of Azure Dragon, go Azure Sky's power, go power of Azure Demon, go. Azure Demon power, go. The 7 overlords of Qinghuang were not 7 quasi-exalts. They were all formed from the 7 strength of origin of Qinghuang's primal chaos ring. It could be said that they came from the same source. One source, the 7 strength of origin had merged into one, forming the strongest green desolation strength of origin. Its power directly increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. Otherwise, with just 3 limited quasi-sovereign, 3 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection working together, even the weakest top perfection quasi-paragons might not be able to defeat them, let alone the majority of top perfection quasi-paragons. Green Desolate Origin, fuse. Boom boom boom. Green light erupted from the Azure Desolate Divine Pagoda. Its defense was 10 times stronger, and it was 100 times stronger than before. Ah, no. Roar. We are brothers, they are the generals under the Desolate Dragon Emperor. If you dare to harm us brothers, the Desolate Dragon Emperor will definitely not divorce you. No, spare me, please. Please spare us, my lord. We, brothers, have surrendered. We have surrendered. C-2854 expose boundless chaos, the entrance to the source of chaos. When the 7 tyrants saw that their backer, the Desolate Dragon Exalt, was unable to threaten the other party, they no longer cared about anything else in order to survive. They didn't hesitate to abandon their dignity and pride as slaves and servants. They were people who cherished their lives. Otherwise, with their cultivation bases and strength, they wouldn't have lingered outside the black hole and wouldn't have dared to step into the origin of chaos. With the combined strength of the 7 of them, their strength was comparable to a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. As long as they weren't unlucky enough to run into an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. And that high and mighty great Tao sovereign, their safety was still guaranteed. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand forcefully crushed them. Yang Fann did not show any mercy at all because of their pleas for mercy. 3 limited quasi-sovereign, 3 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and 1 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection, as well as the other expert, were not a small force. Even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors would be overjoyed, but Yang Fann didn't care about them at all. With just a single soul duplicate, he could easily suppress them. This kind of trash, what was the use of them? It was better to obediently become the food for his growth. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. The desolate dragon emperor will avenge us. He will definitely avenge us. Silence for a moment. The black hole was surrounded by hundreds of millions of light years of silence. The quasi-exalts all widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe the scene before them. Suppressing. The ferocious 7 despairs of azure desolation were suppressed just like that. This. I can't be under some kind of illusion, right? The 7 tyrants of green desolation, they were the 7 despairs of azure desolation that dominated the trillions of eras of the primal chaos. Even if it was the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, defeating them would be easy, but if they wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for them to stay behind, let alone suppressing them with a single palm. Even among all invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, there were very few who could do this. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's eyes glittered as he surveyed his surroundings. It was as if he could see through their disguises. There was a hint of heat and hesitation in his eyes. In an instant, the hearts of the quasi-supreme beings jumped, and their hearts jumped to their throats. Gulp gulp. He won't try to harm us anymore, right? Those who kill will always be killed. Since they dared to lay an ambush at the entrance of the source of chaos and plunder, it was common for them to be suppressed and suppressed by others. Even the 7 overlords of the Azure Desolate were suppressed by Qing Song. If it was them, they would not be any better. Even if all of them joined forces, their chances of winning would not exceed half a level. No, this is impossible, right? He shouldn't be this crazy. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, they were still the strongest. However, there were many quasi-exalts with great origins, and they all came from supreme inheritances, as well as the 10 great overlords. If they really were to be wiped out in one go, it could be said that they had offended nearly half of the top powers in the primal chaos in one go. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of that. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At this moment, the quasi-exalts truly felt as though they had lived for a very long time. Quite a number of them felt as though their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. This fellow wouldn't come for real, right? 10 breaths later, Yang Fann withdrew his gaze and gave up on the idea of killing all these quasi-supreme beings. Although these quasi-supreme beings wanted to do something to him, they were not like the 7 despairs of Azure Desolates, putting it into action. It was just that thinking about it in his mind, directly attacking them was somewhat going against his principles. Of course, there was another major reason. This piece of fat was too thin, making him look down on it. There were quite a number of quasi-supreme beings. There were more than 1,000 of them, but the strongest among them was only an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. There were only 6 of them. Even if they were combined, they might not be able to match the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. To the current Yang Fann, the help he could provide was limited. At most, it would only make his cultivation improve a little. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped into the black hole. Instantly, numerous quasi-exalts grew out one after another. Finally, Dark Star had left. That gaze just now really made them feel like they had just walked into the gates of hell. It wasn't hard to tell that Dark Star really had thoughts about them, and not to scare them. Since when did this Dark Star appear in the chaos? Why didn't I hear anything about him before? He's actually protected by an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. What's his background? Very quickly, the quasi-supreme experts began to speculate about Yang Fann's identity. To be able to suppress the 7 overlords of the Azure Desolates so easily. That power was considered outstanding even amongst the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts. Even the sons of the supreme experts who were doted on by the supreme experts would never have such an honor. Invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were the closest to Great Tao Sovereign. Even Great Tao Sovereign had to give them some face. Generally speaking, those Great Tao Sovereign's beloved sons could only have the protection of an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. No, why does that man's face look so familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection Tao Protector. A quasi-supreme expert frowned, as if he had thought of something. Great perfection quasi-god king. Ah, it's him, Yang Fann, the #1 Tao child of the primeval chaos Tao Palace. What? The #1 Taoist of primeval chaos Tao Palace, Yang Fann? Think about it carefully. That face is really him. Hearing his words, quite a number of quasi-exalts reacted one after another. That appearance, that cultivation base, and that invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection who was the Tao protector. Wasn't that the legendary ancient monster of the primeval chaos Tao palace, Yang Fann? It was just that from the beginning, they didn't think that Yang Fann would enter the path to chaos, so they didn't think about that. Yang Fann was still a lot weaker than Chaos God King, let alone Great Tao Sovereign. There was no need for him to enter the source of chaos and fight for the fortune of the Great Tao. Furthermore, in their hearts, they didn't think that the primeval chaos Tao palace would let Yang Fann enter the source of chaos. The source of chaos was different from the battlefield of Tao Devil. The danger level of the source of chaos increased by 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Even Great Tao Sovereign was in danger of dying, let alone this Chaos God King. He was no longer a junior. Even with the protection of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it would be difficult to ensure his safety. In battlefield of Tao Devil, Great Tao Sovereign had his own restrictions. Those Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't necessarily bully the weak, and would personally deal with Yang Fann. However, the source of chaos was different. In that place, the heaven's secret was in chaos. The Tao of divination was basically just a decoration. Even the reaction of the soul was blurred. Great Tao Sovereign didn't have any restrictions, he could attack whenever he wanted to. If Great Tao Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace found out about his whereabouts, he would never let Yang Fann go. Not only Great Tao Sovereign of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, but also many of the other 8 overlords, Great Tao Sovereign, wanted to take Yang Fann's life. One primordial shrine was more than enough to suppress them. They didn't want to have another overlord above them. Even the primordial shrine wouldn't be willing to see the primeval chaos Tao palace stand on equal footing with them. There were also those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. There were also more than 1 or 2 people who had designs on Yang Fann, a supreme Great Tao God's son. Even though his talent and potential would drop drastically after the possession, it was still not something that an ordinary Great Tao God's son could compare with. Compared to them, the chances of him breaking through to the sovereign realm was much higher. Good, this little son Yang Fann actually dared to enter the source of chaos, he is courting death. Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Divine Mountain. Bang! Lord of Primordius stood up immediately, his face was full of anxiety. Yang Fann, it's because my primeval chaos Tao palace didn't give you enough preferential treatment. Is the resources given to you not enough, or are you really floating around? Why did you enter the source of chaos? Sigh, what should we do now? What should we do? What should we do? C2855 The Path of Chaos Hunyuan Universe, Chaos Origin Divine Mountain. Lord of Primordius was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He never thought that Yang Fann would be so audacious as to have designs on the source of chaos. It was a dangerous place where even Great Tao Sovereign could die. Even as the master of a palace, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to come back alive from the source of chaos. He could only stay in Hunyuan Universe obediently, not daring to have any extravagant hopes. Yang Fann wasn't even a quasi-god king, so how could he dare to step into it? Wasn't this just adding to the chaos? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had the protection of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection? In front of the real Great Tao Sovereign, even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was just a slightly stronger ant. What should he do? What should he do now? Ming Yang and junior brother were the same. Why didn't they try to persuade Yang Fann not to act recklessly? At the very least, they would at least inform him so that he could be prepared. Fortunately, Ming Yang, Dao Zun and the others didn't know what Lord of Primordius was thinking. Otherwise, they would definitely be depressed to death. They had been wrong for hundreds of years. They had tried to persuade His Royal Highness Yang Fann many times, but they had to kneel down and beg him. It was not only once or twice, but His Royal Highness Yang Fann was as stubborn as a cow. When he made the decision, not even 100 bulls would be able to pull him back. He completely ignored their words of persuasion and listened to them with his left ear. And out with their right ear. As for informing Lord of Primordius, they had thought about it before. However, Yang Fann didn't give them the chance to do so. He just gave them a stern warning. As Yang Fann's Tao protectors, to a certain extent, they were just subordinates who were 1 level higher than Steward Teng Wai and the others. If they still dared to report to Lord of Primordius under Yang Fann's warning. At that time, if Yang Fann knew about it, the consequences would not be something they could bear. With Yang Fann's status in the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, even if he personally executed them, the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace wouldn't be able to stand up for them. Sigh, I can only think of a way. Contact the Supreme Beings and have them stay in the source of chaos. Take care of His Royal Highness Yang Fann. I hope His Royal Highness Yang Fann is blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, my Primeval Chaos Dao Palace will suffer a great loss. Sigh, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, oh His Royal Highness Yang Fann, why are you so impatient? With your monstrous talent, even if you don't have the fortune of the Great Dao, it would only take a little more time for you to break through to the Great Dao Sovereign Realm. As long as you break through to Chaos God King, the longevity will be counted in trillions of eras. There was no need to worry about the lack of longevities. Heavenly Devil Universe, Heavenly Devil God Palace. Ha ha ha, little son Yang Fann. You are courting death. The source of chaos is your burial ground. The master of the Heavenly Devil Palace burst into laughter. He had thought that it would be difficult for them to find an opportunity to kill Yang Fann, who was a great threat to them. He never thought that little son Yang Fann would be so carefree as to take the initiative to enter the source of chaos. This little son Yang Fann was simply courting his own death. At that time, not only the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the Primordial Shrine, the Ancestral King Palace, and the other 8 overlords would also not let go of this ancient monster. Even the few supreme beings of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace might not be able to protect little son Yang Fann if they found him in time. There were too many people who wanted little son Yang Fann's life in the chaos. He obediently stayed in Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It was one thing, but with the protection of Patriarch Primordius, all the major powers were powerless to do anything. They were dead for sure. Little son Yang Fann was definitely dead. This time a huge stone in the Heavenly Devil God Palace's heart could finally be put down. Source of chaos, entrance black hole. Yang Fann had no idea about the plans of the Heavenly Devil God Palace and the other major powers. Of course, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't take it to heart. He didn't disguise himself at all. He had already thought of this when he openly appeared at the entrance of the source of chaos. Among them, Yang Fann even had a vague intention to expose his whereabouts. The overlords of the Heavenly Devil God Palace were right, but it was still uncertain who would be the hunter and who would be the prey in the end. The source of chaos covered a vast area. It was even bigger than the thousands of chaos circles occupied by the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Adding the chaos in the divination art and the suppression of the strength of soul, even Great Dao Sovereign had become blind. It wouldn't be easy to find him. When those Great Dao Sovereign came to find him, it was very likely that he had already taken a step forward and advanced to Chaos God King. Now, he had the confidence to fight Great Dao Sovereign. Once he advanced to Chaos God King, his overall strength would increase by 1,000, 10,000 times. He wouldn't be afraid even if he fought Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other 11 Ancestor. At least he wouldn't be able to defeat them, so escaping shouldn't be a problem for him. Perhaps, there was really a possibility that Great Dao Sovereign would be left behind. Compared to those invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors, Great Dao Sovereign was the real big fish. In the chaos, all the invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors combined couldn't compare to Great Dao Sovereign. If he could suppress and devour Great Dao Sovereign, even if he couldn't break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King, he wouldn't be too far away. Besides, Great Dao Sovereign still had the source of the Great Dao in his hands. Thinking about it, Yang Fann felt a little impulsive and wanted to fight Great Dao Sovereign. Bang! Not knowing how much time had passed, perhaps a year, perhaps a day, or perhaps even a moment, Yang Fann once again stepped on solid ground. He looked up and found himself in a path that was tens of thousands of miles wide. At a glance, it was unknown how many light years had passed on the ancient starry sky path that was paved by the stones of the primal chaos plane. On both sides of the ancient starry sky path, there was a faint chaotic barrier that separated it from the surrounding chaotic energies. Path to chaos, this was the true passageway to enter the source of chaos. As long as one walked along the path to chaos, the source of chaos would be at the end of the path. As for the huge black hole, it was more like an entrance than an entrance. What a nice path to chaos! Yang Fann's eyes lit up as he praised. The entire path to chaos was filled with a terrifying power of space. It was the Hunyuan universe. It was not even 1/1000th of the path to chaos. Under the quasi-supreme realm, Even a top-level Chaos God King would find it difficult to move a single step in this place, like a turtle moving at a snail's pace. Of course, the most terrifying thing was still the chaotic barrier. It looked as thin as a piece of paper, as if any random person would be able to pierce through it with a light poke. However, in reality, its toughness far exceeded the imagination of the world. Even with Yang Fann's current divine power, which was trillions of times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he still couldn't break the chaotic barrier. No, not to mention shattering the chaotic barrier, he couldn't even shake it and cause a ripple to appear. Yang Fann even suspected that even if Ancestral Master Primordius and the others came personally, they wouldn't be able to break through the chaotic barrier. It was worthy of being called the most mysterious place in the boundless chaos. Just by looking at the path to chaos, it was enough to tell how extraordinary the source of chaos was. Yang Fann took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The next moment, 4 Daltons Yang Fann took a step forward and walked towards the end of the path to chaos. Since he couldn't shake the chaotic barrier, he couldn't be bothered to do anything useless. When his cultivation base was high enough, he would naturally be able to see through the secrets of the path to chaos and even the entire source of chaos. His steps were very slow, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, he was well versed in the Tao of space. With just one step, he would be able to travel over 10,000 light years. Fortunately, there was no second person in the path to chaos. Otherwise, he would have fainted from fright. In the chaos, a step that could travel tens of thousands of light years wasn't a big deal. A step that could travel hundreds of millions of light years, or even trillions of light years, was a piece of cake for those quasi-supreme beings. However, in the path to chaos, even those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection could only travel at this speed, and they would never be able to do it so calmly. However, what was Yang Fann's cultivation base? Quasi-God King, a mere quasi-God King. There were a total of 5 big levels and dozens of big levels between him and quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Millions of light years, 100 million light years, 1 billion light years, 10 billion light years. Time passed quickly. 100 years had passed. Yang Fann didn't know how many billions of light years he had passed, but he still couldn't see the end of the path to chaos. It was as if there was no end to the ancient road underneath his feet. During this period of time, Yang Fann casually broke through the internal chaos of the 7 overlords of the Azure Desolate, and robbed all their belongings. Initially, he thought that the 7 tyrants didn't have much profit. After all, the strongest amongst them was only an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Half of them were still limited quasi-sovereign. Combined, it was already considered pretty good to have half of the wealth of top perfection quasi-paragons. Who would have thought that the wealth of these 7 brothers would be 100 times more than what he had imagined? Not only that, the wealth of the weakest 7th overlord was comparable to some old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The Azure Desolate overlord was no less than a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With the combined strength of the 7 overlords, that family should be as many as the 3rd level of the Black Bone Devil Sovereign at that time. Yang Fann had a faint trace of regret for letting those quasi-supreme beings go. It was just 7 of them, and they already had the wealth of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection that was close to the 3rd level of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. What kind of harvest would it be if they could capture all of them in one fell swoop? 10 times, or 100 times more than the base of the Black Bone Devil Sovereign's family. Boom! All of a sudden, a fiendish chi that frightened the top-level Chaos God King rose from the outside of the chaotic barrier. C-2856 Purple Flame Demon Lord Path to Chaos. Yang Fann was neither in a hurry nor in a slow pace. Every step he took was tens of thousands of light years away. Poochie! Suddenly, the chaos boundary on Yang Fann's right side twisted. A 300-meter tall chaotic monster that looked like a Qilin and had a pair of bone wings passed through the chaos boundary and lunged at Yang Fann. It was so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. The chaotic barrier that Yang Fann, who could not even shake Great Tao Sovereign, seemed to have no effect on the chaotic monster, as if it didn't exist at all. Is this the chaotic devil from Path to Chaos? Yang Fann stopped in his tracks. A hint of curiosity flashed across his eyes. According to the information he had, he knew that there was a group of chaos devils in the Path to Chaos. These chaos devils had no fixed whereabouts, and they just appeared quietly outside the Path to Chaos. Even Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to find them in advance. They regarded the chaos boundary as nothing. It was as if the chaos boundary was specifically used to prevent outsiders like them from leaving Path to Chaos. However, it was useless against the chaos monsters, which were the original creatures of Path to Chaos. Unfortunately, their strength is a little lacking. Yang Fann gently shook his head. This chaos devil, its aura was no weaker than middle-rank quasi-sovereigns, and it was no weaker than any of those existences below middle-rank quasi-sovereign. In the sealed Path to Chaos, even running away was an extravagant hope. The devils of chaos were blessed by the heavens in this Path to Chaos. Although it was also suppressed by the power of space, the degree of suppression was. For example, this Qilin devil. Its speed was not much slower than some high-order quasi-sovereign warriors, and it was also caught off guard by its sneak attack. Even a slightly weaker high-order quasi-sovereign could fall into their trap. The reason why low-level quasi-sovereign rarely entered the source of chaos was because of these chaotic monsters in the Path to Chaos. It was a great contribution to him, 8th layer. There were even more of them, low-level quasi-sovereign, who couldn't even pass the Path to Chaos. Not to mention entering the source of chaos and competing for the fortune of the Great Tao. Buzz. With a thought, an invisible force enveloped the Qilin, completely sealing it. Indeed, this chaos devil has no intelligence like the rumors say. It is shaped like a wild beast and it is vast and boundless. There is nothing strange about it. Yang Fann let out a faint sigh. Middle-rank quasi-sovereign. No sagacity was born. In the outside world, even those primal chaos vicious beasts. As long as one could advance to a king of vicious beast comparable to Chaos God King, they would be able to open the sagacity. They were no different from ordinary humans, let alone middle-rank quasi-sovereign. The height of the sagacity was comparable to those old monsters who had lived for tens of millions of eras. It was not the slightest bit inferior, in fact, it was even better than that. In the next second, bang, the Qilin devil exploded with a loud bang. It was as if the dazzling fireworks were the last rays of light. However, Yang Fann didn't even have the desire to devour the chaos devil that was comparable to middle-rank quasi-sovereign. To the current Yang Fann, even if there were thousands of such chaos devil, it would still be difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. If it was those devil kings that were comparable to quasi-sovereign of great perfection devils, that would be more like it. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, soon, 3,000 years passed. Unfortunately, there was still no exit to the Path to Chaos. However, Yang Fann estimated that they should be reaching the exit soon. According to what he knew, some invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection would need about 4,000 to 5,000 years to pass through the Path to Chaos and enter the source of chaos. The speed at which he unleashed his power wasn't any slower than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In fact, it was even faster than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Under the suppression of the terrifying power of space in Path to Chaos, the other invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Thousands of years was like a day. It would not take 1,000 years for them to travel at full speed. He would consume more than half of their power of chaos gods. Path to Chaos, unlike the outside world, it was filled with vast chaotic origin energy. In just a breath's time, it would be able to easily recover the lost source divine power. Every quasi-sovereign of great perfection had boundless divine power. But in this place, there wasn't even the slightest bit of chaotic origin power. Outside the chaotic barrier, the boundless chaos might contain chaotic origin power. But with the obstruction of the chaotic barrier, even Great Tao Sovereign was unable to absorb the outer world's primal chaos, much less quasi-exalts like them. Along the way, other than consuming divine pills and divine herbs, there was no way to replenish any of the losses they had suffered. Once too many power of chaos gods were consumed, even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection might perish here. Among those chaotic devils, there was a king of devils that was comparable to an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Although it was rare, it wasn't impossible to find one. However, Yang Fann didn't have these concerns. Even if he traveled at the speed of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, the power of Chaos God that he had used up over thousands of years was nothing compared to him. It was just a drop in the ocean, and it could be completely ignored. In the past 3,000 years, Yang Fann had encountered some chaos monsters. He just didn't know that these chaos monsters knew how powerful Yang Fann was. Or was it because he was too lucky? The dozens of chaos monsters he encountered were all amphioxus. The strongest of them was only a chaos monster that had the power to fight top quasi-sovereign. When combined, they couldn't arouse Yang Fann's interest in devouring them. In a flash, another 300 years had passed. The exit of the path to chaos was not far away. Yang Fann had a feeling that, in at most 100 years, he would be able to smoothly enter the source of chaos. Wang! All of a sudden, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, revealing a blazing light. I never thought that I would encounter such a big fish in path to chaos. Sure enough, my luck isn't that bad. I will encounter those amphioxus. 8 million light years away from Yang Fann, a flaming giant whose body was covered in purple divine flames was striding forward. Every step it took was hundreds of thousands of light years away. This was a middle-aged man who wasn't even 40 years old. He wore a purple divine armor, and even his skin was a strange purple color. He had purple eyebrows and purple hair, and within his purple pupils, the divine fire was flickering. The ancient devil patterns were covered in a secret cloth, and within it, the terrifying pressure seemed to be able to suppress the chaos. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign was one of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors of the heavenly devil god palace, and his strength wasn't any weaker than the black bone devil sovereign that Yang Fann had absorbed. He was Great Tao Sovereign, the son of ethereal sovereign, and he had the bloodline of sovereign god. His talent was extremely high. Compared to the ordinary Great Tao god's son, he was much more talented. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace was only slightly inferior. The Tao children of this generation had been left behind by him by more than 10 streets. They were one of the 3 Great Devil Sovereign who had the highest chance of advancing to Great Tao Sovereign in the heavenly devil god palace. If he could suppress and devour Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, Chaos God King, Yang Fann wouldn't dare to dream about it. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through a small realm. Right at this moment, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign seemed to have noticed Yang Fann's burning gaze and turned his head around. Kai, 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 the sound of Kai, Kai. In an instant, the gazes of the man and the devil collided. It was as if an intense spark had been created. Yang Fann, it was the number 1 Tao child of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Yang Fann he. How could he appear in the path to chaos? A trace of doubt climbed into Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes. With Yang Fann's cultivation base, it was already 10 billion years before he entered the source of chaos. 100 billion eras furthermore, with his monstrous talent, he wouldn't need the help of the source of chaos to take that final step in the future. As long as the upper echelons of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace weren't kicked in the head by a donkey, they wouldn't allow him to enter the source of chaos. Should he take this risk? But very quickly, that doubt was replaced by an unconcealable excitement. Who cares why Yang Fann would appear here? As long as he was sure that it was the number 1 monster in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Yang Fann, it would be enough. Ha ha ha, luck. Truly my luck, my Tao has succeeded, my Tao has succeeded. C 2857 ants. Have you seen enough path to chaos? Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. There was an indescribable excitement on his face. The doubt in his heart had long been forgotten by him. Ha ha ha, I am indeed the protagonist of that era of prosperity. Yang Fann, I never thought that I would meet the number 1 monster in the history of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Yang Fann, in the path to chaos. This is definitely the greatest opportunity in my life. Originally, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign didn't have much confidence that he would be able to obtain the fortune of the Great Tao and advance to Great Tao Sovereign after entering the source of chaos. Although he was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he wasn't the only invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection who had entered the source of chaos. There were hundreds of them, and this didn't include those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection natives. Compared to them, these natives who had lived in the source of chaos for generations were truly blessed by the heavens. The number of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts far exceeded them. If it wasn't for the fact that these natives were also divided into many camps, countless powers would have been constantly fighting amongst themselves. They would have nothing to do with the fortune of the Great Tao a long time ago. Besides the expert of the same level, those high and mighty Great Tao Sovereign were also their competitors. If it weren't for the good fortune of the Great Tao, these high and mighty Great Tao Sovereign would never have risked his life to enter the source of chaos and compete with the local supreme beings. With his cultivation base and strength, the possibility of him obtaining the good fortune of the Great Tao wouldn't exceed 1%. But now that he had the monster, Yang Fann, there was no need for him to do so. He would risk his life to fight for the fortune of the Great Tao. As long as he could completely refine this Yang Fann, he would be able to fuse with his innate potential. Even if he suffered some losses, he would no longer have the potential of a supreme Great Tao God Son. However, raising his potential to intermediate Great Tao God Son was still within his grasp. It wasn't impossible for him to have the potential of a high-ranked Great Tao God Son. If he had the potential to become a high-ranked Great Tao God Son, with his foundation and the support of his father, Ethereal Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 10th level. He would at least have the chance to break through to the 8th layer, or even the 9th level. Even if he was only an intermediate Great Tao God Son, he would at least have a chance of breaking through to the 3rd level. This probability was enough to make countless invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection go crazy. One should know that most invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection might not even have a glimmer of hope, let alone the 3rd level. Even if he was a quasi-Great Tao God Son, if he didn't have any fortuitous encounters, he would at most have a glimmer of hope that he would be able to break through to the Great Tao Sovereign realm. The next second, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign pushed his speed to the limit and approached Yang Fann. In less than a breath's time, he crossed 8 million light years and appeared in front of Yang Fann. Yang Fann, meeting me is the greatest misfortune of your life. Be obedient and surrender. Perhaps I can let a trace of your soul leave and allow you to seize your body and be reborn. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign looked down at Yang Fann, as if Yang Fann had become a fat piece of meat on the chopping board, allowing him to knead it and slice it. Even if the legend was true, little son Yang Fann had the protection of a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Today, he was doomed. The path to chaos was different from the outside world. It was just a small place. It was simply an extravagant hope. Even if he wanted to return the way he came, it was impossible for him to escape from the path to chaos. Just like the source of chaos, the path to chaos was not allowed to leave. Apart from the deadline, everyone was expelled from the source of chaos. Other than that, even Great Tao Sovereign would not be able to leave early. Unless he had the protection of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection by his side. Only then would he be able to safely escape from his hands. But was this possible? There were only a dozen or so people in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace who were at the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Now that the source of chaos had appeared, all of them had entered the source of chaos to seize the fortune of the Great Tao and advance to Great Tao Sovereign. It was too late. How could they have the time to be Yang Fann's Tao protector? In just a few thousand years, as well as the special environment of Path to Chaos, the news of the Heavenly Devil God Palace had yet to reach Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's hands. Otherwise, how could Purple Flame Demon Sovereign still be so calm? I wonder how many quasi-sovereign of great perfection are guarding Yang Fann. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes sparkled with a divine light, as if he wanted to see through Yang Fann's void. If it was just a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, then it wouldn't be a big deal. He would be able to get rid of him with ease, but if there were 2 of them, it would be troublesome if there were 3 of them. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's expression turned serious. 4 of them, or even more, quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, were willing to pay any price. He couldn't avoid a serious injury in this battle of life and death. It was a direct injury to his origin and shaking his foundation. It wasn't impossible. Once the origin root was damaged, Great Tao God's Son would not be able to think about it anymore. The Great Tao protected him, and he hoped that the worst would not happen. Astonishment flashed across Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes. Strange, why can't I see those powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection? That shouldn't be the case. With his cultivation base and strength, even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't be able to escape his eyes, let alone some powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Furthermore, the path to chaos was a special place. It was impossible for those powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection to leave Yang Fann's place of 100,000 light years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to rush to Yang Fann's side in time and rescue him. Could it be that they are hiding in the chaos inside Yang Fann? Suddenly, a thought flashed across Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's mind. This was very likely. The source of chaos was a random teleportation. Even if 2 people were next to each other at the same time, after the teleportation, they would still be able to teleport. Without the protection of those powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, it was impossible for them to be in the same place. With Yang Fann's cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. He would have to die in the hands of those barbarians. There was only one way to teleport them together. That was to put everyone else into his own internal chaos and temporarily merge them into one. Buzz. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign turned his gaze and subconsciously looked at Yang Fann. Ah, how is this possible? In an instant, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's pupils shrank and revealed a trace of disbelief. With his eye technique, he could even see through the inner chaos of some old quasi-sovereign of great perfection with a single glance. Furthermore, Yang Fann was not even a great perfection quasi-god king. However, what he saw was that Yang Fann was still the same Yang Fann. Not to mention the specific situation of the inner chaos, he didn't even see the chaotic crystal wall. Something wasn't right. Something really wasn't right. Even if those quasi-sovereign of great perfection helped Yang Fann conceal the truth, it shouldn't be like this. Ants, have you seen enough? Yang Fann's eyes flickered with a trace of ridicule. Do you want me to let go of the inner chaos and let you see it clearly? Purple Flame Demon Sovereign frowned, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart for no reason. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection who was at the same level as him wouldn't dare to speak to him in such a manner. Besides those high and mighty great Tao sovereign, who else would dare call him an ant? Gulp gulp, could it be? Could it be that the one in Yang Fann's inner chaos isn't the strongest? A quasi-sovereign of great perfection, but that great Tao. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's heart skipped a beat. An extremely terrifying thought appeared in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's heart was rooted to the ground, and it quickly germinated and grew. This was not impossible in ordinary Tao child. They couldn't even meet great Tao sovereign, let alone hide in the chaos. However, Yang Fann might not be the one to do so. Great Tao sovereign from the primeval chaos Tao palace probably didn't mind. Before Yang Fann grew up, he would bring him along and form a good relationship with him. Great Tao sovereign's divine ability wasn't something he could imagine. Covering the chaos within Yang Fann and hiding from his soul was an extremely easy task. Ah, I knew that primeval chaos Tao palace wouldn't allow little son Yang Fann to enter the source of chaos so easily. At this moment, his doubts seemed to have been resolved. A mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't be able to protect Yang Fann, but following a great Tao sovereign was another concept. There was basically no danger of dying. In the source of chaos, there was more than one or two great Tao sovereign who had died. There were even more than a handful of them, but that was the first time the source of chaos had appeared. And not just once. On average, 5 or 6 times when the source of chaos appeared, only one great Tao sovereign would fall. Great Tao sovereign wasn't an idiot. If he couldn't beat them, why would he run? Apart from Tao ancestor of primeval chaos, the ancestor of all origin was a supreme ancestor. Unless there were 5 or 6 supreme beings, or even more, surrounding and killing him, there was a possibility that great Tao sovereign would be left behind. As for Yang Fann's own strength, which had blocked his detection, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign didn't even dare to think about it. What kind of joke was this? A mere quasi-chaos god king already possessed a strength that far exceeded his invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection strength. Did he think that Purple Flame Demon Sovereign was an idiot? How could there be such a monster in this world? He had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. What should we do? What should I do? C2858. We've all been deceived. Path to chaos. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign had thought that his good fortune would bring him a chance to prove himself, but he never thought that it was such a situation. Great Tao Sovereign, there was actually a great Tao Sovereign hiding in the chaos of little son Yang Fann's inner world. Panic, endless panic and despair enveloped his soul. He was like an ant on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. What should he do? What should I do? Within the source of chaos, there was no rule that supreme beings were not allowed to casually make a move against those below the supreme being level. Among the other major powers, great Tao Sovereign might show mercy to his father, ethereal sovereign, for the sake of the reputation of heavenly devil god palace, but the primeval chaos Tao palace was not one of them. Not to mention the strongest invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection below the supreme level like him. Even if it was an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, these supreme beings of the primeval chaos Tao palace wouldn't mind bullying the weak. The more quasi-sovereign of great perfection they had, the more advantages the primeval chaos Tao palace had in the battlefield of Tao devil. They were dead for sure. I'm really dead this time. Great Tao Sovereign, invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The difference of half a step was immeasurable. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Even at the risk of his origin collapsing and using all the forbidden divine ability, he had no hope of surviving the attack of Great Tao Sovereign. Unless he was at the end of the path to chaos, and could enter the source of chaos with just a single step, he might still have a chance of survival. However, he couldn't see the end of it with just a single glance. It was as if the path to chaos had no end in sight. At this moment, after enduring for so long, I can finally stretch my muscles and bones. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, don't disappoint me. Yang Fann stretched his muscles and bones. He looked at Purple Flame Demon Sovereign with interest. In the outside world, afraid of attracting the attention of those Great Tao Sovereign, he had no choice but to suppress his own strength. Even if he attacked, he would still use the soul duplicate. He disguised himself as those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, not daring to leave any flaws behind. In such a situation, to tell the truth, Yang Fann felt somewhat aggrieved in his heart. Now, everything was fine. Finally, he didn't have to suppress his strength anymore. He could let go of his hands and feet. This was going to be a good fight. In the path to chaos, all the souls and divination had become mere decorations. As long as Purple Flame Demon Sovereign didn't slip away from his sight, he wouldn't have to worry about exposing his true strength. What does little son Yang Fann mean by that? Could it be, does he want to do it himself? Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. What kind of joke was this? Even he, little son Yang Fann, wanted to challenge an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like him. Was it because he hadn't woken up, or was it because he was dreaming? Little son Yang Fann, unparalleled talent, 10,000 times greater than his. Not only that, he had to admit this, but potential didn't represent his strength. With his mere quasi-sovereign of great perfection cultivation base, having the combat strength of a top-level Chaos God King was his limit. Any random low-level quasi-sovereign would be able to torture him to death, let alone an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like him. With a casual flick of his finger, he could kill him thousands of times. No, that's not right. How could I forget? And with Great Tao Sovereign around, if he is willing to lend me his Great Tao Divine Artifact, it's not like little son Yang Fann doesn't have the strength to fight me. Very quickly, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes shifted as he thought of something. Although Yang Fann's weak cultivation base was not enough to unleash the full power of the Great Tao Divine Artifact, even if it was just an instinctive eruption of the divine weapon, its power wouldn't be much weaker than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like him. But this is a chance for me. A ray of hope burst out from his hopeless heart, dispersing the darkness in his heart. Great Tao Sovereign was no match for him, but he could still deal with a Great Tao Divine Artifact. At that time, he would have to fight and retreat. If he could reach the end of the path to chaos, he might be able to take the opportunity to save his life. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann took a step forward, no longer suppressing his aura. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out with Yang Fann as the center, soaring into the sky. It seemed like it would never end. Ah, no, how is this possible? Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes widened in shock. This pressure was extremely pure, and there wasn't any other chi mixed within it. In other words, this power belonged solely to Yang Fann, and there wasn't any expert energy mixed within it. And now, this pressure had already surpassed most of the ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfections. A great perfection quasi-god king warrior with the strength of an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, how could such a monster exist in this world? Even those ancestors, who were at the same cultivation level as him, were far from being one of the trillions. What was even more terrifying was that the pressure was still rising. It's comparable to a veteran, an experienced quasi-sovereign of great perfection. He was still climbing, and he was still an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like me. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign was dumbfounded, and his mind was on the verge of collapsing. Ah, no, surpass me. This Yang Fann's aura has surpassed mine, and it's not even his limit. No, it was not true. This isn't true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign let out a hysterical wail. His entire body had completely collapsed. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it at all. An ant that wasn't even Chaos God King had a pressure that exceeded his invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection cultivation base. Was there anything more absurd than this? Illusion, this must be my illusion. Illusion, purple flame demon sovereign, take my attack. A playful smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. He moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards purple flame demon sovereign. Hong long. Yang Fann didn't use too much strength in this palm strike. He only used half a layer of power of Chaos God, but even so, the power was still more than 100 million times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, even the four-direction space started to distort and crack. It was like a spider web that was filled with countless crisscrossing cracks. Ah, no, really, it's true, everything is true. The signs of imminent collapse finally made purple flame demon sovereign come back to his senses. That terrifying power was not his illusion. That little son Yang Fann really had a strength that far exceeded his invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In terms of the great Tao, what kind of abnormal monster was this? King Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, he was just a king of great perfection quasi-chaos God. No, that's not right. I only saw his cultivation base. Is it really his true cultivation base? With his true strength, is it difficult for him to hide from my eyes? Gurgle gurgle, we were all cheated. We were all cheated. This little son Yang Fann wasn't great perfection quasi-chaos God at all. He must have concealed his true cultivation base. He must have concealed his true cultivation base. Under the heaven-sheltering big hand, he felt as if he was facing his father, ethereal sovereign. Even if this strength wasn't as strong as the real great Tao sovereign, it wouldn't be much different. A great perfection quasi-god king's combat strength was on par with great Tao sovereigns. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Furthermore, Yang Fann had already obtained close to 600,000 primeval Chaos Tao palaces after entering the primeval Chaos Tao palace. A slightly talented true disciple of the primeval Chaos Tao palace who had cultivated hard for nearly 600,000 eras was enough to break through to the Chaos God King realm, let alone an ancient monster like Yang Fann. His true cultivation base wasn't quasi-Chaos God King, but a quasi-supreme being like him. In fact, he was only a step away from great Tao sovereign. Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying power? No wonder he wanted to enter the source of chaos. At this moment, everything made sense. What great Tao sovereign? He didn't even exist. The only thing he could rely on was himself. Roar. Devil bead of darkness, protect. Boom. A purple-colored light rose from purple flame demon sovereign's body and turned into a bright purple bead. It radiated out layers of violet lights, protecting purple flame demon sovereign's entire body. The devil bead of darkness, exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifact. Ethereal sovereign was once the strongest patron saint weapon. However, after ethereal sovereign had taken that step, he had advanced to great Tao sovereign. To him, the devil bead did not provide much help. It had been given to purple flame demon sovereign 3 trillion eras ago, and had become purple flame demon sovereign's protective divine tool. From this, it could be seen that ethereal sovereign doted on purple flame demon sovereign. Among his many heirs, purple flame demon sovereign was the one that he valued the most. Arg, puff, the blood of a supreme being, support block it, you have to block it for me. C 2859 The Supreme Clone Path to Chaos. Purple flame demon sovereign's expression became frenzied, like a wild beast that had fallen into madness. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of purple golden blood. The mouthful of blood was glittering and had a strange fragrance. It was like the most precious crystal in the chaos, dazzling and dazzling. Sovereign God's blood was the origin divine blood that ethereal sovereign had inherited from him. It had condensed the last of his potential, and was the key for him to surpass the other invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Now, with this divine blood gone, his hope of breaking through to the supreme being realm was completely cut off. Unless he could seize the fortune of the great Tao from the source of chaos, he wouldn't be able to break through to the supreme being realm with just his own body, no matter how hard he cultivated. However, purple flame demon sovereign had no other choice. If he couldn't block this palm strike, he wouldn't be able to talk about the future. In any case, there was only a sliver of hope, and it wasn't much different from not having it. Wang. As soon as the mouthful of sovereign God's blood merged with the dark source devil bead, a demonic light burst out from the dark source devil bead. The demonic purple light expanded rapidly and covered an area of 10,000 miles. Its defensive power was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than before. With the help of sovereign God's blood, the power of the dark source devil bead is infinitely close to the great Tao divine artifact. It will definitely be able to block this palm strike. The final struggle. Yang Fann sneered. He did not have any intention of accumulating his strength. The gap of 100 million times of strength was not something that a mouthful of sovereign god's blood could make up for. Pucci. 10,000 li. 10,000 li. 10 miles. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, a dazzling purple light shone. Completely visible to the naked eye, quickly erased. In less than a breath's time, the purple light that covered 10,000 miles of land had already been suppressed to a mile of land. Even on the surface of the devil bead, there were faint traces of fissured traces. It was as if in the next second, it would be filled with cracks, and even completely shattered. Ah, no, what should I do? What should I do? Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's heart was burning with anxiety. An indescribable fear had engulfed his soul. In just a breath's time, the defense of the devil bead would completely collapse. At that time, without the protection of the devil bead, he wouldn't be able to withstand Great Tao Sovereign's terrifying power for even an instant. Roar. Yang Fann, stop. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to hand over all my treasures. Hand over all of your treasures. Ridiculous. Do you think that your possessions are still yours? As long as Purple Flame Demon Sovereign was suppressed, all of Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's possessions would belong to him. He would use his own treasures to redeem his own life. It was a pity that he, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, could say it out loud. Yang Fann, are you really going to do this? I am the son of Ethereal Sovereign. If you dare to kill me, my Yu Yuan family will never forgive you. You are the direct son of Ethereal Sovereign, and I am the future of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Even if you kill me, you won't be afraid of angering the Tao Palace. What am I afraid of? A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. These fellows, if they couldn't defeat him, they would use their backers. No matter what, they were all like this. What had they been doing for a long time? Why didn't they think about his identity before they had their eyes on him? As the future hope of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, in terms of background, only Ancestor's most beloved sons could compete with him. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign was still a long way off. Ethereal Sovereign had obtained a portion of the fortune of the Great Tao when the source of chaos emerged, and he had successfully advanced to Great Tao Sovereign. He wasn't considered a newbie amongst all Great Tao Sovereign, but he wasn't that strong either. Among the 13 supreme beings of Heavenly Devil God Palace, he was ranked at the bottom 3. Compared to Ancestor, the gap between them was huge, and they weren't on the same level at all. Hong Long, the heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush him, showing no signs of holding back. Bang! Heaven collapsing, earth cracked. The demon pearl of darkness finally reached its limit and exploded. It turned into tiny purple crystal chips that scattered in all directions like meteors. Ah, no! Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, be obedient and become my food for growth. At that moment, who dares to harm my child? A roar like devil god burst out from Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's body. A huge purple hand stretched out from Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's body and struck the heaven-sheltering big hand. Pucci, 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 Pucci. Yang Fann's mighty force was more than 100 million times more terrifying than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfections. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly crumbled. The next second, rumble, rumble, a billion times more terrifying than Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, a pressure that was more than 10 billion times more terrifying, surged out from Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's body and pressed down on Yang Fann. A human figure walked out from Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's chest. This figure was incomparably majestic, causing people to look up to him. With every step he took, his body would expand rapidly, reaching 30 meters in height, 300 meters, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 10 million feet. It was as if he was going to blow up the chaotic barrier above him. In the end, he transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was millions of feet tall. It towered into the sky and looked down upon the world. Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. The surrounding space was unable to withstand the berserk pressure and exploded like glass. Terrifying. One should know that the toughness of the spatial barrier in the path to chaos was far beyond the imagination of a quasi-supreme being. Even Yang Fann's palm strike just now had only caused long and narrow cracks to appear on the surrounding spatial crystal walls. It was more than a level away from collapsing completely. This was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. Just like Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, his entire body, including his skin and fur, was purple in color. Furthermore, his facial features were extremely similar to purple flame demon sovereigns. He couldn't even be called purple flame demon sovereigns. He was carved out of the same mold, and was also somewhat similar. At first glance, he looked like a gigantic purple flame demon sovereign. Ah, this is father, a clone of my father. Purple flame demon sovereign was shocked. He opened his mouth and found it hard to believe. He had never thought that his father, ethereal sovereign, would leave a soul duplicate in his body. If he had known that his father had left such a trump card in his body, he wouldn't have risked his life just now. That mouthful of sovereign god's blood had exhausted all of his potential. It was fine, but there was only a 1,000th of a chance. Advancing to Great Tao Sovereign was almost negligible. However, the devil bead made his heart ache. He only had one supreme grade defensive quasi-Great Tao divine artifact, the Dark Source Devil Bead. Without the protection of the Dark Source Devil Bead, his strength. He was now at the bottom of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. All of this was little son Yang Fann's fault, little son Yang Fann's fault. Father, please help me take down this little son Yang Fann. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign said respectfully to Ethereal Sovereign. Even though he was Ethereal Sovereign's most pampered son, he didn't dare show any disrespect to Ethereal Sovereign, even if this was just a clone of his father. The dignity of a supreme being, sacred and inviolable unless one day, he could take the last step and advance to Great Tao Sovereign. Otherwise, no matter which supreme being he faced, he had to maintain the necessary reverence. Vile creature, you actually dare to harm my son, truly daring today. No one in the world or universal world can save you. Ethereal Sovereign looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was like the ringing of a bronze bell, but also like the roar of Devil God, echoing in the path to chaos. Hurry up and kneel down, or else you will suffer the pain of your skin and flesh. C 2860. He crushed the Nether Spring Supreme Being's clone path to chaos. Ethereal Sovereign looked down at Yang Fann. His voice was high and mighty, as if he didn't care about Yang Fann at all. Since the birth of the chaos, no one had been able to break the destiny. With the cultivation base of a quasi-supreme expert, no one had been able to defeat Great Tao Sovereign. Even if he wasn't the true body himself, just a clone, it was still the same. In order to ensure the safety of his beloved son, this clone of his was incomparable to an ordinary clone. He had spent a great deal of time and countless resources to refine it. With the strength of his 5th level true self, he would be able to fight Great Tao Sovereign, who had just advanced to the next level. As long as he did not control the Great Tao Divine Artifact, he would be able to fight him. This little son Yang Fann. Although that palm strike was powerful, there was still a big gap between them. If it was in the outside world, with the help of some forbidden divine ability and secret techniques, it might be possible for little son Yang Fann to escape from his grip. However, this was the path to chaos, and he had long since cut off all paths of retreat. Today, this Yang Fann was like a turtle in a jar, allowing him to torture him as he pleased. Ethereal Sovereign, if your true self were to come here personally, I might have to be wary of you. You are merely a supreme being clone. Who gave you the audacity to act so impudently in front of me? Yang Fann sneered. His expression was the same as usual. There wasn't a trace of panic on his face. The pressure unleashed by the Supreme Being clone. Although it was terrifying, there was still quite a distance between him and the Supreme Being avatar. At most, it would be at his 6th level. Furthermore, his clone was different from his true self. He definitely did not have any Great Tao Divine artifacts with him. That Ethereal Sovereign, atavism, hadn't even reached 20 trillion eras. Among all the Supreme Beings, he could only be considered ordinary. The fact that he had a Great Tao Divine artifact in his hand was his limit. Yang Fann didn't believe that he could be so extravagant as to give his Great Tao Divine artifact to a clone. Supreme Spectre. No matter how much he doted on Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, it was impossible for him to risk losing a level of strength to protect Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's safety. He didn't only have one son. To these Great Tao Sovereign, from the beginning to the end, the most important thing was themselves. While they were talking, an indescribable heat flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although it was just a clone, its strength of origin was extremely powerful. It was still far from an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like Purple Flame Demon Sovereign. If he could suppress and devour this clone, he would definitely be able to refine a dozen or 20 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, or even more. At that time, even if he couldn't break through to Chaos God King in one go, he wouldn't be too far away. It would be enough to increase his combat strength by several times, or even more than 10 times. Also, the memories of the Ghost Supreme allowed him to truly understand the division of Great Tao Sovereign's strength. It was not like the current situation where he basically used suspicion to deduce Great Tao Sovereign's cultivation base and strength. What a reckless and reckless evildoer! You will definitely pay the price for what you just said. A cold killing intent flashed in Ethereal Sovereign's eyes. It was the dignity of a supreme being, sacred and inviolable. As his voice faded, Hong Long, his right arm moved, and he struck out with his palm. His right arm, which was over 400,000 meters long, stretched out against the wind, and crossed over 1,000,000 miles of land, pressing down on Yang Fann. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was as if the entire path to chaos was covered by it. Hong Long, Poochie Poochie Poochie. In all directions, all the spatial zones had been shattered into pieces, as if the entire path to chaos was going to be destroyed by that palm. The terrifying power was more than 10 billion times greater than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like Purple Flame Demon Sovereign. Ha ha ha, this is Father's power. Good little son Yang Fann, your end is here. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign laughed loudly. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. In his heart, he began to fantasize about merging with Yang Fann's bloodline and advancing to the intermediate Great Tao God's son, and then the wonderful scene of atavism. No matter how abnormal Yang Fann's monster was, in front of the real Great Tao Sovereign, it was still just an ant. At that moment, Ethereal Sovereign, the one who should pay the price is you. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh. His body became taller and taller, and in an instant, he turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was no weaker than Ethereal Sovereign's terrifying giant spirit. At this moment, Yang Fann no longer held back any strength in his body. He unleashed all of his strength. A supreme clone was qualified to make him fight with his full strength. Rumble, a terrifying pressure that was more than 10 times more terrifying than Ethereal Sovereign's burst out from Yang Fann's body. It crushed everything. Buzz. Even the heaven-sheltering big hand could no longer fall due to the terrifying pressure. Ah, no, how is this possible? Ethereal Sovereign let out a hysterical wail. His eyes were about to burst out of his eye sockets. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. That power, the feeling it gave him. It's not much worse than what he did with all his might. This was the true power of Great Tao Sovereign. It wasn't even comparable to the newly advanced Great Tao Sovereign. As for Yang Fann, although he could not see through his cultivation base, just like Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, the Yang Fann in front of him was also a great perfection quasi-god king, but there was one thing he was sure of. This kid definitely didn't have atavism. It had never happened before in history that someone below the supreme level could go against a supreme level expert. Even if it was the ancestor of all origin, the heavenly devil ancestor, and the other ancestor, when they were at the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they would at most be able to save their lives under Great Tao Sovereign's hands. Although Yang Fann's talent was said to be above that of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace's ancestral master, it was only slightly better than that. It was impossible for him to break the shackles of the legends. He should be able to challenge Great Tao Sovereign with a higher cultivation base. No, I don't believe it, it's fake, it must be fake. Roar. Die now. Great Tao Thaumaturgy, 9 underworlds rotation. Rumble. Rumble. 9 purple heavenly wheels rose from behind Ethereal Sovereign's back. This was a natal divine ability that Ethereal Sovereign had mastered when he had broken through to Great Tao Sovereign. When the 9 wheels were unleashed, Ethereal Sovereign's strength had increased by 9 times. 9 times of enhancement seemed to be very little. Many of the chaotic divine abilities controlled by Chaos God King and the Quasi-Supreme could easily increase their combat strength by 10 or 100 times. As a matter of fact, this enhancement was already quite significant. Unlike Chaos God King, who was a quasi-supreme expert, it was extremely difficult for Great Tao Sovereign to increase his strength by even a little bit. The 9 underworld cycle could increase Ethereal Sovereign's combat strength by 9 times in one go. Amongst all the Great Tao divine abilities, he was already considered an intermediate. Most of the Great Tao divine abilities could only increase their strength by 1 or 2 times. Of course, this did not include the forbidden divine ability. Still not giving up, break it for me. Boom. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh. Without showing any signs of weakness, he struck out with his palm as well. Bang. Both palms collided. The terrifying force seemed like it was going to blow up the entire path to chaos. Boom, 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 boom. Countless mushroom clouds rose up. With the two of them as the center, millions of light years of space collapsed into dust. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign quickly retreated, retreating tens of millions of light years away before he finally managed to stop. His eyes were filled with fear and fear. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. If he had not reacted in time, he would have been killed by that reckless energy tide. Who won, father or Yang Fann? Very quickly, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's heart jumped to his throat. She actually hid it. If this strike was his father's, it would be fine. Otherwise, not only would his dream be shattered, he would also lose his life. Yang Fann would never show mercy to him. Ah, no, how could this be? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Suddenly, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's pupils shrank, and he let out a heart-wrenching howl. He saw something. His father's body, which was holding his head high, was sent flying away like a piece of cotton. Yang Fann, on the other hand, stood still and didn't move at all. It was obvious that Yang Fann had the upper hand in that exchange of blows, or he had the absolute upper hand. After all, Ethereal Sovereign wasn't the real Ethereal Sovereign. Even with the support of the 9 Underworld cycle, his strength was still inferior to Yang Fann's. Kekaki Ethereal Sovereign, take another palm from me. Yang Fann didn't show any mercy when he had the upper hand. He ripped open the spatial zone and sent another palm strike towards Ethereal Sovereign. Evil flower, I'm not afraid of you. For Ethereal Sovereign managed to stabilize his body with great effort. He gritted his teeth and faced Yang Fann. Path to chaos was different from other places. Even if he wanted to escape, he had nowhere to run. The only way to survive was to fight with his life on the line. Bang, bang, bang. The two giants, each 100,000 feet tall, collided with each other. The terrifying power destroyed everything in its path. Ha ha ha. Awesome, how awesome! Yang Fann laughed loudly. After so many eras, he had never had such a satisfying massacre. At this moment, he had finally gotten over his addiction. Kekaki old man Yuan, receive my palm. No, really, father is really at a disadvantage. Yang Fann, that pretty boy. It was true, there really was a reverse supreme force at this moment. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign finally believed that horrifying reality. Woo. This. What kind of monster is this? What kind of monster is this? It had never happened before that a quasi-supreme being could go against Great Tao Sovereign. This talent, even the progenitors were far from being able to match it. It was truly unprecedented and unprecedented. Roar, little son Yang Fann, you're the one who forced me to do this. 9 Nether Ruins Great Law, die with me. C 2861 Exit Path to Chaos. Bang, bang bang. Yang Fann and Ethereal Sovereign's clones collided with each other. The terrifying force seemed to want to destroy the entire path to chaos. Ethereal Sovereign's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth. He was like a wild beast that had been enraged. He thought that with the strength of his 5th level true self, he would be able to destroy the entire path to chaos. Who would have thought that he would be able to defeat Yang Fann so easily? The truth was the opposite. Hanging was beating. It was just that he had lost a target. This monster, Yang Fann, he actually had the reverse supreme force compared to his real body. The only thing that was lacking was the Great Tao's divine abilities and Great Tao divine artifact. I can only use that move now. Under all the helplessness, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across Ethereal Sovereign's eyes. He finally made up his mind to use the forbidden divine ability, 9 Nether Ruins, Great Law. All kinds of mighty forces returned to one another. He ignited his own origin and unleashed the most powerful terror-fighting power, suppressing and killing this peerless monster. Although his supreme clone would be completely destroyed at that time, Ethereal Sovereign couldn't care less about that now. If he was beaten up by little son Yang Fann like this, his clone would still die in the end. He might as well take the opportunity to drag little son Yang Fann along with him and die together with him. After thinking about it carefully, he would still be the one profiting. It was merely a supreme clone. As long as he had enough resources and some time, he would be able to refine it again. As for Yang Fann, this monster, his combat strength had already caught up to his true self even before atavism. If he were to wait until he advanced to Great Tao Sovereign, it would be even worse. Even the Heavenly Devil Ancestor might not be a match for him. And with Yang Fann's monster, he might be like his true self, trapped in the first level of the Supreme Being realm for tens of billions of eras, making it difficult for him to break through. It was impossible even if one were to use one's toe to think about it. Not to mention tens of billions of eras, even trillions of eras, or even trillions of eras were not needed. From the moment this monster joined the primeval Chaos Dao Palace until now, it had only been 600,000 eras. And once his cultivation base broke through to the first level of Supreme Being, it might even be the day of Heavenly Devil God Palaces. Destruction. Given the relationship between the Heavenly Devil God Palace and the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, as long as there was a chance, they would never let the other party live for an extra day. Little son Yang Fann, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. Die with me. Ethereal Sovereign's expression was ferocious, like an evil ghost from hell, making one's hair stand on end. Die today, little son Yang Fann must die, otherwise, once he advanced to Great Dao Sovereign, the Heavenly Devil God Palace would have no chance of killing him. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary Great Dao Sovereign to be killed, let alone ancestor. Even if they gathered all 13 Supreme Force in the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the chances of them killing him wouldn't exceed the third level. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the energy within Ethereal Sovereign's body surged like a tsunami. His aura was 10 times, 100 times stronger than before, and it was rising rapidly. Even his mighty divine body had grown a bit taller, as if it was going to break through the barrier above his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaotic barrier around them seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and started to ripple. Ah, it's the 9 underworld's returning ruins. Great law. Good little son Yang Fann, let's see how you're going to die this time. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign glared at Yang Fann. The 9 nether ruins, Great Law was the strongest forbidden divine ability in their race. Its power was comparable to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's mixed 9 forms. It was only slightly inferior to the 9 underworld's Great Law, and it was more than enough to increase the power of the 9 underworld's Great Law by 910 times. With the power of his father's supreme clone, his strength had increased by 810 times. Even if this little son Yang Fann really had the reverse supreme force, he would still be mercilessly destroyed. Suppress and kill. Unfortunately, I can't absorb this little son Yang Fann anymore. Very quickly, a trace of regret flashed across Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes. It was easy to kill little son Yang Fann with the 9 underworld's great technique, but it was impossible to capture him alive. Given Yang Fann's monstrous talent, if he could absorb and refine little son Yang Fann, not to mention an intermediate or a high-grade Great Dao God Son, even a peak-grade Great Dao God Son would be able to do so. At that time, Great Dao Sovereign would be at his fingertips. It would only be a matter of time before he surpassed his father. Ethereal Sovereign, what a pity such a great opportunity had been given by the heavens, and he had missed it just like that. Bitch, he actually used the forbidden divine ability. Yang Fann's facial expression changed, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He had long regarded Ethereal Sovereign as his prey, the food in the plate. Now that Ethereal Sovereign had ignited his origin and forcefully increased his strength, it was akin to cutting off his flesh. In just a short period of time, he had probably used up one of limited Quasi-Sovereign's strength of origin. However, this scene had another meaning in Ethereal Sovereign's eyes. Little son Yang Fann, it's too late to regret now. I regret it. Why didn't I take you down earlier? I have wasted so many strength of origin. Yang Fann was flustered and exasperated, and his heart was filled with pain. What? Ethereal Sovereign frowned. What did little son Yang Fann mean by this? A trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, countless terrifying hurricanes that could kill invincible Quasi-Sovereign of great perfection warriors burst out from Yang Fann's pores, sweeping in all directions. The strongest forbidden divine ability of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, mixed 9 forms, erupted, pushing the final transformation. The strength of his entire body was 4,500 times stronger than before. Mixed 9 forms, the power of the 9th transformation. Ha 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 ha. Good. Ethereal Sovereign was not surprised, but happy. Although this strength was more than 10 times greater than his, there was no way he could turn the tables in this battle. But so what? After using the 9th transformation of Primal Chaos, little son Yang Fann's potential had dropped by a huge margin. It was impossible for him to go against Great Dao Sovereign with his quasi-supreme body. In the future, he would at most be a supreme ancestor. If he could suppress the Heavenly Devil God Palace, it would be impossible for him to destroy the heavenly devil god palace. Although he hadn't done his best to kill Yang Fann, this monster, he had still accomplished more than half of his goal. As for the safety of his beloved son, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, at this moment, he couldn't even protect himself. How could he care so much about it? Compared to the life of his true self and the survival of the heavenly devil god palace, a mere air was nothing. Roar! Die now! Yang Fann roared furiously. He tore through the spatial zone and lunged at Ethereal Sovereign. He didn't have much time to waste with Ethereal Sovereign. Under the mixed 9 forms, every breath and every second would consume his strength of origin. Every second he wasted would consume his boundless strength of origin. His loss is a point bigger. Bang, bang, bang. The two giant gods collided once again. The difference in strength was dozens to hundreds of times, and with just a single exchange, Ethereal Sovereign was at an absolute disadvantage. He could only parry, and not fight back at all. It was only a matter of time before he was completely defeated and suppressed. How could this be? How could this be? Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's facial expression changed dramatically, and his mind was on the verge of collapsing. Every time he thought that victory was within his grasp, little son Yang Fann would never be able to escape. However, this little son Yang Fann was able to turn the tables in every desperate situation. The Great Tao was above all else. Just what kind of enmity do we have? What grudge do we have? Do we have to provoke him like this? No, I can't. I have to run. I have to run now. Suddenly, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's heart tightened. He realized that this was not the time to be in a daze. It was only a matter of time before his father's supreme clone was defeated. Once he was defeated, would little son Yang Fann let him go? Roar! Forbidden divine ability, 9 underworlds blood escape swoosh. In an instant, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign turned into a ray of blood-red light. His speed increased by more than 10,000 times. In just an instant, he had become 10 billion light-years old. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Wang! Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's eyes lit up. The 7-colored divine light lit up the dark path to chaos. Ah, the exit, it's the exit. Ha ha ha, I'm saved, I'm saved. C2862 Initial entry path to chaos, the end. A 7-colored whirlpool with a diameter of more than 1,000 miles shone brightly, illuminating the dark path to chaos. Buzz! Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's expression was excited. His heart of despair was glowing with rays of hope. He saw the exit. 10 million light-years, that was a land of 10 million light-years. 1,000th of a second, just 1,000th of a second, he would be able to pass through the exit and smoothly enter the source of chaos. At that time, the sky would be high and the birds would be free to fly. Even if Yang Fann had the Great Tao Supreme Force, he would still be unable to do anything to him. He survived, he finally survived. As expected, there is always a way out. I, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, am not that short-lived person. Little son Yang Fann, just you wait. I will definitely report your news to the Divine Palace. The chaos is so great that there will be no place for you to hide. Not only did the Heavenly Devil God Palace wish to get rid of such a monster, but they also wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. No one was willing to have another person on top of their heads, especially those Supreme Ancestor right at this moment. A slightly mocking voice sounded in Purple Flame Demon Sovereign's ears. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, you ran so fast. Where are you going? At the same time the voice sounded. Hong Long, a force that was trillions of times more terrifying than Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, descended from the sky and completely sealed off the 4-direction space. Ah, no, how could this be? How long has it been? Father, no, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. That little bit, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. 10 million light-years, that was a mere 10 million light-years. One step, just one step, and he would be able to step into the teleportation whirlpool. However, that one step had become that heavenly chasm. Yang Fann, you bastard, you will have your retribution. You will definitely have your retribution. Poochie. With the sound of an extremely powerful enmity's curse, a heaven-sheltering big hand grabbed onto Purple Flame Demon Sovereign and grabbed him. The next second, the space distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. However, at this moment, Yang Fann's face had obviously become much paler. and it gave people the feeling that he had just recovered from a serious illness. The first 6 transformations of the mixed 9 forms were still alright, but this was the final transformation. Even with Yang Fann's abnormal physique, he still couldn't take it anymore. Especially since this battle had lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It had almost caused Yang Fann's cultivation base to drop to the great perfection quasi-god king. It could be said that the Black Bone Devil Sovereign had absorbed and refined it for nothing. Not only that, but also, with the forbidden divine ability, 9 Netherworld's great technique, he had used up at least 3 levels of the strength of origin in his body, or even more. Drip of blood. Yang Fann's heart was really bleeding. Ethereal Sovereign's 3rd level strength of origin was equivalent to at least 5 or 6 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. This was a huge loss, and there wasn't much hope for him. Now that he was able to prove Chaos God King's Tao, there was no hope for him anymore. Regret. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have fought Ethereal Sovereign for so long just to satisfy his desire for battle. He should have taken advantage of the fact that Ethereal Sovereign wasn't prepared for this and used the power of the 9th transformation of the mixed 9 forms to suppress him. With a plan in mind, Yang Fann was at least confident that he could succeed in one strike. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. He shook off the chagrin in his heart. Now that things had come to this point, it was too late for regrets. However, he had to remember this lesson in his heart. Next time he ran into these supreme clones, he couldn't afford to be careless. Even a lion would use all of its strength to fight a rabbit. The longer he dragged on, the more losses he would suffer. In the end would be his strength of origin. The next second, Yang Fann turned his gaze. He looked at the 7-colored whirlpool at the end of Path to Chaos, which was more than 1,000 miles in diameter, millions of light years away. Is that the true entrance to the source of chaos? Pucci. With a movement of his body, Yang Fann took a step forward, crossing millions of light years and entering the 7-colored whirlpool. I wonder where I will be teleported to. Don't go near the native supreme being. Yang Fann felt a slight apprehension in his heart. If he was at his peak, it wouldn't be a big deal. As long as he didn't encounter a few native supreme beings at the same time, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, it was different now. After the battle with Ethereal Sovereign's clone, he had consumed a large amount of Yuan Qi, causing his cultivation base to drop by a huge level. It could be said that his strength had fallen to the lowest point. If he really appeared in the nest of those supreme indigenous beings, although he didn't think that they would be able to keep him alive, he would still be skinned alive. At least, there was one thing that he was certain about. Falling extreme quasi-god king's cultivation base was something that was set in stone. Buzz. In an instant, a 7-colored divine light enveloped Yang Fann's body and carried him through the endless space-time. What a good source of chaos, it is indeed extraordinary. Yang Fann's heart trembled once more. It was as if the chaotic barrier surrounding the path to chaos couldn't affect the 7-colored divine light. It was like a puppet that was being controlled by the 7-colored divine light. Not to mention moving his divine body, he couldn't even move his finger. Apart from thinking as usual, everything else didn't seem to belong to him anymore. He wasn't in a good mood. This feeling of not being under his control really made him extremely unhappy. In the end, it was still not strong enough. It was because the pride of suppressing a supreme being clone had vanished without a trace at this moment. There were still many places in this world that could render him helpless. Currently, he had yet to truly stand at the peak of all living beings. When would he be able to crush Ancestor, see through all the secrets of this source of chaos, and then feel the loneliness of being at the top of the world? He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a year, or even a day. Yang Fann finally felt at ease. He opened his eyes and found himself in a desolate world. Looking at it, there was no end to it. Waves of ancient and primitive chi hit his face. Phew. Luckily, my luck isn't too bad, and I didn't directly teleport to the nest of those native supreme beings. Yang Fann slightly calmed down. Although he could sense a lot of powerful chi in the vast wilderness, and the outstanding ones among them were comparable to quasi-supreme beings, there wasn't a single chi that could make him feel any danger. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like Purple Flame Demon Sovereign couldn't find a single chi that could make him feel any danger. Of course, it was also Yang Fann. If it was any other quasi-supreme expert, their scalps would have already turned numb. Among those powerful chi, there weren't any that could match an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Not even the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, or even a first-grade top perfection quasi-paragon's native had noticed it. However, the aura of a veteran first-grade quasi-sovereign of great perfection was more than a handful. There were more than 30 ordinary first-grade quasi-sovereign of great perfection. They were the old quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts who had suddenly appeared in this great desolate world. If one wasn't careful, they might die. One had to admit that compared to the living beings in the outside world, this source of chaos native's cultivation environment was much, much better. This was merely a stellar world, yet it already had so many experts. In the outside world, this was something that could never be imagined. Quasi-paragon, there were dozens of intermediate large-sized chaos circle, and only one person could be born, not to mention quasi-sovereign of great perfection. There were also many high-grade large-sized chaos circle. He might not even be able to produce one, but here, there were hundreds or thousands of quasi-supreme experts, and nearly 50 quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts. This was also the case for the supreme inheritance with a slightly weaker foundation. Yang Fann sighed with emotion. He didn't think too much about it. The most important thing right now was to recover his damaged origin. C-2863 devouring the Exalt's clone source of chaos, within a wild world. Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry to explore the source of chaos. Instead, he was preparing to recover his damaged origin. His cultivation base had dropped to the great perfection quasi-god king, so his strength was at least twice as weak as before. If he wasn't careful, he might bump into some local dignitaries. At that time, he would be at a disadvantage. In any case, there was plenty of time. At the very least, he would have to stay in this source of chaos for at least 100 million great eras. At the very least, it would be close to 1 billion great eras. There was no hurry. He really wasn't in a hurry at all. A sharpening knife would not delay the chopping of firewood. With a few flashes of his figure, Yang Fann appeared on a towering mountain that was millions of feet tall. However, in this great desolate world, it was rather inconspicuous. This million-feet-tall mountain could only be considered a small hill. Small hills that were millions of feet tall, or even millions of feet tall, could be found everywhere. This is the place. Nodding lightly, there were no powerful creatures on this mountain peak. Not to mention quasi-sovereign of great perfection, there wasn't even a single ordinary quasi-supreme being here. The strongest was merely a double-headed lion that was over 100,000 feet long and had the cultivation base of a low-level chaos god king. In the vast wilderness, there were countless experts. There were hundreds and thousands of quasi-supreme beings of various levels. There were dozens of quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and they could be scattered throughout the entire great desolate world. They might not even be able to find a single one within 1 trillion li of the great desolate world. In the entire great desolate world, most of them were chaos god king, or even the lower-level chaos gods. Buzz. Yang Fann moved his spiritual consciousness and secretly read the memory of the double-headed lion. Leviathan world. Looks good. The double-headed lion's knowledge was limited, but it had more or less allowed Yang Fann to understand the general image of the stellar world. This stellar world was called the Leviathan world. It was the world of the giant beast. The entire world was filled with giant beasts. Other than that, there were no other intelligent lives. These giant beasts were roughly divided into 4 levels. The lowest level of ordinary giant beasts had the power to match the power of the chaos god. The commander of the giant beast above him, the double-headed lion, had just advanced to the realm of commander. His strength was on par with the low-level chaos god king to the top-level chaos god king. Above him were the lord of the giant beast and the king of giant beast, corresponding to each level of quasi-supreme and quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Currently, the small mountain that Yang Fann was on belonged to the Eastern Thorn King's territory. The life and death of the billions of giant beasts were all in the Eastern Thorn King's hands. Poochie. Yang Fann did not do anything. The two-headed lion silently disintegrated and turned into powder. The next second, Yang Fann's body moved and appeared in a plain cave. There was nothing special about the cave except for a big word. It was the cave of the double-headed lion. He didn't modify it too much. In any case, it was just a temporary place to settle down. Su. With a flash of light, the overlord of the Azure Desolate 7 Tyrants, Qing Wang, appeared in front of Yang Fann. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. The devouring black hole crazily devoured the strength of original life in the body of the green desolate overlord. Kai, 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 Kai. The divine body of the Qingwang overlord, Shozang, started to shrivel up and shrink at a visible rate. Very quickly, 9 eras passed in the blink of an eye. Not a single one of the Green Desolation's 7 tyrants remained, all of them turned to dust. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that his damaged origin had only recovered a little, not even a little bit. The strength of the 7 overlords wasn't weak. With the 7 of them joining forces, their combat strength had almost reached the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. However, the strength of origin was far weaker than their combat strength. Not to mention comparing it to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it was even weaker than an ordinary top-perfection quasi-paragons. It could barely match up to the 2 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Fortunately, Yang Fann had never placed his hopes on these 7 tyrants. This was just the appetizer. Purple Flame Demon Sovereign and Ethereal Sovereign's clones were the real big shots. Especially Ethereal Sovereign's clone. Even though he had used up 3 levels of the strength of origin, the remaining strength of origin was no less than 10 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, or even more. 6,786 eras later. Pucci, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign used up the last trace of strength of original life and completely turned it into a flying ash. Yang Fann exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly opened his eyes. The damaged source had finally recovered. Although Purple Flame Demon Sovereign had used the Forbidden Divine ability continuously and had used up a lot of his source, with the help of the 7 Tyrant Azure Desolates and the Origin Elemental Crystal on their bodies, he was still able to match the strength of a Black Bone Devil Sovereign. This allowed him to recover most of his damaged source. Next, it's Ethereal Sovereign's clone. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This was his first time absorbing Great Tao Sovereign. But before I devour him, I want his memories. Hong Long, a terrifying strength of soul that was more than 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was unleashed from Yang Fanshihai's body. It forcefully ripped apart Ethereal Sovereign's sea of consciousness and read Ethereal Sovereign's soul's memory. 10,000 years later. Buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes. Is this Great Tao Sovereign? Although some of the core memories related to Ethereal Sovereign had been imprisoned by his true body, and the moment he touched them, he would immediately destroy those memories. However, Yang Fann still wanted to know. Just like what he urgently needed to know about the division of strength between Great Tao Sovereign and Chaos God King, Great Tao Sovereign was not like Chaos God King and the quasi-supreme experts. He had a low-level intermediate, high-level, low-level intermediate, and high-level intermediate. It was like a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, divided into ordinary, veteran, peak and the last, ancestor. Among them, Great Tao Sovereign, who had just broken through, was an ordinary Great Tao Sovereign. But even so, with just a wave of his hand, Hong Long. If he were to use the divine ability of the Great Tao and the Great Tao Divine Artifact, he would be able to unleash trillions of times the strength of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Ethereal Sovereign was just an ordinary Great Tao Sovereign. The older Great Tao Sovereign was at least 10,000 times stronger than an ordinary Great Tao Sovereign. It could be said that the gap in strength between each first-grade sovereign was more than 10,000 times. With Yang Fann's current strength, he could be considered a Great Tao Sovereign to some extent. He was only ranked at the bottom of the list. He was only comparable to those ordinary Great Tao Sovereign. He was still the ordinary Great Tao Sovereign who did not have control over the Great Tao Divine Artifact, and his natal Great Tao Divine ability was the weakest of the low-grade Great Tao Divine abilities. Even if he used the mixed 9 forms at all costs, he would only be able to match up to Ethereal Sovereign. He had absolutely no chance of winning against the old Great Tao Sovereign. If he fought against those top and peak Great Tao Sovereign, it was unknown whether he would be able to survive. Looks like my safety is still a little dangerous in this source of chaos. Yang Fann let out a faint sigh. In the source of chaos, not to mention those Great Tao Sovereign, there were quite a number of supreme beings who were as powerful as the peak Great Tao Sovereign. There were even some who had the strength to fight Ancestor. If it wasn't for this, the entire source of chaos would have been flattened by the Ancestor of all origin, Patriarch Primordius, and the others. However, that trace of gloominess was quickly swept away. He was different from those Great Tao Sovereign. After hundreds of billions of eras, his strength might not even be able to make a breakthrough. As long as he was given some time, it wouldn't take too long. A few million eras was more than enough. His strength would experience a qualitative leap. Chaos God King and Great Perfection Quasi God King were two completely different concepts. At that time, even if his true strength couldn't be compared to that peak supreme being or ancestor, he would still be able to surpass most of the old supreme beings. It wouldn't be impossible for him to even fight against a peak supreme being. At the same time, he forcefully read Ethereal Sovereign's memories and gained a deeper understanding of the source of chaos. Ethereal Sovereign had gone deeper into the source of chaos more than once, and his understanding of the source of chaos was far beyond that of any quasi-paragon. The entire source of chaos was 10 times, or even 100 times bigger than the thousands of top-grade large-sized chaos circle in the large-sized chaos domain. However, there was no chaos domain in it. Instead, there were numerous stellar worlds. S were less than 1,000,000 miles in diameter. S was thousands of light years. Currently, the huge star domains were roughly divided into 9 large star domain. Each star domain was no less than 10 top-grade large-sized chaos domain. There were countless races and kingdoms within. And this source of chaos cultivator was not like the cultivators in the outside world, who were divided into so many levels of cultivation. Apart from those indigenous people who had never left the stellar world, there was only one kind of common division among the 9 great star domain. That was the combat weapon, the general, king, emperor division. Amongst the 5 levels, the combat weapon, general, king and emperor were split into 10 stars. 1 star was the lowest, and 10 stars was the highest. In the outside world, 1 to 10 stars. It corresponded to the universe sovereign to universe lord's 2 great realms, general. The king was equal to God King. Great sovereigns were equal to quasi-supreme beings, and the last supreme beings were divided into 5 stars. They corresponded to Great Tao Sovereign, who was at the level of ordinary, veteran, peak, and progenitors. Other than those small and weak races that hadn't even emerged from their native planets, the other starry skies, races that wanted to establish a country and source of chaos had to have at least one great sovereign overseeing it. The most powerful empires among them were all created by supreme beings. There is also this great desolate world. I'm afraid that there is something strange about it. Yang Fann frowned. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Although the source of chaos was blessed by the heavens, whether it was the strength of origin or the clarity of the great Tao law, it was 100 times stronger than those top-grade large-sized chaos circle in the outside world. However, it was an exaggeration to say that a mere stellar world could have so many quasi-supreme experts. Even if this great desolate world was a superstar with a diameter of over 10,000 years, it was still the same. There must be a secret hidden in this great desolate world. But there's no hurry. Wait until I devour this ethereal sovereign, then I'll reveal all of this. It won't be too late. I wonder if it will allow me to smoothly take that step forward. C-2864 Supreme Inheritance Source of Chaos, Leviathan World, in a simple and crude cave. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. Although reason told him that Ethereal Sovereign's clone, which had used up 3 layers of strength of origin, could not help him break through to the Chaos God King realm, Yang Fann still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Nothing was absolute. What if he really succeeded? He had never devoured a supreme clone before. He was more of a guessing factor when it came to everything else. It was hard to say whether the strength of origin contained within was far more powerful than he had expected. If he could take that step smoothly, he would be able to ensure his safety in the source of chaos. As long as he didn't run into a few ancestor or a few 5-star exalts at the same time, he wouldn't be in any danger of dying. Boom. Taking a deep breath, he circulated the heaven swallowing earth devouring great technique to its limit. Terrifying power of devourings rolled out like tidal waves from the black hole center. Waves of extremely pure strength of origin kept surging into Yang Fann's body, merging with the chaos in his body, strengthening his origin of chaos. In just a breath's time, a hint of surprise climbed onto Yang Fann's face. The supreme clone was a supreme clone. The purity of the strength of origin was far from purple flame demon sovereigns. An invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection like the Black Bone Devil Sovereign was at least 100 times purer than him. The benefits of devouring this supreme clone might be greater than what he had expected. Perhaps there was really a glimmer of hope that he could take. That step in advance to Chaos God King. The flames of ambition that had been extinguished rose in Yang Fann's heart once again. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. Unknowingly, 100,000 eras had passed. Yang Fann had to admit that he had indeed underestimated this supreme clone. After 100,000 eras had passed, the strength of origin he had absorbed and refined was no less than the sum of 10 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was even comparable to 11 or 12 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. But this ethereal sovereign, Hong Long, the remaining strength of origin was at least equivalent to 12 or 3 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Of course, this was a good thing. However, when he thought about the 3 levels that he had wasted in the path to chaos, nearly 3 levels of the strength of origin, Yang Fann's heart was bleeding once again. That was 12, 3 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. They were comparable to more than half of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors of the heavenly devil god palace, but they were all wasted just like that. It wasn't like they were going to lose just like that. If he could break out earlier and take down that ethereal sovereign, he would at least have half the confidence to break through to the Chaos God King realm this time. One should know that the half-strength of origin had allowed him to break through a few minor realms. If he was able to break through to the great perfection quasi-God King, Yang Fann would be very close to reaching the peak of the great perfection quasi-God King. What a pity, what a pity. Another 50,000 eras passed. The strength of origin within ethereal sovereign's clone had shrunk by more than half, leaving him with less than 2 levels. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the limit of the great perfection quasi-God King. Compared to 150,000 eras ago, his overall combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, Yang Fann had unleashed his full strength. Among all the ordinary great Tao sovereign, he was worthy of being called an expert. If he could obtain another great Tao divine artifact, even without using the forbidden divine ability, he would still be able to use it. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to suppress ethereal sovereign. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. A trace of anger faintly flashed in the depths of his eyes. What's wrong? Did he snatch the food from the tiger's mouth and seize it from me? In this great desolate Leviathan world, there were many quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts in the secrets hidden within. Although Yang Fann didn't act immediately, in his heart, all of these were already in his possession. It was just that he didn't have the time to deal with them in a short period of time. He didn't expect that someone would have the intention to deal with those quasi-sovereign of great perfection first. In the center of Leviathan world, above the 100 million feet void, the 2 major powers were confronting each other from afar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying pressure crazily collided within the void. The space cracked and distorted, turning into countless spatial fissures. One of them was the native expert of the Leviathan world. With 9 terrifying giant beasts that were tens of millions of meters tall in the lead, each giant beast. Their auras were not any weaker than the old quasi-sovereign of great perfection Dark Ember, the 2 strongest giant beasts. Even if they were compared to top perfection quasi-paragons, they wouldn't be any weaker. If placed in this source of chaos, he would be a 8 stars great sovereign. Just by looking at the Leviathan world casually, Yang Fann still missed something. Just like these 2 top perfection quasi-paragons that were comparable to top perfection quasi-paragons, he had never noticed them. After these 9 great giant beasts, there were 36 small giant beasts. They were the ordinary first-grade quasi-sovereign of great perfection giant beasts. Lastly, there were over 1,000 small giant beasts that were over 1,000,000 feet tall. Even the weakest of them had the strength to fight low-level quasi-sovereign. In the entire Leviathan world, the combat strength of all quasi-supreme beings and above was concentrated here. The ones facing them were the 9 human-like experts. Although there were only 9 of them, their imposing manner had firmly suppressed the group of giant beasts. The person in the lead was an extremely handsome young man. Even though there were no ugly men among the cultivators, there were still pitifully few people who could compare with him. His skin was as white as snow, causing countless of girls to be jealous. His long snow-white hair was casually hanging down his waist. His pair of eyes were strangely pale green, crystal clear, and indescribably beautiful. Green light swirled around him, and countless ancient divine imprints flickered within them. Vaguely, one could see a countless number of 100,000 feet long azure dragon phantom image exploding out with dragon's roars that could destroy all worlds. A green dragon tail was pulled back from its back, shattering the 4-direction space. Its aura was terrifying. Compared to the 2 strongest giant beasts, it was 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. This was a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, which was also known as 9 Stars Emperor. Furthermore, Amongst all the mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he could be considered as one of the top. He had already stepped into the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The 8 men behind him were Great Man, who was wearing the green dragon scale armor. He was like a group of loyal guards, guarding the handsome young man. Every single one of his aura was on par with the 7 great giant beasts. All of them were senior quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Who are you? This is the Leviathan world, the territory of the great monster monarch. Only the great monster monarch and his bloodline descendant can enter. Hurry up and leave, or else. Don't blame us for being rude to you. The 2 dragon-tailed top perfection quasi-paragons with the body of a tiger that was as strong as one of the top perfection quasi-paragons warned. Their voices were as loud as a bronze bell. Boiling and boiling, it swept across the entire Leviathan world. Ha 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 ha. Leviathan world, my news is correct. It really is the Leviathan world. The reptiles, tell me, where is the inheritance of Monster Monarch? I am merciful, perhaps I can spare your lives. The young man in the lead laughed out loud, and his eyes were filled with greed and desire. Monster Monarch was a famous sovereign expert in the Huangjiu stellar domain. He had roamed the Huangjiu stellar domain for trillions of eras and had rarely met his match. If he could obtain his inheritance, his cultivation base would certainly improve by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to break through to the 10 Stars Emperor in one go. He might even be able to peek into the secrets of Supreme Beings. Hiss. Supreme Being's lair. This Leviathan world is actually a place of inheritance for a Supreme Being. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I would have such a lucky day. C-2865 attack Leviathan world, in a simple and crude cave. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes lit up and he burst into laughter. Although he knew that Leviathan world was hiding a big secret, it was impossible for a mere stellar world to give birth to so many quasi-supreme experts, including quasi-sovereign of great perfection and source of chaos. It was true that their energy levels were much higher than the chaotic circles in the outside world, but a superstar could usually give birth to a quasi-supreme expert. However, he didn't expect that it would be the nest of a supreme being. One should know that within the source of chaos, perhaps in those weak worlds that didn't even have their own stars, there might be some people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, even calling them supreme beings. However, as long as one stepped into the starry sky world, there would definitely be no clans. To dare randomly call themselves supreme beings, that was disrespect towards all great supreme beings. They would definitely be conquered by all clans, and they would die without a burial ground. These people were all emperor experts that were comparable to quasi-supreme beings, so it was naturally impossible for them to make such a common mistake. Since Monster Monarch was able to become a supreme expert, it was obvious that he was a true great Tao sovereign. No wonder there were so many quasi-supreme beings in Leviathan world. A flash of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's mind, and the doubts in his heart vanished. It was perfectly normal for a great Tao sovereign's lair to have these quasi-sovereign expert. In fact, compared to the other supreme inheritance, the number of Leviathan worlds in the Leviathan world was still a little low. Especially those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Great Tao sovereign might not have any invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors under his command, but he still had 1 or 2 powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors under his command. The strongest warriors in Leviathan world were only 2 top perfection quasi-paragons warriors. However, very quickly, Yang Fann threw away the doubts in his heart, and his eyes were filled with greed and desire. The amount of resources contained within a supreme inheritance was far beyond anyone's imagination. It was definitely 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfections. The final harvest would probably not be inferior to ethereal sovereign's clone. When he was truly dozing off, someone would bring him a pillow. Right now, he was in need of resources. As long as he could seize Monster Monarch's inheritance and verify Chaos God King's Tao, he would be almost certain of success. In the next second, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. I must obtain this inheritance of Monster Monarch. I will kill all who stand in my way. If Buddha stands in my way, I will kill Buddha. Leviathan World, Center. A mere 8 7-star great sovereigns and a single 9 stars emperor is trying to take advantage of the inheritance of our master. He's courting death. The tiger head, dragon tail, and giant beast gave the group of 9 a disdainful look. Did they really think that the strongest amongst them, a mere 8 stars great sovereign, would not put them in their eyes? A mighty supreme being, the means of his majesty, was not something that ants like them could imagine. Rumble, rumble, terrifying killing intent rose up from the thousands of giant beasts. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged, and the heavens and earth changed color. Buzz, 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 wisps of desolate chi surged in from all directions, crazily merging into the giant beasts' bodies, causing the giant beasts' power to grow like a landslide or a tsunami, multiplying exponentially. Leviathan World was Monster Monarch's old lair, the place of inheritance. How could there be no arrangements? This desolate beast chi was one of Monster Monarch's means. With the support of desolate beast chi, the strength of the giant beast increased by a grade. Especially the two strongest giant beasts. The terrifying aura of the two quasi-sovereign of great perfections had faintly surpassed the realm of quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and it was comparable to an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. On the other hand, their opponents, under the desolate beast chi, their strength was almost suppressed by one grade. The situation between the two sides was completely reversed. Boys, kill them all. The tiger body, dragon-tailed giant beast, and the tiger's tiger eyes flashed with killing intent as it issued an order. Anyone who coveted the sovereign's inheritance would have to die. Reptile, don't get complacent too early. Since I dared to come to Leviathan World, how could I not be prepared? The handsome young man leading the group was calm and composed. He didn't seem flustered at all, as if he was at a disadvantage. It was not them at all. As they spoke, boom, a supreme aura that seemed to reign supreme over all living beings rose up from within his body, spreading out in all directions. Poochie 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 poochie. In an instant, the desolate beast chi that enveloped them was continuously dispersed and obliterated. Their suppressed strength once again recovered to its peak, and it was still rising rapidly. It was actually rising to the same level as those giant beasts. The situation between the two sides seemed to have reversed once again at this moment. Attack, kill all of these reptiles. In the blink of an eye. Rumble. A terrifying pressure that even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors couldn't resist fell from the sky, covering the entire center of Leviathan World. At this moment, even time seemed to have stopped. Ah, this pressure, supreme. This is the pressure of a supreme. Bitch it, how could this be? Didn't Monster Monarch die a trillion eras ago? How could this be? The green pupils of the handsome young man constricted, and a wisp of disbelief flashed past his eyes. The reason why he dared to come to Leviathan World and attack Monster Monarch's inheritance. If he knew that Monster Monarch was still alive, it was impossible for him to attack Monster Monarch's inheritance. Although he was a quasi-10 stars emperor, he had the help of the supreme bloodline in his body. It wasn't like he didn't have the strength to fight even a 10 stars emperor. However, compared to a supreme being, he was just a lowly ant. Even the weakest supreme being could easily kill him with just a flick of his finger. Furthermore, Monster Monarch wasn't the weakest 1-star supreme being. He was quasi-2 stars sovereign, who had just stepped into the 2 stars sovereign. Even his father, Azure Dragon Sovereign, wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to defeat Monster Monarch. No, that's not right. It's not that Monster Monarch. It's another supreme being. Suddenly, the handsome young man's face fell once again, and he noticed the expressions on the giant beasts. If it was Monster Monarch who had come back to life, they definitely wouldn't be like him, in fear and trepidation. There was only one answer. The person who came wasn't Monster Monarch. Bitch it, why am I so unlucky? It wasn't easy for him to discover a supreme being inheritance, yet it attracted the covetous eyes of another supreme being. Was there anything more unfortunate than this? Right at this moment, the void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. A 10-star general. No, how is that possible? A hint of shock flashed through that handsome youth's eyes. The supreme being that he promised to come, how did he become a general that wasn't even a king? No, he's definitely not a mere general. He just concealed his true cultivation. Soon, he reacted. Under their terrifying pressure, even a 10-star king would be instantly crushed into pieces. Not to mention a general that wasn't even a king. Furthermore, how could a mere 10-star general appear in front of them without a sound? Fake what 10-star general? It was simply an illusion. With a supreme being's divine ability, it was too easy to conceal one's cultivation in front of them. However, the newcomer was none other than Yang Fann, who was cultivating in seclusion. It was one thing for those thousands of quasi-supreme beings of various levels to do so. However, those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were not a small piece of fat meat. Yang Fann did not want them to fight until both of them were severely injured, and it would be a waste. Furthermore, Yang Fann wanted to know more about the inheritance of the Supreme Being from them. Otherwise, he would have to search for it by himself. Even if the inheritance of Monster Monarch was located in Leviathan World, it wouldn't be easy to find it within a short period of time. Green-robed Azure Dragon Empire greets the Supreme Being. May I know what orders His Majesty has for me? C-2866 Land of Heritage Leviathan World, World Center. The sixth Prince of Azure Dragon Empire, Qing Lan, gave Yang Fann a careful look. He took the opportunity to reveal his background, hoping that Yang Fann would be afraid of him and give him a chance to live. He didn't dare to have too many fantasies about Monster Monarch's inheritance. A supreme inheritance, and it was the inheritance of quasi-2-star sovereign. It was enough to make a 2-star sovereign go crazy over it. No matter what, he couldn't give up on this mysterious supreme being in front of him. If he continued to fight for Monster Monarch's inheritance, he would only feel that his death wasn't fast enough. However, it was impossible for him to keep his life by relying on his strength. What he could rely on? It was only his background and background. The Azure Dragon Empire was one of the 18 empires in Huangjiu's stellar domain. It was founded by Royal Father, Azure Dragon Sovereign. It had been passed down for nearly 6 trillion eras. It was the overlord of the southeast region of Huangjiu's stellar domain, and it occupied over 10 million stars of life in the southeast region of Huangjiu's stellar domain. In the empire, there were as many experts as the clouds, and the expert rained down like rain. Just the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection alone was more than one hand's worth of strength. In the entire Azure Dragon Empire, it was difficult for him to even get into the top 10. His royal father, Azure Dragon Sovereign, was the same as Monster Monarch. He was quasi-2-star sovereign, who had broken through to the 2-star sovereign with a single step. He was even slightly stronger than Monster Monarch. He had already begun his seclusion, preparing for his final breakthrough. Even a true 2-star sovereign had to give Royal Father some face. This mysterious supreme being in front of him gave him a feeling of comparing himself to him. He, Royal Father, had come. There was still a big gap between them. He should only be a 1-star supreme being. It was unlikely that he wouldn't give Royal Father face. Crown Prince Qing Yun was right. If he was replaced by another 1-star supreme being, given his status as Royal Father, as long as he didn't seek his own death and saved his own life, there would still be some hope. It was very likely that he would be imprisoned for a short period of time, preventing him from divulging the news of Monster Monarch's inheritance. Unfortunately, he had run into Yang Fann. Putting aside the fact that he didn't know anything about the Azure Dragon Empire or the fact that he didn't know Royal Father, Azure Dragon Sovereign, he wouldn't show any mercy even if he knew about the Azure Dragon Empire. Compared to these native source of chaos, these foreign experts were on opposing sides from the very beginning. It wasn't as if you were the one who died, but rather, the one who died. The relationship between the two of them wasn't too far off. If he wanted to rely on Azure Dragon Sovereign's reputation to protect his own life, it could only be said that this Azure Cloud Crown Prince was overthinking. Hong Long. He didn't even spare the Crown Prince a glance. Yang Fann raised his hand and struck out a palm towards the Azure Cloud Crown Prince and the 8 7-star great sovereigns behind him. Ah, no, Your Majesty, please spare my life. For the sake of me, Royal Father and Azure Dragon Sovereign, please spare my life. Forgive me. Ah, the Azure Cloud Crown Prince let out a despairing wail. That palm strike made him unable to summon even a single resistance thought. The difference between the two was like the difference between life and death. It was more than 1 billion times stronger than him, 10 billion times stronger. Even if he used all of his forbidden divine ability, there was absolutely no way he could block this palm strike. What a pity. Yang Fann casually placed the Azure Cloud Crown Prince and his 8 7-star great sovereigns into the chaos. A hint of regret appeared in his eyes. He was wondering if this Azure Cloud Crown Prince was also like Purple Flame Demon Sovereign. With the protection of the Supreme Clone. At that time, the strength of origin that he needed to advance to the next realm would be more than enough. Unfortunately, there wasn't such a good thing. When he completely suppressed the Crown Prince, the Supreme Being Avatar didn't appear. It had to be said that Yang Fann had taken it for granted. How could there be so many Supreme Clones? One should know that, for example, the resources expended by Ethereal Sovereign's clone. It was enough to concoct a few exquisite quasi-Great Tao divine artifacts, even for Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, this was only resources. This didn't include a huge amount of time and energy. If it wasn't for the fact that Purple Flame Demon Sovereign was Ethereal Sovereign's most pampered son. With the potential to advance to Great Tao Sovereign, Purple Flame Demon Sovereign wouldn't be able to refine a supreme clone. Guarding his safety, although the Crown Prince was Azure Dragon Sovereign's beloved son, but when it comes to love, it's far from enough to make it into the top 10. It was an unknown factor. Dragon nature itself, even he himself didn't know how many descendants Azure Dragon Sovereign had. Just the amount he had admitted was no less than 1 million. Including those illegitimate children, even if he didn't have 1.8 billion, it wouldn't be much different. Perhaps after he obtained Monster Monarch's inheritance and had the foundation to advance to Great Tao Sovereign, there might be a possibility. In the next second, Yang Fann's gaze shifted and landed on the group of giant beasts. If I want to take that step, I still need to see Monster Monarch's inheritance with a thought. Without waiting for the giant beasts to say anything, Yang Fann pressed down on them with his palm. Ah, no, Your Majesty, please spare us. Please, let us go. Amidst the wails of despair, countless terrifying giant beasts that were as tall as millions of feet appeared one after another. Hong Long. The Yang Fanns began to shrink at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, they turned into miniature beasts that were held in Yang Fann's palm. Buzz. Very quickly, a terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to Great Tao Sovereign surged out from Yang Fanshihai's body. It violently ripped apart the barrier of giant beast sea of consciousness and forcefully read the memories of their souls. A group of ants, simply and roughly reading their souls' memories was enough. There was no need for such a troublesome interrogation. Furthermore, these source of chaos aboriginals were enemies to begin with. There was no need to be polite with them. 10 minutes later, Boom Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of happiness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Phew, I never thought that the inheritance of Monster Monarch would require the blood and sweat of the 9 Great Beast King as the catalyst. Fortunately, he attacked directly and suppressed all of them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find the place of Monster Monarch's inheritance after the Green Sanctuary Crown Prince and the others fought with the Beast King. Between the two of them, one had the geographical advantage while the other was the son of a supreme being. Both of them had extraordinary resources and strength. It could be said that they weren't much weaker than each other. Although the Azure Cloud Crown Prince and the others had some advantages, they would still have to pay a painful price even if they were able to suppress a bunch of Beast Kings. During this period of time, Beast Kings and Flying Ashes would inevitably be destroyed. With similar strength, it was absolutely impossible to capture those 9 Great Beast Kings alive. Of the 9 Great Beast Kings, if one Beast King was incomplete, it would be difficult to enter the Land of Inheritance. In terms of combat strength, Yang Fann was not much weaker than those 1-star exalts. However, in terms of resources, techniques, and especially the arcane art, compared to these old monsters that had lived for trillions of eras, it was still far from enough. Without the right method, even if Yang Fann was able to enter the Land of Inheritance, he wouldn't be able to tell how many eras it would take him to do so. Poochie. With a movement of his body, Yang Fann disappeared without a trace and reappeared in a huge hollow. This heavenly passage was a secret one. If it wasn't for the fact that he was here in person, Yang Fann wouldn't have been able to find it with just the spiritual consciousness alone. This paradise was where the 2 8 stars great sovereign giant beasts were hiding. The entire paradise was very spacious. Besides the huge altar that was more than 10,000 miles in diameter in the center of the paradise, there were no other buildings that could be found. In the center of the altar and in all directions, there was a huge hole that was hundreds of miles in diameter and several miles deep. The first one should be the Crimson Gold Dragon. As Yang Fann's voice faded, a 100,000 feet long crimson gold divine dragon appeared on the altar. Poochie. The strength of soul was the blade. In an instant, a huge hole appeared on the crimson golden dragon's chest. The blood in his heart seemed to be free. It poured into the huge hole in the east of the altar. The second one is the extreme yin turtle. Su. A gigantic black tortoise that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared out of thin air. The third one is the burning star phoenix. Chirp. A huge fire phoenix with a star on its back and a silver flame burning around its body appeared in front of Yang Fann. Phew, I only need the last draconic tiger. Su. The huge tiger with the body of a tiger and the tail of a dragon appeared in the center of the altar. Monster Monarch was also very cautious. Not only did he need the blood of the 9 Beast King hearts, but he also needed to follow the correct sequence and pour the blood of the Beast King into the altar. If there was a single mistake, the altar would be destroyed, and the land of inheritance would no longer be opened. Luckily, he had completely read the memories of the 9 Beast King. Otherwise, even if he obtained the 9 Beast King, it would be difficult for him to enter the land of inheritance. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 7 breaths, 10 breaths later, the last of the dragon might tiger's blood and sweat was completely poured into the hole in the center of the altar. Good, it's here. Monster Monarch's land of heritage is about to open. C2867. He violently opened the door. Leviathan world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boundless golden light burst out from the mysterious altar. Vaguely, one could see countless giant beasts roaring ferociously. In the next second, boom, boundless golden light fused into boom. All right, the door of inheritance finally appeared. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Through the inheritance gate, he would be able to enter the land of Monster Monarch's inheritance. Monster Monarch's inheritance, here I come. With a single step, Yang Fann stepped into the door without any hesitation. A skilled expert. How dare you? If it was those 3 stars or 4 stars sovereign inheritances, Yang Fann might have hesitated for a moment. Those powerful supreme beings that were comparable to the peak Great Tao Sovereign, even if they had already fallen, there was a high possibility that some of the trump cards they had left behind could cause a 1-star supreme expert to suffer a great loss, or even cause him to fall completely. However, Monster Monarch was merely a 1-star supreme. Putting aside the fact that he had already fallen for billions of eras, even if he was still alive in this world, Yang Fann wouldn't be afraid of him at all. Even if he couldn't defeat Monster Monarch, it would be a piece of cake for him to leave. To those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, this place of inheritance might be a dangerous place, a forbidden area. If they were careless, they might die, but to the real Great Tao Sovereign, it would only be slightly troublesome. It was absolutely impossible to endanger the life of a Great Tao Sovereign. Swoosh. Time and space rotated. 10 breaths later, Yang Fann discovered that he had once again returned to a vast world. However, compared to the Leviathan world, this vast world was clearly much smaller. Its diameter was only a few light years or so, and it was far from being comparable to the Leviathan world. And in the great desolate world center, there was a huge divine palace that was almost 1% of the size of the world. Waves of ancient and mighty aura kept radiating out from the divine palace, making people feel respectful. The entire divine palace was actually constructed from the desolate god ancient jade. This was a top-grade jade stone that could be used to refine top-level chaos origin divine artifacts. It was the size of a fist, and its value was no less than a unit of origin elemental crystal. It was a huge divine palace that occupied nearly half a light year's worth of land. How many origin elemental crystals was this worth? It was more than 1 billion. As expected of the supreme Great Tao Sovereign. Just this divine palace alone, even if an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection were to go bankrupt, he might not be able to build it. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was comparable to that of a quasi-paragon or even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection rose up from within the vast wilderness. Terrifying giant beasts tore through space, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived. In front of Yang Fann. They were eyeing Yang Fann covetously, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Although the number of these giant beasts could not be compared to those feudal lords in Leviathan worlds in Leviathan world, there were less than 200 of them. However, the quality of these beast kings was more than a level higher. Among these 200 giant beasts, there was not a single giant beast whose aura was below top quasi-sovereigns. The chi of the leading 3-headed Qilin was terrifying. It was much stronger than the chi of the crown prince of Leviathan world. He had steadily stepped into the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, which was also the 10 stars emperor. Apart from that, there were 2 9 stars emperor grade 9 stars emperors that were comparable to the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, 6 8 stars great sovereign giant beasts, 17 7-star great sovereign giant beasts, and 56 6-star great sovereign giant beasts. This power was far above that of the Azure Cloud Crown Prince and the others. To put it bluntly, even if Yang Fann didn't suppress the Crown Prince and the others, the Crown Prince and the others wouldn't be able to obtain Monster Monarch's inheritance. Whether or not he could save his own life was still unknown. The sturdiness of this spatial zone was 1,000,000 times stronger than the Leviathan world. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't be able to shake the four-direction space with just a single strike. However, Yang Fann wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was delighted. With so many quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, it was enough for him to improve his cultivation base by leaps and bounds. Who are you? How dare you trespass the giant beast god realm? Hurry up and surrender. The leading three-headed Qilin stared at Yang Fann with its 6 eyes. Its voice was like devil god's roar, causing people to tremble. Aphids, how dare you? The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he shouted coldly. Boom! A terrifying pressure that was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than that of the 3 Qilin burst out from Yang Fann's body, and swept across all directions. Poochie 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 poochie. The surrounding space exploded like glass. The numerous giant beasts were instantly crushed and crushed. Ah! This pressure! This pressure! Paragon! This was the pressure of a paragon. The hearts of the giant beast shook violently. Their eyes, which were as big as stars, were filled with fear. Supreme Being, the person who had just arrived was actually a supreme being. Not to mention the fact that they had less than 200 great sovereigns. Even if they had 10 times more of them, they would still be supreme beings. It was impossible for them to defeat a supreme being even if their numbers were 100 times higher. What should we do? What should we do? They wanted to beg for mercy, but this was the giant beast god realm. Their duty was to stop any powerful enemies from entering the giant beast god realm. This was the mission given to them by Monster Monarch. Even if they were supreme beings, they shouldn't be afraid of begging for mercy. One aphids, come here. Boom! The sky suddenly turned dark. A heaven-sheltering big hand that almost covered half of the giant beast god realm descended from the sky and pressed down on the group of giant beasts. Ah, no, I can't block it. I can't block this power. No, stop. If you dare to hurt us, His Majesty the beast god won't let you go. He won't let you go. Other than Monster Monarch, the others wanted to open the land of inheritance. As a catalyst, only by summoning the gateway of the land of inheritance could one enter the beast god realm. The 9 great beast kings did not have the tendency to abuse themselves. The importance of the beast king's heart and blood was second only to the origin divine blood. Although it would not cost them their lives by releasing so much of the beast king's heart's blood, however, each and every one of them had their cultivation base drop drastically, especially the 7-star Emperor Beast King. It was almost as if they were going to fall to the level of a 5-star Emperor. The price they had to pay was too great. Even though they had received news of Monster Monarch, they had never contacted the Beast God Heavenly Palace about these giant beasts and experts. Up until now, these giant beasts and experts still didn't know that Monster Monarch had fallen. Although Monster Monarch hadn't appeared for over 10 trillion eras, the high and mighty Great Tao Sovereign had gone into seclusion for over 10 trillion eras. It wasn't a rare thing. He had even gone into seclusion for trillions, 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 and trillions of eras. What a joke, using a dead person to threaten me. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. He wasn't afraid of a living 1-star supreme being, let alone a dead man like this. What did you just say? His Majesty the Beast God has fallen. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? The great Beast God, invincible under the heavens, indestructible, how could he possibly fall? Liar, you must be lying. They couldn't believe it. The giant beast couldn't believe it at all. The Beast God Majesty was the pinnacle expert in the present world. Who could make the Beast God fall? Fake. This must be fake. However, the last shred of reason told them that all of this was real. If the Beast God had not fallen, who would dare to barge into their giant Beast God realm? This was the location of the Beast God's divine palace. Anyone who dared to trespass in the giant Beast God realm would have to fight to the death with the Beast God. Even Great Tao Sovereign had to consider the consequences. Yang Fann sneered and didn't say anything else. A bunch of ants was not worthy of his explanation, and there was no need for that. Poochie. As soon as the heaven-sheltering big hand passed by, nearly 200 giant beasts became the things in Yang Fann's hands. 15 minutes later, a hint of disappointment appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. He did not obtain any useful information from the giant beast's memory. Apart from knowing the name of the huge divine palace, Beast God Heavenly Palace, which was Monster Monarch's bedchamber, they were clueless about everything else. There's no other way. I can only forcefully open the door. Roar, open it for me. C-2868. A frenzied massacre. Giant Beast God Realm, Beast God Heavenly Palace. Looking at the tightly shut gates of the heavenly palace, a resolute look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It wasn't easy for him to enter the inheritance land of Monster Monarch. How could he be willing to return empty-handed? Since there was no way to open the gates of the heavenly palace in the memories of those giant beasts, he could only rely on his own means. He refused to believe that with his cultivation base and strength, he wouldn't be able to break open the tightly shut gates of the heavenly palace. Roar! Open it for me! With a light shout, the power of Chaos God in his body circulated rapidly. Yang Fann turned his hand into a blade and slashed at the heavenly palace's gate. Yang Fann didn't hide anything from this slash. He unleashed all 10 layers of his strength. Compared to the time when he fought Ethereal Sovereign's clone, he was more than 10 times stronger. His strength was more than tens of billions of times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. He could be considered one of the best among the ordinary Great Tao Sovereign. If Ethereal Sovereign didn't use the Great Tao Divine Artifact, he would unleash all of his Great Tao Divine abilities. However, that was all he could do. He might not even be as powerful as Ethereal Sovereign. Poochie. Wherever he went, space, air, matter, everything collapsed into dust. It happened so fast. Boom. Countless ancient divine imprints rose from the beast god heavenly palace and formed a divine imprints barrier. Bang! Yang Fann's saber slashed onto the divine imprints barrier, causing it to distort. Faint cracks could be seen on the barrier. Roar! Roar! Almost at the same time, countless giant beasts appeared in the beast god heavenly palace, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws while roaring ferociously. The terrifying roars of 10,000 beasts were like heavenly thunder that exploded in Yang Fan's ears, aiming at Yang Fan's soul. What a good monster monarch, he really did have some tricks up his sleeve. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Even with his strength of soul, the roars of the 10,000 beasts had caused a ripple to appear in his mind. If it was Purple Flame Demon Sovereign or the Crown Prince, the soul would have been shattered by the roars of the beasts a long time ago. It's a pity that you ran into me, break it. Bang! Bang bang! Yang Fann used both of his hands as blades and attacked madly. Although the soul's attack was terrifying and could easily kill invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, it was still far from enough to hurt Yang Fann. At most, it would only cause his soul to tremble slightly. It was nothing. If there was a Great Tao Divine Artifact grade soul or defensive divine artifact, Yang Fann could completely ignore the attack of the soul. Unfortunately, Great Tao Divine Artifact grade souls were much more precious than other defensive divine artifacts of the same grade. Not to mention an ordinary Great Tao Sovereign like Ethereal Sovereign, even some of the older Great Tao Sovereigns were rare. In a short period of time, one should not delude themselves with delusions. He wondered if Monster Monarch's inheritance contained Great Tao Divine Artifact grade souls and defensive divine artifacts. Of course, even if it was just an ordinary Great Tao Divine Artifact, it was still not bad. It was enough to increase his combat strength by a lot. He truly had the ability to fight quasi-2 stars sovereign head-on. Kai. On the divine imprince's barrier, the tiny and dense fissured traces rapidly expanded in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. One day later, break for me. Bang! Heaven collapse, earth crack. The divine imprince barrier had finally reached its limit, and it completely collapsed and exploded into powder. Yang Fann let out a long breath. Luckily, it was him. The Chaos Origin divine body's physique was heaven-defying, and his energy was limitless. If it was any other one-star supreme being, it wouldn't be easy for them to destroy this divine imprince barrier. It would take at least 10 days, half a month, or even longer. Every slash and every strike was a full-powered strike. It would have been fine for a short period of time, but if this continued for a day, even Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't have been able to take it. One should know that in an instant, Yang Fann was able to slash out tens of thousands of blades. In just a single day, no one knew how many times, but the number of attacks Yang Fann unleashed was more than 1 billion, trillions, and trillions. In the next second, bang, Yang Fann casually swung his blade at the gate of the heavenly palace. Without the protection of the divine imprince barrier, the gate was just a hard top-grade jade stone. It was much weaker than a lower-grade quasi-Great Tao Divine Artifact. How could it withstand Yang Fann's attack that was comparable to Great Tao Sovereign's? It instantly shattered into pieces. Monster Monarch, let me see how much wealth you have left for me. A bright light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he stepped into Beast God Heavenly Palace. What entered his eyes was a winding corridor that was tens of thousands of miles long. On both sides of the winding corridor, there was a stone statue that was millions of miles tall and was clad in armor. These stone statues were lifelike, as if they were alive. They all had the appearance of accepting people. There was a tiger head and a human body, a lion head and a human body, and a leopard head and a human body with 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 a human body. There were tens of thousands of them. Those who trespass the heavenly palace shall die suddenly. A sound of great Tao that seemed to be hidden in the dark sounded out in the long winding corridor. Poochie poochie poochie. The rocks on the stone statues began to fall off, and a powerful aura that was comparable to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection rose from their bodies. Although they were only ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, which was the 6-star great sovereigns of the source of chaos. There were thousands of them, and even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors would be killed by them if they didn't retreat after being surrounded by so many ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes lit up at first, but it quickly dimmed down. These were just the special puppets that Monster Monarch had refined. Although their combat strength wasn't weaker than an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they were equipped with strength of origin. Not to mention comparing them to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they were still far weaker than limited quasi-sovereign. They were only slightly stronger than middle-rank quasi-sovereign. If there were really thousands or tens of thousands of ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, their harvest wouldn't be any weaker than a few invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. However, if it were these puppets, they wouldn't be able to match up to a top perfection quasi-paragon's warrior. It was a big mystery. That's not right. These puppets aren't completely useless. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Yang Fann's mind. He didn't like these dummies at all, a top perfection quasi-paragons. Compared to the current Yang Fann, the strength of origin was like a drop in the bucket. However, it didn't mean that the others didn't like these combat dummies. This was a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. Even if it was because of the lack of divine abilities and divine weapons, it could only be considered a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The weakest quasi-sovereign of great perfection was still a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was enough to become clan-suppressing treasure of a quasi-supreme race. If he brought these combat dummies back to the outside world, there would be plenty of forces fighting for them. It would be very easy to sell an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection puppet for all their belongings. Furthermore, there was no need for him to be afraid after he left the source of chaos. There was no need for him to hide anything. 100 million, or even hundreds of millions of eras had passed. Yang Fann was confident that he could break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King at the very least. If he was lucky, he might even be able to break through to the high-level Chaos God King. His true strength wouldn't be any weaker than those ancestor, perhaps even stronger. Even if the few ancestor joined forces, they would still be able to easily retreat if they couldn't defeat him. Come here. Obediently with a thought, Yang Fann moved forward quickly. Every time he moved, there would be at least a dozen of them. At most, there would be dozens of combat puppets that would be absorbed into the chaos. All of them were the property of an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 100, 300, 800, 1,500, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. Yang Fann's fortune was like a snowball, rapidly expanding. 2 hours later, Yang Fann had successfully broken through the dark corridor. There were a total of 23,632 combat puppets, which was much more than what Yang Fann had expected. This caused Yang Fann's value to increase by more than 10 times. The next second, Yang Fann appeared in a spacious hall. In an instant, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and they were filled with a scorching light. Treasures. All of them are treasures as expected of great Tao Sovereign. He is truly extraordinary. C 2869. The source of the great Tao Giant Beast God Realm, Beast God Heavenly Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, his eyes were burning with indescribable heat. Treasure. All of them were treasures. The dazzling treasure lights lit up the entire hall, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. At the very least, they were top-level chaos gods that made top-level chaos god kings go crazy. There were so many of them. There were over 1 million of them, and the number of quasi-great Tao divine artifacts surpassed the 10,000 exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifacts. Just the number of exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifacts alone exceeded 20, reaching 22. Terrifying, worthy of being great Tao sovereign. He was far from being comparable to those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. One should know that for most invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, it was considered not bad to have a single exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifact. Even Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, the son of a supreme being, only had 3 exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifact. With so many divine weapons and treasures, Yang Fann's value had doubled. This was even including the 23,632 combat dummies. Otherwise, it would have increased by more than 10 times, or even 20 times. If there was really any regret, it was because he couldn't find the great Tao divine artifact. That was also true. That great Tao divine artifact was definitely Monster Monarch's lifeblood divine artifact. He naturally carried it with him. Monster Monarch hadn't even returned to the giant beast god realm, so how could that great Tao divine artifact appear here? He had really thought too much. Yang Fann let out a bitter laugh. There was a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Without the great Tao divine artifact, no matter how many divine weapons there were, they would not be of much help to him in terms of strength. Regret was regret, but Yang Fann's movements were not slow buzz. He waved his hand, and a divine light enveloped the entire treasure hall. Poochie poochie poochie, large, large. Yang Fann kept the supreme treasure, the divine artifact, into the chaos. Half a cup of tea later, the huge divine hall was empty. They dug 3 feet into the ground, not even a strand of hair was left behind. Although these supreme treasures and divine artifacts, including those exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifacts, were of little value to Yang Fann and could not increase his combat strength, it did not mean that others would not be able to use them either. It was a good choice to use them to arm his family and friends, or to auction them off. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yang Fann's footsteps were light as he continued forward. Very quickly, he entered another corridor. However, unlike before, there was no longer a single combat puppet here. Yang Fann was disappointed. This monster monarch was the same. They were both corridors, so why didn't he arrange some guards here, causing me to look forward to this battle for nothing? Luckily, Monster Monarch didn't know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he would have come back to life. Do you really think that I don't need resources to refine these combat puppets? The resources required to refine a powerful puppet that was comparable to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was no less than refining a low-grade quasi-great Tao divine artifact. Being able to refine over 20,000 combat puppets at once had already emptied most of his stockpile. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann once again entered a large hall. Inside was a large number of wooden shelves. Each shelf was filled with jade bottles. At a glance, even if the jade bottles were not worth 100 million, they were still worth tens of millions. The entire hall was filled with a pleasant smell of medicinal pills. Anyone below the quasi-supreme realm would only need to take a few breaths of air. That would allow their cultivation to improve greatly. Even a quasi-paragon would benefit greatly from cultivating here. One day was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world, or even longer periods of bitter cultivation. This should be the alchemy hall. There are quite a few high-grade divine pills here. Unfortunately, none of them are suitable for me. Yang Fann looked at the interior of the hall. The huge amount of jade bottles shook his head slightly. To Yang Fann, swallowing and refining these divine pills. In the past hundreds of thousands of eras, he hasn't taken many pills. But to use it to raise the cultivation bases of his parents and the others, it was pretty good. With so many high-grade divine pills, his parents should be able to break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm very soon. It's a pity that quasi-Jurjun potential elixirs are hard to come by, or else. A hint of regret was revealed in Yang Fann's eyes. All these years, he had suppressed so many experts and obtained a huge amount of divine herbs. However, he had only managed to raise the potential of his parents and the others to candidate daughter level, barely having a trace of the potential to advance to the quasi-Jurjun realm. However, the potential of a mere low-level quasi-sovereign would require a huge amount of resources to break through to the quasi-Jurjun realm. That was 100 times, 1,000 times more than a true Tao child monster. Breaking through to the quasi-paragon realm was their limit. I wonder if there are any high-level quasi-paragon potential elixirs in Beast God Heavenly Palace. Yang Fann was a little uncertain. One should know that even the lowest grade of quasi-supreme grade potential elixirs, he had only found a few from the hands of Black Bone Devil Sovereign, purple flame demon sovereign, and the other supreme and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts. It was barely enough for his parents and the others to use. Even if Monster Monarch was Great Tao Sovereign, and the low-grade quasi-supreme grade quasi-sovereign of great perfections were still manageable, it wouldn't be easy for his parents to break through to the top grade, limit, and even the high-grade quasi-sovereign of great perfection potential elixirs. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann stopped. Thinking about it, when the boat reaches the end of the bridge, it will naturally be straight. It was still very early. Currently, their parents had only just entered the middle-level Chaos Divine King, and there was still quite a distance between them and top-level Chaos God Kings, let alone quasi-supreme experts. Without 10 million eras, or even longer, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the shadow of a quasi-supreme expert. After such a long period of time, Yang Fann refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to find some quasi-supreme being potential elixirs. Source of chaos, there were precious lands everywhere. The richness of resources was far from what the outside world's great chaotic circles could compare with. Now, it was better to collect the 10 million divine pills first. Another 10 minutes passed. Yang Fann appeared under a starry sky, and numerous true dragons roamed within. Gulp gulp, these true dragons. These true dragons. Could it be that they were condensed from origin elemental crystals? Original dragon vein. Yang Fann's heart shook. In the original dragon vein, Great Tao Sovereign used a huge amount of magic power and a huge amount of origin elemental crystals to condense into Chaos God Kings. It was like Chaos God King used a secret technique to condense origin elemental crystals into Great Tao Sovereigns. Compared to Great Tao Sovereign, origin elemental crystals were just too small. 1 unit of origin elemental crystals was not even enough for them to cultivate for a few days. Especially those 3 stars and 4 stars sovereign, they probably wouldn't even be able to last for 2 hours. Furthermore, the chaotic energy contained in the origin elemental crystal was far from being as pure as the Great Tao divine power in their bodies. If they used the origin elemental crystal to cultivate, they would need to spend a lot of time to purify the chaotic energy, which was double the effort. The original dragon vein that was condensed from the origin elemental crystal was what Great Tao Sovereign used for his daily cultivation. It was also the common currency between them. However, this was the first time Yang Fann had seen such a thing. According to Ethereal Sovereign's memory, the original dragon vein was further divided into 3 grades. The first grade was the lowest, and the third grade was the highest. It was determined by the length of the dragon vein. The 100 miles long original dragon vein was the first grade, the second level origin dragon vein was 10,000 miles long, and the third grade original dragon vein was 1,000,000 miles long. However, even if it was a first-grade original dragon vein, the amount of energy contained in it was no less than the energy of an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. A second-level origin dragon vein was comparable to a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and the last grade of the original dragon vein was 10 times that of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Unfortunately, there was no third-grade original dragon vein in this dragon vein Great Hall. It would be best if there were 36 second-level origin dragon vein here. Otherwise, just one of them would be enough for him to break through to Chaos God King smoothly. Ah, what is that? Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression changed. In the center of the 36 second-level origin dragon vein, there was a chaotic crystal the size of a basketball floating in the air, with gray chaotic energies as the center. It radiated out and merged with the 36 second-level origin dragon vein warriors. Upon closer inspection, one could see that under the nourishment of the second-level origin dragon veins, the 36 second-level origin dragon vein actually showed signs of growing. The degree of growth was very small. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's strength of soul, which was comparable to Great Tao Sovereigns, any other quasi-supreme expert wouldn't be able to notice it. Gulp, gulp, big, the source of the Great Tao. It really was the source of the Great Tao. Yang Fann's voice trembled. He had never thought that happiness would come so suddenly. Right, there was no mistake. It was the same as the source of the Great Tao in Ethereal Sovereign's memory, and the terrifying energy. It was just that big. It was much bigger than the total of 36 second-level origin dragon vein. Apart from the source of the Great Tao, what else could possess such a huge amount of energy? Ha 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 ha, good good good, there is hope for my divine body of Great Tao Sovereign cultivation. There is hope for cultivation. C2870, the divine steel of inheritance, giant beast god realm, beast god heavenly palace. Yang Fann's face was filled with excitement. More than 600,000 eras had passed, and he had advanced from Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God to King Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. He had finally seen the source of the Great Tao. It wasn't easy at all with the source of the Great Tao. He could finally cultivate the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art that was sealed up for hundreds of thousands of eras at that time. His comprehensive combat strength would definitely have a qualitative leap. One had to know that the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art was only a beginning. Just the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign alone was enough to kill Great Tao Sovereign. Unfortunately, the source of this Great Tao was still too small. It was only this small, and it was far from even a single unit of Great Tao origin. The Great Tao essence was not as exaggerated as the origin of chaos. A unit of Great Tao origin was a sphere with a diameter of 100 miles. But according to Ethereal Sovereign's memories, a unit of Great Tao origin had a diameter of 1 meter. This Great Tao origin in front of him had a diameter of less than 25 centimeters. At most, it was a unit of Great Tao origin. He wanted to break through to the beginning with the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art. It was absolutely impossible. Although Yang Fann didn't know how many units of Great Tao origin were required to break through to the beginning, he could tell from the Chaos Origin divine arts that if he wanted to break through to the beginning, even if he didn't have 10,000 units of Great Tao origin, he would still need thousands of units of Great Tao origin. Of course, this Great Tao origin was enough to increase his strength of divine body by dozens or even hundreds of times. Compared to his current cultivation base, the power of the Yang Fann's divine body was slightly weaker, and it was somewhat unable to keep up with his cultivation progress. Up until now, he was only able to match an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even if he used all of his strength to unleash the Chaos Origin divine body, there was still a slight gap between him and the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed the urge to enter seclusion and refine this Great Tao Origin. The Beast God Heavenly Palace had yet to be completely plundered. It was still not the time for him to enter secluded cultivation. Buzz. With a flash of light, a top-grade jade box appeared in Yang Fann's hand. He solemnly stored the Great Tao Origin into the jade box. In the next second, with a wave of his hand, the group of people from the original dragon vein were sucked into his inner world. Although he had obtained the source of the Great Tao, Yang Fann wouldn't waste it on these original dragon vein. 36 second level origin. Dragon vein and 173 first grade original dragon vein. When combined, they were even more powerful than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Very quickly, Yang Fann continued forward. After passing through layers of cloister, a quarter of an hour later, Yang Fann appeared in a huge divine medicine garden. In an instant, Yang Fann's eyes lit up once more. The entire divine medicine garden was millions of miles wide. In the divine medicine garden, there were top-grade divine herbs everywhere. Monster Monarch had fallen for trillions of eras, which meant that there were trillions of eras. No one had entered the Beast God Heavenly Palace, so naturally, no one had picked all kinds of divine medicine gardens in the divine medicine garden. Ordinary divine herbs could grow for trillions of eras, and that was enough to make countless quasi-supreme beings go crazy over top-grade divine herbs, let alone top-grade divine herbs. It could be said that in the divine medicine garden, just a single divine herb was enough to cause many quasi-supreme beings to fight until their heads bled. As for those divine medicine gardens in the center of the divine medicine garden, even quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts would go crazy over them. In the entire divine medicine garden, the closer one got to the center, the more precious the divine herbs were. Ah, that's the 9 yin-yang grass. 1000 illusion bodhi flower. Myriad void clarity fruit. Illusion dragon mark flower. 1000 luo blue heart grass. There's also the 1000 leaves heart cleansing lotus over there. Extreme yang soul forging fruit. Myriad dragon origin blood fruit. Starry sky dream flower. Good Yang Fann hurriedly said, good, 3 times. He had truly underestimated these Great Tao Sovereigns that Great Tao Sovereign had pointed out. They were all quasi-supreme grade potential elixirs that he needed the most. When these quasi-paragon potential elixirs were combined together, there were more than 3 digits of them. There were 126 of them, and although most of them had the potential of a low-level quasi-paragon, there were also 16 high-grade quasi-paragon potential elixirs. If he refined all of these potential elixirs, it would be enough for his parents' potential to advance further, pushing them into the ranks of Tao Child level monsters. Furthermore, it would not be as simple as stepping into the threshold of Tao child-level monsters. There was a chance of advancing to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. When he thought about how he was still worried that Monster Monarch didn't have high-grade quasi-supreme grade potential elixirs, he felt that it was a bit ridiculous. Sure enough, his horizons were still not enough. He had underestimated these supreme beings who stood at the peak of all living beings. Ah, that is the Star Origin Netherworld Spirit Grass. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes stared at the center of the Divine Medicine Garden. It was a silver-gray divine herb that was 30 feet tall and was flickering with dreamy glazed lights. Vaguely, one could see countless great Tao runes flashing on it. He was like the incarnation of the great Tao. As long as one took a glance at it, one would be able to comprehend thousands of things. The Star Source Nether Spirit Grass was a true great Tao divine herb. With this plant, it would be enough to raise a quasi-sovereign of great perfection's cultivation by half a level, allowing him to break through to great Tao sovereign. Although there was only half a level of hope, it was enough to make countless quasi-sovereign of great perfection go crazy. To put it bluntly, all the top-grade Divine Medicine Gardens in Divine Medicine Garden combined were worth less than half of the Star Source Nethersoul Grass. Sigh. Unfortunately, there was only this one stock. It would be great if there were 8 stocks. One stock of Star Source Nethersoul Grass wasn't enough for his parents. Letting his parents break through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection was only a small goal for Yang Fann. If possible, he sincerely hoped that his parents and the others could push atavism into the top group of people in the primal chaos. Fortunately, Monster Monarch didn't know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would have spat on Yang Fann's face. 8 stalks of Star Origin Nether Spirit Grass, you really think of it? Just this stalk of Star Origin Nether Spirit Grass alone was something he had spent all his life and effort to find. 8 stalks of Great Tao Divine Herb, not to mention quasi 2 stars sovereign, even a true 2 stars sovereign, or even 3 stars sovereign, might not be able to find it. He also wanted all the people around him to advance to Great Tao sovereign. Was this still a human? When a person obtained the Tao, his or her family would ascend to the heavens, but it was not the same way to ascend. Even the Supreme 5-star Supreme Being didn't dare have this type of thought. Shaking his head, he dismissed the unrealistic thoughts in his heart. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, grabbing towards the Divine Medicine Garden. It was so troublesome to pick one plant at a time. It could directly move the Divine Medicine Garden into the inner chaos and make it a part of the medicinal garden. It was so convenient. In the inner chaos, Yang Fann had built a Divine Medicine Garden as well. The size of the Divine Medicine Garden was enormous. It was 1,000 times, 10,000 times bigger than the Divine Medicine Garden that was 10 million miles in circumference. Not only that, in terms of quality, it was far from being comparable to this Divine Medicine Garden. Not to mention a great Tao divine herb like the Cosmic Hades Spirit Grass, even a low-level quasi-supreme potential elixir couldn't be found. Most of them were middle-grade and high-grade divine herbs, and there were very few top-grade divine herbs. As long as they were useful top-grade divine herbs, Yang Fann would use them on his parents and the others. At that moment a layer of golden divine light rose from the Divine Medicine Garden and turned into a barrier. Yang Fann had already prepared for this, and it was completely within his expectations. How could Monster Monarch not be prepared for a place like the Divine Medicine Garden? Especially since there was a great Tao divine herb like the Cosmic Hades Spirit Grass inside. Even his Divine Medicine Garden, which didn't have any top-grade Divine Medicine Gardens, had a large number of divine formations set up by him. Without the special token he gave him, he wouldn't be able to enter the Divine Medicine Garden, let alone pick the divine herb. However, if you want to stop me, you still need to do so. Break for me. 2 hours later. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The Divine Medicine Garden soared into the sky. Although the defense mechanism of the Divine Medicine Garden was powerful, Monster Monarch had also laid down a lot of killing formations. Even after trillions of eras had passed, the power of these killing formations and the divine formation had weakened significantly, allowing them to easily kill an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. However, it was still far from enough to stop a great Tao sovereign. After placing the Divine Medicine Garden in his own medicine garden, Yang Fann continued his journey. Divine Beast Garden Imperial Sensor Hall Divine Abilities Pavilion Soul Calming Mountain. Heart Refining Pool. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Yang Fann knew what it meant to be 3 feet tall in the clear sky. 3 days later. A huge plaza appeared in front of Yang Fann. In the square, there was nothing but a huge golden stone monument that was more than 10 million feet tall. Rays of gentle golden light. Hong Long, if I'm not mistaken, this pantheon should be the inheritance pantheon of Monster Monarch. C-2871 control the giant beast god realm, the beast god's palace, in that broad, large square. Yang Fann stared at the 10 million feet tall golden pantheon, deep in thought. If he wasn't mistaken, the pantheon was the inheritance pantheon left behind by Monster Monarch, and it contained the inheritance of Monster Monarch. Yang Fann didn't really care about this. No matter how good Monster Monarch's inheritance was, how could it compare to his heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique and great Tao Sovereign's divine art? Heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. Let's not talk about this great technique for now. Just the great Tao Sovereign's divine art alone was not something great Tao Sovereign could imagine. A mere beginning could kill great Tao Sovereign with just the divine body of great Tao Sovereign he had just formed. Once he mastered it, and even reached the huge perfection, how terrifying would that be? Even that 5-star supreme being wouldn't be able to stop a single finger of his. With just a wave of his hand, he could suppress and kill thousands of people. However, Yang Fann was a little worried that these great Tao Sovereign in the chaos would be able to help him reach the great perfection stage of his divine body. After rummaging through the beast god heavenly palace, he finally found it. This was the source of the great Tao. Quasi 2-star sovereign's treasure vault only had such a small amount of it. How many great Tao origin could other exalts have? Yang Fann shook his head lightly. When the boat reaches the end of the bridge, there will always be a path ahead. It was useless to think so much about it. He was still looking at the inheritance of Monster Monarch. Just because he didn't like it didn't mean that the inheritance was useless. Although he had forcefully read a large amount of memories of the quasi-sovereign god's soul and obtained a huge amount of divine abilities and secret techniques over the years, there wasn't a single inheritance that could be called the inheritance of a supreme being. The soul-searching technique wasn't omnipotent, especially when it came to the heavenly devil god palace. It was the true inheritance of a supreme power like the heavenly devil god palace. There were layers upon layers of restrictions. Even with Yang Fann's divine ability, it was impossible for him to find out about the inheritance through the soul-searching technique. Of course, if Yang Fann was willing to, he could ask Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others to join the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. With him around, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to cultivate the divine arts of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. However, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann gave up on that idea. He didn't want his entire family to be tied to the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Up until now, Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others were only cultivating the inheritance of a quasi-supreme expert. There was still a big gap between them and the true inheritance of a supreme expert. Perhaps Monster Monarch's inheritance wasn't suitable for the cultivation of humans, but it was still a supreme inheritance after all. It was far from comparable to the inheritance of those quasi-supreme experts. It was comparable to the cultivation of his parents and the others. It would definitely provide him with great help. Besides, the stones of other mountains could be used to attack Jade, as well as a supreme inheritance. Even the other martial monarchs would be tempted by it. Even if they couldn't cultivate it, it would still be good to comprehend a bit. Boom! The terrifying soul power that was comparable to great Tao Sovereign surged out from Yang Fann's sea of consciousness, instantly enveloping the entire pantheon. Hong Long! Bang! Countless divine imprints of the great Tao poured into Yang Fanshihai like a surging flood. Countless truths of the great Tao appeared in Yang Fanshihai's mind. Unknowingly, Yang Fann had fallen into the state of a calm enlightenment. At this moment, a strange dark shine flashed past the inheritance pantheon and entered Yang Fanshihai's body. It rushed towards Yang Fann's soul. Monster Monarch, you really did have a backup plan. The soul in Yang Fanshihai's hand that looked like Triton's eyes flashed, and a flash of understanding appeared on his face. The inheritance pantheon was left behind by Monster Monarch for those bloodline descendant. How could Monster Monarch let an outsider like him benefit from it? If it was his place of inheritance, it would only be left for his parents and family. This was human nature. They were not relatives, but not friends. What right did they have to let others take advantage of them? From the beginning, Yang Fann had already taken precautions. Sure enough, it was not out of his expectations. Curse! This Monster Monarch had actually left behind an extremely terrifying curse power within the pantheon. Even a 1-star supreme being would have to shed a layer of skin if he didn't die because of the curse power. Unfortunately, you encountered me. Yang Fann sneered. He didn't take Monster Monarch's trump card seriously at all. Heaven swallowing earth devouring great technique, devour Hong Long. A devouring black hole burst forth from Yang Fanshihai's body, crashing into the cursed light. It had the ability to devour the heavens and devour the earth. Near-body what Yang Fann was least afraid of was these curses. A different type of energy. This was also the reason why Yang Fann dared to refine the Pantheon without much hesitation, even though he knew that there was a high chance that Monster Monarch would have a backup plan. As long as he didn't use a lot of magic power to kill him, the rest of the assassins would be nothing but paper tigers to him. In fact, they would even become nourishment for his growth. Heaven devouring earth devouring great law, nothing could not be devoured. In the end, the curse was also just one of Yang Fann's rations. 1 year, 100 years, 10,000 years, 1 million years, 100 million years, 10 billion years, billions of years. Soon, 3 trillion years had passed. Wang, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. 3 trillion years had passed. Not only had he successfully refined the curse power, but he had also completely refined the Pantheon inheritance and received Monster Monarch's inheritance. Among them, the most important one was the origin divine arts of the giant beast. It was a great Tao divine arts that pointed directly at great Tao sovereign. It was somewhat similar to Yang Fann's great law of swallowing heaven and earth. By absorbing the space beast and the origin of the giant beast, he could use it for his own use. When he cultivated to the 9th great perfection stage, he would be able to form the origin divine body of the giant beast, which would increase his chances of advancing to great Tao sovereign by 30%. This was already very rare. Among the many great Tao divine arts, it could be considered to be average. One should know that the myriad law divine arts inherited from ethereal sovereign could only increase one's chances of breaking through to the great perfection stage. Next, the most precious thing was the innate ability that Monster Monarch had comprehended when he broke through to the great Tao sovereign realm, beast god heavenly phenomenon. It was the same as ethereal sovereign's 9 nether cycle, both of them were intermediate great Tao divine abilities. However, their grade was slightly higher, and could increase great Tao sovereign's combat strength by 12 times. If a quasi-supreme expert were to cultivate it, he would be able to increase his combat strength by 100 times even if he was only at the beginning. If he succeeded in cultivating it, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase his combat strength by 1,000 times. Of course, this was also the limit of this divine ability. Except for Monster Monarch himself, no one else could cultivate this innate divine ability to the great perfection stage. Unfortunately, the most important requirement for this beast god celestial phenomenon was to fully master the giant beast's origin divine arts. Compared to his sister and the others, it was just a decoration. Apart from that, there were also a large number of quasi-great Tao divine abilities and secret techniques. However, Yang Fann was only able to swallow the dates and accept them. Monster Monarch had lived for countless eras, and his inheritance was extremely vast. How could it be fully digested in just 3 trillion years? If he wanted to know these divine abilities and secret techniques, he would have to spend some time to sort them out. I never thought that this inheritance pantheon would be the world-guarding pantheon of giant beast god realm. After completely refining the inheritance pantheon, Yang Fann finally found out that this inheritance pantheon was still the core of the giant beast god realm. Controlling this inheritance pantheon also meant that he had control over the giant beast god realm. Initially, he wanted to take everything from the beast god heavenly palace and leave the giant beast god realm. But now, he changed his mind. Instead of finding a place to cultivate in seclusion, he might as well stay in the giant beast god realm. As the nest that Monster Monarch had carefully built, giant beast god realm had consumed a lot of Monster Monarch's energy and resources. Those resources wouldn't be much different even if he used them to create a great Tao divine artifact. If he didn't find the correct way to enter and exit, even if he found the giant beast god realm, it wouldn't be an easy task for Yang Fann to enter it. The portal to the Leviathan world. Forget it, I'll let him stay for now. He might even give me a pleasant surprise. Su. With a flash of the light of chaos, the ball of great Tao origin appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Buzz. Looking at the great Tao origin in his hand, a hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Forget it, I should upgrade the strength of divine body first. I wonder how many times my strength of divine body can be improved by this great Tao origin. 10 times, 100 times, or even more. C2872 The Supreme Being was Furious Giant Beast God Realm, Beast God Heavenly Palace. Although the source of the Great Tao was small, it was still 1%. It was still a bit lacking, but the energy contained within it. If he used this Great Tao origin to improve his cultivation base. In addition to the Yang Fanns and giant beasts that Yang Fann had suppressed earlier. Also, Yang Fann was very confident about the 100 original Dragon Vein and Ethereal Sovereign's clones that had yet to be completely refined. He would break through to the Chaos God King realm in one go. At that time, his combat strength would surely skyrocket. The strength of Divine Body, that tiny bit of improvement could be compared to that. Furthermore, as his cultivation base advanced, his Divine Body would be strengthened by the power of Chaos God. The strength of Divine Body would be enhanced by 10 times, or even 100 times, and that would be a piece of cake. Compared to cultivating the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art, it was 1,000 times stronger, 10,000 times stronger. More than that, however, after hesitating for a while, Yang Fann gave up on the idea of using this Great Tao origin to break through to Chaos God King. The stronger his foundation, the further he could go in the future. Only then would he be able to surpass Great Tao Sovereign. The expert of the various major powers thought that Great Tao Sovereign was already at the peak of the cultivation realm, the strongest person in the world. However, Yang Fann had always been doubtful about this. If Great Tao Sovereign was the strongest person in the world, then what was the deal with the inheritance on his body? A mere quasi-god king could rival the Great Tao Supreme Force. Yang Fann didn't think that those 5-star Supreme Beings or ancestor had the ability to do so. If they really had the ability to do so, the combat strength of the Supreme Beings would be everywhere in the chaos, and the sky would be filled with them. There must be a stronger existence after Great Tao Sovereign. Besides, the stronger one's foundation was, the stronger one's combat strength would be after the breakthrough. Yang Fann didn't want to regret it in the future. In any case, with his current strength, it wouldn't be too dangerous for him to break through to Chaos God King later in the Source of Chaos. Great Tao Sovereign was not a weed that could be seen everywhere on the side of the road. Which one of them wasn't elusive? Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann completely gave up on the idea of breaking through. The next second, a look of anticipation appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. He had no idea what kind of realm his strength of Divine Body could reach after absorbing the Great Tao origin. If he could increase his strength of Divine Body by 1,000 times, even without the help of the Great Tao Divine Artifact and the Great Tao, his combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than quasi-2-star sovereigns. If he could unleash the forbidden divine ability, mixed 9 forms, he would be able to fight a true 2-star sovereign warrior head-on. Even if he ran into 3-star sovereign, he would still be able to retreat even if he couldn't defeat him. At that time, although he wouldn't be as relaxed as God King, the safety factor of the Source of Chaos would increase exponentially. There were many local Supreme Beings in the Source of Chaos. Without 1,000, there would not be much difference. One should know that just the Huangjiu stellar domain alone. And each empire. At least there was a Great Tao Sovereign behind him, one of the best. There were even a few, or even a dozen Great Tao Sovereign. Basically, the top 3 powers in the star domain would not be able to compare with the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The 10 overlords of the Heavenly Devil God Palace were much weaker than the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. In addition, there was also the Great Tao Sovereign from the outside world. However, among them, most of them were at least 1 2-star sovereign, 3 stars and above. There wouldn't be more than 1 level. As for the ones that could truly give Yang Fann 4 stars and 5 stars, it was still unknown whether there would be 60 of them. Taking a deep breath, the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art started to circulate slowly. Although Yang Fann had never truly cultivated the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art in the past 600,000 eras, he had already comprehended most of Great Tao Sovereign's profound mysteries. The only thing missing was the source of the Great Tao, so that he could officially cultivate it. Buzz. Pure Great Tao strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole in his palm, merging with the trillions of cells in Yang Fann's body, strengthening his divine body, causing his strength of divine body to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss. What a fast speed of growth. Very quickly, Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Normally, in an entire era, there wouldn't be a single increase in the strength of divine body. But in just a short period of time, it had actually increased his strength of divine body by a little bit. One should know that with Yang Fann's current strength of divine body, which was comparable to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even just a tiny bit of it could match the full strength of a low-level god king. However, it had only been a short period of time, less than 3 breaths had passed. As expected of a beginning warrior who could match great Tao sovereign's legendary divine arts. It was truly frightening. 1 year, 10,000 years, 100 million years, a trillion years, an era. Soon, 10 eras passed. Hum. Yang Fann sat with his legs crossed. His body was glowing with divine light, and he looked dignified. The terrifying pressure distorted the surrounding space and time. Vaguely, there seemed to be traces of fissured traces appearing. Fortunately, it was in Beast God Heavenly Palace. As Monster Monarch's divine palace, the place where he cultivated in seclusion didn't have much of an impact. If it was in the Leviathan world, that terrifying pressure would have exploded the giant beast star and even the nearby starry sky. At this time, the basketball-sized great Tao source in Yang Fann's hand had shrunk by a circle, and was only the size of a volleyball. His strength of divine body had directly increased by several hundred times. With just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to match it. In a battle between 2 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, he was even one of the best among the old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. It had to be said that Yang Fann had underestimated the source of the great Tao, or rather, the great Tao sovereign's divine art. If he could absorb and refine the remaining great Tao source that was the size of a volleyball, it wouldn't be difficult for him to increase it by 2,000, or even 3,000 times, let alone 1,000 times. The strength of divine body was a skill that allowed him to step into the top perfection quasi-paragons. Perhaps, he didn't even need to use the forbidden divine ability, as he already had the strength to fight a 2-star sovereign warrior. Another 10 eras passed. That volleyball-sized great Tao origin shrunk by nearly half. Yang Fann's strength of divine body had doubled once again, and it was infinitely close to the top perfection quasi-paragons. The Azure Dragon Imperial Star was a superstar in the Huangjiu stellar domain, and it had a diameter of over 10,000 light-years. Whether it was the resources or the area, amongst the billions of life stars in the Huangjiu stellar domain, it was one of the best, and it could even be ranked in the top 100. Compared to the giant beast star where Yang Fann first landed, it was 100 times better. 1,000 times, 1,000 times. Not only that, above the Azure Dragon Emperor star, there were as many kings as dogs, and emperors were everywhere. Only emperors that were 3 stars and above could do so. Only emperors above the 3rd star rank or above could be called expert here. When ordinary emperors reached the Azure Dragon Emperor star, if they didn't have a powerful background, they could only obediently follow the footsteps of others. They didn't want to accidentally offend someone they shouldn't offend, and their painstaking cultivation for billions of eras would go down the drain. The source of chaos had the best conditions and abundant resources. It was 100 times more abundant than the outer chaotic world, and there were many experts within it that could not be compared to the outer chaotic world. If not for the fact that Great Tao Sovereign wasn't able to break through with just any ordinary resources, the number of source of chaos inside the source of chaos wouldn't be much greater than the number of exalts in the outside world. This was especially true when it came to the level of a 5-star exalts. It was almost as if there was a huge gap between them. Even if the source of chaos appeared in the outside world, it would be very difficult for the living beings in the outside world to interfere with the Azure Dragon Divine Palace. This was a huge divine palace that spanned dozens of light-years. It was the Azure Dragon Emperor star, and even the core of the Azure Dragon Empire. Its foundation was of utmost importance. Everything was because he was where Azure Dragon Sovereign cultivated. The Azure Dragon Empire was different from those powerful empires. It had many supreme beings guarding it, and Azure Dragon Sovereign was the only one who could support it. If anything were to happen to Azure Dragon Sovereign, it would be a disaster for the Azure Dragon Empire. Even if the empire wasn't destroyed, it would still become a member of the various king kingdoms. Without a supreme being guarding the source of chaos, it wasn't qualified to be called an empire. Forcibly calling themselves an empire, there was only one result, and that was that they were forcefully destroyed by the other empires. Unless one was a supreme being, one could not become an empire. This was an iron law that was publicly acknowledged by the hundreds of empires in the 9-star domain of source of chaos. Boom! All of a sudden, the winds and clouds surged, and the heavens and the earth changed colors. A terrifying killing intent rose up from the center of the Azure Dragon Divine Palace, engulfing the entire Azure Dragon, capital, and even the Azure Dragon Imperial Star. Even 10 Stars Emperor trembled in fear under the surging killing intent. They were like a small boat in the middle of a raging ocean, and their life and death were completely out of their control. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, everyone below the 6-star Emperor Star of the Azure Dragon Emperor Star knelt on the ground. Ah, this power. It's His Majesty's power. His Majesty's power. Hiss. What happened? What on earth happened that caused His Majesty to be furious? C-2873 The War Supreme Giant Beast God Realm, Beast God Heavenly Palace. Boom boom boom. Heaven devouring earth devouring great technique. Yang Fann circulated the great Tao Sovereign's divine art to its limit, crazily devouring the source of the great Tao in his hand. Pure great Tao strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through his palm, nourishing his cells and strengthening his divine body. With every breath and every second, Yang Fann's strength of divine body was improving rapidly. Buzz. All of a sudden, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. The divine light was bright and incomparably sharp. At this moment, if someone stood in front of Yang Fann, even those below the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, without the protection of the great Tao divine artifact, their divine bodies would be instantly crushed, and the soul would be killed. Good, he really came. Perfect. I'll use you to verify the gains of these great eras. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open, and a playful smile appeared on his face. A few breaths later, Poochie. In the giant beast god realm, the void started twisting. The next second, a person appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man wearing a green dragon robe. It seemed like he looked to be around 37 or 38 years old. However, unlike the Azure Cloud Crown Prince, there was a dragon tail that was pulled out from his body. There was no difference between him and a normal human. Furthermore, his aura was terrifying. It was also 10 million times, a billion times more powerful than the Crown Prince. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection would tremble in fear, unable to muster up any will to resist. Hong long. Boom. Numerous green dragon cheese appeared. The pores on the middle-aged man's body radiated out like countless dragon cheese, sweeping across the heavens and earth. It was as if the entire giant beast god realm could be turned into a kingdom of dragons in just a breath's time. Every movement of his was filled with an irresistible majesty. It was the majesty of Emperor, the ruler of the world, the universal world, and all the billions of stars. Everything was under his control. This was an innate emperor. Azure Dragon Empire, Azure Dragon Sovereign. Yang Fann murmured softly, although he had never seen Azure Dragon Sovereign before. However, with just a glance, Yang Fann was certain that this was the founding emperor of Azure Dragon Empire, Azure Dragon Sovereign. He had the same bloodline as the Crown Prince, and he also had the strength of a supreme being. Apart from Azure Dragon Sovereign, he really couldn't think of a second candidate. In fact, Yang Fann wasn't an exception to this. How could an old monster like Crown Prince Qingyun, who had lived for trillions of eras, not have any trump cards? The land of inheritance of a supreme being was no ordinary forbidden land. Even a true 10 stars emperor would have a slim chance of survival, let alone a quasi-10 stars emperor like him. When the Crown Prince of the Green Sanctuary didn't return for a certain period of time, he would trigger the trump card of the Crown Prince of the Green Sanctuary. It was within Yang Fann's expectation that he would attract the other experts of the Azure Dragon Empire, as well as Azure Dragon Sovereign. This was the reason why Yang Fann didn't take back the giant beast god realm's teleportation portal. Otherwise, without the connection of the portal, even with Azure Dragon Sovereign's divine ability, it would be no different than finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find the giant beast god realm in the boundless starry sky. It might be infinitely close to zero. In the next second, a burning look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Azure Dragon Sovereign was a true supreme being, not something that ethereal sovereign's clone could compare with. If he could suppress and devour this supreme being, not to mention Chaos God King, even if he could advance further, he would be able to break through to the intermediate, or even the high-level Chaos God King. In other places, the most he could do was to defeat this quasi-2-star sovereign, Azure Dragon Sovereign, in order to keep him here. It was absolutely impossible. However, it was different in Giant Beast God Realm. It wasn't impossible to plan properly. As the nest that Monster Monarch had carefully built, Giant Beast God Realm was not a simple place. With a thought, the burning sensation in Yang Fann's eyes disappeared, and an indescribable panic appeared on his face. His chi remained at the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and he turned into a stream of light that shot into the sky. Like a frightened little beast, he fled in panic. Lowly aphids, trying to escape in front of this sovereign. What a joke! The corner of Azure Dragon Sovereign's mouth cracked open, and a hint of ridicule flashed across his face. A 10 Stars Emperor had the chance to escape from a supreme being, but everything was based on the fact that Great Tao Sovereign had discovered a supreme being ahead of time. Great Tao Sovereign had chosen to flee before he even arrived, and that was the only way he could escape from a supreme being. Otherwise, in front of a supreme being, unless he was like Purple Flame Demon Sovereign, who had the protection of a supreme being's clone, he would have a slim chance of survival. Most of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were at the peak of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. They would only be able to survive if they were to be protected by his supreme relentless suppression. Boom boom rumble, streams of green dragon cheese. They came from all directions. In an instant, the entire giant beast god realm was sealed, and Yang Fann was completely imprisoned. Apart from opening his mouth, everything else was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Poochie. Azure Dragon Emperor moved his body and appeared in the sky above Yang Fann. He looked down at Yang Fann and said, "Junior, you are really lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of Monster Monarch. Since you have yet to commit a grave mistake, obediently hand over the inheritance of Monster Monarch and let my son go. After that, you will swear your loyalty to me, the Azure Dragon Empire, and I will spare your life." The Azure Dragon Empire had been established for nearly 5 trillion eras. Up until now, they had only managed to recruit 8 10 Stars Emperor warriors. If they could recruit another 10 Stars Emperor warrior, it would be a great help to the Azure Dragon Empire. The source of chaos was the same as the outside world. As the most powerful peak combat power in the world, no one was allowed to attack it easily. Moreover, if there was no need, the supreme beings would not easily take action either. They would take action too frequently, and once their trump cards were seen through by the other supreme beings, they would deliberately target them. They might even be in danger of perishing. Under normal circumstances, the various empires would compete with the great sovereign expert, especially the strength of a 10 Stars Emperor. Azure Dragon Sovereign, you don't have the qualifications to ask me to pledge my loyalty to your Azure Dragon Empire. Yang Fann sneered, his voice was full of disdain. This junior's attitude is just too arrogant. Azure Dragon Emperor frowned. Could it be that there was a supreme being standing behind this junior? The resources of the source of chaos were more than 100 times greater than the resources of the outside world. It was comparable to an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection 10 Stars Emperor, and its quantity was also far greater than that of the outside world. From the fact that the Azure Dragon Empire, which only had one supreme being, had 8 great 10 Stars Emperor warriors, one could easily tell that in the outside world, it was already considered pretty good to have 1 or 2 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors in the inheritance of a supreme being. 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Apart from the primordial shrine, primeval chaos Tao Palace, heavenly devil god palace, and the other 10 major powers, the number of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection could be counted on one hand. The total number of 10 Stars Emperor. In the entire source of chaos, the 9 great star domain, and over 100 empires, was more than 3 digits, and it wasn't as simple as 1,000 or 2,000. Among them, there weren't many 10 Stars Emperor that belonged to them. However, most of them were 10 Stars Emperor subordinates of the supreme beings of the various empires. Among the 10 Stars Emperor warriors, there were at least 7 of them who had supreme beings backing them up. The supreme being behind this junior, if it was only 1 star. 2 Stars Sovereign was one thing. Azure Dragon Sovereign could afford to offend him, but if it was a 3-star or 4-star Sovereign, then the consequences would be devastating. Hiss. However, Monster Monarch's inheritance could not be lost. Monster Monarch was the same as him, quasi 2-star Sovereign who had just broken through to the 2-star Sovereign. If he could obtain his inheritance, comprehending the profound mysteries within would at least increase his chances of breaking through to the 2-star Sovereign by 3 levels. Once he missed this opportunity, it would take him an unknown number of eras to break through to the 2-star Sovereign. Although there were rumors in the outside world that he was preparing for his final breakthrough, only he knew how difficult this step was. To be honest, he could at most break through to the 2-star Sovereign by 1 level. If he really couldn't do it, he would just do it. Wang. The cold shine in Azure Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed, as if he had made a major decision. Although a 10 stars emperor was hard to come by, it was nothing compared to the inheritance of a supreme being. Right at this moment, Pucci, Yang Fann, who had been completely imprisoned, suddenly exploded. He instantly appeared in front of Azure Dragon Emperor and struck with his palm. Rumble. Yang Fann did not hold back at all in this palm strike. Not only did he use all of his strength, he even used the ultimate transformation of the mixed 9 forms. If he did not succeed, he would die. Ah, this isn't good. This strength, you're not a 10 stars emperor. Bitch it, how dare you plot against me. C2874 Suppress Supreme Azure Dragon Giant Beast God Realm. Azure Dragon Sovereign's pupils constricted, and an unconcealable panic flashed across his face. If he still couldn't react in time, then all of his life would be in vain. Bitch it, his true self had fallen into his trap. I fell into this bastard's trap. How could this bastard be a 10 stars emperor? He was just like quasi 2 stars sovereign, and his strength was even greater than his. Although Yang Fann hadn't completely devoured the source of the Great Tao during the 20 eras of cultivation, he had still managed to devour more than half of it. The strength of Divine Body had increased by more than 1,000 times, and it was comparable to a top perfection quasi-paragon's warrior. Although its overall strength hadn't increased by more than 1,000 times, it had also increased by more than 100 times. The scariness of its combat strength could be said to be infinitely close to the 2 stars sovereign. It was still the same quasi 2 stars sovereign who didn't have any Great Tao divine abilities. As a matter of fact, he was now able to control a Great Tao divine ability, as well as a Great Tao divine artifact. Yang Fann had the combat strength of a 2 stars sovereign. However, although he didn't have any Great Tao divine artifact or Great Tao divine artifact, Yang Fann had the forbidden divine ability, mixed 9 forms. In order to win this battle, Yang Fann had used the ultimate transformation of the mixed 9 forms. His strength had increased by 4,500 times, almost causing his strength to increase by a star level. This palm strike was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than an ordinary quasi 3 stars sovereign. In an instant, an extremely dangerous chi covered Azure Dragon Sovereign's entire body. Bastard, what kind of enmity and hatred do you have between me and you? Why did you have to pay such a painful price to kill me? To make a quasi 2 stars sovereign surpass a great star level and unleash the combat strength of a quasi 3 stars sovereign. The side effects of this forbidden divine ability were so great that even Great Tao sovereign would have to pay a painful price for it. To shake one's foundation and cause one's cultivation base to drop, that was inevitable. It wasn't impossible for one to fall from the position of supreme being if one wasn't careful. He was determined to take Azure Dragon Sovereign's life. It was either his death or his greatest enemy. He couldn't possibly be this crazy. However, even if he racked his brain, he would never have thought that he would have such a great enemy. In his life, he had provoked many powerful enemies. Even Great Tao Sovereign had a few enemies that he didn't want to deal with. However, which Great Tao Sovereign was willing to risk falling from the position of Paragon to cause his death? There wasn't a single one of them. To Great Tao Sovereign, the most important thing had always been themselves. Even the grudge of extermination was not a big deal to them. As long as they were around, a single drop of blood essence could easily create an entire race. Roar Azure Dragon Divine Spear, Dragon God Extermination. This palm strike came too suddenly, without any preparation at all. A puny little aphid actually turned into a man-eating prehistoric berserk beast. Even if he wanted to use the forbidden divine ability, he couldn't do it. The only thing he could do was hastily exchange for the lifeblood divine artifact, Azure Dragon Divine Spear, and use his innate divine ability, Dragon God Extinguishing Destruction. Ow! A heaven-shaking dragon roar was heard. The Azure Dragon Divine Spear in Azure Dragon Sovereign's hand turned into a world-destroying Azure Dragon, and smashed towards the heaven-sheltering big hand that fell from the sky. The innate divine ability, Dragon God Extinguishing, was not weaker than the mid-grade Great Tao divine ability of the Beast God Celestial Phenomenon. With the help of the Great Tao divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Divine Spear, at its peak, this attack was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 2 stars sovereign. It wasn't much weaker, but it was a pity that it was a hasty attack. Its power wasn't even half of its peak. Compared to Yang Fann's attack, it was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times weaker. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand had always struck the dragon's head. The terrifying energy seemed like it was going to blow up the entire giant beast god realm. Ow! With a mournful dragon roar, the azure dragon was forced back to its original form and turned into a azure dragon divine spear. Ah! Azure Dragon Sovereign threw his head back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly weakening, and his entire body was like a tattered sack as he fell towards the giant beast continent. Terrifying power of devouring surged into his body, crazily devouring his flesh and blood divine force, suppressing the great Tao in his body, causing his injuries to be unable to recover in an instant. Roar! Die now! Yang Fann didn't let anyone off when he had the upper hand. He directly tore open the space and charged forward. Rumble, rumble, his fists were like heavy hammers, violently beating up. In the blink of an eye, he had sent out tens of thousands of punches. He didn't give Azure Dragon Sovereign any time to catch his breath. The power of devouring could stop Azure Dragon Sovereign from healing his injuries, but this time, it was extremely short. In just a breath's time, or even less, Azure Dragon Sovereign would be able to completely destroy the power of devouring in his body and heal his injuries. Great Tao Sovereign's recovery ability was not something a 10 stars Emperor could compare with. Yang Fann did not want to lose the opportunity that he had obtained with great difficulty. Roar! I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death! Bang! Bang bang! Bitch it, this bastard! Azure Dragon Sovereign gritted his teeth. He waved the Azure Dragon Divine Spear in his hand with all his might, blocking Yang Fann's attack. He was like a lone boat in the middle of a furious ocean. No one knew when he had destroyed the boat. No, we can't continue like this. Otherwise, this sovereign will really have a chance today. Losing the initiative, under such heavy injuries, he couldn't exert more than half of his strength. Under the terrifying might of 3 stars sovereign, his injuries would worsen with every punch and strike. At this rate, it would be an extravagant hope for him to escape. Bastard! Remember this. This matter won't end just like that. He gave Yang Fann a fierce look, as if he wanted to carve Yang Fann's entire body into his mind. He had to take revenge for this. He missed Azure Dragon Sovereign, atavism. He had never suffered such a huge loss in 100,000 years. Roar! Dragon soul blood escape. Buzz. Vaguely, there seemed to be a mournful sound. After that, a green light enveloped Azure Dragon Sovereign's entire body. In an instant, Azure Dragon Sovereign's speed increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. His speed was so fast that even 3 stars Sovereign couldn't catch up to him, and he was now chasing after a 4 stars Sovereign. Dragon Soul Blood Escape, a top-grade life-saving arcane art of the Azure Dragon bloodline. By sacrificing a portion of the soul as the price, Azure Dragon Sovereign was able to obtain maximum speed. Azure Dragon Sovereign, who was already severely injured, was using the forbidden divine ability, Azure Dragon Blood Escape, to increase his injuries. Without trillions of eras, or even longer periods of recuperation, he would never be able to recover from his injuries. All of this was the fault of this bastard, it was all his fault. This grudge, this hatred, this was an irreconcilable hatred. You want to escape, stay behind giant beast god realm, suppress swoosh. Countless energy grid line chains appeared out of thin air. They were densely packed in all directions, binding Azure Dragon Sovereign's limbs and piercing through his divine body. Azure Dragon Sovereign was forced back to his original form, and his speed was now at the 4 stars Sovereign. His speed had fallen by several levels, and he couldn't even match up to his original speed. Ah, no. Giant Beast God Realm, he actually controlled the Giant Beast God Realm. Bitch it, how could this be? Azure Dragon Sovereign's face turned ashen. He never thought that Yang Fann would have such a trump card hidden in his hand. Roar, open for me Hong Long. Boom. Azure Dragon Sovereign's expression was ferocious as he struggled crazily. Helplessly, the energy grid line chains around him were like maggots that clung tightly to his bones as they wrapped around his body. This is all for now. Come here obediently. Yang Fann grinned hideously. On his face, there was an unconcealable excitement. There was even a trace of surreal feeling. Great Tao Sovereign, the supreme Great Tao Sovereign, had become his prisoner just like that. No, sir, you really have to be so ruthless, just like this. Let this noble one go. And this noble one swears, I'm willing to hand over all of my treasures. Azure Dragon Sovereign howled in grief. There was a great terror between life and death. Even the high and mighty Great Tao Sovereign had lowered his noble head. If I'm still unsatisfied, I can still give up the Azure Dragon Empire. From today onwards, you are the king of the Azure Dragon Empire. No, stop. As long as you let me go, I am willing to surrender. If you don't believe me, I can let go of the dragon soul and let you plant the great Tao soul seal. C-2876. The power of his divine body increased dramatically. Giant Beast God Realm, Beast God Heavenly Palace. Buzz. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This was the first time he had counted Great Tao Sovereign's family. When he thought about it carefully, it really felt like he was in a dream. It felt surreal. Great Tao Sovereign was an expert at the peak of primal chaos, the expert of a super race, the clan suppressing. Since ancient times, there had only been 2 Great Tao Sovereign born in the human race. Once upon a time, Great Tao Sovereign had always been the target he looked up to. One day, Great Tao Sovereign would actually become his prisoner. It hadn't even been 650,000 eras yet. If this was spread out, who would believe it, and who would dare believe it? The age of less than 650,000 eras was not even a fraction of Chaos God King's age, let alone those high and mighty Great Tao Sovereign. In the end, the supreme Great Tao Sovereign was suppressed by such a little kid. Was there anything more absurd than this in this world? Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the trace of uncertainty in his heart. In the next second, boom, the terrifying strength of soul that was chasing after the 2 stars sovereign swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body. It turned into the heaven-splitting divine axe and crazily slashed towards Azure Dragon Sovereign's inner chaos. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. All of his strength, including the soul, had been sealed by Yang Fann. The chaotic defense in Azure Dragon Sovereign's body fell, and terrifying spatial cracks appeared on the chaotic crystal wall, spreading in all directions. Ah, not good, it's that devil. That devil has come. Woo 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 woo. It's over, we're finished. Godfather, save us, save us. Despair, endless despair spread across the minds of countless experts in Azure Dragon Sovereign's chaos. Back when Azure Dragon Sovereign was completely sealed, all of them had sensed it. Unfortunately, the strongest amongst them was only an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, so they couldn't shake the seal at all. They could only silently wait for the end of the world. 10,000 years had passed. Bang! The chaotic crystal wall had finally reached its limit. It broke open a huge hole with a diameter of more than 100 million light-years. Swoosh. Very quickly, countless treasures of the heavens and earth turned into a surging torrent that was swept away by Yang Fann and absorbed into the chaos within. A million years later, Wang, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile climbed onto his face. One had to say that Great Tao Sovereign was Great Tao Sovereign, and he had a very high social status. That was more than 1,000 times more than Purple Flame Demon Sovereign and the other invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection Warriors, and it was much more than Yang Fann's harvest in Beast God Heavenly Palace. After all, to these Great Tao Sovereign, the true safety was their own safety. Most of their families would carry them with them. The chaos was huge, but there were very few people who could bring danger to Great Tao Sovereign. In Great Tao Sovereign's eyes, many forbidden areas and forbidden areas that could make invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection shrink back were as easy as entering and exiting his own backyard. Yang Fann had found over 10,000 Yang Fanns. Among them, the most precious was a total of 26 exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifacts. Apart from that, there was also the original dragon vein. Yang Fann had found 368 of them. The first great original dragon vein had the most number of them, a total of 312. And the second level origin dragon vein had 54 of them. Even the most advanced third grade original dragon vein had 2 of them, which was equivalent to dozens of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Yang Fann had also found a lot of quasi-supreme grade Yang Fanns that his parents needed the most. Amongst them, there were 26 of them. Adding the numerous quasi-supreme grade potential elixirs that he had obtained earlier, it was only a matter of time before his parents and the others broke through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Regretfully, Yang Fann didn't find any Yang Fanns in the chaos of Azure Dragon Sovereign's inner world. As expected, the Great Tao Divine Herb was a rare item that not every Great Tao Sovereign could possess. Of course, what delighted Yang Fann the most was the harvest of the Great Tao's origin. 2 units, more than 2 units of Great Tao origin. Just less than 1% of the Great Tao origin had caused his strength of divine body to increase by more than 1,000 times. If he absorbed and refined these 2 units of the great Tao origin, what realm would his strength of divine body reach? It was comparable to a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, or an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Just thinking about it made people look forward to it. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Fann's mind moved and summoned a first-grade original dragon vein. He was too busy counting Azure Dragon Sovereign's belongings to remember that he had yet to recover his lost origin. Fortunately, it was only 1,000,000 years. It wouldn't affect him much. If he dragged it on for thousands of eras, he would need at least one more invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection to fully recover. Boom! Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann's body turned into a terrifying black hole, crazily devouring that first-grade original dragon vein. The original dragon vein was worthy of being the supreme treasure used by great Tao Sovereign for his cultivation. The purity of this first-grade original dragon vein's strength of origin was even higher than that of an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was comparable to a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection. An era later, Pucci, the last trace of the strength of origin, was devoured by the first-grade original dragon vein, turning it into a flying ash. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. I have underestimated this original dragon vein. Although this first-grade original dragon vein is not much stronger than an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, in terms of quality, it is a grade stronger, a first-grade original dragon vein. It was basically equivalent to 3 or 4 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Pucci. One by one, the first-grade original dragon vein turned into flying ashes. Yang Fann's damaged origin was recovering at a terrifying speed. 461 eras later. 485 eras later. None of the first-grade original dragon vein was left, all of them were devoured by Yang Fann. Unfortunately, compared to the current Yang Fann, the first-grade original dragon vein was still a bit lacking. There were 485. First-grade original dragon vein. Not to mention restoring Yang Fann's damaged origin, he hadn't even recovered a single layer of origin. In the end, 485 first-grade original dragon vein were equivalent to 4 to 5 quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and more than half of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In a flash, another 5,873 eras had passed. After devouring nearly 7 levels of the 92nd level origin dragon vein in his hand, Yang Fann had finally recovered his damaged origin. However, his cultivation base had yet to recover to its original state. Instead, he had fallen by 2 small realms after reaching the quasi-sovereign of great perfection late stage. However, all of this was within Yang Fann's expectations. As the great Tao Sovereign's divine art was cultivated, the amount of resources needed to advance one's cultivation base was also 10 times, 100 times, more than before. Of course, this was also what he was willing to see. Although Yang Fann wouldn't pursue the strongest foundation too much, it was unrealistic to think about advancing to Chaos God King after the divine body of great Tao Sovereign reached the huge perfection. Even if he plundered all the great Tao origin in the chaos, he might not be able to fully master his divine body, let alone the great perfection of the body of the god. However, it was still a good thing that he could fortify his foundation before advancing to the huge perfection. Swoosh! A light of chaos flashed past, and the ball of incomplete great Tao origin appeared in Yang Fann's hand. 6 eras later, a chaotic crystal with a diameter of 1.3 meters appeared in Yang Fann's hand. It was the 2 units of great Tao origin that Azure Dragon Sovereign had collected. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 9,734 eras. Pucci, the last bit of the great Tao origin turned into flying ashes. Rumble, a terrifying aura that made even a quasi-2 stars sovereign like Azure Dragon Sovereign tremble in fear rose from Yang Fann's body. Kai. The space within the beast god heavenly palace seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and began to distort and crack. Powerful, this is my current strength. With just the strength of divine body alone, I can fight a 10 stars emperor warrior C2877 the divine king of Tao confirming giant beast god realm, beast god heavenly palace. Yang Fann stood up from his divine seat, his face was filled with excitement. Powerful 2 units of the great Tao origin had increased his strength of divine body by more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Even if it was compared to an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it wouldn't be much weaker. Adding the terrifying defense of his divine body, his heaven-defying recovery ability was more than enough to make up for the gap between them. Even without using any other means, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection with just the strength of divine body alone. The overall strength was terrifying, and that was to step into the 2-star sovereign. Furthermore, amongst all the 2-star sovereign, none of them were weak, and they were all aiming for 3-star sovereign. With this as the foundation, he broke through to the Chaos God King realm. His combat strength was definitely 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even more powerful than when he broke through to the 2-star sovereign before cultivating the great Tao sovereign's divine art. It wasn't impossible for him to have the strength to fight a 4-star sovereign in one go. If that was the case, he would be completely confident in this source of chaos. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next moment, swoosh, a stream of light flashed past as a large number of quasi-exalts departed. Within the devouring black hole, it was precisely the thousands of commander-level Leviathan worlds in the Leviathan world that were comparable to ordinary quasi-exalts. It was fine if there was no suppression, but since it had already been suppressed, it was fortunate that it would take some time to completely devour them. Just treat it as using trash. Poochie poochie, poochie. Thousands of giant beasts started to shrink at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In less than a single era, not a single giant beast was left. All of them had turned into flying ashes. These giant beasts were huge in size, and the strength of origin in their bodies was much larger than experts of the same level. If not, the time it would take would be even shorter. They are indeed a bunch of trash. Yang Fann shook his head lightly. Over 1,000 giant beasts had merely allowed his cultivation to improve by a tiny bit. It was almost negligible. Luckily, Yang Fann did not have much hope for these commander-level giant beasts to begin with. Even those 9 stars and 10 stars Emperor warriors were just desserts before the meal. From the beginning to the end, Azure Dragon Sovereign was the one Yang Fann relied on. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 eras had passed. Bang! Apart from Azure Dragon Sovereign, the other expert resources, including the 2/3 grade original Dragon Vein, were all gone, becoming Yang Fann's food for growth. If it was before he started cultivating the great Tao Sovereign's divine art, these resources would be enough for him to break through to the Chaos God King realm, or even step into the middle-ranked Chaos God King realm. One should know that the 2/3 grade original Dragon Vein were similar to the 1st grade and 2nd level Origin Dragon Vein, which was also beyond Yang Fann's expectation. The purity of the strength of Origin was many times purer than the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It could be said that each 3rd grade original Dragon Vein could be compared to 30 to 40 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. If all the resources were combined, there wouldn't be a difference of 100 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. But now, not to mention advancing to Chaos God King, he hadn't even touched the bottleneck. He had only just broken through to the great perfection Quasi-God King extreme stage. This consumption of energy was truly frightening to the point of making one's hair stand on end. You're the only one left. Azure Dragon Sovereign, don't disappoint me. Yang Fann took a deep breath. He had thought that Quasi-2-star Sovereign would be able to help him break through to the intermediate or even the high-level Chaos God King, but now, he couldn't even guarantee that he could break through to the high-level Chaos God King. Everything was because of the foundation of the abnormal state. At the same time, Yang Fann felt lucky that he wasn't crazy enough to obtain the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, or even break through to the perfection. Currently, he hadn't even seen the shadow of the entrance to the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, and he needed such a vast strength of origin. If he really wanted to advance his divine body, how many strength of origin would he need to break through to the next realm? 8 to 9 out of 10 would be the end of the entire primal chaos, and Great Tao Sovereign would be wiped out in one go. He couldn't even dream of taking that step and breaking through to the Chaos God King realm. At that time, Yang Fann would definitely regret it. No matter how strong Quasi-Chaos God King's combat strength was, there was a limit to the longevity. At most, it would be on par with the small Chaos Circle. Even with some life-prolonging divine herbs, it was still unknown whether he could live past 20 billion eras. Only Great Tao Sovereign was the true longevity eternal, equal to the chaos. 10 million billion, 100 trillion eras, they were all just. It was just a fragment of his long life. A mere 20 billion eras, what did it count as? They simply closed up for a short period of time, and it wasn't just this bit of time. Their battle prowess far surpassed that of a 5-star supreme being, yet in the end, they simply closed a small pass to endure until they died. That was truly ironic. Boom. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann was crazily devouring Azure Dragon Sovereign's strength of original life. Good as expected of Great Tao Sovereign. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The purity of Great Tao Sovereign's origin was incomparable. When he came to the third grade original dragon vein, it was at least 100 times purer. The origin of chaos within his body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 500,000 eras, 700,000 eras, 1 million eras, 1,500,000 eras. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 8 million eras. Azure Dragon Sovereign had obviously shrunk by a large margin. He had used up more than 3 layers of the strength of origin on his body. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the critical point of Chaos God King. He was only a step away from Chaos God King. The uneasiness in Yang Fann's heart was completely relieved. There were still 7 layers of strength of origin left. Breaking through that layer of window paper and advancing to Chaos God King was inevitable. Time passed. Another 500,000 eras had passed. Boom! Endless divine light radiated from Yang Fann's pores and cells. It was extremely bright, illuminating the entire Beast God Heavenly Palace. Crazy energy was growing inside Yang Fann's body like a tsunami, causing his chi to rise exponentially. He had made a breakthrough. 500,000 eons of bitter cultivation had once again devoured and refined Azure Dragon Sovereign's strength of origin. Yang Fann had finally taken that step and successfully advanced to Chaos God King. Poochie Poochie, Poochie. The primal chaos chaotic crystal wall within his body shattered instantly. The primal chaos that was even bigger than the top-grade large-sized chaos circle's Taiyu chaos circle started expanding in all directions at a terrifying speed. Boom boom boom. Streams of essence rain descended from the sky, engulfing the entire inner chaos, millions and millions of universes. Ah, my talent has improved. Ha ha ha, I broke through. Within the chaos, countless living beings were cheering. 100 million years later. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Fann's 4-direction space exploded like glass. Even though this was the place where Monster Monarch was cultivating, being able to withstand the pressure of a quasi 2-star, or even a true 2-star sovereign, it had already reached the limit of his endurance. This was just a breakthrough, and Yang Fann's chi had yet to reach its limit. Too fortunately, Yang Fann had prepared for this. He had long prepared the Great Tao Divine Artifact, the Azure Dragon Divine Spear as the center, and 49 quasi-supreme grade Great Tao Divine Artifacts to set up the God Sealing formation. Lastly, with the suppression of the giant Beast God Realm's rules, it should be able to suppress the pressure of his breakthrough. Unknowingly, another 10,000 eras had passed. Yang Fann's pressure had finally reached its peak and was gradually being restrained. C2878 The Supreme Being fell. Giant Beast God Realm, Beast God Heavenly Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's terrifying pressure that even made quasi 2-star sovereign tremble in fear quickly retracted. Kai. The shattered space within the Beast God Heavenly Palace began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phew. The Great Tao Divine Artifact, Azure Dragon Divine Spears, and the 49 exquisite quasi-Great Tao Divine Artifact and Artifact Spirits all let out a long sigh. Their master's breakthrough was finally coming to an end. If this continued, they were really worried that they would not be able to control that terrifying pressure. At this moment, they were almost at their limits. The divine array space was already densely covered with terrifying cracks. It was just like the tiles that were filled with cracks. At any moment, there was a possibility that they would completely collapse. However, the pressure of my master is truly frightening. Even Azure Dragon Sovereign can't compare to it. Not to mention those 2-star sovereign, even those 3-star sovereign. I'm afraid he might not even be a match for His Majesty. Hiss. How long has it been? Soon, the Azure Dragon Divine Spear and Artifact Spirit sucked in a breath of cold air. Those quasi-Great Tao Divine Artifacts and Artifact Spirits did not know the Lord's background, but he knew it very well. 2 million eras ago, in order to suppress his previous master, the Lord had used all the strength he could muster to eat milk. He had even used the forbidden divine ability to barely take down his master. However, in such a short period of 2 million eras, he had far surpassed his former master, and had left his former master 100,000 light-years behind. Was this really that great Tao sovereign? Not that lowly Chaos God King. Great Tao sovereign, every time he made a breakthrough, the amount of time he spent wasn't 10 billion, or even 100 billion eons like his previous master. He had been trapped in the quasi-2 stars sovereign realm for 1 trillion eras, and had yet to take that step even now. 2 million eras, just like that, 2 million eras normally speaking, it was insufficient even to recover the backlash he suffered from the battle all those years ago. Rumble my lord, what kind of monster was he? To be able to submit to his master was probably the greatest opportunity in his life. At this moment, even if Azure Dragon Sovereign was resurrected, he would never betray Yang Fann, a monster like Yang Fann. Comparing them, even a 5-star Supreme Expert, he was trash, let alone a trash Azure Dragon Sovereign was just a quasi-2-star Sovereign. Perhaps I can improve further in the hands of my lord. No, it's not possible, it's definitely possible. With the lord's terrifying power right now, would it be difficult for him to obtain some of the resources he needed for his advancement? 100 million years later. Yang Fann's terrifying pressure was completely restrained, and he once again turned into an ordinary man. He was like a mortal who could not cultivate at all. His entire body was filled with the aura of returning to his original self. The next second, he opened his tightly shut eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. After bitterly cultivating for 2,310,000 eras and absorbing nearly half of Azure Dragon Sovereign's strength of original life, he had finally taken that critical step and successfully advanced to Chaos God King. Powerful, truly powerful, horrifying at this moment, just the strength of divine body alone had grown several dozen times, or even 100 times, with the help of the power of Chaos God. Now, with just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat many invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Once he unleashed the full power of the Chaos Origin divine body, even if it wasn't as powerful as a 1-star Supreme Being, it wouldn't be much weaker. As for the power of Chaos God, it was even more terrifying. Regardless of whether it was quality or quantity, it had increased by more than 100 times or 1,000 times. Its overall strength was terrifying. Compared to when it was at the Great Perfection Quasi-God King, it was more than 1,000,000 times, 10 million times stronger. The current him, with just a simple move of his finger, could crush the previous him. Yang Fann didn't dare to speak nonsense about a 5-star Supreme Being, but for a 4-star Sovereign, whoever won or lost would have to fight first. Even if he wasn't a match for him, if he wanted to leave, a 4-star Sovereign would never be able to stop him. Even a 5-star Supreme wouldn't have more than 5 layers of hope if he wanted to keep him alive. In the vast primal chaos, including the many Supreme Beings of the source of chaos, his strength could definitely be ranked in the top 100. Terrifying. One should know how old Yang Fann was. In total, it was less than 3 million eras. As for those 4-star Sovereign, all of them had lived for over 1 trillion eras. The difference between them was like one in the sky and the other on the ground. There was no comparison at all. From now on, with the vastness of chaos, it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted. There were almost no places that could threaten him anymore. Thinking back, it was like a dream. When time returned to the time when he had just risen up, who would have thought that there would be a day when he would possess such invincible power? After a long while, only now did Yang Fann calm down the surging emotions in his heart. With a thought, he sank into the chaos. He saw that the inner chaos had expanded by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. Its size was so vast that it was not much smaller than the place controlled by the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The number of billions of universes had also increased by more than 1,000 times. All living beings had a qualitative leap in their strength. There was an endless stream of chaos gods and quasi-God King. There were also many geniuses with potential at God King's level, and even quasi-supreme potential monsters. Among them, there were a few top-tier monsters with extraordinary talent. Compared to the few Tao children of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, they were not much weaker. They had the potential to break through to the top tier, and even limited quasi-sovereign's potential. If it wasn't for the limitation of Yang Fann's cultivation as a world creation god, there would have been intermediate God King everywhere in the inner chaos. There were as many low-grade God King as dogs. Of course, Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others had the biggest harvest. Under Yang Fann's control, a layer of the origin spirit rain fell into the heavenly pillar divine mountain. In these 10,000 eras, the entire heavenly pillar divine mountain had been submerged in the origin sea. As long as one was within it, even if one didn't cultivate, their cultivation base would still soar. For example, in today's heavenly pillar divine mountain, any servant or maid would usually have a quasi-god king cultivation base, including chaos god king. The strongest among them, Yang Fann, had stepped into the quasi-sovereign stage, and she was still not an intermediate or low-level quasi-sovereign. One day later, boom, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit once again. Yang Fann crazily devoured the remaining strength of original life left by Azure Dragon Sovereign. In less than 1,000 eras, Azure Dragon Sovereign's remaining strength of origin was not even at the third level of his peak. After advancing to Chaos God King, Yang Fann's great Tao of Devour had a qualitative leap. Although his speed of absorption was not as fast as Chaos God King's, it had increased by 1,000,000, or even 10 million times, but it had also increased by more than 1,000 times. There were at most 700 to 800 eras left before Yang Fann could completely devour and refine Azure Dragon Sovereign. 100 eras, 300 eras, 500 eras, 700 eras. Very quickly, 753 eras had passed. The Azure Dragon Empire and the Azure Dragon Imperial Star, everything was normal. Although Azure Dragon Sovereign had already disappeared for more than 2-3 million eras, this amount of time was nothing compared to the Supreme Beings. Not to mention a mere 2-3 billion eras, it was common for him to disappear for more than 2 billion eras. From the princes of Azure Dragon Empire to the ordinary civilians, not a single one of them had thought that their supreme ruler, His Majesty, had met with misfortune. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, all of the Azure Dragon Sovereign statues in the Azure Dragon Empire shattered at the same time. Arg, broken. His Majesty's statue is broken. No, this. What exactly is going on? Why did His Majesty's statue suddenly? Countless citizens of the Azure Dragon Empire felt their hearts skip a beat as an ominous omen swept through their hearts. Boom, 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 boom. The winds and clouds surged, and the heavens and the earth changed. With the Azure Dragon and the Emperor Star as the center, a terrifying blood cloud quickly spread out towards the four-direction starry sky, instantly enveloping the entire Azure Dragon Empire. It seemed like it was going to engulf the entire Huangjiu stellar domain, and even the entire source of chaos. Ah, this strange phenomenon is the sorrow of the chaos. Gulp gulp, a supreme being had fallen. A supreme being had fallen. Just now, the Azure Dragon's divine statue suddenly shattered, and this phenomenon was first created by the Azure Dragon Empire. Could it be the Azure Dragon divine statue? Countless experts from the Azure Dragon Empire swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. A terrifying thought took root in their hearts. This was a terrifying phenomenon that could only happen when Great Tao Sovereign fell. As for the other Great Tao Sovereigns, even if they were 10 stars Emperor, it would be their limit if they could cover an entire kingdom. Ah, how could this be? Azure Dragon Emperor, His Majesty Azure Dragon. Woo woo woo. It's over, our Azure Dragon Empire is finished. Endless fear and despair spread across the Azure Dragon Empire. Their Azure Dragon Empire was different from other empires. There were 2 of them. There were even more supreme beings guarding the place. Although the death of a supreme being had damaged the foundation of the empire, it was far from being a threat to the empire. However, without Azure Dragon Sovereign, the Azure Dragon Empire was in a state of complete collapse. The day of the empire's destruction was right in front of them. The nearby empires would never let go of such a huge piece of fat meat. Even those kingdoms might pounce on them and bite them. No, my clan has to make plans as soon as possible. Leave the Azure Dragon Empire immediately. My clan can't be buried with the Azure Dragon Empire. Not long after, the various empires and factions were astounded. The martial monarchs were in utter disbelief. Ah, the martial monarchs are dead, some of them are dead. Just what in the world is going on? Am I dreaming? Hiss. How long has it been? The great chaos tribulation has just begun, so how could a supreme being fall? C-2879. The danger of humanity. Azure Dragon Sovereign's death had shaken the entire source of chaos. Countless experts had expressions of disbelief, as if they had fallen into a dream. How could a paragon fall in such a short period of time? The appearance of the source of chaos, as well as the chaotic experts outside, was a great opportunity for them. Atavism's chance was a great opportunity, and the native source of chaos of the source of chaos viewed it as a great tribulation. Every time the source of chaos appeared, countless planets would be destroyed. Massive amounts of source of chaos would fall. Even the exalted sovereign would be in danger of perishing. This was also the reason why the native source of chaos of the source of chaos hated outer chaos experts. The good fortune of the great Tao was originally theirs. Those outer chaos experts not only snatched their opportunities, but also caused endless slaughter. How could they not be angry and resentful? However, the fall of a supreme being usually occurred during the late stage of the Great Tribulation. When the fortune of the great Tao descended, sovereign expert would engage in a frenzied battle. Now, it was less than 32 million eras. This time, the Great Tribulation of chaos had only just begun. Not to mention the death of a supreme being, even a 10 stars emperor would have very few casualties. Unknowingly, many supreme beings felt a trace of gloominess in their hearts. The chaotic great calamity this time was most likely extraordinary. The great chaotic tribulation had just begun, but Azure Dragon Sovereign, this quasi-2 stars sovereign, had already fallen. This was something that had never happened before. How many supreme beings would fall after the great tribulation ended? On the other hand, the powers of those kingdoms were deeply concerned. Even great Tao Sovereign had started to fall. Moreover, they were aphids that weren't even supreme beings. Should they lead their clansmen to a hidden world and live in seclusion for hundreds of millions of eras to see if they could escape this great calamity? In the past great chaotic tribulations, the ones that suffered the most casualties were those kingdoms and powers that didn't have supreme beings guarding them, especially those ordinary kingdoms that didn't even have a 6-star great capital. Each of them was like rootless duckweed that had been destroyed by a certain expert at some unknown time. Giant Beast God Realm, Beast God Heavenly Palace. Su. After absorbing Azure Dragon Sovereign's last strength of original life, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. As he expected, Azure Dragon Sovereign's remaining strength of original life could not allow him to take another step forward. Advancing to middle-ranked Chaos God King would only allow him to break through a small realm, barely reaching the low-ranked Chaos God King mid-stage. Advancing to the middle-level Chaos Divine King was a long and arduous journey. Without a few 3-star sovereign or a 4-star sovereign, it would be impossible. This was still his foundation. If he could obtain some more great Tao origin and strengthen his foundation, he might not even be able to break through to the next realm even if he took down a 5-star supreme. Initially, Yang Fann was full of confidence. He wanted to break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King or even the high-level Chaos God King in this source of chaos, but now that he thought about it, he felt that he was too naive. He should thank the heavens and earth if he could break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King. Those 4 or 5 stars supreme beings were different from Azure Dragon Sovereign. They were easy to suppress. Even if his strength increased by 1,000 or 10,000 times, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could defeat a 4-star sovereign. Since ancient times, the number of 4-star sovereign warriors that had fallen in the past few 100 trillion eras could be counted on one's fingers. As for a 5-star supreme being, it was unheard of. No one had ever heard of a 5-star supreme being falling in the past. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. After advancing to Chaos God King, he basically did not need to worry about his lack of longevities. Although Chaos God King's longevity couldn't be compared with Great Tao Sovereigns, its lifespan wasn't much different compared to Great Tao Sovereigns. With Yang Fann's vast chaotic ring, the longevity's length was much longer than many of the large-sized Chaos Circle's divine herbs. If he were to search for some divine herbs that could increase the number of divine herbs, he would be able to live for tens of billions of eras with ease. However, Yang Fann had only lived for a short period of time, less than 3 million eras. He couldn't even live up to a fraction of the longevity's lifespan. After such a long period of time, he was finally able to gather the source energy needed to break through. If he really couldn't do it, he would devour the chaotic energy and cultivate step by step. In the next moment, a green light cut through the void, and waves of dragon's roars could be faintly heard within the Great Hall. It was Azure Dragon Sovereign's lifeblood divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Currently, he was only at the initial stage of controlling the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. He couldn't even unleash the power of the 3rd level of the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Only by completing the refinement could he truly unleash the full power of the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. At that time, his combat strength would increase by quite a bit. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 10,000 eras. Very quickly, 86,376 eras had passed. Wang, the Azure Dragon Divine Spear turned into a green light and was absorbed into Yang Fann's body. The current Yang Fann was indeed much stronger than Azure Dragon Sovereign. Back then, in order to completely refine the Azure Dragon Divine Spear, Azure Dragon Sovereign had used up a total of 36 billion eras. This difference was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. One on Earth, it's almost 4 million eras, it's time for me to leave. Yang Fann slowly stood up. He had never been in a place where he had lived for such a long period of time. However, before I leave, this giant beast god realm wants to leave. A bright light flashed in his eyes. The giant beast god realm with a diameter of hundreds of light years shrunk rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small ball with a diameter of less than 10 centimeters and was absorbed into the chaos inside Yang Fann's body. The giant beast god realm was only a tiny distance away from the great Tao divine artifact. Its grade was far higher than those exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifacts. Compared to the current Yang Fann, it still had a lot of help. To those 3 stars, 4 stars wouldn't have much of an effect, but it could be used to deal with 1 star. 2 stars Sovereign, on the other hand, had a miraculous effect. Even if it wasn't used for combat, it would still be a good place for cultivation. In Giant Beast God Realm, the cultivation environment was excellent. In Yang Fann's chaotic ring, only the true core of Heavenly Pillar Divine Mountain could suppress him. How could he let Giant Beast God Realm stay in this place? It wouldn't be such a waste even if it was a waste. Desolate Ancient Chaos Domain, Star Rain Kingdom. This was a high-ranked kingdom in the desolate Ancient Chaos Domain. Below the 18 empires, there were tens of thousands of kingdoms, and they were divided into top, high, and intermediate low-ranked kingdoms. These kingdoms were determined by the strongest people in the country. They were only 3 stars and above great sovereigns. They were low-rank empires with 4 stars to 6 stars great sovereigns. They were intermediate empire, 7 stars to 9 stars emperor, high-rank empires, and the last top empires. All of them were guarded by 10 stars emperor great sovereigns. The Star Rain Kingdom was considered pretty strong among the hundreds and thousands of high-ranked kingdoms in the Ancient Chaos Domain. It could be considered as a high grade. With the 8 stars great sovereign overseeing it, there was more than one of them. 2. However, the Star Rain Kingdom was in a rather bad situation. In fact, they were even weaker than some high-ranked kingdoms that only had a 7-star great sovereign guarding the place. This was because the Star Rain Kingdom was a human kingdom, and the human race wasn't a native race of the Source of Chaos. It was the bloodline left behind by Profound Yan and human expert in the Source of Chaos. The native powers of the Source of Chaos hated foreign powers, and they didn't like bloodline descendant, who was left behind by these foreign Source of Chaos. In the eyes of the local forces of the Source of Chaos, a bloodline left behind by the human race, was the lowest grade race, and they were constantly being suppressed by the local forces. Most of them were struggling to survive and were in a difficult situation. Just like the human race. The Star Rain Kingdom was the largest human empire in the Huangjiu stellar domain. It was one of the top 3 powers in the entire Source of Chaos. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the number 1 power in the human race. This was an unimaginable thing in the outside world. There was the Profound Yan Supreme Being. The human tribe led by the 10,000 Arts Supreme Being was one of the top 50 races in the outer chaos. They even had the chance to make it into the top 30. It was the hegemony in the hegemony. Almost no race dared to provoke the human race. Star Rain Kingdom, King Star Rain. This was a high-level life star with a diameter of nearly 100 light years. More than half of the expert was condensed within. However, at this moment, within the Stellar Rain Emperor Star, from the Star Rain Kingdom's founding emperor to the Star Rain Kingdom's number 1 expert, Emperor Xing Yu, and from the ordinary people to the ordinary people, all of them had solemn expressions, and their brows were filled with melancholy. It was as if a storm was brewing. C. 2880 The crime of wanting to add fuel to the fire. Huangjiu stellar domain, Star Rain Kingdom, Star Rain King Star. The entire Emperor Star seemed to be enveloped by a terrifying and sinister aura. That terrifying and oppressive aura was so heavy that it made people unable to breathe. Many people revealed expressions of despair, and they were on the verge of collapse. Their eyes were lifeless, and they looked like walking corpses. Something was not right. The entire Star Reign Emperor Star was filled with a deep, ominous aura. Star Reign Emperor Star, King City, Star Reign King City. As the capital of the Star Reign Kingdom, it was bustling with activity in the past. People were walking around, rubbing shoulders and rubbing shoulders. However, it was very desolate now. The residents in the city were no more than 70 to 80% of the population, and there was not much difference between them. Many large families had already escaped from the Starrain royal city one after another. It was as if a great disaster was coming and they were flying separately. Above the city, a group of armored soldiers dressed in azure armor spoke with extremely solemn expressions. The wind was howling, and the cranes were crying. The grass and trees were all soldiers. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, numerous 8 stars and even 9 stars Emperor's terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was a mighty pressure that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it crushed down on the Starrain Emperor city. The next second, wang, wang, hum, the void started to distort, and it transformed into numerous spatial wormhole. Numerous black divine boats that were thousands of feet long and tens of thousands of feet long shot out from the black hole. Each of the black divine boats was filled with terrifying armored soldiers wearing black armor. They were several feet tall and had green horns on their heads. Boom 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 boom. Waves of cold killing intent radiated out from their bodies. Each and every one of them was like a hell asura, terrifying to the extreme. The auras of these azure-horned warriors were not inferior to high-level chaos gods. They were only below 3-star kings, and could be said to be the elites of the elites. One should know that the most elite Starrain guards of the Star Reign Kingdom. It was just a 1-star king warrior made up of low-level chaos god warriors. Among them, there were more than 1,000 sovereign experts, and the 3 strongest auras. They were more than 10 times stronger than the strongest expert of the Star Reign Kingdom, Emperor Xingyu. All of them were 9 stars Emperor, and the number of 8 stars great sovereigns who were at the 2nd level exceeded the number of 2 hands, reaching 12. Woo woo woo. They're here, the Azure Demon Kingdom's army is here. Hiss. So many high-level great sovereigns. It's over, our Star Reign Kingdom is finished. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Despair, endless despair spread throughout the city. The Azure Demon Kingdom, that was the top kingdom of Huangjiu Stellar Domain. Furthermore, it was considered one of the top in all the top kingdom. According to the legends, there were more than 110 stars Emperor among them. Apart from the lack of a supreme expert, the strength of the Azure Demon Kingdom wasn't much weaker than the Azure Dragon Empire. No, the Azure Dragon Empire was no longer here. Azure Dragon Sovereign had only lost a few hundred eras. Under the pressure of the few nearby empires, the huge Azure Dragon Empire had fallen apart, splitting into 5 top kingdom and dozens of mid-tier and high-ranked kingdoms. It was no longer comparable to the current Azure Demon Kingdom. It could be said that sometimes, even the major empires had to show some respect to the Azure Demon Kingdom. Although there wasn't a single 10 stars Emperor in the densely packed Azure Demon army, just the 3 9 stars Emperor and 12 8 stars Great Sovereigns were enough to wipe out the Star Reign Kingdom. Although their Star Reign Kingdom was the number 1 human kingdom in Huangjiu Stellar Domain, it was among the many high-ranked kingdoms. Apart from Emperor Xingyu, who was supposed to be 9 stars Emperor, it could also be considered one of the best. There were also 5 8 stars Great Sovereigns and 17 7-star Great Sovereigns. However, compared to the Azure Demon army in the void, they were still several times weaker. Not to mention, after learning that the kingdom had offended the Azure Demon Kingdom. When the news that the Azure Demon Kingdom's army was about to arrive, 2 8 stars Great Sovereigns. The 6 7-star Great Sovereigns led their people away from the Star King Star. This caused the strength of the kingdom to drop by more than 3 levels. Poochie. The void twisted. A 30-meter-tall Azure Demon took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the city. Boom. A terrifying pressure from 9 stars Emperor radiated out with him as the center. It crushed the barrier for protecting the city, making a sizzling sound. Faintly, there seemed to be tiny cracks on the ground. How dare you, human, how dare you defy the laws of the human race? You have offended your superiors and harmed our green-toothed crown prince. You are truly a heinous crime. You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. 9 stars Emperor of the Azure Demon Kingdom looked down at the people from above. His voice was like a bronze bell, sweeping across the entire heavenly star imperial city. His black eyes were bloodshot, like a furious beast that wanted to eat someone. Of course, all of this was just an illusion. Killing Crown Prince Xianxia was just an excuse for the Azure Demon Kingdom to annex the Star Rain Kingdom. Previously, with the enormous Azure Dragon Empire suppressing the Star Domain, although the Azure Demon Kingdom wanted to expand their territory, they had no choice but to suppress the ambition in their hearts. If they really made the Azure Dragon Empire unhappy, there was only one way for them to get rid of the Azure Demon Kingdom, and that was to remove their name from the Huangjiu Stellar Domain. The Azure Demon Kingdom didn't fear the Azure Dragon Empire, but Azure Dragon Sovereign was just like the divine sword hanging above their heads, making them not dare to make any unusual movements. No matter how many 10 Stars Emperor warriors there were, they were just a bunch of lowly ants to Great Tao Sovereign. With just a wave of his hand, he could wipe them out from this world. However, following the destruction of the Azure Dragon Empire, the Azure Demon Kingdom's ambition had completely erupted. Within a few hundred era, the Azure Demon Kingdom had gone on a rampage, crazily expanding. By now, there were already 18 kingdoms that had been destroyed by the Azure Demon Kingdom. The territory of the Azure Demon Kingdom had more than doubled. As the territory of the Azure Demon Kingdom was connected to the Star Rain Kingdom, the Azure Demon Kingdom naturally had their eyes on the Star Rain Kingdom. 10,000 years ago, the Crown Prince of Green Tooth, who was the son of Azure Demon Emperor, was sent to the Star Rain Kingdom. On the way there, he was suddenly assassinated, and his soul vanished. Without saying another word, the Azure Demon Kingdom immediately placed the blame on the Star Rain Kingdom. They furiously launched their attack on the Star Rain Kingdom. Even an idiot could tell that this was a big conspiracy of the Azure Demon Kingdom. Emperor Xianxia wasn't a donkey that had kicked his head. He would send someone to assassinate the Green-Toothed Crown Prince. Even though he knew that his kingdom was far weaker than the Azure Demon Kingdom, he still went to provoke them. That Green-Toothed Crown Prince was most likely an 8 out of 10. 90% of them died in the hands of their own people. He was an abandoned child from the very beginning. Suddenly, 9 Stars Emperor changed the topic and said, "However, my lord is merciful. As long as you open the city and surrender, my Cyan Devil clan will spare your lives. It would be best if they could take down the Star Rain Kingdom without any bloodshed." As one of the top high-ranked kingdoms, these human peasants still had some strength. Even if they stubbornly resisted, it would still cause quite a number of casualties to his men. HMPH, there was no such thing as saying what he wanted to do. Old Devil Green Gold, you want us to open the city and surrender? Are you dreaming? What abilities do you have? Just use them all. Even if you have to die, you will still have to bite off a piece of meat from your Cyan Devil clan. Determination flashed across Emperor Xianxia's eyes as he shouted coldly. Ever since he chose to stay on the Starrain King Star, he had already put his life and death outside of his consideration. As for surrendering, Emperor Xianxia had never even thought about it. The Cyan Devil clan did not have the resolve to give special treatment to the captives, especially to the descendants of the outer chaotic expert. It was even crueler. Once they surrendered, there was only one thing that awaited them, and that was to become the lowliest slave for the Cyan Devil clan to have fun with. It was a fate worse than death. Stubborn fool little Xianxia, then don't bother with the rascals. Kill just these bunch of lowly humans. C 2881 Betrayal Star Rain Kingdom, Royal Star Rain City. Wang. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Green Gold Great Sovereign as he gave the order to attack. He was able to take down the Star Rain Kingdom without any bloodshed. That would be the best outcome. However, this Emperor Xianxia didn't know what to do. He wanted to resist until the end. It didn't matter. The strength of the Third Legion was more than 10 times stronger than the Star Rain Kingdom. At most, they would have to pay a little price, not to mention that the Azure Demon Kingdom still had some hidden forces. Today was the day that the Star Rain Kingdom would be destroyed. Lowly humans. They only had one value in their existence, and that was to become the slaves of their mighty Cyan Devil clan, and be controlled by them for all eternity. Just like the other powerful races, the Cyan Devil clan also hated foreign races like the human race. The foreign races that fell into their hands were either exterminated or turned into lowly slaves. Kill the commander has ordered us to kill them all. Boys, it's time to make a name for ourselves. Follow this general and kill them all. Kekaki. This General Saber is already hungry, thirsty, impatient. Human aphids, come and die for this general. Under the lead of Emperor experts that were more than 15 meters long, the Azure Demon army surged toward the Starrain city like a dark tide. Divine Protection Formation, Rise Boom. A beam of dazzling starlight shot up from the center of the royal city, instantly turning into a layer of star screen, enveloping the entire royal city. Origin ability cannon, prepare, fire devil bastards, die for this daddy. Above the city, the human great sovereigns, expert, were gnashing their teeth in anger. All of them had the determination to die. Those cowards had long gotten revenge for the green-toothed crown prince in Azure Demon Kingdom. They wanted the Star Rain Kingdom to pay a debt of blood with their own blood. After that, they had already led their people out of the Emperor City in the Imperial Star. Rumble, 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 countless light pillars of destruction burst out from the top of the city wall of Star Rain Kingdom. Energy cannons, this was a war weapon invented by the human race. There was a total of 5 levels: low, intermediate, high, top and special. It was comparable to a full-force attack from a low, intermediate, high, top-level Chaos God King and a Quasi-Supreme. The reason why the human race was able to survive in the crevice of the source of chaos was because of the Origin Cannon. Of course, the power of the Origin Cannon was terrifying. The energy required for it was also terrifying. Even the lowest level Origin ability cannon required 1 unit of Origin Elemental Crystal. One must know that an ordinary low-ranked Chaos God King could only use 1 unit of Origin Elemental Crystal. All of his belongings were only a few thousand Origin Elemental Crystals. As for the highest level Special Origin Ability Cannon, a single shot would consume half of low-level Quasi-Sovereign's family. Currently, the entire city was equipped with a total of 1,000,000 Origin Cannons. Among them, there were 950,000 Advanced Origin Cannons, 47,000 top-grade Origin Cannons, and 3,000 special-grade Energy Cannons. 1 round of volley was almost the entire fortune of a 5-star Emperor. Such a huge loss, even with the foundation of Star Rain Kingdom, it wouldn't take long for them to sustain it. However, at this time, it was already the border of Star Rain Kingdom's destruction. How could Emperor Xingyu still care about so much? What resources? It was not a big deal now. Poochie poochie poochie, large, big. The Cyan Demon warriors were vaporized by the energy beams, not leaving a single trace behind. Among them, the 3,000 special Origin Cannons were the most terrifying. Each cannon was comparable to the full force of a 1-star Emperor. 1 shot was enough to clear out 1,000,000 Azure Demon warriors. This was even under the situation of those Azure Demon Kingdom great sovereigns, experts trying their best to stop them. Otherwise, the damage would have increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. On the contrary, the attack of the Cyan Devil clan did not cause much damage to the Star Rain Kingdom. The national divine formation of Star Rain Royal City was not just for decoration. It was built with all the efforts of the Star Rain Kingdom. It was known as the 10 Stars Emperor. It would take a lot of effort to break through this protective barrier. This was also the biggest reliance of the Star Rain Kingdom. Emperor Xingyu decisively gave up the outer defense of the Royal Star Rain, and withdrew all the elite forces into the Royal Star Rain City because of this defensive formation. Distributing all the forces around the planet could delay the Cyan Devil clan and allow them to attack the city, but it would also make it easier for them to break through one by one. It would be better to gather all his power at one point and fight the Azure Demon army in King City. What a great divine protection formation. It does have some skills. The green-gold martial monarch raised his eyebrows, and his eyes revealed a serious expression. Just now, he and the other 2 9 Stars Emperor. Although they didn't attack, the 12 8 Stars Great Sovereigns. However, all of them had already joined forces with the Cyan Devil clan. The power of so many high-level Great Sovereigns only caused a slight ripple to appear on the divine protecting formation. Not to mention exploding it, not even a crack had appeared on the divine protecting formation. The strength of the defense had exceeded his expectations. In the next second, Green Gold Great Emperor waved at the 2 9 Stars Emperor behind him and said, "Qingyong, Qingyao, attack together." Break Divine Ability, Heavenly Gold God Executioner Divine Ability, Burning Sun World Break Death of the Black Luminaries. Block it, you must block it. Emperor Xingyu's heart tightened. There was a trace of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes. Although the divine protecting formation could withstand the attack of a 10 Stars Emperor, it was more of a theory. No 10 Stars Emperor had ever attacked the divine protecting formation before. It was even 9 Stars Emperor's first time attacking it. Hong, long, sword light, scorching sun, death. It seemed as if it wanted to annihilate everything. The terrifying force caused even Emperor Xingyu, this quasi 9 Stars Emperor, to be terrified. However, the divine protection formation was like a boulder in the ocean, not moving at all. All right, he blocked it. The divine protection formation blocked it. Emperor Xingyu felt relieved. The divine protection formation was the biggest reliance of Star Rain Kingdom. Without the protection of the divine protection formation, they would never be able to defend against the ferocious Azure Demon Army. Fortunately, the divine protecting formation didn't disappoint him. I didn't expect that I would still underestimate this god-protecting formation. The Azure Gold Martial Monarch frowned. He was a quasi-10 stars emperor who had just stepped into the 10 stars emperor. Although Qing Yao and Qing Yong were not as strong as him, they combined all their strength to launch an all-out attack. Even if they were compared to a true 10 stars emperor warrior, they wouldn't be much weaker. They couldn't even cause the curtain of stars to distort and crack. This defense, it was a 10 stars emperor that wanted to break through. Hong Long, if it was them, they would be severely injured or even shake their foundations. Emperor Xingyu and the others would not allow them to break the formation. Emperor Xingyu and the other 7 stars and 8 stars great sovereigns of the Star Rain Kingdom were not just for show. Luckily, I already have a backup plan. Otherwise, even if we can destroy this city, our army will suffer heavy losses. 4. Royal City, Center. There was a starry tower that towered into the clouds. Countless dazzling stars burst out from the star tower and turned into a dazzling curtain of stars that enveloped the entire Star Rain King city. This starry tower was none other than the control center of the Divine Protection Formation, where the eye of the formation was located. Stellar Tower, top floor. A 8 stars Great Sovereign was leading 4 7-star Great Sovereigns and 12 6-star Great Sovereigns. The 8 stars Great Sovereign was the same as Emperor Xingyu, wearing the same azure starry robe. Even his facial features were somewhat similar. The star pattern Great Sovereign was one of the royal clans of the Starrain royal clan. One of the 3 great 8 stars Great Sovereigns. At the same time, he was also the number 1 divine array master of the Star Rain Kingdom. The divine protection formation of the Starrain royal city was set up by him. Who is it? Suddenly, Emperor Xing Wen frowned and looked towards the entrance of the top floor. Uncle Wang, it's me, a 30-year-old young man, who was also wearing a starry robe and had an extraordinary bearing, slowly stepped into the palace. Third Prince, what are you doing here? Emperor Star Mark was a little displeased. The Star Tower prohibited anyone from entering. Even His Highness the Crown Prince was not allowed to step into the tower without Emperor Xingyu's orders, let alone the top floor of the tower, which was of utmost importance. Well, nephew, come here, naturally. Suddenly, Third Prince smiled mysteriously. Buzz. A black devil light flashed across his body, and a terrifying aura of a 10 stars emperor erupted from his body. It was a 3-inch devil all that was as black as ink. Its speed was incomparably fast, and even the 8 stars great capital couldn't react in time. In an instant, it appeared in the center of the hall, on top of the huge star pearl. It was the ultimate treasure of Star Rain Kingdom, the eye of the formation of the Divine Protection Formation. Buzz. A ray of starlight rose from the star pearl. However, in front of the black all, the star barrier was like paper, completely useless. Bang! The black all pierced the star pearl. Ah, no. C-2882 descending Starrain Royal City, on the top floor of the Stellar Tower. Ah, no. 8 stars Great Sovereign Star Mark Great Sovereign let out a wail of despair. He had never thought that as the Crown Prince, Star Mark would suddenly launch a sneak attack on the eye of the formation. How could he have the time to stop it? He could only watch helplessly as the black devil all pierced into the star pearl. Poochie Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The high-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifact star pearl was like a piece of glass. Cracks appeared on it, quickly spreading to the entire star pearl. It was densely packed and crisscrossed. Buzz, 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 wang. The barrier that enveloped the royal city started to tremble and crack. In the end, it completely collapsed, turning into specks of starlight that scattered onto the ground. It's broken. The curtain of starlight has shattered. Ah, no, how could this be? What exactly happened? Why did the starlight curtain suddenly appear? Above the city, the group of human experts were in utter shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Although those devil children were constantly attacking the starlight curtain, it was extremely difficult for them to break it, let alone tearing it apart. How could the starlight curtain be broken just like that? On the top floor of the Stellar Tower. Ah, poof, poof, poof poo. The Starmark Martial Monarch, the 4 7-star Martial Monarchs, and the 12 six-star martial monarchs all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale white, and their auras were extremely weak. As the main array master of the Guardian formation, as the Guardian formation shattered, it suffered a backlash and was severely injured. Ah, why, Third Prince, why did you do this? Emperor Xing Wen glared at Prince Xingchen and gritted his teeth. Without the Guardian formation, this was pushing the Xingyu royal family, and all their subjects into a dead end. As the crown prince of the royal family, how could he dare, how could he dare? Uncle Wang, it was you who didn't give me a way out first. Don't blame me for being unjust. An enmity flashed across the crown prince's eyes. Emperor Xingyu and the others had decided to fight to the death. They would fight to the death against the Cyan Devil clan, but they knew it in their hearts. With the strength of the Star Rain Kingdom, they wanted to fight against the enormous Azure Demon Kingdom. Because of this, they had left some trump cards behind. They could die here, but their Starrain royal family bloodline inheritance could not be cut off because of this. They had already sent out some of the most talented youths of the royal family from the Starrain King Star. Of course, there were even more royal disciples left behind. Among them was Third Prince, Xingchen. Because of this, Prince Xingchen had always harbored hatred in his heart. Emperor Xingyu and the others could die, but why should he die with them? He was still young, not even 10 billion eras old. He didn't want to die like this in the royal city. In order to survive, he wouldn't hesitate to join the Azure Demon Kingdom. Not to mention, the Azure Demon Kingdom had made a heavy promise to him. After the matter was settled, he would become a rank 3 marquis. Although he was the lowest level 1 among the marquises, he was still a third-grade marquis. One should know that many 7-star great sovereigns were only first or third-grade marquises in the Azure Demon Kingdom. Unfilial son, you deserve to die. Heavenly Emperor Xing Wen roared furiously. He had never thought that this bastard would do such a despicable thing in order to survive. Boom! He moved his right arm. He struck out with his palm toward Prince Xingchen. Although he was severely injured due to the backlash of the formation, and had less than 10% of his strength left, he still managed to kill Prince Xingchen. However, it wasn't Prince Xingchen. A 1-star martial monarch like him was already strong enough to fight against him. Strangely, Crown Prince Xingchen remained calm, as if he hadn't seen that deadly palm strike at all. Uncle Wang, since I dared to come to the Stellar Tower, how could I not be prepared? The Morning Star Prince said. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of his mouth. It happened so fast. Rumble. Rumble. Brilliant demonic might erupted from behind him. One after another, the Azure Demon Kingdom's great sovereign expert appeared. There were a total of 12 people, all of whom were at least at the 7th star level. There were even 3 8-stars great sovereigns. Apart from the devil all that sealed founding emperor and Azure Demon Emperor's attack, the Green Gold Great Sovereign had also ordered a group of great sovereigns to sneak into the tower with the help of Prince Xingchen, and use this opportunity to get rid of the expert. 1 8-stars Great Sovereign, 4 7-star Great Sovereigns, and 12 6-star Great Sovereigns. This power was the top combat strength of the 3rd level of the Star Rain Kingdom. Kekaki lowly human aphids, die for me. Ha ha ha. Human aphids, I'm going to take your life. Kekaki. This general's demon weapon is still missing a primary soul. Aphids, your soul is mine. The moment the 12 Azure Demon Kingdom's great sovereign experts appeared, they let out strange laughs and pounced towards Emperor Star Mark and the others. Each of their eyes were emitting light, as if they were looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. Ah, not good. Let's go. Emperor Xing Wen's expression changed. 3 8-stars great sovereigns and 9 7-star great sovereigns. Even at their peak, they didn't have much of a chance of winning, let alone. Now, all of them were severely injured, and their strength wasn't even at the first level of their peak. Even a 7-star great sovereign might not be able to defeat them. If you want to leave, then obediently stay behind for this general. The Cloud Demon Tower, seal space and time. Ah, no, Hua Shang, I'll fight you all to the death. Huaxian, die together with me. Explode. Rumble, rumble. Clouds of mushroom rose up as a terrifying power swept across the Star Tower. No, how could this be? Master, save me, save me. The Stardawn Crown Prince let out a despairing wail as the 6 or 7-star martial monarchs self-detonated. The power was not something a mere 1-star martial monarch like him could withstand. The only ones who could save his life were these high-grade great sovereigns of Cyan Devil clan. However, What made him despair was that these Azure Demon Emperor didn't even look at him, as if they hadn't heard his cry for help. The biggest use of these human aphids was to bring them into the stellar tower and break the Guardian formation. Now that they had lost their value, they were still thinking of risking their lives to save him. What kind of joke was this? To think that this human lowlife would be able to shout out such words. Ah, no, Cyan Devil Clan, you will all die a horrible death. You will all die a horrible death. Regret, endless regret swept through the Crown Prince's heart. If he had known this would happen, he would never have listened to the flowery words of the Cyan Devil Clan, betrayed the kingdom, and betrayed the human race. Unfilial son, this bitched unfilial son. Tears of regret fell from Emperor Xing Yu's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that unfilial son was dead in body and soul, he would have killed unfilial son with his own hands. Why did he give birth to such a cowardly dog? If he had known this day would come, he would have strangled unfilial son in the cradle when he was just born. Ha ha ha, the divine formation is broken. Boys, charge into the city. The blue golden martial monarch let out a roar that swept across the battlefield. Kill just these lowly humans. Kekekeka boys, it's time for you to make a name for yourself. Follow this general and kill as you wish. Beauty of the human race, lousy is here cruel. Today, I'm going to fight to my heart's content. Amid the proud and arrogant laughter, the Azure Demon army surged into the royal city like a tide. Ah, it's over, we're finished. Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. Hua Sheng, you will all die a horrible death. You will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Collapse, the entire Starrain royal city completely collapses without the protection of the god-protecting formation. What could they use to fight against these devils? Ha, pleasure, truly pleasure, kill them all for this general slaughter. It was a one-sided slaughter. Every breath, every second, hundreds of millions of humans were slaughtered. Woo. Why do we humans have so much suffering? The Great Tao is unfair, the Great Tao is unfair. Evil flower, how dare you harm my human son? C 2883. You know nothing about power. Starrain King Starrain King City. With the help of the Aconite, which had been arranged by the Cyan Devil Clan, they defeated the Stardust Tower in one fell swoop and broke the biggest reliance of the Starrain Kingdom, the Divine Protection Formation. Hundreds of millions of devils from the Azure Demon Kingdom marched into the royal city of Starry Rain in a mighty manner, slaughtering crazily every breath and every second. A large number of warriors from the Star Rain Kingdom were slaughtered and killed. Ha, this is awesome. Kill all of these human lowlifes. Fear, tremble, cruel. GG. Unrestrained wild laughter rose and fell within the city. At this moment, a cold voice descended from the sky. It was as if the high and mighty Great Tao had decided the fate of the Azure Demon Kingdom's army. Poochie. Almost at the same time, all the soldiers below the Great Sovereign Realm in the Azure Demon Kingdom army turned into flying ashes, as if they had never appeared before. If not for the traces of destruction and a large amount of blood that dyed the land red, the people of Azure Demon Kingdom would have suspected that they had been dreaming. There had never been a devil army of Azure Demon Kingdom attacking King City and slaughtering the human race. Ah, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Woo. I'm alive, we're alive. Demons, you're also today, ha. Good death. Within the void, the hearts of the green gold great sovereigns who were besieging Emperor Xing Yu and the other great sovereigns of the Star Rain Kingdom trembled, and their eyes revealed a serious expression. Although the ones who had fallen were all ants below the sovereign realm, they couldn't withstand the terrifying number of them. This time, in order to take down the Star Rain Kingdom in one fell swoop, their third army, the 10 Great Devil Army, had sent out a total of 10 billion combat weapons. However, even though some of them had just fallen, they had still sent out more than 9 billion combat weapons. Adding the help of the Demon War formation, it wouldn't be easy for 9 Stars Emperor to kill all the combat weapons in one strike, let alone killing them with just a voice. 10 Stars Emperor was absolutely the strength of a 10 Stars Emperor. In fact, he wasn't even considered a weakling amongst 10 Stars Emperor warriors. Since when did the human race have a 10 Stars Emperor? A trace of doubt surged into the heart of the green gold great sovereign. Under the suppression of the various major powers, the human race was in Huangji Yu's stellar domain. It was extremely difficult to take a single step forward. Emperor Xing Yu, who had just stepped into the 9 Stars Emperor realm, was already the #1 expert in the human race. It was impossible for a 10 Stars Emperor to exist. If they knew that there was a 10 stars emperor in the human race, the Cyan Devil clan wouldn't have acted so rashly. They would have only sent 3 of their 9 stars emperor to attack the Star Rain Kingdom. No, that's not right. How could I have forgotten? It was now the Great Chaotic Tribulation. It was the time when the bitched outer chaos expert entered their source of chaos. According to the legends, the human race was a top race in the outer chaos, and Sovereign Expert was in charge of it. It was likely that a 10 stars emperor human from the outer chaotic world happened to pass by this star domain, and that was why he attacked the Azure Demon Army. Soon, a trace of understanding emerged in the heart of the Azure Gold Great Emperor. Motherfucker, did I not wash my hands when I went out? What happened? How could I be so unlucky? The source of chaos, the 9 great star domain, was vast and boundless. Those foreign experts were just a little bit scattered in the 9 great star domain, like a drop in the ocean. The number of 10 stars emperor experts was even more limited. Not only did he happen to run into an outer chaotic 10 stars emperor, he also happened to be a human. This probability was not much better than him advancing to the Supreme Being realm in the future. 10 stars emperor, it's the 10 stars emperor of the human race. We are saved. We can be saved in an instant. Emperor Xingyu and the others were shocked. Although they had already decided to die, who would be willing to die if they didn't die? Poochie. Space was torn apart like a curtain, and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a black-clothed young man. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and his bearing was extraordinary. However, he didn't have a trace of expert aura. At a glance, he looked like a noble young master who didn't know any cultivation path. The newcomer was none other than Yang Fann. If it was a battle between 2 human kingdoms, Yang Fann wouldn't have bothered with this matter. Even if all the subjects of Star Rain Kingdom were slaughtered, Yang Fann would not spare them a second glance. However, if it was another race that slaughtered humans, it would be impossible. As a human, it was his responsibility to protect the human race. If he just watched the outsiders slaughter humans without doing anything, he would truly be wasting his time. What was the point of cultivating the Tao? What expert was he going to turn into? He would just find a piece of tofu and smash his head into it. Next, it's your turn, aphids. Yang Fann's cold gaze swept across the thousands of great sovereigns of Azure Demon Kingdom. These great sovereigns weren't reduced to ashes like the white combat weapon. It wasn't because Yang Fann couldn't kill them, but because Yang Fann was testing his strength of divine body. Just now, Yang Fann didn't use any power of Chaos God, he only used the power of his divine body. Furthermore, he didn't use his full strength, he didn't even use a single layer of his strength. Sir, do you really want to become the enemy of my Azure Demon Kingdom? My Azure Demon Kingdom, but there are also 10 stars Emperor warriors, and there are more than one of them. The Azure Gold Great Sovereign's heart skipped a beat. He said while putting on a brave front. Although he had already stepped into the 10 stars Emperor, he was still a true 10 stars Emperor. Even with the help of the other great sovereigns, there was still a huge gap between them. At most, he would be on par with this 10 stars Emperor. As for Emperor Xingyu and the others, they weren't dead men. They wouldn't just watch them surround and kill this 10 stars Emperor. If they really fought, they would be the only ones who would lose. Let this human live for a period of time. When I return to Demon Kingdom and report to the Demon Lord, it will be the day of his death. Daring to kill 10 billion of my race's elites, even a 10 stars Emperor will have to die for 10 stars Emperor. It's not like their great demon master has never been killed before. They were both 10 stars Emperor, but they were divided into 3 grades and 9 grades. His Majesty, the Demon Master, was one of the top ranks. Compared to an ordinary 10 stars Emperor, he was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a half-step martial saint. In an instant, Emperor Xingyu and the other human great sovereigns felt their hearts tighten. They looked at Yang Fann nervously, deeply afraid that Yang Fann would be intimidated by the formidable Azure Demon Kingdom. Although they were all humans, they had a lot of feelings in their hearts. Only the heavens knew. This great sovereign would really offend the Azure Demon Kingdom for their sake. This colossus that had several 10 stars Emperor guarding it. A bunch of ants, you think you can threaten me? A mocking smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. 10 stars Emperor, do you really think that's all of my strength? Sir, I don't mean to threaten you. I'm just speaking the truth. What a good way to tell the truth. Unfortunately, You do not know anything about power. Yang Fann sneered and shrugged his shoulders. Boom! A desolate and majestic aura radiated out from Yang Fann's body. It was a mighty aura, and it was crushing towards the group of Cyan Devil Clan's great sovereign experts. This time, Yang Fann had used the third level of the strength of divine body. This power was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than the power he used to kill 10 billion green devil combat weapons. Bang bang bang. First was a 1-star Great Sovereign, then a 2-star Great Sovereign. 3rd-star Great Sovereign, 4th-star Great Sovereign. One by one, they shattered into pieces. Yang Fann had no intention of capturing them. After advancing to Chaos God King, not to mention these ordinary quasi-supreme experts, even most of the quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't be able to catch his eyes. Only an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection could enter his eyes. Great Tao Sovereign was his target. Relying on these ants would make him the strongest. A quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Without 100,000 or 1,000,000 people, he wouldn't be able to break through to the next level. This was simply an extravagant hope. Even if Yang Fann killed all of 9 Stars Emperors, he still wouldn't be able to gather so many of them. Ah, don't, stop, you really have to be so ruthless. The Azure Gold Emperor's heart was burning with anxiety as he let out a despairing wail. Under the influence of the desolate energy, he, a quasi-10 Stars Emperor, it was as if the petty aphids had no ability to resist at all. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were crushed into pieces, until it was his turn. No, human, the Cyan Devil Clan will never let you go. Your Majesty, the Devil Lord, will definitely kill you. Kill you. C-2884. The first target: Star Rain Kingdom, Star Rain Royal City. Silence. The huge, royal city was terrifyingly silent all of a sudden. It was as if everyone's breathing could be clearly heard from Emperor Xingyu to the ordinary subjects. All of them widened their eyes, not daring to believe their own eyes. Is this really the power of a 10 Stars Emperor? Dead, all dead, over 1,000 great sovereigns. That was over 1,000 great sovereign experts. Hiss. I'm not dreaming, am I? It's fine if it's just those low-level great sovereigns, but what about those high-level great sovereigns? Especially that green gold great sovereign, who had just broken through to the 10 Stars Emperor. Although he wasn't a match for a 10 Stars Emperor, he was determined to leave, and it was afraid that not many 10 Stars Emperor could do it. Not to mention, he was able to crush the green gold great sovereign with just the pressure alone. Gulp gulp. Could it be? Could it be that this lord is the legendary Supreme Emperor? But the legend of our human race. There are not only 2 Supreme Emperors. There seems to be no such lord among them. Zan Yan and Myriad Law, the 2 human exalts, Great Tao Sovereign, were the only 2 human exalts. They were widely known amongst the various major powers of the human race. There were many records of Zan Yan and Myriad Law in the literature of Star Rain Kingdom. However, they were able to kill Great Sovereign Qing Jin and the others so easily. Even if this lord wasn't the legendary Supreme Sovereign, he wouldn't be far away from the sovereign stage. At the very least, he was a half-step martial saint like Azure Demon Emperor. If he could rely on this lord, then, unknowingly, Emperor Xingyu's heart was filled with a glimmer of hope. Although the Azure Demon Kingdom's 3rd army had been wiped out, it didn't mean that the Star Rain Kingdom's crisis had been completely resolved. How could the Azure Demon Kingdom let this matter rest? They would certainly be furious and swear to destroy the Star Rain Kingdom. The Star Rain Kingdom was never a match for the Azure Demon Kingdom, let alone now. The Star Rain Kingdom had suffered a great loss in that battle, especially the destruction of the Star Pagoda. The fall of Emperor Xingwen and the others had shaken the foundation of the Star Rain Kingdom, causing the overall strength of the Star Rain Kingdom to drop by nearly half. On the other hand, although the Azure Demon Kingdom had lost the 3rd Legion, the Azure Demon Kingdom had a huge business. There were 13 main legions like the 3rd Legion. Not to mention just 1, even 2 or 3 more had been destroyed. Compared to the Azure Demon Kingdom, it was just a slight loss of vital energies. They could pull out an army at any time to conquer the Star Rain Kingdom. However, if they could board the ship of their master, everything would be different. It was said that a half-step martial saint was powerful enough to protect his life in the hands of a supreme sovereign. Even a supreme sovereign had to give him some face, unlike the other 10 Stars Emperor experts, who were just a bunch of lowly ants in the eyes of a supreme sovereign. The reason why the Azure Demon Kingdom was able to become one of the 18 emperors of Huangjiu Stellar Domain was because it was now one of the most powerful top kingdom underneath the 17 empires. The reason why the Azure Demon Kingdom was able to become one of the 18 empires in Huangjiu Stellar Domain was because of Azure Demon Emperor, a half-step martial saint. Without Azure Demon Emperor, no matter how many 10 stars Emperor the Azure Demon Kingdom had, it would only be an ordinary top kingdom. Once the Star Rain Kingdom had a half-step martial saint behind them, the Azure Demon Kingdom would never dare to start a war lightly. In the next second, Emperor Xingyu brought all the great sovereign experts under his command to Yang Fann and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life. I, the Star Rain Kingdom, will never forget your great kindness. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. We will never forget your great kindness. All of you, get up." Yang Fann gently waved his hand and a gentle force lifted Emperor Xingyu and the rest of the experts. He had only attacked because they were both from the human race. He had never thought of repaying them. Besides, it was just a small kingdom with the highest cultivation base, and there was nothing that could catch his attention. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, besides some precious treasures like Great Dao Divine Artifacts, Great Dao Divine Herbs, and the quintessence of the Great Dao, there weren't many treasures that could catch Yang Fann's attention. That had caused the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection to fight until their heads bled were trash compared to Yang Fann. After advancing to Chaos God King, under the cleansing of the power of Chaos God, Yang Fann's divine body's defense had improved by leaps and bounds. Once he unleashed his full strength, the defense of his divine body wouldn't be any weaker than the exquisite quasi-Great Dao Divine Artifact. "Thank you, sir. I wonder how our human race is faring in these eras." Although he had read the memories of Azure Dragon Sovereign and the others, Azure Dragon Sovereign's level was too high. He wouldn't pay too much attention to a small race like the human race. As for those giant beasts and experts, they all lived on the giant beast planet, and had very little understanding of the outside world. After saving Emperor Xingyu and the others, none of them wanted to borrow their mouths to understand the situation of the source of chaos humans. Although Yang Fann didn't want to be a savior, he was still willing to help his fellow humans in order to improve their status in the source of chaos. "Sir, our human race has suffered a lot." Woo. Emperor Xingyu's voice was choked with sobs. A line of clear tears unknowingly fell from his eyes. From 6,483,562 eons ago, all the mighty figures of my race withdrew from the source of chaos. Our days are getting worse and worse. Every single day, a large number of our people die tragically at the hands of that group of beautiful women. I never thought that our human race would be so arduous. Yang Fann sighed lightly, although he knew from Azure Dragon Sovereign's memories that after the source of chaos was closed and the Zan Yan Supreme Being and the others left the source of chaos, the human race's situation had changed drastically. It was difficult for them to take even a single step forward. However, he never thought that it would be so tragic. One should know that in the historical records of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the profound Yan Supreme Being and the others had left the source of chaos. The human race could be considered as the overlord of the source of chaos. There were 4 of them in Top Kingdom, as well as dozens of high-ranked kingdoms. If the Star Rain Kingdom were to be placed there, they wouldn't even be able to squeeze into the top 10 kingdoms of the human race. The human race had billions of trillions 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 of trillions, and their footprints covered the entire source of chaos. But now, in the huge source of chaos, the human race's top kingdom didn't have a single one. The number of high-ranked kingdoms could be counted on one's fingers, and there were only 5 of them. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's timely intervention today, there would be one less high-ranked kingdom in the 5 kingdoms. Similarly, there wouldn't be many intermediate and low-ranked kingdoms. Even if all of them were combined, there might not even be 100 of them. Countless humans were slaughtered, captured, and turned into lowly slaves. They had no dignity to live in this world. Their status was so low that they were like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep that had been raised in captivity. How tragic! What kind of miserable word was that? These natives actually dare to bully my human race like this. Good, I won't settle this score like this. Yang Fann's eyes flickered with killing intent. How could a human be bullied by these lowly barbarians? He was going to settle this matter. 5 all the human forces that had bullied and trampled on them. He would never let a single one of them go. Of course, Yang Fann had his own selfish motives. His purpose in coming to this source of chaos was very clear. He wanted to plunder many resources, suppress those barbaric experts, and increase his cultivation base with all his strength. He wanted to break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King within these hundreds of millions of opportunities. However, although he was now powerful, and could even be compared to a 4-star sovereign, he wasn't truly invincible against the source of chaos. Any 5-star supreme being could easily defeat him. Once he attacked without any restraint, massacring these native powers on a large scale, it would definitely incur public wrath, and he would be surrounded and killed by these native experts. If a few 5-star supreme beings attacked him at the same time, then he would have no choice but to flee. However, it was different when it came to making a name for himself. The tragic fate of these humans was the best reason for him to attack. As a member of the human race, after learning about the tragic experiences of the human race during these great eras, he stood up for the human race, and sought justice from those great powers that bullied the human race. No matter who it was, they couldn't pick out who wasn't. As long as he abided by this line, the other supreme beings of the source of chaos would definitely not casually make a move against him. The source of chaos and the other major powers were not united as one. Many of them were hostile towards him. As long as they didn't interfere with their own interests, they wouldn't care about the lives of the other major powers. In fact, some of the major powers couldn't wait for him to destroy a few more countries, so that they could take advantage of the chaos and seize some benefits. This first target will be the Azure Demon Kingdom. C-2885 Kill your way to my door. Star Rain Kingdom, Star Rain Royal City. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He made up his mind and decided to start with the Azure Demon Kingdom. Although Half-Step Martial Saint was far from being comparable to Great Tao Sovereign, compared to 10 Stars Emperor, it was 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. It was almost two different concepts. If it was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he would probably only be able to fight a half-step martial saint with the help of the Great Tao Divine Artifact. It could be said that a half-step martial saint could be compared to 10, or even more 10 Stars Emperor. In addition to the 10 Stars Emperor that the Azure Demon Kingdom had, the benefits they would get from defeating the Azure Demon Kingdom wouldn't be any worse than suppressing 20 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. There was also the Azure Demon Kingdom, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of eras. Its history was so long that it was even higher than the Azure Dragon Empire. The resources that it had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of eras were definitely not small. Even if it wasn't as good as Azure Dragon Sovereign's family, it wouldn't be too far off. Even to the current Yang Fann, it was a piece of fat meat that could improve his cultivation base by a lot. It wasn't impossible for him to break through a small realm in one go. Although the remaining part of the Strength of Origin didn't allow Yang Fann to break through to the low-ranked Chaos God King late stage, it had almost reached the peak of the low-ranked Chaos God King mid-stage. The next second, Yang Fann turned around and looked at Emperor Xingyu. Ask your men to be ready to take over the Azure Demon Kingdom. Yang Fann was only interested in the 10 Stars Emperor and the resources stored in the Azure Demon Kingdom. He had no interest in the vast territory of the kingdom. He didn't have the heart to create a kingdom or an empire. Luckily, he let the Star Rain Kingdom accept all of these. He treated it as a waste. He hoped that these source of chaos humans could use this opportunity to improve their strength by leaps and bounds, and truly have the ability to establish a foothold in this source of chaos. He could help them for a moment, but he couldn't help them for the rest of their lives. As far as the source of chaos was concerned, these outer chaos experts were just passers-by. It was impossible for them to stay in this source of chaos all the time to ensure the safety of these humans. This was something that not even the high and mighty ancestor could do anything about. Otherwise, after so many trillion eons had passed, the experts would have long since stopped in the source of chaos. Compared to the outside chaos, the cultivation environment of the source of chaos was a little too excellent. Cultivating here for a day was sufficient to match cultivating in the outside world for a year, or even longer. Ah, what? Emperor Xingyu's eyes bulged and he could not believe his ears. This, did he hear it wrong? My lord, he said that he wanted us to be prepared to receive the Azure Demon Kingdom. No, impossible, it must be my hallucination. The Azure Demon Kingdom was the top kingdom, second only to the Empire. There were as many experts as the clouds in the Empire, and the expert was like rain. Even an ordinary sovereign expert would have to pay a price to destroy the Azure Demon Kingdom. Although the Lord's strength was extraordinary and far from being comparable to a 10 Stars Emperor, in his heart, he was only comparable to Azure Demon Emperor. It was absolutely impossible for him to destroy the Azure Demon Kingdom by himself. Tell your men to prepare to take over the Azure Demon Kingdom. I'm going to the Azure Demon Kingdom now, Yang Fann said once again. Ah, really? It's true, Master really said that he wanted to destroy the Azure Demon Kingdom. I didn't mishear him, I didn't mishear. At this moment, Emperor Xingyu finally believed what Yang Fann said. The next moment, Emperor Xingyu panicked and tried to persuade him, Master, the Azure Demon Kingdom is quite powerful. Azure Demon Emperor is a half-step martial saint who is second only to the supreme experts. Besides, the Azure Demon Kingdom has a long history and has existed for tens of billions of eras. Their foundation is extraordinary. Even a half-step martial saint would suffer a great loss if they recklessly attacked the Azure Demon Kingdom. If they were not careful, they might even die. According to the legends, the Green Devil King was well fortified by Azure Demon Emperor. In the capital of the Green Devil King, Azure Demon Emperor could even fight with the Supreme Being for a short period of time. Currently, they were like grasshoppers on a vine with the Supreme Being. If anything happened to the Supreme Being, what awaited the Star Reign Kingdom would be the destruction of the Empire. Half-step martial saint, no matter, all you need to do is prepare to receive it. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. Even a quasi-2-star like Azure Dragon Sovereign was regarded as an ant by Yang Fann, let alone a half-step martial saint like Azure Demon Emperor. With just a wave of his hand, he could completely suppress Azure Dragon Sovereign. As soon as his voice faded, without waiting for Emperor Xingyu to speak again, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared without a trace. There were some things that were enough to explain once. He wasn't in the mood to explain too much. Whether or not he could seize this opportunity would depend on them. If they didn't believe his words and missed the opportunity, that would also be their problem. He wasn't the nanny of these people. If the human race wanted to be strong, what they truly relied on was themselves. It still needed to be tough when forging metal. If these source of chaos humans failed to live up to their expectations, it would not be a good thing for him to bring them to a higher position with all his effort. It was the source of the disaster. The higher one climbed, the harder one fell. Within the void, does this lord really have the power to destroy the Azure Demon Kingdom? Emperor Xingyu stared blankly at the spot where Yang Fann had just stood. He could tell that Yang Fann's confident look came from the bottom of his heart. There was no falsehood in his expression. That was because he really didn't put Azure Demon Emperor, the half-step martial saint, in his eyes. Gulp gulp. Master, could he really be Great Tao Sovereign? However, Sir is not the slightest bit similar to the legendary 10,000 Arts exalts, profound Yan exalts. What should I do? What should I do? There were some things that once you made a decision, there would be no turning back. Forget it, my Star Reign Kingdom has already suffered the same losses as the Lord. We will honor each other, we will do as the Lord says. Very quickly, a flash of determination flashed across Emperor Xingyu's eyes. Since my lord dared to give such an order, he must have some confidence. If he succeeded, then, Emperor Xingyu's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable heat flashed across his eyes. The territory of the Azure Demon Kingdom was more than 10 times larger than the Star Reign Kingdom. Especially in the past few hundred eras, after the Azure Demon Kingdom had expanded its territory, it had already surpassed the Star Reign Kingdom by 100 times. If they could successfully take down the Azure Demon Kingdom, not only would the Star Reign Kingdom be able to recover the vital energy that they had lost in the previous battle, they would also be able to advance further. Perhaps, he could also use this opportunity to take a look at the secrets of the 10 Stars Emperor. He could even break through to the half-step martial saint like Azure Demon Emperor in terms of talent and potential. Emperor Xingyu admitted that he wasn't much weaker than Azure Demon Emperor. Up until now, he was still a quasi-9 Stars Emperor, and it was just that all the major local powers had to deliberately suppress him. Azure Demon Kingdom, Azure Devil King Star. This was a gigantic star that was not much smaller than the Azure Dragon Emperor Star, and its diameter was close to 8,000 light-years. Its prosperity was not the slightest bit inferior to the Azure Dragon Emperor Star. There were more than 10,000 Emperor expert here. Azure Demon King Star, Azure Demon King City, Azure Devil Emperor Palace. Wang. Azure Demon Emperor's tightly shut eyes opened, and a ferocious light flashed. A terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes, sweeping across the entire Green Devil. Emperor Palace. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Countless guards and maids fell to their knees, trembling violently. Hiss. This. What in the world is going on? Why is His Majesty so furious? Could it be that someone recklessly offended His Majesty? Star Rain Kingdom, Outer Chaos Human Expert. Good. Although the source of chaos was chaotic and the soul's senses were cut off, it didn't seem to be in the outer chaotic world. If they didn't use any special means to seal time and space, they could instantly make their clones feel what had happened to their true selves. However, the source of chaos had its own ways of transmitting information. It was even more developed than the outside world. This was normal. In the outer chaos, there were souls that could sense it. No matter how he developed the secret technique to transmit information, it was impossible for it to be as fast as the soul's sensing ability. How many other powers would specifically focus on researching the arcane art to transmit information? How dare you harm my son? My Cyan Devil clan will not rest until you die. The annihilation of a large army was not a small matter. This loss was enough to shake some of the Azure Demon Kingdoms in the Azure Demon Kingdom. They couldn't even dream of recovering. This was also because of the massive expansion of Azure Demon Kingdom and the increase in their resources. If it was in the past, time would at least double. Even if it was more than 100 billion of Azure Demon Kingdoms, it wouldn't be impossible. Ever since the Azure Demon Kingdom swept across 4 directions starry sky, they had never suffered such a huge loss. Not only was Human Expert going to die in the outer chaos, everyone in the Star Rain Kingdom would die as well. Only by doing so could he comfort the souls of the billions of soldiers in the 3rd Legion. At this moment, you want to fight me to the death? Very well, I'll give you this chance. Tell me, how do you want to fight me to the death? C-2886 Seeking Shortcoming. Azure Demon Kingdom, Green Devil King City, Green Devil Emperor Palace. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded in Azure Demon Emperor's ears. Ah, who is it? Azure Demon Emperor's heart skipped a beat, and his voice trembled slightly. An uneasy feeling swept across his heart. The entire Imperial Palace was covered with layers of divine formations. There were also a large number of Green Devil guards patrolling back and forth. The fact that they were able to enter the Imperial Palace without making a sound and appear beside him showed how terrifying they were. Their strength was at least at the half-step Martial Saint, which was at the same level as Azure Demon Emperor. If he hadn't made a sound just now, he would have launched a sneak attack on him instead. The consequences would have been disastrous. Hiss. An inexplicable chill ran from the soles of Azure Demon Emperor's feet to the top of his head. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Wang. The void twisted and a person appeared out of thin air. Ah, it's you. Azure Demon Emperor's pupils shrunk and revealed a look of disbelief. From the information he had received, this person was at most barely able to squeeze into the half-step Martial Saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time to kill Green Gold Great Sovereign. If it was him, he would have used up half of his time. Could it be that this outer chaos human expert was hiding his true strength? It was likely that this was really the case. He had just stepped into the half-step Martial Saint. It was impossible for him to appear in front of him without anyone noticing. What a human bastard. I have to say, I have underestimated you. However, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Next year, today will be your death anniversary. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of Azure Demon Emperor's mouth. If he had launched a sneak attack just now, it was likely that he would have already been killed by this human bastard. However, he shouldn't have shown himself in front of him in such a blatant manner. This lowly human was courting death. His appearance had given him a chance to prepare himself and never launch a sneak attack again. And this place was the Green Devil Emperor Palace, his lair. In this place, with the solid foundation of Cyan Devil Clan, even if it was a 1-star supreme being, he would be able to fight them for a short period of time. On the other hand, under the suppression of the Azure Demon Kingdom's foundation, this human half-step Martial Saint could only unleash the strength of an 8th-layer warrior. Under such circumstances, this human bastard was going to die for sure. Stupid. How stupid was this human bastard? If you don't want to walk the path of heaven, you'll have to go to hell. Good. Just in case I hire someone to deal with this human bastard. Presumptuous. Yang Fann smiled noncommittally. With his current cultivation base and strength, if he were to deal with an aphid that wasn't even a supreme being, he would have to launch a sneak attack. He might as well find a piece of tofu and smash his head into it, saving himself the trouble of making a fool of himself. What's wrong? Are you questioning my words? Don't worry. Very soon, You will regret not making a move just now. With a ferocious smile, Azure Demon Emperor didn't say anything else. He immediately activated the devil protecting formation of Green Devil Emperor Palace. If he delayed any longer, something would happen. After all, he was a half-step martial saint at the same level as him, not some useless fish belly. His means of saving his life were extraordinary, so he had to suppress him first. Otherwise, if he allowed this lowly human to escape today, there would be endless troubles in the future. If he lost his geographical advantage, he would have a great chance of defeating this lowly human. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill this human completely. Boom boom boom, endless green devil cheese swarmed towards Azure Demon Emperor from all directions like peerless evil dragons. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Azure Demon Emperor's chi skyrocketed, and his strength increased tenfold. 100 times. It was increasing rapidly. Even his 300-meter-tall devil body had grown infinitely. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the palace they were in exploded. It turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was millions of meters tall. Bang! Bang bang! The surrounding space exploded like ordinary glass, countless spatial turbulence killing everything. Poochie poochie, poochie. Many of the palace maids and servants were killed before they could even scream. Ah, it's His Majesty. His Majesty activated the demon guarding formation. What's going on? Around the capital, countless experts looked at the terrifying giant demon that towered into the clouds, terrified to the extreme. Why would he suddenly activate the demon guarding formation all of a sudden? Not good. His Majesty must have encountered a powerful enemy. Very quickly, many people reacted. For no reason, His Majesty would never protect the fiend formation. It was one of the hidden resources of Azure Demon Kingdom. Every time it was opened, a second-level origin dragon vein would be consumed. To Great Dao Sovereign, a second-level origin dragon vein wasn't too precious, but in a kingdom like Azure Demon Kingdom, a second-level origin dragon vein was one of the most precious treasures. Even if he searched the entire Azure Demon Kingdom, he still couldn't find dozens of second-level origin dragon vein. I wonder what the enemy's cultivation base is. Half-step martial saint, or the real Great Dao Sovereign? A trace of gloominess appeared in the hearts of the expert. Those who could make His Majesty treat them so seriously must be at least half-step martial saint. An ordinary 10 stars emperor did not have the qualifications to do so. Of course, the former was fine, but the latter was a threat that could destroy a country. If something went wrong, the Azure Demon Kingdom would be destroyed. May the Great Dao bless us, but don't let it be Great Dao Sovereign. Never Great Dao Sovereign. Azure Demon Profound Evil Formation. Activate. Azure Demon Emperor's voice was like a bronze bell, rolling and boiling, engulfing the entire imperial city. Boom 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 boom. The endless Azure Demon's dark killing intent surged towards Yang Fann like a surging tide. Azure Demon's dark killing intent was a kind of top-grade evil aura of the source of chaos. It was incomparably cold. Anyone below the 10 stars Emperor, even 9 stars Emperor, would be able to sense it. Hong Long. Even a half-step martial saint's combat strength would drop dramatically under the Azure Devil Profound Evil. Ignorant fool, seeing that Yang Fann had no intention of resisting and allowed the Azure Demon Profound Evil to envelop his body, Azure Demon Emperor sneered. His eyes seemed to see the light of victory, and he waved his hand at Yang Fann. Ha ha ha, this human. As expected, he was no ordinary fool. A half-step martial saint was prepared for this, and he was going all out to resist the corrosion of the Green Devil Profound Evil. This Azure Devil Profound Fiend formation of his. At most, it could suppress 3 layers of its power. But now, that human bastard was so arrogant. If he allowed the Azure Demon Abstruse Evil to enter his body, not to mention suppressing the power of the 3rd level, it would be considered not bad if he could unleash the power of the 3rd level. At this moment, Azure Demon Emperor was starting to doubt whether this human bastard had a death wish because he had lived for too long. Otherwise, as long as he was a normal half-step martial saint, he wouldn't have made these low-level mistakes one after another. But very quickly, Azure Demon Emperor threw away the doubts in his heart. Regardless of whether this human was really seeking his own shortcoming or not. He only needed to know that all of this was beneficial to the Azure Demon Kingdom. The next second, Wang. Azure Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "Lowly human aphids, die now, come out." Ching Gui Ya boom, a green blade light flashed, and a huge blade that was over 1,000,000 meters long appeared in Azure Demon Emperor's hand. Vaguely, One could see countless terrifying ghosts roaring ferociously in the blade, causing one's hair to stand on end. Green Ghost Fang, the lifeblood divine artifact that Azure Demon Emperor had carefully crafted, was a top-tier exquisite quasi-Great Dao divine artifact. It only needed one more chance to transform into a true Great Dao divine artifact. Boom 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 boom. With the saber in hand, Azure Demon Emperor's aura increased once again, and it seemed to be comparable to that of a one-star supreme being. Dai Divine Ability, Wrath of the Blue Ghost. C 2887. Destroy the Azure Demon Kingdom. Azure Demon Kingdom, Azure Devil King City. Boom. Azure Demon Emperor looked down at Yang Fann from above and slashed out with his sure-kill blade. Azure Demon Emperor didn't hold back in this strike. He swore that he would kill this half-step martial saint with this strike. He had used his most powerful divine ability, the Fury of Azure Ghost, together with the enhancement of the Guardian Formation and Lifeblood. Divine Artifact Green Ghost Fang, the power of this strike was terrifying. It was as if it possessed the power of a supreme being, and it wasn't any weaker than the full power strike of some one-star supreme beings. Poochie. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was obliterated into nothingness. Human bastard, obediently go to hell for me. Azure Demon Emperor's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with indescribable excitement. This was the first time he had killed a half-step martial saint. A half-step martial saint's family was the foundation of his strength, and it was enough for him to advance a step further. Furthermore, if his Green Ghost Fang wanted to break through to the next level, he would need a top-tier expert soul. As the master of all ghosts, he could command billions of evil spirits in his Green Ghost Fang. Today, he had killed this human bastard, imprisoned his soul, and refined it into the soul of the master of Green Ghost Fang. Perhaps, his Green Ghost Fang would be able to break through to the next level. At that time, his combat strength would increase by more than 10 times. Among the half-step martial saint warriors, apart from those, there was only one other person who could break through to the next level. Besides the old monster with the Great Dao Divine Artifact, no one else would be his match. Even if he were to fight against a one-star supreme, he was confident that he would be able to save his own life. If he was on planet Blue Demon King, with the help of his tribe's foundation, he might even be able to fight against those one-star supreme force without the Great Dao Divine Artifact. He would not be able to barely hold on for a few breaths of time in his hands. At that moment, and this is your strongest technique. Then you can die. Yang Fann's voice was cold and his mouth revealed a hint of ridicule. He didn't put Azure Demon Emperor in his eyes at all. While he was talking, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and casually struck out a palm as if he was slapping a fly. Yang Fann did not use too much strength in this strike. He only used half a layer of power of Chaos God. However, the scariness of his strength was still far greater than the strongest combat strength he had when he fought Azure Dragon Sovereign with all his strength. He didn't hesitate to use the mixed 9 forms. This strength wasn't any weaker than the true 3-star Sovereign. Poochie. Azure Demon Emperor's deadly strike couldn't even get close to Yang Fann's palm before it shattered into pieces. Ah, no. How is this possible? How is this possible? Azure Demon Emperor's pupils contracted, and he was extremely shocked. A half-step martial saint had been corroded by the Azure Demon's profound evil, and his combat strength was not as strong as a third-level half-step martial saint at his peak. How could he have broken his deadly strike so easily? No, 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 half-step martial saint, you are not a half-step martial saint at all. You are a supreme being, you are a true supreme being. Azure Demon Emperor's heart skipped a beat, and he finally reacted. What half-step martial saint? That was just his first impression. The opponent had never admitted that he was a half-step martial saint. No wonder his behavior was so strange. It looked like he was seeking his own death. Now, everything made sense. The other party wasn't stupid. He really had the power to disregard a half-step martial saint like him. Supreme Being, this was the true Great Dao Sovereign. In fact, that terrifying power was even more terrifying than a one-star Supreme Being that he had come into contact with before. Quasi 2-star Sovereign, or even a true 2-star Sovereign might not be able to do so. Arg, please spare my life, Your Majesty. Please spare my life, I am willing to surrender. As long as Your Majesty spare my life, the Cyan Devil clan is willing to pledge allegiance to Your Majesty. We pledge our loyalty to Your Majesty. Half-step martial saint had the chance to live in the hands of a supreme being. However, that is only the most ordinary of one-star exalts, and there is only a tiny bit of hope. In front of a quasi 2-star or even a true 2-star sovereign, even if he had the geographical advantage, he would have no hope of escaping. Ah, Supreme Being, it really is a Supreme Being. Woo woo woo, how could this be? How could this be? It's over, our Azure Demon Kingdom is finished. Collapse in all directions, the hearts of the Azure Demon Kingdom's great sovereigns and expert crumbled. The thing that they didn't want to see the most had still happened. A great Tao sovereign was the strength of their entire nation. They were absolutely no match for him. Not to mention, he defeated their king so easily. This Supreme Being was definitely not an ordinary new Supreme Being. No, I can't die, flee immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, swoosh. In next to no time, many of the Emperor experts' hearts trembled, and they transformed into streams of light that shot into the sky. Each and every one of them hated their parents, and they had given birth to less than 2 legs for them. As for the Emperor who saved them, that was something that they had never thought of. Even His Majesty was suppressed by Qing Song, let alone them, who weren't even half-step Marshal Saint Aphids. Rescue them, that would only be sending them to their deaths for nothing. They were the mainstay of Cyan Devil clan, and they had to wait until they were useful, so that their race could rise in the future. How could they just die here for nothing? Thinking about it, His Majesty could understand their painstaking efforts. You want to leave, be good and stay behind. A cruel smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. He had nothing to say. Even if a group of ants escaped, they wouldn't bring him any trouble. To put it bluntly, he would lend them 100 guts. He wouldn't dare to take revenge on them, but the Star Rain Kingdom and the entire source of chaos human race couldn't. If these great sovereigns of the Cyan Devil clan, the expert, were to seek revenge on the human race, will leave behind a devastating disaster for humanity. In the next second, wang, wang, hum, an invisible force spread out in all directions with Yang Fann as the center. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. All the people of the Cyan Devil clan were turned into ashes wherever they went. One breath later, the huge Azure Demon King Star, apart from Yang Fann, who had purposely stayed behind to devour the 9-10 stars Emperor warriors of the Cyan Devil clan, the rest of the Cyan Devil clan's people, from 9 stars Emperor to the ordinary combat weapons. Not a single one of them was left alive. One had to admit that the Azure Demon Kingdom was indeed an ancient kingdom that had been established for tens of billions of eras. Its foundation was so strong that it was even stronger than the Azure Dragon Empire in the past. If it wasn't for Azure Dragon sovereigns suppressing everything, the Azure Dragon Empire would never be a match for the Azure Demon Kingdom. Ah, this. What exactly is going on? Dead, dead, all dead hiss. This. The other living beings on planet Azure Demon were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their own eyes. How could the people of Cyan Devil clan, who were still fine just a moment ago, suddenly turn into ashes without a sound? This was the Green Devil King Star, the headquarters of Cyan Devil clan. Who had the guts to massacre the Cyan Devil clan on a large scale here? Ah, it's not just our Green Plateau City. The whole King Star, and all the Azure Demons are dead. Great Tao Sovereign. This was Great Tao Sovereign's attack. It's over. The Cyan Devil clan is finished this time. Quick, contact the family immediately. The Azure Demon Kingdom is going to change. Yes, inform the Patriarch immediately. We have to make plans as soon as possible. Star Rain Kingdom, Star Rain Royal City. Emperor Xing Yu was deploying troops and generals while waiting for the Azure Demon Kingdom's intel. The Azure Demon Kingdom had aconite in the royal city of Starry Rain, and so did the Star Rain Kingdom. There were even spies from the Star Rain Kingdom in the city. Buzz. Suddenly, Emperor Xing Yu's pupils shrunk and he inhaled a breath of cold air. Hiss. His Excellency, he really, wrong. We were all wrong. Great Tao Sovereign, Master must be the supreme Great Tao Sovereign. No wonder Sir didn't put the Azure Demon Kingdom in his eyes. In the eyes of His Majesty, the Azure Demon Kingdom is nothing. They are just a group of slightly stronger ants. But this is a big chance for the Star Rain Kingdom. As long as I annex the Azure Demon Kingdom, my breakthrough will be just around the corner. Men, pass on my order. All the armies will set off and send their troops into the Azure Demon Kingdom. 5. The Emperor has ordered the entire army to set off and enter the Azure Demon Kingdom. The Emperor has ordered the entire army to set off and enter the Azure Demon Kingdom. The Emperor has ordered all troops to set off and enter the Azure Demon Kingdom. c. 2888. Sweeping the world, an undercurrent was raging in the Azure Demon Kingdom. The earth-shattering change of the Green Devil King star was spreading across the entire Azure Demon Kingdom at a terrifying speed. It seemed like it was going to sweep across the entire Huangjiu stellar domain. I never thought that Azure Demon Emperor would be gone just like that. This time, the Azure Demon Kingdom is going to change completely. No, my clan has to make plans as soon as possible. The Azure Demon Kingdom is a big piece of meat, my clan has to take a bite of it no matter what. Although Yang Fann had only slaughtered 10 billion Azure demons on the planet, this amount was less than 1/1000th of the total number of Azure demons in the Cyan Devil clan. However, it was a devastating blow to the Cyan Devil clan. In a kingdom, it was never those ordinary combat weapons, generals, kings, and only great sovereign experts that were used to compete. This was the basis of measuring the strength of a kingdom. The Azure Demon King Star was the lair of the Cyan Devil clan, and it was also the #1 holy land for cultivation in the Azure Demon Kingdom. It had a combat strength of 5 stars and above, and the 9th level was on the Azure Demon King Star, especially the 10 stars Emperor. All of them were on the Azure Demon King Star. With this fall, the strength of the Cyan Devil clan could be said to be less than 10%. Not to mention the top kingdoms, even some high-ranked kingdoms were not much stronger than them. Currently, although the Azure Demon Kingdom had yet to be destroyed, it was not much weaker. It was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. All the major powers in the vicinity of the Azure Demon Kingdom would never let go of such a rare opportunity given to them by the heavens. Of course, the Star Rain Kingdom had the biggest harvest. When the other powers finally reacted, the Star Rain Kingdom had already swallowed half of the Azure Demon Kingdom. Furthermore, during this period of time, Emperor Xingyu had ordered his men to reveal their relationship with Yang Fann. They were under the orders of Yang Fann, and they were the ones who occupied the Azure Demon Kingdom. Due to Yang Fann's mighty prestige, some of the surrounding high-ranked kingdoms didn't dare to compete with the Star Rain Kingdom. No kingdom had any doubts about this. No kingdom in this world dared to be so audacious as to act under the banner of Great Tao Sovereign. Of course, all of this was only a matter of the future. It had nothing to do with Yang Fann. After suppressing the planet, Yang Fann did not stay in the Azure Demon Kingdom for too long. Instead, he rushed to his next target without stopping. During these eras, there were more than 1 or 2 powers that bullied the human countries. There were 4 empires in total. Huangjiu Stellar Domain. Up until now, the human race only had the Star Rain Kingdom, which was a high-ranked kingdom. It could be said that these 4 empires played a significant role. If it wasn't for the Star Rain Kingdom, which was far away from the core of the Huangjiu Stellar Domain and thousands of kingdoms away from the 4 empires, the Star Rain Kingdom would have been killed by the 4 empires as well. Yang Fann kept all these debts in his heart. Sooner or later, he would make them pay back double the amount. The Azure Demon Kingdom was just the beginning. The Golden Flame Kingdom. This was a top kingdom in the Huangjiu Stellar Domain. Compared to the Azure Demon Kingdom, the Golden Flame Kingdom was much weaker. It was just an ordinary top kingdom. Without a half-step martial saint like Azure Demon Emperor, there were only 3 10 stars Emperor warriors on the surface. The Golden Flame royal family was the royal family of the Golden Flame Kingdom. The ruler of the Golden Flame King clan. Every member of the Golden Flame King clan was a natural-born flame god. He was born with the ability to control thousands of divine fire. Golden Flame Kingdom, Golden Flame King Star. This was a huge fireball with a diameter of over 5,000 light years. The entire star was filled with terrifying divine fire. Aside from the fairies of the Golden Flame clan on the Golden Flame King Star, almost all the living creatures of the other races had been found. Poochie. Suddenly, outside the Golden Flame King Star, the void distorted. Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. After the Azure Demon Kingdom, this Golden Flame Kingdom was Yang Fann's second target. There were many powers that bullied the human race, but Yang Fann didn't intend to attack those powers below the top kingdom. Instead, he planned to leave them to the Star Rain Kingdom and the other human powers to deal with. He would sweep across the top kingdom, and even the major empires. The strength of the human race would surely soar in a short period of time. These small powers would be his sharpening stones for the various human kingdoms. Buzz. Divine light flashed in his eyes, penetrating through Xu Ming. In an instant, everything that was happening on the Golden Flame King Star was revealed to Yang Fann. There are actually 5 10 stars Emperor. It seems like everyone in the world has underestimated this Golden Flame Kingdom. This strength was considered to be in the upper class in the top kingdom. It could be said that it was second only to Azure Demon Kingdom and other quasi-empires with half-step martial saint guarding it. In the next second, boom! Yang Fann's right arm moved and grew with the wind. It turned into a heaven-sheltering big hand that covered 10,000 light years and covered the entire Golden Flame King Star. The Golden Flame King Star was basically a clan of the Golden Flame clan, and there weren't any outsiders in it. Yang Fann didn't need to carefully control his strength like he did in the Azure Devil King, so as to avoid hurting the people in it. Ah, what is that? No enemy attack, an enemy attack on Uranus. Hiss. Okay, such terrifying power. Quick, activate the star protecting divine formation. Buzz. A burst of fiery light rose from the Golden Flame King Star. At this moment, the Golden Flame King Star seemed to come to life. Boundless fiery light transformed into a terrifying fire god that was thousands of light years tall. Hong Long. A terrifying half-step martial saint pressure radiated from the giant fire god. This was the strongest technique of the Golden Flame royal family. It used the Golden Flame King Star as the source of its power to summon the god of fire. With the endless energy of the Golden Flame King Star as the support, apart from those half-step martial saint warriors who had the great Tao divine artifact, almost no half-step martial saint warrior could be a match for the god of all fire. Break for me. With a roar similar to devil gods, the fire god struck out with his palm. The terrifying golden flames seemed to want to destroy the heavens. Block it, you have to block it. No, how could this be? It's over, our Golden Flame clan is finished, it's over. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, someone save me, save me. Spare me sir, spare me. A few moments later, a fiery red ball about 10 centimeters in diameter appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Vaguely, it seemed to be able to cause tiny flaming figures to wail and beg for mercy within the ball. Heavenly Yi Kingdom. This was the most powerful top kingdom in the Huangjiu stellar domain. Its overall strength was on par with the Azure Demon Kingdom, and it also had a half-step martial saint guarding it. According to the legends, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Yi Kingdom, Great Sovereign Tian Yi, was even stronger than Azure Demon Emperor. He was a peak half-step martial saint expert, and he was only a hair away from Great Tao Sovereign. Heavenly Yi Kingdom, Heavenly Yi King Star. It was a huge star with a diameter of 9,000 light years. Among the billions of stars in Huangjiu stellar domain, there were no more than 200 living stars that could stand above Heavenly Yi King Star. Heavenly Yi King Star, Heavenly Yi King City. Shou Yuan, countless young prodigies of the Heavenly Yi clan, gathered from the various stars of life in the kingdom. This day was the day that the Heavenly Yi clan would hunt for prodigies once every 10,000 eons. The Heavenly Yi clan was famous for their good deeds. Every member of the Heavenly Yi clan was a first-class archer in the world. The prodigy tournament would be held once every 10,000 eras to gather the young generation of the Heavenly Yi clan, the peak heaven's pride evildoer, to fight for the number one archer position amongst the young generation. However, their prey wasn't an ordinary beast, nor was it a true dragon or a phoenix divine beast. Instead, it was the human race and other outer chaos clans. Before the day of the hunt, the Heavenly Yi clan's expert would send a large amount of outer chaos race experts into the beast circle for the various geniuses to hunt and use. At the moment, the young chosen were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, quietly waiting for the beast circle to open. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other. Among these 10,000 beasts, the best one to hunt is none other than that human. That's right, this human has a very weak divine body. He is indeed the easiest to hunt. That's true, most of these humans' strengths are above divine artifacts. Without these assistants, they'll be trash. Sigh, unfortunately, this human's hunting points are a bit low. Compared to other experts of the same level, it's half lower. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out throughout the entire planet. What a treacherous and treacherous Heavenly Yi clan to think that you would dare to use my human race's children as prey. You are courting death. What this voice is. This was the last thought in the minds of the countless Heaven Yi clansmen. Ah, dead. These devils are all dead. Ha ha ha. We are saved, we are saved. Flower life, karma, this is your retribution, ha ha ha. Very quickly, cheers rang out from planet Heavenly Yi. Thank you for saving my life, senior human. I will never forget your great kindness. Next, the Black Yin Kingdom, the royal clan of the Black Yin Kingdom. C-2889. It shook the entire desolate antiquity galaxy. Profound Yin Kingdom. This was an ordinary top kingdom. It was a level stronger than the Golden Flame Kingdom, and there were 6 10 Stars Emperor guarding it. However, compared to Yang Fann, they were just a bunch of ants that could be easily killed. Apart from wasting some time on the journey, everything else was as effortless as blowing off dust. Yang Fann had killed the King of Profound Yin King Star, in one go. Kia Kingdom, Ghost Tang Kingdom, Blue Ghost Kingdom, Holy Spirit Kingdom, Greenwind Kingdom, Heilun Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Yang Fann swept through everything in his path, including Azure Demon, Golden Flame, and Heavenly Yi Kingdom. There were already 13 kingdoms that had been wiped out by Yang Fann. Ferocious, it was truly brutal to the point of making one's hair stand on end. One had to know that this was not an ordinary middle or low-ranked kingdom. It was the top kingdom that was second only to the Empire. Especially the Holy Spirit Kingdom. It was also known as the #1 kingdom in the Huangjiu stellar domain. It was much stronger than the Azure Demon Kingdom and the Heavenly Yi Kingdom. There were 3 half-step martial saint warriors, and the number of 10 Stars Emperor warriors who were below the first grade was even greater than the number of his hands. There were as many as 18 of them, and they were even more powerful than the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. In the end, Half-Step Martial Saint was also an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The only difference was that they were much stronger than ordinary invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With so many invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors in charge, even without Great Tao Sovereign, no ordinary empire would dare to offend the Sacred Spirit Kingdom. At least, Yang Fann had destroyed the Azure Dragon Empire, and wouldn't dare to offend the Sacred Spirit Kingdom. Once upon a time, the Sacred Spirit Kingdom. That was also because of Great Tao Sovereign. He wasn't even an ordinary 1-star Supreme Being. His ancestor, the Holy Spirit Supreme, was a 2-star sovereign. The Sacred Spirit Kingdom at its peak, or to be precise, the Sacred Spirit Empire, was one of the top 15 empires in the Huangjiu stellar domain. 3 half-step martial saint, and the resources left behind by the Holy Spirit Supreme. The Holy Spirit Kingdom was not afraid of a 1-star Supreme. Even a quasi-2-star sovereign like Azure Dragon Sovereign might suffer a great loss in their hands. Unfortunately, they had encountered a monster like Yang Fann. Not to mention the legacy of a 2-star sovereign, even the resurrection of the Saint Spirit wouldn't be able to save them. They didn't even use the first layer of power of Chaos God in their bodies, and the Saint Spirit Kingdom was easily suppressed by Yang Fann. Next up is the Wuxia Kingdom. Yang Fann had an unconcealable smile on his face. In these 100 years, he had earned a lot. A top kingdom was nothing to him. A few 10 Stars Emperor warriors were nothing compared to the current Yang Fann. Not to mention breaking through a major grade, even breaking through a minor realm would be extremely difficult for him. However, when the 13 top kingdom were combined, it was different. Currently, within the chaos within Yang Fann's inner world, there were 8 half-step martial saint warriors, and nearly 100 of them were below the first grade 10 Stars Emperor. There were as many as 93 of them. If all of them were combined together, they wouldn't be any weaker than a newly advanced first grade Supreme. This didn't include the wealth of those kingdoms. Not to mention the treasures. Just the original Dragon Vein alone, Yang Fann had plundered 1,768 of them. Among them, the first grade original Dragon Vein had the most number of them, taking up nearly 1,415 8th layer treasures. The second level Origin Dragon Vein warriors were the second, and there were a total of 344 of them. The third grade original Dragon Vein had the least number of them, and there were only 9 of them. More than half of these third grade original Dragon Vein warriors came from the Holy Spirit Kingdom. It was worthy of being called the 2-star sovereign's inheritance. Its foundation was far stronger than the Azure Demon Kingdoms. Including the 10 Stars Emperor, half-step Martial Saint, and strength of Origin. Even if compared to Azure Dragon Sovereign, the strength of Origin was much stronger. Yang Fann seemed to have seen middle-ranked Chaos God King waving at him. The only flaw was that Yang Fann had yet to find any trace of the source of the Great Tao in the treasure vault of the 13 kingdoms. What? 13 King Stars of Top Kingdom were destroyed by Dark Star? No, it's already 14 of them. Just one day ago, the King Star of Wuxia Kingdom, Rakshasa King Star, was also killed by Dark Star. Hiss. Brutal, truly too savage. 14 Top Kingdom, a total of 14 Top Kingdom. The entire Huangjiu stellar domain was shaken, and the news even spread rapidly to the other 8 great star domain. That was not the king star of a medium-low-ranked kingdom. One should know that there were only 80 top kingdom in the entire Huangjiu stellar domain. In the past, even if there were thousands or trillions of eras, not a single king star of the top kingdom would be destroyed. But now, 120 years. In just a short period of 120 years, 14 top kingdom had encountered disaster. Could this be any more horrifying? In the Huangjiu stellar domain, the remaining 76 top kingdom had caused everyone to feel threatened. Even the number 1 kingdom, the Holy Spirit Kingdom, was suppressed by Relentless. Let alone them. If that dark star really wanted to kill their king, there was only one outcome waiting for them, and that was dark star suppressing wuxia. When did such a evil spirit appear in the human race? Although the human race's Zan Yan and the 10,000 Law Supreme Being would seek revenge every time they entered the source of chaos, they weren't as crazy as that evil spirit, who had destroyed 14 top kingdom in a row. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Zan Yan was one of the 2 supreme beings of the human race, and although he would seek revenge every time he entered the source of chaos, he wasn't as crazy as that evil spirit. Destroying 14 top kingdom in a row was something that had never happened before. The 10,000 Law Supreme Being and the others. At most, they would destroy 1 or 2 top kingdom. That was the same for most of the external chaos. If a large-scale massacre really caused public outrage, the consequences would be that none of the major ancestor would be able to bear it. Of course, the thing that terrified them the most was the top kingdom that had oppressed and destroyed human kingdoms. It wasn't like there weren't any top kingdom in those 14 top kingdom, but Dark Star had never offended them. Obviously, that Dark Star didn't kill for no reason. He just wanted to avenge the humans and avenge them. No, my race has destroyed several human kingdoms in a row. That Dark Star will never let my race go. We can't stay in King Star any longer. We have to relocate immediately. Motherfucker, why is there such a madman in the human race? Look at that profound Yan Supreme Being, myriad Law Supreme Being. We are all humans, but why is the gap between us so great? Is it worth it for those human aphids? We can't afford to offend them, and we can't even hide from them. The great chaos tribulation can only produce 1 billion eras at most. If we just endure it, it will be fine. One by one, the royal families of top kingdom made up their minds and withdrew their own king stars. Although the king stars of a kingdom were important, they were nothing compared to the inheritance of their race. Once they lost these top-grade experts, even if their race wasn't completely destroyed in Time-Long River, they would still be reduced to a lowly low-grade race. They would be bullied and even enslaved by other high-grade races. Not only the top-grade royal families, even those high-grade and intermediate royal families who bullied humans chose to temporarily move away from King Star. Up until now, Dark Star had never caused any trouble for these high-rank and intermediate royal families, but no one could guarantee that Dark Star would never cause any trouble for them. For instead of regretting it at that time, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Around a few 100 million eras. Which of these kingdoms didn't have a legacy of 10 billion? 100 billion eras. This amount of time was nothing. The Silver Abyss Kingdom was a top kingdom. Just like the Azure Demon Kingdom and the Heavenly Yi Kingdom, they had also been suppressing the human race in these eras. The human kingdom that had been destroyed by their Silver Abyss Kingdom. There were quite a few of them, and there were a total of 16 of them. Silver Abyss Kingdom, Silver Abyss King Star. Poochie. The void was torn apart like a curtain, and Yang Fann took a step out from within. Very quickly, Yang Fann frowned. Bitch it, he ran away again. This was the 6th time. It seemed like all the top kingdom were prepared for this. Right now, I'm afraid that only the 4 great empires are obediently staying in their Emperor Star. Next, should I attack the 4 great empires or should I first digest what I have obtained? C2890. We still have our ancestors' Silver Abyss Kingdom, Silver Abyss King Star. Yang Fann frowned. Sure enough, what he was worried about still happened. This was not the first time he had missed. There were 6 of them, and 6 of them were from the top kingdom King Star. Except for the expert of the other races, he could not find a single person from the royal families. Obviously, before he arrived, the entire clan had already evacuated King Stars. It wasn't just these 6 great King Stars. The remaining 11 were probably the same scene. Seeking luck and avoiding disaster was the natural instinct of the intelligent life. Knowing that staying behind would only lead to certain death, Who would be so foolish as to stay where they were and wait for death? The source of chaos was vast and boundless. In addition to the chaotic secrets of the heavens, a group of 10 Stars Emperor and even half-step Martial Saint were hiding wholeheartedly. Not to mention him, even a 5-star Supreme Expert would find it extremely difficult to find them. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. What a lucky bunch. Yang Fann gritted his teeth. Even though he knew this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to come so soon. The fat meat that was about to fall into their mouths was gone just like that. If he had known this would happen, he would have used up his vital energy and mixed 9 forms to travel. As long as he didn't use the last 3 transformations, the first 6 transformations wouldn't consume too much of his origin energy. At that time, he would be able to take down at least a few more top kingdom. Mistake, what a miscalculation. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, it would be useless to think too much. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann no longer thought too much about it. No matter how vast his divine ability was, he could only control some of the spatial zones in medium-sized Chaos Circle and influence Chaos God King. It was absolutely impossible to reverse the spatial zone of a quasi-supreme expert or even a half-step Martial Saint. If he really dared to do so, what awaited him would be the end. There was only one outcome, and that was the backlash from the time-long river, causing the internal chaos to collapse. The best outcome would be to leave behind a single breath of air, and all the hard work of millions of eras would be wasted. The next second, a hint of hesitation appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. Should he cultivate on the spot and refine the resources in his hands first, then attack the 4 empires? Or should he just attack the 4 empires? Those top kingdom would be afraid of him. They would move away from King Star and hide their whereabouts, but it was absolutely impossible for those 4 empires to do so. During this period of time, the most he could do was to fight 3 Stars Sovereign, and not scare those 4 empires. The Dragon Abyss, the Soul-Devouring Empire, the Heavenly Pork, and the Hornless Dragon Snake Empire. Their rankings were all higher than Azure Dragon Sovereigns. All of them were at the 2 Stars Sovereign, especially the strongest Dragon Abyss Empire, which was ranked 5th among the 17 empires in Huangjiu's stellar domain. It was said that Founding Emperor, the supreme ruler of Dragon Abyss, had broken through to the 4 Stars Sovereign with a single step. In the Dragon Abyss Imperial Star, even a 4 Stars Sovereign might not be a match for him, and his combat strength was comparable to a 5-star Supreme. Time passed, one breath at a time. Half an incense stick of time later. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a divine light. He had made up his mind. He would temporarily give up on the idea of going into seclusion. He would take down an empire first. He had suppressed 14 top kingdom in a row. The resources in his hands were indeed a lot. There were more than 110 Stars Emperor warriors, and there were a total of 101 of them. However, Yang Fann wasn't very confident that he could break through to the 10 Stars Emperor in one fell swoop. Azure Dragon Sovereign's remaining half of the strength of origin had only allowed him to break through 1.5 minor realm. Now that he had all the resources in his hands, he could at most break through to the peak of low-ranked Chaos God King early stage, which was his limit. The breakthrough of a minor realm did not have much of an effect on his strength. It would not change the overall situation. 4 great empires, which empire should I start with? A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The Dragon Abyss Empire was the first to be excluded by Yang Fann, just the Dragon Abyss Great Sovereign alone. Adding the other Great Dao Sovereign, it was enough for him to drink a pot of wine. It was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. Even if he won, the Dragon Abyss Great Sovereign wanted to leave. It was also very difficult for him to keep them here. 8 to 9 out of 10, it would be a waste of effort. Empire of Tianliang was no good either. This Empire of Tianliang was ranked 8th among the 17 empires of Huangjiu's stellar domain. Although it was not as good as the Dragon Abyss Empire, it was not too far off. Radix Remenii was also a 3-star sovereign. With his strength, it was easy for him to defeat Radix Remenii and the others. However, if he wanted to make them stay, his hope wouldn't exceed 1 level. Only the Soul-Devouring Empire and the Serpent Dragon were left. The strength of the 2 empires were similar. One of them was 12, while the other 13 were 12. The strongest experts, the Soul-Devouring Supreme Being and the Serpent Supreme Being, were both at the 2-star sovereign. Apart from that, each of the 2 empires had 2 1-star exalts. The reason why the soul-devouring empire was ranked above the Serpent Empire was because its inheritance had been passed down for a longer period of time, and its foundation was stronger. He would first start with the Hornless Dragon Empire. Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he made up his mind. It wasn't that he wanted to pick the weak ones. There was basically no difference in strength between the two of them. It was merely because the Serpent Dragon Kingdom was a step closer to him. He had to first destroy the soul-devouring empire, then destroy the Fish Dragon Empire. He still had a long way to go. In any case, these two empires, he wasn't going to let any of them go. It was the same for whoever was first and who was later. Dragon Snake Empire, Hornless Snake Emperor Star. This was a huge star with a diameter of over 13,000 light-years. As expected of an ancient empire that had existed for over 300,000 eras. The prosperity of Hornless Snake Emperor Star was far from what the Azure Dragon Emperor Star could compare with. There were more than 100,000 great sovereigns and close to 200,000 great sovereigns here. Including the great sovereigns, experts that came and went, there were at most 300,000 great sovereigns gathered here. It was not as if there were none here. Terrifying over 300,000 martial monarchs. Even if all the quasi-sovereigns under the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were to combine, there wouldn't be that many. It had to be said that the gap between the outer chaotic world and the source of chaos below the supreme level was not ordinary. If not for the fact that the various major powers of the source of chaos did not think highly of the outer chaos, most of the outer chaos would have already fallen into their hands due to that bit of resources. Hornless Snake Emperor Star, 10,000 light-years away. Wang. A ripple appeared on the void, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. One breath later, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. What a good Hornless Snake Emperor Star. It was indeed not something those kingdoms and king stars could compare with. In this Hornless Snake Emperor Star, besides the 3 supreme beings, there were also 5 first-grade half-step martial saint warriors. There were more than 30 10 Stars Emperor warriors and 32 of them. In comparison, the name of the Azure Dragon Empire's empire was not worthy of its name. Everything depended on Azure Dragon Sovereign. Once Azure Dragon Sovereign fell, he would immediately fall apart. If it was any other empire, even if the supreme beings fell, they would still be able to preserve more than half of the territory, and not dismember it into dozens of kingdoms. The Sacred Spirit Kingdom was a great example. That year, the Saint Spirit Supreme, there was another 1-star Spirit Crane Supreme who had suddenly fallen. The Holy Spirit Kingdom had still managed to preserve more than half of the planet's life by relying on the Empire's resources. Good. If they suppressed the Serpent Dragon Empire, these resources would be sufficient to advance to middle-ranked Chaos God King, or even to the extent of a first glimpse high-level Chaos God King. 2 stars Sovereign, the vastness of the strength of origin, it was far from what a 1-star Supreme Being could compare with. It was more than 100 times stronger. Holy Spirit Tower. Seal the time and space. Boom. A divine light rose from Yang Fann's body and turned into a huge silver divine tower. It shone brightly and illuminated the entire starry sky. The holy aura of civilization radiated out from the silver divine tower. Vaguely, one could see holy spirits worshipping and praying sincerely. The Holy Spirit Tower, the great Tao divine artifact inherited from the Holy Spirit Empire. It was also Yang Fann's greatest harvest in the past 100 years. Its grade was extremely high. It was much higher than the Azure Dragon Divine Spear that he had obtained from Azure Dragon Sovereign. Furthermore, it was the spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact that Yang Fann lacked the most. The main reason why Yang Fann dared to go to the Serpent Dragon Empire so boldly was because he had obtained the spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact from the Sacred Spirit Tower. Although Yang Fann was only at the initial stage of refining the Holy Spirit Tower due to the time limit, he was still able to unleash the power of 1 or 2 levels of the tower. Even so, it would still take a few breaths of time for an ordinary 2-star sovereign to break the seal of the tower. Ah, the Holy Spirit Tower. This is the legacy treasure of the Holy Spirit Kingdom, the Holy Spirit Tower. Not good. It's that supreme sovereign. Woo. What should we do? What should we do? It's over, we're finished. That supreme sovereign is said to be at least a 2-star sovereign, perhaps even 3-star sovereign. Panic. Endless panic spread across the Hornless Snake Emperor Star. Countless experts were burning with anxiety. The Holy Spirit Tower was the inherited divine weapon of the Holy Spirit Kingdom, and it was clan-suppressing treasure of the Holy Spirit Kingdom. With the destruction of the Holy Spirit King Star, it was obvious who the Holy Spirit Tower had fallen into. It could suppress it. The royal family of the Holy Spirit Kingdom, which was protected by the Holy Spirit Tower, was not something that a one-star supreme expert could possess. Even quasi-2-star sovereign wouldn't be able to do so. What are you panicking for? Calm down with the presence of the old ancestor. What are we afraid of? Even if that dark star is really 3-star sovereign, he won't be able to do anything to us. Right, we still have the old ancestor, 2C2891 Use your lives to atone for your sins. Hornless Dragon Empire, Hornless Snake Emperor Star. Who? The hearts of countless Hornless Dragon Emperor clan members relaxed. That was right, our Horned Serpent Emperor clan is different from those small kingdoms. The strongest among us is not even at the half-step martial saint. We still have our old ancestor and old ancestor. The old ancestor's divine ability is unrivaled. He will definitely be able to defeat that human abyss devil. Even if that human devil is 3 stars sovereign, he will never be a match for the old ancestor. This was the lair of their Horned Serpent Emperor clan. Under the painstaking management of tens of billions of eras, the entire Hornless Snake Emperor Star had long been fortified by them. With the old ancestor's 2 stars sovereign cultivation base and the geographical advantage, it was enough for him to fight 3 stars sovereign. Moreover, they still had the Horned Dragon Plain, the Horned Dragon Plain, and the Jiao Dragon Plain. The old ancestor Li and the other old ancestor had gathered the 3 supreme force. In this battle, the one who would win would definitely be their Horned Snake Emperor clan. Right at this moment, boom boom boom, a terrifying pressure that made even a half-step martial saint like Azure Demon Emperor tremble rose from the center of the Hornless Snake Emperor Star. It swept across the entire Hornless Snake Emperor Star. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor and the others are here. The old ancestor and the others are here. HMPH Supreme Sovereign. My Hornless Snake Emperor Star is not a place for you to behave atrociously. In an instant, the morale of the trillions of Kai Shi clansmen in Hornless Snake Emperor Star was greatly shaken. Their old ancestor was invincible. No matter how strong Supreme Sovereign was, he would have to bow down in front of their old ancestor. Hornless Snake Emperor Star, outside the starry sky. Poochie. The space was torn apart like a curtain. In the next second, 3 terrifying ferocious gods appeared 1 light year away from Yang Fann. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a snake-scale battle robe. He looked like he was in his 40s, and his skin was extremely pale. There was no trace of blood at all, as if there had been no light for countless years. However, his facial expression was extremely proud and arrogant. It was as if there were billions of stars in the universal world. It was as if nothing could be taken seriously. It was high and mighty, wild and unruly. Kai. Streams of ghostly green light radiated out from the pores of his body as the center. It was as if it wanted to dye the entire starry sky into a world of green light. The 2 people behind him looked at Yang Fann with a serious expression. Their eyes revealed a deep fear, and a terrifying chill that could freeze one's soul continuously radiated out from their bodies, freezing the 4-direction starry sky. These 3 people were none other than the pillar of support of the Horned Serpent Emperor clan, the Serpent Dragon, and the Flame Dragon 3 Sovereign. This day has finally come. The Kai Snake Supreme King took a deep look at Yang Fann and sighed in his heart. After knowing that Yang Fann had destroyed 14 of the top kingdom's king stars, he knew that sooner or later, this Supreme Sovereign would find their Kai Snake Emperor clan. The one who suppressed the human race in the past. The main reason was that the 4 empires, Azure Demon Kingdom, Sacred Spirit Kingdom, and the Heavenly Yi Kingdom could only be considered as accomplices. They would only be able to pick up some benefits from the back of the 4 empires. Otherwise, with the strength of the human race, just based on the strength of those top kingdom, there was no way that the human race would suffer such a huge loss. The human race at its peak. Although their strength had fallen drastically because of the loss of the profound Yan Supreme, Myriad Law Supreme, and the other Outer Chaos experts, the number of 10 Stars Emperor warriors was still not small. There was even a half-step martial saint warrior in charge. It was the 4 empires that had launched their powerful attack, killing all the 10 Stars Emperor warriors in Huangjiu Stellar Domain and that half-step martial saint warrior that had caused the human army to fall to their current state. A mere half-step 9 Stars Emperor was actually the strongest human warrior. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. However, they had never thought that this day would come so quickly. This Supreme Sovereign was really impatient. It had only been a few years and he couldn't wait to find him. Who? Taking a deep breath, the Kai Snake Supreme Being said, "Your Excellency, it is better to get rid of enemies than to form one. My Kai Snake clan has no intention of making you our enemy. In this way, my Kai Shi clan is willing to release all human slaves and compensate the human race for certain losses, and let this matter be resolved. I wonder what your opinion is." The voice of the Kai Snake Supreme sounded a little humble. It was better for a 2-star sovereign, or even 3-star sovereign, who was at the same level as him, to not fall out with him. It was better not to fall out with him, otherwise, they would really start a war. In the end, the one who suffered the most was their Kai Shi Emperor clan. This supreme sovereign, he was a loner, he had nothing to worry about. As for those human aphids, the supreme serpent dragon didn't think that they could be a hindrance to supreme sovereign. In the eyes of those outer chaos experts, the status of these people was limited. On the other hand, their Kai Shi imperial clan was extremely wealthy. This supreme sovereign was determined to take revenge on their horned snake emperor clan. At that time, apart from the Emperor Star, there would probably be no other safe place in the entire Serpent Empire. Unless they could settle this matter once and for all and leave this supreme sovereign here. But was this possible? It was easy to defeat an expert of the same level with the advantage of the terrain, but the possibility of completely leaving it behind would not exceed 1 level. The opponent was not a fool. Even though he knew that he was no match for him, he still refused to back down. Besides, this supreme sovereign was not necessarily a 2-star sovereign like him. It could be said that he was 3-star sovereign, who was 1 level higher than him. Whether he could win or not was still unknown, so there was no need to talk about suppressing him. What a good way to let this matter go. The suffering that my human race has suffered during these eras, is it something that can be compensated for with just a little bit of compensation? Yang Fann sneered. What kind of joke was this? There was no way they could reconcile with each other. If this was the case, how could he deal with their race and break through to the middle-ranked Chaos God King realm? There was only one fate for this race, and that was to obediently become the food for his growth, contributing a tiny amount of strength to his advancement to middle-ranked Chaos God King. "Sir, what are you going to do?" Zero the Supreme Being frowned, and a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. He had already chosen to lower his head, so what was he going to do? Did he really think that the Kai Serpent Exalt didn't have a temper? But when he thought of the trillions of clansmen of his Kai Serpent clan, the Kai Serpent Exalt still suppressed the rage in his heart. He couldn't possibly ignore the life and death of his clansmen, or withdraw his clansmen back to Hornless Snake Emperor Star. If he really did that, the huge empire, would they still want it? In this world, there was never a lack of people who would take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. You can only use your lives to make up for all of this. Yang Fann's voice was cold and indifferent, and there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. What? The Kai Shi Supreme Being's eyes widened, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. Using their lives to compensate for those lowly humans. Could it be that Supreme Sovereign has gone mad? He knew what he was saying. They were supreme beings, supreme existences. Even if all the humans in the 9 great star domain were to join forces, they wouldn't be as precious as a single finger of theirs. They actually wanted them to pay with their lives for those ants. What kind of joke was this? In the next second? Rumble. The Kai Shi Supreme Being could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. It was as if billions of volcanoes had erupted in his heart, devouring his rationality. The Kai Shi Supreme Being's expression instantly turned cold. Your Excellency, don't treat my concession as my weakness. My Kai Shi clan isn't easy to bully either. Although he was afraid of Yang Fann, he was only afraid of him, not afraid. If a battle really broke out, it wasn't certain who would win or lose. Sir, this noble one will ask you one last time. Are you willing to understand this karma with my clan? The Kai Snake Supreme Being's voice was filled with impatience. If this Supreme Sovereign forced him again and again, then there was only one way left. HMPH, their Kai Snake clan isn't someone to be trifled with. Not to mention 3-star sovereign, even 4-star sovereign warriors would have to pay a heavy price to take their race's life. If you want to settle the karma, then use your lives to redeem the sins you have committed in these eras. Yang Fann's voice was resolute, without any room for negotiation. Good sir. I swear that you will regret your words. C. 2892. Suppress the Hornless Dragon Snake Supreme. Hornless Snake Emperor Star. The Dragon Snake Supreme said 3 good words. The raging anger in his heart had completely destroyed his patience. Boom! An ice-cold killing intent burst out from the body of the hornless dragon snake supreme being like a flood. This supreme sovereign was truly shameless. Did he really think that his true self was afraid of him? He even wanted our race to be buried along with those human aphids. This was the biggest joke in the world. Who does he think he is? That supreme 5-star supreme being. Today, he would definitely make this fellow pay for what he had just said. Myriad snake origin returning formation, rise rumble. Rumble. The winds and clouds surged. Terrifying pressure that was on par with a 1-star supreme expert rose from within the hornless snake emperor star. Horrifying giant snakes that were more than 100 light years long tore through the void and surged towards the hornless dragon snake supreme. Not more, not less. In total, there were 10,000 of them. Every giant snake surged into the horned snake supreme being's body, and his strength doubled. When the 10,000 giant snakes entered his body, it directly increased the Kai snake supreme being's strength by 10,000 times. It almost surpassed a great star level, and had the power to fight against a 3-star supreme force. In the blink of an eye, the Serpent King turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was over 10,000 light years tall. It was like a small hornless snake emperor star. It blotted out the sun and looked down upon everything terrifying. This was the foundation of the ancient empire that had existed for tens of billions of eras. It was far from what the Azure Demon Kingdom and the other top kingdom could compare with. Poochie poochie, poochie. A terrifying pressure covered the heavens and covered the earth as it radiated out from the body of the hornless dragon snake supreme being. In all directions, countless starry skies shattered into pieces. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a lone boat in the turbulent flow of time and space. It was unknown when he would be completely annihilated in the turbulent flow of time. Come out, my treasure Sue. Another streak of green light streaked across the starry sky. In the hands of the Kai Shi supreme being, another green beam of light shot through the starry sky, and in the hands of the Kai Shi supreme being, a jade-green spear that was tens of thousands of light years tall radiated. A strange green light, it was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, causing one's hair to stand on end. Boom! With a spear in hand, the fish dragon snake supreme being shot out. The aura around him was overwhelming like a cosmic storm. It rose again and increased exponentially. The horned dragon snake spear was refined from the dragon body of a half-step martial saint horned dragon king after it was killed by the supreme dragon king of the horned dragon clan. It was refined from the blood of tens of thousands of horned dragon kings. After being painstakingly refined by the horned dragon king for 1 trillion eras, the grade of the horned dragon snake spear was extremely high. It was even a bit stronger than the saint spirit bead. It was also a 2-star sovereign lifeblood divine artifact. But unfortunately, when the Saint Spirit Supreme fell back then, the Saint Spirit bead was seriously damaged. Even though the Saint Spirit King clan had used up countless resources during these past 5 trillion eras, and they didn't even hesitate to use the blood of their king clans to obtain the sacrificial offering Saint Spirit bead, up until now, they had barely managed to recover most of their energy. Bitched human aphids, pay the price for your words. The Kai Snake Supreme Lord grinned hideously. The horned dragon snake spear in his hand tore through the starry sky and pierced towards Yang Fann. Rumble. The supreme dragon serpent didn't hold back at all. It used its most powerful divine ability, the horned dragon snake's kiss. It thrust out with its terrifying strength. Even 3-star sovereign could be considered an outstanding genius. It was as if it could pierce through the entire starry sky in an instant. Good SS's. This is the strongest attack of the old ancestor. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Kai Li and the 2 1-star supreme beings of the horned plains were behind them. They all sucked in a cold breath of air. This strike was so terrifying. It made them feel a deep aura of death. If it was them, there was no way they could resist the spear. Even if they used all their trump cards. If they used the forbidden divine ability, their outcome would be miserable. It wouldn't be any better if he didn't die immediately. HMPH human race lowlife. The old ancestor had good intentions and wanted to understand karma with you. If you don't appreciate it, then just obediently die under this spear. Even if Supreme Sovereign was hiding something, 3-star Sovereign wouldn't feel good about it. If he was only a 2-star Sovereign, perhaps he would have to die here today. Unknowingly, the hearts of the 2 supreme beings began to burn. If they could kill a 2-star Sovereign, it would be enough to increase the strength of their race. It wouldn't be impossible for them to gain another 1-star supreme expert. At that time, their ranking would definitely surpass the soul-devouring empire, and they might even be able to enter the top 10 in one go. Currently, the ancient alligator empire, which was ranked 10th, only had one more one-star supreme expert than their empire. In the blink of an eye, puny tricks break for me. Yang Fann sneered and the azure dragon divine spear appeared in his hand. Without showing any signs of weakness, he thrust his spear at the horned snake supreme being. Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this strike. He unleashed all of his strength. Not only that, but he also used the forbidden divine ability, the ultimate transformation of the mixed 9 forms. Yang Fann was confident that it wouldn't be any weaker than some 5-star supreme beings. This was Yang Fann's strongest spear strike. It was powerful enough to severely injure or even suppress the Kai Shi supreme being. The longer he dragged on, the harder it would be for him to suppress the Kai Shi supreme being once he broke through the seal of the sacred spirit tower. Bang! Spear and spear collided, and terrifying power seemed to be on the verge of exploding the entire starry river. Boom boom boom! Countless mushroom clouds rose up from the starry sky. Fortunately, the hornless snake emperor star had already opened the guardian formation. A layer of dark green barrier protected the entire hornless snake emperor star, blocking the impact of the energy tide. Otherwise, the violent energy would be enough to destroy the entire hornless snake emperor star. Ah, no! With a mournful wail, the hands of the Kai Shi supreme being exploded, and the horned dragon snake spear flew out of his hands, sending him flying for who knows how many light years. Both of his eyes were staring at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a madman. 4-star sovereign! This human was actually a 4-star sovereign. This was one thing, but even though he had the upper hand, he still had the upper hand. Yet, he didn't hesitate to use the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his strength. 3. What kind of enmity is there between us, and what kind of hatred is there between us? It's just a bunch of human aphids. If they die, then so be it. What's the big deal? One had to know that the human race didn't lack humans the most. For such a group of ants to risk their lives, is this something a normal person would do? Yang Fann sneered. The azure dragon divine spear in his hand did not stop at all as he continued to stab towards the horned snake supreme. The mixed 9 forms had paid a heavy price. In less than an instant, it had become a 10 stars emperor. But so what? As long as he could take down this 2-star sovereign, everything would be worth it. A 2-star sovereign was worth more than 12,000 10 stars emperor. No, this bastard, he really wants to kill me. The Kai snake supreme panicked. He wanted to avoid the attack temporarily, but the Holy Spirit Tower had already sealed the 4-direction space. Even with his current strength, it would take him an instant to break the seal of the Holy Spirit Tower. Compared to the ordinary people, it would take him an instant to do so. An instant was nothing. However, to Great Tao Sovereign, an instant was more than enough to send out thousands of spears. Roar! Bastard, you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. 100 reincarnations, return to me. Boom! Instantly, the pressure around the Kai Shi exalt increased by several dozen to 100 times once more. 100 World Wheel. The art of reincarnation, a secret technique of the Great Tao cultivated by the Kai Shi Supreme Being. It allowed one to reincarnate for 100 lifetimes and absorb the cultivation base of 100 lifetimes. In the end, with its supreme power, it broke through the bottleneck in one go and advanced to 3-star sovereign. Up until now, he had already reincarnated for 97 lifetimes, and he was only 3 lifetimes away from completing his karma. But today, the painstaking cultivation of 10 trillion eras had been destroyed. Moreover, once the eternal reincarnation art was broken, there was no chance of success. This had completely cut off his path of advancement to 3-star sovereign. This grudge, this hatred, this was an irreconcilable hatred. Roar! Block for this sovereign, horned snake's kiss. Bang! When the spear and spear collided, the outcome did not change at all. The arms of the Kai Shi Supreme Being, which had just been reborn, exploded once again. 100 reincarnation technique, 100 lifetimes success. When the cultivation base of the 100 cycles of reincarnation merged with his body, his strength directly soared by more than 10,000 times, and it was a terrifying amplification. Compared to the 10,000 snake origin formation, it was even more powerful. But just a cultivation base of a mere 97 lifetimes, it was completely the same as the heavens. His cultivation base, which had risen by 10,000 times, was slightly inferior to his cultivation base, which was 100 times stronger, let alone 10,000 times stronger. This strike was just barely enough to step into the 4-star sovereign. It was more than 100,000 times weaker than Yang Fann's spear, which was comparable to a 5-star supreme. Ah, no, this noble one is unwilling, this noble one is unwilling. This noble one curses you, I curse you to die a horrible death. C2893 Human, do you think my clan is easy to bully? Silence. The huge hornless snake Emperor Star was terrifyingly silent for a moment. No. How could this be? The old ancestor. No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, this isn't true. It definitely isn't real illusion, it must be my illusion. From the top to the top, it was the two great exalts of Wyvern and Wyvern, and from the bottom to the bottom, it was the Wyvern. The ordinary clansmen of the Snake Emperor clan all widened their eyes, not daring to believe their own eyes. Old ancestor, that was a 2-star sovereign. With the help of their Dragon Snake Emperor clan's foundation, even 3-star sovereign might not be his match. How could such a supreme expert possibly lose? In just a short period of time, he was crushed and suppressed like dried weeds. Impossible, this was impossible. Even the legendary supreme 5-star supreme being might not have such terrifying might. Although the human race was powerful, they had never heard of a 5-star supreme being from the human race. Not even a single 4-star sovereign human could be found. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's gaze shifted and landed on the two supreme beings of Hornless Dragon Realm and Hornless Dragon Realm. His pupils revealed indescribable greed and burning desire. A single dragon snake supreme being was not enough to satisfy him. 3 sovereign of the Hornless Dragon race, he was not going to let any of them go. You too, come here as well. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh. Rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and thrust his palm at Kai Li. The two supreme beings of the Hornless Dragon plains pressed down on him. Although he didn't use the Azure Dragon Divine Spear, with the help of the mixed 9 forms' ultimate transformation, this strike was terrifying. It had far exceeded the limit of a 4-star sovereign, and it was almost as powerful as a full force strike from a 5-star supreme being. Kai Li, the two supreme beings of the Hornless Dragon plains, weren't the supreme beings of the Hornless Dragon Snake. They were just ordinary 1-star supreme beings. Not to mention comparing them to the supreme beings of the Hornless Dragon Snake, even compared to the quasi 2-star sovereign, Azure Dragon Sovereign, there was still a considerable gap between them. In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped Kai Li. The souls of the two supreme beings of the Hornless Dragon plains finally reacted. Ah, no, it's true, everything is true. The old ancestor, he was really. Ah, poof. The Bell of Origin Snake, block it for this sovereign great Tao divine ability, profound prison 9 transformations. No, spare my life. Please spare us, your majesty. Please spare us. Ah, no. Old ancestor Kai Li, ancestor Kai Yuan, all the half-step martial saint and 10 stars emperor warriors from the Hornless Snake Emperor. Star let out heart-wrenching wails. At this moment, they finally believed in the cruel reality. Not only their old ancestor, the Hornless Dragon Snake, but also the other 2 old ancestors, the Hornless Dragon Snake and the Hornless Dragon Yuan. Woo. It's over, our race is finished. I don't want to die, spare me, spare my life, your majesty. I have never bullied anyone before. All of this has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me, your majesty, I have never enslaved a single human in my life. The Hornless Snake Emperor Star was filled with grief and despair. From the half-step martial saint to the ordinary members of the Kai Li Imperial clan, their minds had completely collapsed. Even the 3 supreme ancestors had been suppressed by Relentless. How could they, these ants, fight that evil spirit? They were dead for sure, they were really dead this time. Endless regret engulfed their hearts. There were many forsaken tribes outside the primal chaos. It wasn't just the human race. Why did they have to make things difficult for the human race? Now, the tens of billions of emperor clans, inheritances were all destroyed. Woo. If time could be reversed, they swore that no matter what, they would not bully the human race and slave the human race. Next, the Hornless Snake Emperor Star is the only place left. Rumble. Yang Fann struck out with his palm. The heaven-sheltering big hand enveloped the entire Hornless Snake Emperor Star. Buzz. The Hornless Snake Emperor Star, with a diameter of more than 13,000 light-years, shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. 13,000 light-years, 12,000 light-years, 10,000 light-years, 7,000 light-years, 3,000 light-years, 1,000 light-years, 500 light-years, 100 light years. 15 minutes later, a small ball about 13 centimeters in diameter appeared in Yang Fann's hand, but the hornless snake emperor star with a diameter of 13,000 light years disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a huge vortex of stars, as if there was no hornless snake emperor star at all. Next, the soul-devouring empire. The soul-devouring emperor star. Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and with a single step, he tore through space. This time, Yang Fann used the power of the sixth transformation to travel, increasing his speed by 2,100 times. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He had to rush to the soul-devouring emperor star before the soul-devouring empire received the news that hornless snake emperor star had been suppressed. Otherwise, if the soul-devouring sovereign found out that he was suppressing the Kai-Shi sovereign, he would most likely choose to run away with his tail between his legs. He would bring the members of the soul-devouring clan and even the soul-devouring emperor star. The Kai-Shi sovereign was a two-star sovereign like him, and the rankings of the two empires were very close. It could be said that the two of them were old rivals. He was very clear about the means of the Kai-Shi sovereign. His strength was definitely not any weaker than his. Presently, the Kai-Shi exalt was suppressed by Wu Qing. In other words, if it was him, his outcome wouldn't be any better. It wasn't like he was a greenhorn. Even though the face of their Kai Serpent Empire was important, it still depended on when. To put himself in a desperate situation just for a bit of the face of the empire, the soul-devouring exalt wasn't that stupid. 10 days later, the soul-devouring emperor star. 10,000 light years away. Buzz. The void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure suddenly appeared. Phew. Soon, Yang Fann let out a long breath. The soul-devouring emperor star seemed normal, and nothing unusual could be found. At a glance, one could see the cold aura of the soul-devouring emperor clan members everywhere, as if a black hole in the universe could devour everything. It seemed that the news of hornless snake emperor star's destruction hadn't spread to the soul-devouring emperor star yet. What a great soul-devouring empire! It wasn't without reason that it was ranked above hornless dragon empire. Sovereign expert did not have much of an advantage. He was also a 2-star sovereign and 2 1-star exalts. However, in terms of second-grade half-step martial saint and 10 stars emperor, the soul-devouring empire was stronger than the serpent dragon empire. There were 6 half-step martial saint experts on the soul-devouring emperor star. There was one more person than the serpent empire, and 38 10 stars emperor warriors. There were 5 more people than the dragon serpent empire. Of course, to Yang Fann, the more experts he had, the better. Yang Fann couldn't wait for these half-step martial saint warriors to double the number of 10 stars emperor warriors. These were all resources for his growth. The Holy Spirit Tower. Seal off space and time boom. The sacred spirit tower glowed with boundless spatial power, sealing the starry river that was tens of thousands of light years away from the soul-devouring emperor star. Ah, not good, an enemy attacked the Holy Spirit Tower. It's the Holy Spirit Kingdom's inherited divine artifact, the Holy Spirit Tower. That supreme sovereign is here. This isn't something we can deal with. Quick, inform the old ancestor and the old ancestor. Quickly inform the old ancestor. Human, how dare you! A roar similar to devil gods came from the center of the Emperor Star of Soul Devouring, causing it to boil and engulf the Emperor Star of Soul Devouring. In the next second, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was not the slightest bit weaker than that of the Kai-Shi sovereign rose up from within the Soul Devouring Emperor Star. It swept through the starry sky. Poochie. The void in front of Yang Fann twisted and the 3 of them appeared out of thin air. The man in the lead was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He looked like a super black hole, as if he could devour the universal world and chaotic starry sky. Especially his pair of pitch-black eyes, which looked like the 6 paths of reincarnation. As long as one looked at him, the soul would be sucked into his eyes and he would never be able to reincarnate. 3 behind him, there were also 2 middle-aged men dressed in black robes. Their auras were very similar, like devouring black holes that were 1 size smaller. If you don't want to find that serpent old ghost, you will have to find my soul-devouring emperor star, the human race. Do you think that my soul-devouring tribe is easy to bully?